In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, the recently concluded Third Shinobi World War saw Konoha achieve a remarkable victory against 4 adversaries. However, beneath the surface of this apparent glory lies a grim reality, as the village grapples with a dearth of resources and personnel. Although Konoha is formidable, even the mightiest fists cannot contend against numerous foes. Facing off against the remaining 4 of the 5 great shinobi nations, the pressure was immense. Had it not been for the timely conflict between the Cloud and Stone villages, Konoha's victory would have been uncertain. Though victorious, the spoils were scant. The brutality of war exacted a heavy toll on the village's shinobi, with many sustaining grievous injuries or becoming permanently disabled, including the students of the ninja academy who were reluctantly thrust into the fray as expendable assets. This left classrooms sparsely populated, and Yecheng, a soul transported from Earth, felt a profound sense of helplessness. The original inhabitant of his body had perished on the battlefield, leaving Yecheng to ponder the fate of protagonists in novels who wielded extraordinary powers, while he remained but an ordinary individual. Moreover, as an orphan reliant on meager survivor benefits from his deceased parents, Yecheng was consumed by anxiety over his uncertain future. The prospect of survival loomed dauntingly, laden with countless dangers ahead. As the son of a pair of middle-ranking shinobi, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, simply remaining alive seemed a luxury. The impending turmoil of the Nine Tails incident and the cataclysmic Fourth Shinobi World War threatened to claim innumerable lives within Konoha to live peacefully until the story's conclusion would be akin to undertaking a perilous pilgrimage fraught with trials. Thus, when shall my fortune finally arrive? Yecheng lamented inwardly. Recently, a new Hokage had ascended to power, marking the retirement of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had officially assumed leadership of Konoha, a development Yecheng, well-versed in the narrative, recognized as a portentous signal heralding the imminent calamity of the Nine Tails incident on the dais. A teacher from the Ninja Academy, bearing the scars of war, earnestly conducted the class. With the Third Shinobi World War freshly concluded, Konoha was in a state of disarray, plagued by a shortage of personnel. Many shinobi, injured and maimed, were compelled to return to work despite their disabilities. Yet Yecheng's mind wandered, lost in thought. Yecheng, daydreaming during class? Stand up, barked Ueno Shin, a teacher who had lost his left hand in the war. Noticing Yecheng's vacant gaze, he erupted in anger. Please, don't be upset, Ueno-sensei, Yecheng replied, rising with a sheepish smile, as Ueno had always shown him kindness, knowing he was the child of a fallen hero. Glancing at the blackboard, he recognized the hand seal depicted there, yet the answer eluded him momentarily. Just as anxiety began to seep in, a melodic voice whispered near him, "It's Tora." Elated by the covert assistance, Yecheng answered, Ueno-sensei, it's the Tora seal. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ueno cautioned him, correct. No more daydreaming, understood? Understood, sensei, Yecheng replied, sitting back down, offering a smile to Uchiha Itachi, who had discreetly provided him with the answer. Itachi, however, remained unexpressive, his demeanor calm, as if he had said nothing at all. Yecheng smiled, unfazed by Itachi's aloofness, knowing that their friendship had blossomed despite the effort required to forge a genuine bond, rather than one built on superficial niceties. His desire to befriend Itachi was strategically motivated. He recalled the Nine Tails incident that would soon engulf Konoha, resulting in the tragic loss of countless lives, including many civilians and shinobi. At merely 7 years of age, Yecheng possessed no means of self-defense against the impending calamity. Thus, he sought to cultivate a relationship with Itachi in hopes of securing the protection of the Uchiha clan when the Nine Tails would inevitably strike. After all, Yecheng resided close to the Uchiha compound, and when the Nine Tails appeared, he could simply flee in their direction. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its powerful members, and during that fateful night, the Hokage lineage would be occupied, leaving the Uchiha clan relatively unscathed. Having one more individual in their midst would not be a burden. Yet, such elaborate schemes to preserve his own life would likely persist. If only there existed a path to greater strength. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Yecheng's mind. Ding. The Ninja Quiz Live system has been activated. Host, Yecheng, successfully bound. His heart soared as golden opportunity had finally arrived. Suppressing his elation, Yecheng began to explore the functionalities of this newfound system. The Ninja Quiz Live system, as its name suggests, permitted him to pose questions to certain individuals, compelling them to respond. Correct answers would yield rewards for both the respondent and Yecheng himself. Furthermore, if Yecheng's quiz influenced pivotal characters within this world, diverting them from their original narrative paths, he would earn energy points. These points could be exchanged in the system's shop for even more extraordinary rewards. The greater the deviation from the original plot, the more energy points he would accrue. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope within Yecheng had finally encountered an opportunity to alter the trajectory of his destiny. After familiarizing himself with the system, a peculiar smile spread across his face. The questions within the system were intriguing, intricately linked to iconic moments from the Naruto narrative. Each critical plot point could serve as a question. Am I to become a harbinger of spoilers? After all, who would dare to confront me for revealing the plot? Crucially, if I can adeptly manipulate this quiz to my advantage, it may yield unforeseen results. Yecheng envisioned the potential ramifications of divulging spoilers to significant characters, and an involuntary chuckle escaped his lips. Let me contemplate how to maximize the impact of my inaugural live session. Yecheng pondered deeply, and after a moment's reflection, clarity began to dawn upon him. In the heart of Konohagakure, within the Hokage building, the newly appointed Hokage, Minato Namikaze, diligently attended to his numerous responsibilities. Having recently ascended to the position, he found himself inundated with an array of tasks, leaving him scarcely a moment to return home for a meal. Beside him stood his most trusted subordinate, Naruto, his chief advisor. A knock echoed through the office. "Come in," Minato called without lifting his gaze from his work. A silver-haired Umbu ninja entered, presenting a meticulously prepared bento. "Lord Fourth Hokage, this is a bento made by Lady Kushina. I've mentioned you can simply call me teacher in private. There's no need for such formality," Minato said, setting down his pen and breaking into a warm smile. "However, I truly appreciate it, Kakashi. Your timing is impeccable. I'm nearly famished." Observing Minato enjoy his meal, Kakashi's face, obscured by his mask, revealed a hint of a smile. "I shall not disturb you any longer, Lord Hokage. There are numerous matters that require my attention," Kakashi remarked, nodding to Fugaku as a form of greeting. Fugaku, being a close friend and chief strategist to Minato, shared a strong camaraderie with Kakashi, who served as Minato's pupil and captain of the Umbu Black Ops. Together, they were among the staunchest supporters of the Fourth Hokage. "Not so fast, Fugaku. Please wait a moment. I still have something to discuss with you." "I'm almost done," Minato gestured, swallowing a mouthful of rice. Fugaku nodded in compliance. As the two men patiently awaited Minato's completion of his meal, a sudden burst of blue light filled the Hokage's office. In an instant, the luminescence erupted, expanding outward and forming a circular barrier that enveloped them before they could react. Startled by the abrupt turn of events, Fugaku and Kakashi exchanged glances. Minato, having set aside his nearly finished bento, displayed a glint of determination in his eyes. As seasoned warriors who had emerged from the trials of battle, both Minato and Kakashi instinctively shifted into a combat stance, ready to employ their signature techniques, the body flicker technique and the flying thunder god technique. Though Fugaku seldom engaged directly in battle, his abilities were undeniably at the Jonin level, and his reflexes were swift. However, the barrier's expansion was alarmingly rapid, and before long, all three found themselves ensnared within its confines. Within the barrier, an eerie and inexplicable force permeated the air. The techniques they had just attempted were thwarted by an unseen wall, rendering them unable to escape. Realizing their predicament, Kakashi swiftly positioned himself in front of Minato, gripping a kunai with unwavering focus, alert for any impending danger. "Teacher, my body flicker technique is ineffective here. It feels as though an invisible wall is blocking my escape," Kakashi whispered to Minato. The renowned Hokage, Minato Namikaze, nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the gravity of their situation. He remarked, "My flying thunder god technique cannot extricate us from this barrier. It appears we are in deep trouble. What is your perspective, Kakazu?" A solemn expression graced Minato's features as he instinctively sought the counsel of his chief strategist. "Naruto, armed with a kunai and positioned protectively in front of Minato, remained vigilant against potential threats. Upon hearing Minato's inquiry, he pondered briefly before shaking his head. I am uncertain, but the ability to infiltrate Konoha undetected and ensnare us within the Hokage's office signifies an extraordinary level of skill from our assailant. Our best course of action now is to await reinforcements from the village. After listening to Shikaku, Kakashi Hatake nodded in agreement. Indeed, the barrier surrounding the Hokage's office will soon be discovered by the village. Once our forces collaborate from within and without, this intruder will undoubtedly be apprehended. No individual in the entire ninja world can contend single-handedly against the might of Konoha. The three shared unwavering confidence in this assertion. However, Minato's thoughts diverged. He was not overly concerned for his own safety. A sense of unease gripped him as he contemplated the unforeseen crisis that might be looming. He realized that while his own entrapment was of little consequence, the fate of the village weighed heavily on his mind. As the Hokage, among the most powerful in the village, if he could be so easily restrained, what would become of the others? If more enemies were to emerge, the village could face dire peril. After a brief pause, the anticipated adversary failed to materialize. Minato and Shikaku exchanged surprised glances. Was this sudden enemy merely intent on confining the three of them? Minato deliberated for a moment before inquiring, "Might I ask who you are? What is your purpose in stealthily infiltrating Konoha? It is evident that your prowess is remarkable, given your ability to breach the heart of our village. If you have a motive, why not come forth and discuss it?" While Minato's tone appeared calm, a lethal resolve simmered beneath the surface. Although Shikaku had advised waiting for reinforcements, Minato could not afford to be idle. The village was in imminent danger, and as Hokage, he could not simply sit back and do nothing. Yet, his questions went unanswered, as if the enemy had merely set the barrier to ensnare them and then vanished. How could this be? Shikaku furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the adversary's intentions. Perhaps we should attempt to breach the barrier from within, Minato suggested. Teacher, perhaps we should wait for the third Hokage and their reinforcements, Kakashi urged, attempting to dissuade him. Minato shook his head and swiftly moved to the edge of the barrier. This barrier resembled a vast blue orb, enveloping the entire Hokage's office. Rasengan, Minato exclaimed as he concentrated chakra in his right hand, forming a swirling sphere of energy in his palm. Subsequently, Namikaze Minato propelled his chakra ball towards the barrier. Yet, a shocking event transpired. The Rasengan collided with the barrier, dissolving instantly like a droplet of water vanishing into a pond, leaving no trace behind. How could this barrier absorb chakra? What kind of barrier is this? Hatake Kakashi watched in astonishment as the Rasengan was devoured, his right eye wide with disbelief. Even the four purple flames formation lacked such an ability. This was an unprecedented barrier. Nara Shikaku spoke up, and the trio fell into a contemplative silence, the Hokage's office enveloped in an unsettling stillness. In the Hokage's office, as Nara Shikaku's words lingered in the air, a sudden transformation occurred. The surroundings darkened abruptly, followed by a glimmer of gold. The golden light expanded, materializing into a massive luminous screen that completely covered one wall of the office. On the screen appeared an image of a magnificent palace towering above the clouds, radiating a golden sheen. The view then zoomed in, revealing the interior of the palace, resplendent and opulent. For colossal pillars were adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, seemingly alive, with the dragon roaring and the phoenix chirping melodiously. The walls were inscribed with incomprehensible runes, faintly glowing and leaving an indelible impression. At the center stood a long table, behind which was a solitary chair. Suddenly, a figure emerged, seemingly from nowhere, yet it felt as if he had always been there. Clad in a flowing dark robe and wearing a feathered crown, he exuded an ethereal grace, appearing otherworldly. This figure was, of course, Yecheng, who had employed the system's power to don an impenetrable guise. Who goes there? Namikaze Minato was the first to react, shouting with urgency. In an instant, Nara Shikaku and Hatake Kakashi positioned themselves protectively in front of Minato. Observing their hostile demeanor towards him, Yecheng smiled slightly, pleased with the impressive entrance he had made. Clearly, they perceived him as a formidable adversary, deserving of their caution. Yecheng disregarded Minato's inquiry. Due to the constraints imposed by the system, as the exam proctor, he was unable to engage directly with the participants, Minato and his companions. His speech was confined to the parameters set by the system. He could select 5 questions for the trio to answer and interject appropriately during the process. The once unattainable 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, treated him with such vigilance, igniting a sense of satisfaction within Yecheng, nearly inflating his ego. After indulging in a moment of self-importance, Yecheng composed himself, gradually seated himself on the chair, and announced, "Welcome to the examination space. I am the chief examiner for this occasion." The examination space, as the name implies, has been established for the purpose of questioning. Yecheng deliberately altered his voice through the system, rendering it as that of an elderly man, which resonated in the ears of the 3 participants. "Hold on. Might you first clarify your identity and origins?" With audacity, one has intruded upon the village of Konoha, ensnaring the Hokage within a barrier. "What, pray tell, is your intention?" Naruto inquired, his demeanor typically composed, believing it imperative to first ascertain Yecheng's motives. Conversely, Itachi Kakashi exhibited far less patience. He pulled his forehead protector down from his left eye, revealing his crimson Sharingan, his countenance brimming with menace as he threatened, "Esteemed guest, your incursion into Konoha and your assault on our 4th Hokage is an unforgivable transgression. Now, lift this barrier and surrender, or face the dire consequences." As the captain of the 4th Hokage's guard, Kakashi's duty was to protect the Hokage at all costs, allowing no enemy to harm or threaten him. In Kakashi's eyes, Yecheng's act of using the answering space to confine the Hokage was tantamount to declaring war. Unfazed by Kakashi's threats, Yecheng merely scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Empowered by the system, within this answering space, Yecheng was an invincible existence. In the entire ninja world, from Uchiha Madara to the common populace, within this answering space, they were merely pieces on his chessboard, to be manipulated at his whim. The diminutive Kakashi dared to provoke him? I have advised against idle chatter. With a sharp crack, Kakashi's arm, clutching a kunai, was severed at the shoulder as if an invisible blade had sliced through. His arm fell to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. Kakashi let out a muffled grunt, instinctively covering the injury with his intact left hand. A wave of dread washed over him. The moment he finished speaking, an overwhelming sense of danger coursed through him. In the blink of an eye, before he could react, his arm had been cleaved off. There had been no warning, no means of evasion, not even an understanding of the method employed by his adversary. "Kakashi!" Minato Namikaze exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself protectively behind Kakashi, retrieving bandages to staunch his bleeding. He had witnessed clearly that it was not an attack employing wind blades or any other sharp weapon. Rather, it seemed as though an invisible knife had severed Kakashi's arm. Steeling his resolve, Minato inquired solemnly, "Esteemed guest, why resort to violence when answering would suffice?" Meanwhile, Naruto immediately began to tend to Kakashi's wound. None of the 3 present possessed medical ninjutsu, and in this emergency, they could only employ traditional means to halt the blood flow. Upon hearing Minato's irate inquiry, Yecheng shook his head indifferently, stating, "I have brought you into this answering space as a fortuitous opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. This is merely a warning. Should there be a next time, the consequences shall be yours to bear. I pose the questions, and you shall answer. Correct responses yield rewards. The rules are thus simple. Spare me any further trifling words, and upon completion of the questions, I shall take my leave." Just moments ago, Kakashi had resolutely proclaimed that Yecheng would face the consequences. Now, the roles had reversed, and it was Yecheng who warned them of their impending repercussions. With a sly smile, Yecheng relished the exhilarating feeling of being the mastermind behind the scenes. No wonder Uchiha Obito donned that tattered mask. Portraying himself as a formidable figure, the sensation was indeed intoxicating. Naruto finally managed to staunch Kakashi's bleeding and, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "Might I ask, what is the nature of the questions? What rewards accompany them? Surely, with rewards, there must also be consequences. What might those entail?" Yecheng only spoke of the rewards. But Naruto was not naive enough to believe that rewards existed without penalties. Upon hearing the question, Yecheng smiled and replied, "Considering this is the first instance of questioning, there shall be no penalties this time. From the next encounter onward, they shall commence." Another encounter? A sense of unease gripped Namikaze Minato. He exchanged glances with Naruto, both of them troubled by the sudden appearance of Yecheng and the contradiction of his words to their understanding. How could a mysterious individual materialize so abruptly, demanding answers? What was his ultimate aim, especially with rewards for correct responses. Such queries lingered in their minds, yet they could not decipher the answers. After all, the notion of a system was utterly inconceivable to the natives of the ninja world. Observing the three perplexed individuals before him, Yecheng revealed a slight smile. With a grand gesture, he summoned forth a cascade of text before them. Ninja World Character Rankings. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Sage of Six Paths. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Himura, Otsutsuki Ashura, Otsutsuki Indra, the Shura of the Ninja World. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Obito, First Hokage Senju Hashirama, Might Guy, Uzumaki Nagato, Hatake Kakashi, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Third Raikage A, Second Tsuchikage Mu, Second Mizukage Kageyami, Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, Third Tsuchikage Inoki, Hatake Sakumo, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, First Raikage A, Second Raikage A, Fourth Raikage A, First Tsuchikage Ishikawa, First Mizukage Hakuro, the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, the Sage Fugaku, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin Tsunade, Hanzo of the Salamander, Konan, Yahiko, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sasori, Third Mizukage Kageyami, First Kazekage Reto, Second Kazekage Sabaku, Third Kazekage Kawaii, Fourth Kazekage Raza, Fourth Mizukage Kazaki Yagura. Ninja World Power Rankings. Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire, Akatsuki, Hidden Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, Hidden Stone Village of the Land of Earth, Hidden Sand Village of the Land of Wind, Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water, Hidden Rain Village. Ninja World Event Rankings. Planting the God Tree, Seizing the Fruit, Infinite Tsukuyami, Sealing the Chakra Ancestor, Dividing the Tailed Beasts, Spreading Ninjutsu, Brotherhood Betrayal, Warring States Conflict, Establishment of the Hidden Leaf, Coexistence of the Five Great Nations, Distribution of Tailed Beasts, Valley of the End Battle, First Ninja World War, Second Ninja World War, Third Ninja World War, Nine Tails Chaos, Uchiha Clan Massacre, Leaf Village Destruction Plan, Capture of Tailed Beasts, Destruction of the Leaf Village, Fourth Ninja World War. Upon witnessing the sudden manifestation of these so-called rankings, the three stood in stunned silence, subsequently overwhelmed by the revelations contained within the text. What do these words signify? The Leaf Village Destruction Plan? The annihilation of the Leaf Village? Why do such events exist? What is the meaning of this? Upon observing the event rankings, Namikaze Minato's attention was instantly drawn to two particular terms, causing a tightening sensation within his heart. Nara Shikaku and Hatake Kakashi were equally taken aback. The phrases Konoha Collapse Plan and Konoha Destruction loomed ominously before them. With a somber expression, Nara Shikaku scrutinized these terms. Possessing an intellect that transcended the ordinary, he swiftly grasped the implications of the list in question. The character rankings featured an array of formidable ninjas, the leaders of various villages. Many names were familiar to him, yet there were also numerous names he had never encountered, including those from myth and legend, such as the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He was well versed in the tales of the sage, as every child in the ninja world grew up hearing the legends surrounding him. However, today marked the first occasion he learned the sage's full name. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths truly existed? Was it possible that myths held a kernel of truth? As Nara Shikaku pondered this, he turned his attention to the power rankings. This list was considerably simpler, showcasing various villages and factions, with only one organization, Akatsuki, being unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, the mere fact that it appeared on the list indicated its significance, warranting closer scrutiny in the future. Next, he examined the event rankings, which seemed to chronicle a historical continuum of myths and legends, featuring many events known to Nara Shikaku, but even more that were entirely unfamiliar. Notably, the Konoha Collapse Plan and Konoha Destruction, phrases that had just elicited a gasp from Namikaze Minato, prominently graced the list. As a high-ranking official in the Hidden Leaf Village and the chief advisor to the Hokage, it was bewildering that he was entirely unaware of such events transpiring. While Nara Shikaku continued to contemplate, Hatake Kakashi's gaze fixated on a name within the rankings, prompting an exclamation, "Sensei, that is Obito's name. How could he be ranked so highly, and why is my name here as well?" Uchiha Obito, as Kakashi's closest friend, naturally captured his attention. However, it was perplexing that all names on the character list belonged to individuals who had once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Kakashi found it puzzling that he, too, had made the list, let alone Obito, who had not possessed even the strength of a jonin at his demise. Upon hearing Kakashi's remark, Namikaze Minato also noticed the name of Uchiha Obito. Shaking his head, he found himself unable to comprehend the circumstances surrounding it, ultimately choosing to disregard it. His mind was entirely occupied with the events linked to Konoha, the Konoha collapse plan, and Konoha destruction. Such occurrences were inconceivable. Minato gently shook his head, recalling that nothing of the sort had ever transpired in his memory. Logically, Konoha, as the mightiest force in the ninja world, brimming with elite shinobi and abundant resources, both economically and militarily, stood unparalleled. What individual or faction could possibly bring about Konoha's collapse, or even its destruction? Such an eventuality seemed utterly implausible. Shikaku, what is your perspective? Minato inquired, having been startled upon first encountering the rankings. However, once he regained his composure, he began to perceive numerous inconsistencies within the list, rendering it unworthy of trust. Watergate, in light of the current circumstances, contains a measure of truth, yet the majority remains untrustworthy. Nara Shikaku shook his head, responding to Namikaze Minato's inquiry. He believed that the list contained both genuine and fabricated elements, particularly those pertaining to myths and events he had never encountered, which were highly likely to be false. However, what perplexed him further was the motivation behind Yecheng revealing this list. Was it an attempt to convey misleading information? Or perhaps a plot of some sort? After a brief pause, Namikaze Minato posed a question. Might I inquire, what do these three lists signify? Why present them to us? Yecheng elucidated. These three lists are arranged according to specific criteria. The character list is ranked from the highest to the lowest based on strength and influence, reflecting the peak moments of each individual's life. The power list, as the name suggests, is a ranking of the most formidable factions within the ninja world. The event list chronicles major historical occurrences in the ninja realm from ancient times to the present. These lists were generated automatically by the system and not personally curated by me. Had I taken the liberty to arrange them, I would have likely done so according to my own preferences. Moreover, while I am familiar with the original narrative, many characters therein have only made fleeting appearances, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was not featured at all, rendering an objective ranking impossible. However, the system possesses the capacity to organize these lists in a completely impartial manner. Upon reviewing the lists myself, I found it quite perplexing, as many individuals' rankings diverged from my expectations. Perhaps this compilation reflects standings up to the events preceding Boruto? If Boruto were included in the assessment, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would likely find themselves relegated to much lower positions. Yecheng silently mocked a certain irrepressible substance. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the moment the barrier manifested, it was detected by the ANBU stationed at the Hokage building. After attempting various means to breach the barrier and rescue the Hokage, the ANBU swiftly relayed the information to the upper echelons of Konoha, including the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, former Hokage advisor Mito Yaiba, and Nara Shikaku among others. The higher-ups were taken aback by the news and promptly made their way to the scene. Despite exhaustive attempts and the utilization of diverse tactics, they were unable to dismantle the bizarre barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to command the ANBU to encircle the entire Hokage building while simultaneously bolstering the village's defenses, dispatching ninjas to seek out the mastermind behind the barrier and any potential adversaries. Hiruzen, do you think Minato will be alright? Nara Shikaku expressed his anxiety, concerned that the newly appointed Hokage had been ensnared by an unforeseen enemy. How had Konoha's defenses become so feeble? You are well aware of Minato's prowess, are you not? He will certainly be fine, Mito Yaiba asserted confidently, expressing unwavering faith in Namikaze Minato. It was an immense disgrace for Konoha, the most powerful nation, victor of 3 shinobi world wars, to have its Hokage trapped in the heart of the ninja village by an enemy's barrier. Doesn't Minato possess the flying thunder god technique? Why hasn't he utilized it to escape? Nara Shikaku queried. It must be this barrier, imbued with sealing power, from which those inside cannot escape, Mito Menon speculated. The immediate priority is to identify the adversary who cast this barrier. How could they infiltrate the Hokage building and imprison the Hokage? What are the barrier division and Umbu doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen, drawing incessantly on his pipe, exhibited signs of agitation. Namikaze Minato was the successor he had personally chosen, perfectly inheriting his political inclinations. In fact, Minato's charisma was something Hiruzen himself lacked. This man could undoubtedly excel beyond him. Yet at this moment, Minato found himself ensnared by a mysterious foe, and Hiruzen felt an urgent desire to rescue him. Outside the Hokage building, a colossal barrier enveloped it, visible from all corners of the village, witnessed by every villager. The fourth Hokage and the chief strategist of the Hokage, alongside the Umbu, were trapped in the Hokage's office, right in the heart of the village. Instinctively, all the ninjas rushed toward the Hokage building, while the villagers were thrown into a state of panic. At the Namikaze residence, Uzumaki Kushina, upon seeing the barrier, immediately yearned to dash out and rescue her husband. However, as she stepped outside, she was halted by Umbu guards stationed nearby. This Umbu had been specifically assigned by Minato to ensure Kushina's safety. "Please, madam, halt." The Umbu knelt, speaking in a grave tone. "Let me through. Minato is in danger. I must assist him." Kushina retorted angrily, her heart racing, wishing she could send this Umbu flying with a single punch. The third Hokage and other high-ranking officials had already arrived at the Hokage building. "My duty is to protect the madam's safety. The fourth Hokage has entrusted me with this task. In times of crisis, the madam's safety is paramount, so please do not make this difficult for me," the Umbu implored. As the Hokage's wife, Kushina's role as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was of utmost importance to Konoha. She had always been forbidden from entering dangerous areas. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, when Konoha was in dire peril, the higher-ups had not permitted her to go to the front lines, underscoring the value placed on Jinchuriki. Kushina understood all too well that if she forcefully attempted to leave her home, it would likely lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, she restrained her emotions, anxiously gazing at the glowing barrier, silently praying for her husband's safety. Meanwhile, in a clandestine, large underground base outside Konoha, Shimura Danzo observed the glowing barrier while listening to reports from root ninjas. He typically spent most of his time hidden in this base, not far from Konoha, manipulating events from behind the scenes. After the root ninja concluded their report, he knelt silently like a puppet. A cold smirk crept across Danzo's aged face. "I knew it. How could the young Namikaze Minato possibly handle the position of Hokage? Konoha's reputation will suffer a tremendous blow now. Sarutobi, you will regret this," he murmured, commanding all root ninjas to remain on standby and forbidding any support to the Hokage. In the answer space, after listening to Yecheng's explanation, Bo Feng Shui Min furrowed his brows. "However, esteemed one, to my knowledge, many events on the event list have never occurred. How can this be?" Yecheng had anticipated such a question and, invigorated, responded with a mysterious smile, "Because that is the future." The answer space, enigmatic and grand, encompasses all historical figures and events from antiquity to the present. Even the future is predicted within the list. The future? The three of them exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Bo Feng Shui Min, with a serious expression, inquired, "If this truly pertains to the future, according to the arrangement on the event list, following the recently concluded Third Shinobi World War, is it the so-called Nine Tails Chaos? This Nine Tails Chaos, is it an event destined to unfold? If Yecheng's explanation holds truth, then the Nine Tails Chaos is indeed a significant event on the horizon. However, the Nine Tails is securely sealed within his wife. How could it possibly emerge to cause turmoil? Isn't the Nine Tails?" Nara Kakashi interjected, well aware of the truth, knowing that the Hokage's wife is the host of the Nine Tails. Bo Feng Shui Min nodded but refrained from elaborating. Such a secret regarding the Nine Tails host could not be disclosed in front of someone with an unclear identity like Yecheng. As the captain of the Shadow Guard, Kakashi also understood the importance of confidentiality. The Nine Tails host, Uzumaki Kushina, was his mentor's wife, and he was intimately familiar with her. The unspoken exchange of glances among the three did not escape Yecheng's notice, yet he dismissed it and replied, "The answer to this question lies within the answer space. You may choose to answer the question, and if correct, you shall receive the answer you seek." Bound by the system's rules, Yecheng could not directly divulge future plot points. The participants must glean the future narrative through their responses. Should he reveal too much, he would forfeit his rewards and cause a system crash, rendering it inoperative for an extended period. Thus, he was unable to directly answer Bo Feng Shui Min's query. The three, Bo Feng Shui Min, Nara Kakashi, and Nara Shikaku, exchanged glances, contemplating whether to engage in answering. This was not a matter of choice. Once Yecheng had ensnared them in the answer space, their options had been severely limited. Yet, Yecheng's cryptic words left them in a state of hesitation. At that moment, They did not trust Yechen's claims of the future, viewing him merely as an adversary orchestrating some malevolent scheme. However, they found themselves unable to extricate themselves from this barrier. The anticipated support from their village had yet to materialize, leaving them with no alternatives. Deep down, however, a budding curiosity about this future began to surface. Though I do not believe the tale you weave, I wish to hear it to its conclusion, was the unspoken sentiment. Then, esteemed one, what sort of question awaits us should we choose to answer? What piqued my curiosity was how to discern the authenticity of the questions posed and the correctness of our answers. Shikaku inquired aloud. Yecheng pondered for a moment before responding. In the realm of questions, there will be no false inquiries. The criteria for determining your answers will be governed by established rules. Once you commence answering, all will become clear, and I shall refrain from further elaboration. Such a response, of course, failed to satisfy the trio. You pose the questions, you judge the answers. Are you not the examiner and the author of the examination? They protested. What you declare is what it is. How are we to ascertain the truth from the falsehood? Observing their waning interest, Yecheng dropped a tantalizing revelation. Everyone who enters this space must diligently complete the questions to leave. Should you succeed, you may choose to witness visions of the future. Moreover, you stand a chance to receive any rewards you can imagine or even those beyond your wildest dreams. Indeed, the question space can fulfill any desire you wish to realize. Whether it be immortality, unparalleled power, or boundless wealth, all are within reach. You may even resurrect your departed friends, brothers, or lovers. Yecheng's words stirred a tempest of excitement among the trio. Rewards for answering correctly, the ability to glimpse the future, the possibility of reviving the deceased. Obito, could I possibly bring him back to life? Kakashi's heart surged with fervor. The loss of his dear friend was a wound that had never healed. A glance exchanged between Minato and Kakashi suggested they shared the same thoughts. Minato, too, held deep feelings for his disciple, Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, a flicker of ambition ignited within Shikaku. Every individual harbors desires. Every living soul possesses varying degrees of aspirations. Such unattainable dreams often remain unvoiced, yet today, Yecheng boldly proclaimed the potential to realize all wishes. Though reason whispered skepticism, a glimmer of hope ignited within them. Pray tell, what manner of questions do you speak of, and what is their difficulty? Kakashi eagerly inquired. Since the demise of his father, Hatake Tsukumo, his cherished friend, Uchiha Obito, and his companion, Rin, Kakashi's heart had grown desolate, devoid of motivation. Yet, Yecheng's words were akin to a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. Regardless of whether this lifeline could indeed save him, he clutched it fiercely. Observing Kakashi's intrigue, Yecheng noted the stirring interest in the other two as well, and he felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, he had ensnared these three individuals. He would not let this opportunity slip away. He smiled faintly. All questions within the answering space will lie within your capacity. You need not worry, as they will not exceed your realm of understanding. Furthermore, all questions are derived from 3 lists. You may freely choose characters, factions, and events to respond to. Upon hearing Yecheng's words, Kakashi Hatake exhaled in relief, his mind finally at ease. Minato, Namikaze, and Shikaku Nara also found the situation acceptable. Shikaku, as the most intelligent person in Konoha, answering questions should be your forte, right? Minato inquired with a smile. I wouldn't go that far. I shall do my best, Shikaku replied modestly, though confidence brimmed within him. The Nara clan is renowned for their intellect, and Shikaku, being a once-in-a-century genius, certainly justified Minato's decision to appoint him as chief strategist at such a young age. Your Excellency, I am ready to answer. When may we commence? Kakashi asked eagerly, anxious to resurrect his fallen friend. Yecheng smiled and declared, in that case, I hereby announce that the first Ninja World Quiz is officially underway. Please select the topic you wish to answer. The 3 exchanged glances, and without hesitation, Shikaku boldly stated, I choose the Nine Tails incident. Answering questions is indeed Shikaku's specialty. His daily duties involve sifting through complex intelligence to uncover clues and derive accurate answers. He chose the Nine Tails incident because it followed closely after the recently concluded Third Great Ninja War, clearly indicating a forthcoming event. Understanding it sooner would enable Konoha to respond more adeptly. Moreover, the imminent event aligns closely with their present timeline, making it inherently easier to answer. With the selection made, the topic was set to the Nine Tails incident. Yecheng nodded, waving his hand as 3 lists vanished, leaving only the 4 characters' Nine Tails incident at the top, beneath which appeared the first question. Question 1. During the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, did the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, engage in battle? Answer A, yes. Answer B, no. Upon seeing this question, Kakashi, who had felt a twinge of anxiety moments ago, instantly relaxed. Was this not a question with an obvious answer? As the 4th Hokage, how could Minato not confront the Nine Tails when it attacked the village? He glanced sideways at Minato, who wore a bright smile. Feeling reassured, Kakashi was certain of his mentor's response. Fugaku shared this sentiment. Having known Minato for many years, he understood his character well. If danger threatened the village and Minato was able to arrive, he would undoubtedly be the first to step forward. Without hesitation, Fugaku declared, "I choose answer A, yes." Upon hearing Fugaku's response, Yecheng smiled faintly. "Congratulations, you are correct." Fugaku let out a sigh of relief and exchanged a glance with Minato, who also bore a joyful expression. Observing Minato's delighted smile, Fugaku silently mused, "As expected of you, Minato, you have never let us down." The first question was answered correctly, marking a splendid beginning, and the 3 individuals began to anticipate the next question. Behold the second query. Yecheng waved his hand, and the earlier question gradually faded away. Countless tiny specks of light rearranged and recombined, forming the second question. Question 2. During the chaos of the Nine Tails, there was a high-ranking official from Konoha who did not participate in the battle and strictly ordered his subordinates not to engage either. Who is he? Answer A, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Answer B, Hokage Advisor, Mito Kazuma. Answer C, Hokage Advisor, Tsunade Haruno. Answer D, Root Leader, Shimura Danzo. Nara Fugaku furrowed his brow upon seeing the question. It wasn't due to the difficulty of the question. In fact, he already had an answer in his mind as soon as it was posed. The crucial point was that this individual had the audacity to hide in a corner during such a critical moment of the Nine Tails assault on the village, even ordering his subordinates to refrain from participating. Was he unaware of the immense devastation the Nine Tails could inflict upon the village? What a despicable character. Nara Fugaku glanced at Minato Namikaze. The latter's expression was equally grave, tinged with an unmistakable hint of anger. To Minato, the 4 individuals mentioned as possible answers were all influential figures within Konoha. Those who occupy high positions must make appropriate contributions in times of crisis. Enjoying their privileges and indulging in pleasures during peaceful times only to hide away when danger looms. What entitles them to their status? Merely their age? Therefore, regardless of which of the 4 it might be, Minato could not forgive such behavior. Could it be that individual? Fugaku. In his anger, Minato could hardly bear to utter the name, opting instead for that individual. Hearing this, Nara Fugaku nodded affirmatively. It must be him, without a doubt, even disregarding the motives. The 3rd Hokage, now retired, has entrusted the Umbu to you, and he has no direct combat units under his command. Elder In and Elder Tsunade also lack the authority to mobilize the village's tactical forces. Only Shimura Danzo has the roots, which answer solely to him, granting him the power to issue such orders. Minato nodded, gesturing for Nara Fugaku to answer. Danzo has consistently interfered with Minato's administration. Moreover, his subordinate roots adhere to his commands rather than those of the Hokage, treating Minato with utter disregard. While Minato is magnanimous, he is not to the extent of tolerating someone whose actions amount to fracturing the village. However, he had only recently taken office and had yet to find the opportunity to address this matter. Furthermore, Danzo and his roots were established under the auspices of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Addressing Danzo and his roots would necessitate consideration of Sarutobi's perspective. Yet now, Minato's resolve to eliminate this malignant presence grew increasingly resolute. Without hesitation, Nara Fugaku decisively proclaimed, "I choose answer D, Shimura Danzo." Yecheng nodded with delight. The more questions they answered correctly, the greater his rewards would be. It is indeed as if he is merely laboring for him. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Now, we proceed to the 3rd question. As Yecheng spoke, the luminous points once again dispersed and coalesced, presenting the 3rd inquiry. Question 3. During the turmoil of the Nine Tails, one Hokage sacrificed his life to protect the village of Konoha. Who was he? Answer A, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Answer B, the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback by the question. In the so-called future, did a Hokage truly perish? The answer lies between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. Teacher. This question, Kakashi Hatake could not help but turn to observe the expression of Minato Namikaze. Upon seeing the question, he instinctively grasped the answer that resided within his heart. In his view, the one who would sacrifice his very life to protect the village must undoubtedly be his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Although the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had diligently safeguarded the village for decades, he paled in comparison to the charismatic allure of Minato. When the village faced peril, the first person to step forward would undoubtedly be Minato. Yet, could it truly come to pass? During the Nine Tails turmoil, did his mentor actually lose his life? Just after inheriting the Hokage title, while still so young, would he perish amidst the chaos? Kakashi was somewhat unable to accept this notion. Meanwhile, Narashikaku's perspective diverged. As a seasoned jonin, he had been in the field for quite some time, unlike Kakashi, who had always been by Minato's side. As the head of the Nara clan, Shikaku had interacted extensively with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This esteemed ninja, while perhaps not flawless in all his endeavors, never shied away from the heart of protecting the village or the responsibilities that came with being Hokage. Most importantly, when compared to Minato, Hiruzen was considerably older. If a sacrifice were truly necessary during a crisis, it would logically fall upon Hiruzen to bear that burden. From a rational standpoint, Shikaku felt that answer A was more plausible. However, this question was evidently not as straightforward as the previous two. He instinctively glanced towards Minato. To his surprise, Minato was also looking at him. Choose me, my instincts tell me it must be me. Regarding this question, Minato had not deliberated too much. He simply felt that as Hokage, he ought to shoulder responsibilities and obligations that others could not. Should a grave crisis arise necessitating a sacrifice, he would undoubtedly step forth. That was beyond question. But teacher, Kakashi hesitated. Minato, sensing his inner turmoil, offered a reassuring smile. The question does not specify the year the Nine Tails turmoil occurred. Perhaps it is decades away. By then, I would be quite advanced in age, and perhaps even have many sons and daughters. To protect them, I would be more than willing to sacrifice myself. In the noble pursuit of safeguarding Konoha, protecting its citizens, and even ensuring the well-being of future generations, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, showed no hesitation in sacrificing himself. Kakashi Hatake bowed his head and murmured, "But the third Hokage." Minato gazed at Kakashi's pale visage and cautioned, "Kakashi, do not entertain such perilous thoughts. I am confident that the third Hokage would willingly make the same choice as I. After all, he was once a Hokage. He would risk his life to protect the village. Yet, how could one quantify and compare lives?" Kakashi remained silent, reflecting on his father. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, was once one of the most esteemed ninjas in Konoha, known as the White Fang of Konoha, wielding a blade that carved his name into the annals of history during the Second Shinobi World War. This was an era before the legendary Sannin had emerged. Tsukumo's countless achievements on the battlefield brought him renown that rivaled even that of the Hokage, with many villagers considering him a candidate for the next Hokage. Regrettably, during a mission, the team led by Tsukumo fell into a trap, with many comrades captured by the enemy. To complete the mission, he would have to abandon them. Yet rescuing his comrades could very well lead to failure. In the realm of ninjas, missions held paramount importance, and fulfilling them was their duty. It was assumed that Tsukumo would prioritize the mission over his teammates. However, contrary to expectations, he chose to save his comrades. As Tsukumo infiltrated the enemy camp to rescue them, they were ambushed. The enemy had laid traps awaiting his arrival. The team suffered devastating losses, with only Tsukumo and a few others managing to escape. In the aftermath, rumors spread throughout the village, tarnishing Tsukumo's reputation. He was accused of abandoning the mission and making a grave error that led to their catastrophic failure. Driven by his volatile nature, Tsukumo ultimately took his own life at home, casting a shadow over his once illustrious existence and leaving behind the unfortunate Kakashi. This incident indelibly etched the principle of a ninja's duty to fulfill missions into young Kakashi's heart. He became extreme, cold-hearted, and emotionally distant, viewing his comrades merely as tools. It was only through Minato's gradual influence that he found his way back to the righteous path. Now a similar dilemma confronted him: the aging, lesser-valued third Hokage versus the youthful, more esteemed fourth Hokage. Faced with these two choices, he instinctively inclined toward the one of greater value. Yet, Minato solemnly reminded him, life cannot be measured. Clearly, Minato held this belief deeply. When Shikaku Nara gravely declared, I choose answer B, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Yecheng nodded with a smile. Affirming the correctness of his answer, Kakashi felt as though a small hole had been punctured in his mind. A fresh, vibrant thought penetrated his consciousness and took firm root within. Indeed, companions hold greater significance than tasks. You are correct, father. He silently affirmed within his heart before opening his eyes, as the world around him became clear. The inner turmoil of Kakashi Hatake was unbeknownst to Minato Namikaze and Shikaku Nara, who began to anticipate the fourth question. Yecheng noticed Kakashi's slight unease, but chose not to dwell on it. For it was evident that the spotlight in this round of questions did not rest on the silver-haired individual. With a wave of his hand, the specks of light coalesced once more, revealing the fourth question, question 4, in a moment of crisis. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze utilized a sealing technique to seal the nine tails. What is the name of this sealing technique? Option A, for symbol seal. Option B, 8 trigram seal. Option C, adamantine sealing chains. Option D, dead demon consuming seal. Sealing technique? Was his sacrifice a result of sealing the nine tails? Minato pondered. This notion seemed plausible. After all, with his prowess and the flying thunder god technique, it was inconceivable that he could be slain by the nine tails. Thus, to protect the village, he employed the sealing technique, which ultimately led to his demise. Logically, it made sense. Consequently, the sealing technique that resulted in his death came to Minato's mind. Among the 4 options, he was unfamiliar with option C, adamantine sealing chains, as it was a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, requiring their bloodline to execute with ease. For outsiders lacking this lineage, mastering it was exceedingly difficult, and even if learned, it would not possess the same potency as when wielded by an Uzumaki. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was quite adept at the adamantine sealing chains. As for the remaining 3 options, the 4-symbol seal, 8 trigram seal, and dead demon consuming seal, Minato excelled in all. Among these, the only sealing technique that would result in the caster's death was the dead demon consuming seal. Thus, the answer was evidently D. Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, glanced at Minato and inquired, Teacher, if you sealed the nine tails, why did you still perish? Because that technique demands the life of the practitioner as its price. Minato sighed and explained, the dead demon consuming seal, created by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, summons the Shinigami from the Pure Land, using the caster's body as a vessel to seal the target. It is a perilous forbidden technique. Shikaku nodded in understanding, having never heard of this sealing technique before. It was likely a forbidden art known only to the Hokage. I choose option D, the dead demon consuming seal, Shikaku declared, having answered 3 consecutive questions correctly. Yecheng beamed with delight, nodding approvingly. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Next is the 5th question, which is also the final one. Answering this question correctly will grant you a wish. Any wish you desire can be fulfilled. You will have a moment to contemplate what wish you would like to make. Yecheng smiled at the trio, igniting a spark of hope within their hearts. Previously, during the questioning, there was a lack of visceral feeling, hence, the emotions of the 3 remained relatively composed. However, at this moment, when Yecheng articulated that answering this final question correctly would grant any wish, the gravity of his words struck the trio with profound impact. Teacher, the eyes of Kakashi Hatake, filled with longing, darted toward Minato Namikaze. The chance to resurrect a dear friend was tantalizingly close, and Kakashi was determined not to let it slip away. Yet, the nature of a single wish bore weighty consideration. Nara Shikaka hesitated as he spoke, feeling that, emotionally, he ought not to interject at this moment. Yet, as the chief strategist of the Hokage, he felt compelled to offer sound judgment on such a pivotal matter. To use such an opportunity to resurrect a member of the Uchiha clan, who was not even a jonin, seemed rather regrettable. Observing Kakashi's gaze, Minato refrained from an immediate response and instead posed a question to Shikaku. What kind of wish do you think would be most appropriate? This inquiry posed a conundrum for Nara Shikaku. He had just concluded that resurrecting Obito Uchiha was not a prudent choice. Yet he lacked a concrete idea for a worthy wish. Wealth? While Konohagakure may not boast mountains of gold, it is situated in the most prosperous lands of the Fire Country, consistently receiving substantial military aid from the feudal lord. The village's economic situation was robust, and it consistently ranked first in mission allocation among the 5 great nations. Could they truly desire for more riches? Power? Minato, already one of the most revered figures in the shinobi world, wielded significant authority. Fugaku himself was also a prominent figure within Konoha, holding considerable power as the chief advisor. Authority felt more like a burden than an aspiration. Beauty? Such a notion seemed rather trivial. Both Fugaku and Minato were married, and Kakashi, at just 14, hardly appeared to be one to covet mere physical allure. What remained? Life? All 3 were still quite young, with life ahead of them, and urgency was not pressing. Strength? Minato had already ascended to the pinnacle of the shinobi realm, and his desire for power was not fervent. As a civilian, Fugaku did not excel in physical prowess either. Kakashi was undoubtedly a prodigy among his peers, and following a steady path, he too would rise to the zenith of the shinobi world in the future. Then, what wish should be made? After much contemplation, Fugaku found himself at a loss for any pressing desires. He could not help but look up at Minato, offering a wry smile. It seems that this is not an easy choice. Is it, Minato? Kakashi felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he was acutely aware that now was not the moment for him to speak. He and Fugaku were merely there to provide counsel to Minato. Ultimately, the decision rested upon Minato's will. Sensing Kakashi's gaze, Minato turned to him, offering a reassuring look. Before addressing Fugaku once more, since we lack a solid idea for the time being, perhaps we should focus on answering the question. If we were to agree upon our wish objectives and ultimately fail to answer the question correctly, would that not render our efforts futile? The words of Minato Namikaze served as a reminder to the remaining 2. Indeed, there is still one question left unanswered. In our haste, we have already begun to quarrel over what wishes to make. Orochimaru calmed himself, scratching his head with an awkward smile, saying, I see, I was too eager. Might I request you to present the 5th question? Unbeknownst to him, his reverence for Yecheng's mysterious power had deepened. He no longer addressed him as Your Excellency, but instead opted for the more respectful title of Sir. Yecheng felt a surge of satisfaction within, maintaining a composed exterior as he nodded lightly and replied, In that case, please behold the 5th question. With that, the glowing text transformed once more, revealing the 5th question. Question 5. Which of the following 4 answers does not pertain to Uchiha Obito's instigation of the Nine-Tails chaos? Answer A. Revenge against the 4th Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Answer B. Capturing the Nine-Tails. Answer C. Executing the Eye of the Moon plan. Answer D. Being manipulated by Kaguya. This question was deceptively simple, akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb, leaving the 2 individuals present utterly bewildered. Even Orochimaru, who was not particularly familiar with Uchiha Obito, experienced a drastic change in expression. The brief lines of text contained an overwhelming amount of information. Minato Namikaze and the others found it hard to come to terms with the revelation. Uchiha Obito. The shadowy figure behind the Nine-Tails rampage was none other than Uchiha Obito. In an instant, Kakashi Hitachi's eyes turned crimson, and he bit through his lip beneath his mask. While his left eye had always been red, at this moment, his right eye joined suit. He could scarcely fathom receiving such a shocking revelation. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Obito has already perished. His emotions surged, and he trembled uncontrollably, glaring fiercely at Yecheng, his throat emitting a beast-like roar. Whoever you are, I will not allow you to defame Obito. He sacrificed himself on the battlefield. He is a hero. The memory of Uchiha Obito bequeathing his Sharingan to him, entrusting him to care for Rin, filled Kakashi's heart with indescribable pain. The crux of the matter was that he ultimately failed to protect Rin. He even inadvertently took her life. This was a truth he could hardly bear to confront. In the face of Kakashi's uncontrollable fury, Yecheng paid him no mind. He had anticipated Kakashi's reaction when presenting this question, so it came as no surprise to him. Calm down, Kakashi. However, Minato Namikaze, while momentarily shaken by the question, quickly regained his composure. He grasped Kakashi's shoulder to restrain him, preventing him from losing control. No, Sensei, it cannot be Obito. Obito is dead. Though Minato held Kakashi in place, the latter's agitation remained palpable. With a sigh, Minato delivered a swift chop to the back of Kakashi's neck, rendering him unconscious. After all, Kakashi Hitachi had just lost a hand for offending Yecheng. His emotions were difficult to restrain, and any further misstep could lead to his demise at Yecheng's hands. Thus, rendering him unconscious seemed the wisest course of action. "My apologies, Your Excellency." Minato Namikaze bowed slightly to Yecheng, offering an apology on Kakashi's behalf. Yecheng graciously waved his hand, signaling them to continue with the questions. With a sigh of relief, Minato refocused his attention on the fifth question. Upon reading it, he found himself utterly perplexed. What was this Moon Eye plan? What was the allure of Black Zetsu? These terms were entirely beyond his comprehension. Among the remaining options A and B, the answer suggesting revenge against the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was the one he most wished to select. He could not fathom why Obito Uchiha would harbor any hatred towards him. From the moment he had taken Obito from the Ninja Academy and appointed him as his guiding jonin, Minato believed he had treated him with kindness. Even though Obito was notoriously known as a perennial underachiever, Minato had always devoted himself to teaching him. Enduring the frequent troubles caused by Obito's strength and temperament during missions and wars, he had hoped for Obito to mature swiftly. Even when the Battle of Kanabi Bridge ended with Obito's tragic death, it was due to the larger context of the war, which could not be cited as a reason for Obito's hatred. Alas, if it truly stemmed from hatred and led him to seek vengeance against Konohagakure, it would deeply disappoint me. Obito, Minato sighed. "Riku, which answer do you think it is?" "I'm not sure either. The Moon Eye plan and Black Zetsu in options C and D leave me utterly baffled," replied Shikaka Nara, visibly distressed. "However, I believe I have gathered some insights. So let me share them with you. As for option A, revenge against you, Minato, I find it difficult to judge, so I will skip it. Options B and C, however, seem to be closely related. The question states that only one of the three options is incorrect, meaning the remaining three are likely reasons for Obito's attack on Konohagakure. The logic stands that, due to the execution of the Moon Eye plan, capturing the Nine Tails makes sense. When combined with option D, it could be reasoned that being swayed by Black Zetsu led to the execution of the Moon Eye plan and ultimately the capture of the Nine Tails. Upon hearing Shikaku's deductions, Minato's expression softened slightly. This line of reasoning eliminated the possibility that Obito attacked Konohagakure out of hatred for him, which caused the Nine Tails rampage. Sensing Minato's relief, Shikaku calmly reminded him, "This is merely my hypothesis. In reality, option A could also connect with the other answers, being influenced by Black Zetsu. One could harbor hatred for the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, ultimately leading to the capture of the Nine Tails or the execution of the Moon Eye plan. Perhaps it is due to a deep-seated animosity towards the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that the Moon Eye plan was executed, ultimately leading to the capture of the Nine Tails." Nara Shikaku remained particularly composed, presenting all conceivable answers. According to the question, 3 of the 4 answers are correct, while 1 is erroneous. The most plausible answers amount to 3 in total. After listening to Nara Shikaku's deductions, Minato found himself in a state of confusion. He was, after all, a remarkably intelligent individual. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of Hokage. However, his intellect was predominantly geared towards the battlefield, strategy, and tactics, rather than the realms of riddles and enigmas. Furthermore, he was entirely unfamiliar with the significance of the Moon Eye plan and remained oblivious to the identity of Kagaya's will. It was truly unexpected that the orchestrator of the Nine Tails rampage against Konoha would be Obito Uchiha. Minato sighed heavily, observing the Hokage's descent into contemplation. Nara Shikaku felt it prudent to refrain from further inquiries. Since the Hokage was reluctant to share his concerns, there was no need for him to pry. As for Obito Uchiha, Nara Shikaku had only heard whispers regarding him. He was aware that Obito had once been a member of Minato's team and had been his disciple. Yet little else was known. However, given Minato's character and integrity, Nara Shikaku found it difficult to believe that his disciple harbored such hatred as to attack Konoha and unleash the Nine Tails. Nara Shikaku silently analyzed the situation. Answer B, concerning the Moon Eye plan, was evidently a scheme, almost certainly linked to the Nine Tails. Otherwise, the Nine Tails tumult would not have occurred. It was clear that this conspiracy aimed to unleash the Nine Tails and even capture it. He reminded himself to remain vigilant regarding this plan, ensuring that such a nefarious plot would not come to fruition. In his mind, Nara Shikaku concluded that answer C, addressing the capture of the Nine Tails, was almost certainly one of the correct options. Each logical chain that held water included this choice. Moreover, the recurring mention of the Nine Tails chaos from the outset of the questioning further bolstered this hypothesis. As for answer D, The suggestion of being manipulated by Kagayas will seem more plausible than the notion of harboring hatred towards the fourth Hokage. Nara-Shikaku could almost visualize the scenario. During the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, Obito sacrificed himself, yet did not perish. Subsequently, he was swayed by Kagaya's will, which led him to embrace the Moon Eye plan and the intention to capture the Nine Tails. The capture of the Nine Tails must surely be a component of the Moon Eye plan, with Kagaya's will acting as the mastermind behind it. Nara-Shikaku had nearly clarified his thoughts and promptly conveyed his conjecture to Minato. Minato, if I am not mistaken, the answer to the fifth question should be A. What do you think? The only uncertainty lay with answer A. If Minato and Obito did not share a profound enmity, then answer A would indeed be the incorrect choice. Wolfgang Watergate nodded slightly, but suddenly turned to Yecheng and inquired, Your Excellency, could you enlighten us on the meaning of the Moon Eye plan? And who is this Black Zetsu? Upon hearing this, Yecheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. If I could tell you, I would have done so already. It is a futile effort to have painstakingly brought this issue to light, exposing the mastermind Uchiha Obito. The answer is evident, yet you continue to ask about it. Yecheng retorted, I have no information to offer. If you wish to know, you may inquire after answering the question correctly using your wish opportunity. At that time, I shall reveal it to you. A glimmer of insight flashed in Wolfgang Watergate's eyes, and he felt a stirring of interest. Compared to power, wealth, and beauty, he was far more intrigued by these two answers, as they evidently pertained to the reasons behind Uchiha Obito's attack on Konoha. There was a strong possibility that it related to a grand conspiracy brewing somewhere within the shinobi world. If this conspiracy could be discerned earlier, it might be possible to evade it entirely or even counter the hidden hand. Nodding in agreement, Wolfgang Watergate addressed Nara-Shikaku, saying, Then let us choose A. Shikaku. I believe Obito does not harbor hatred toward me. He is merely under the influence of that Black Zetsu. Indeed, I anticipated you would say that, Nara-Shikaku replied, releasing a sigh of relief, and turned to Yecheng. I choose answer A. Hatred toward the fourth Hokage, Wolfgang Watergate. When Nara-Shikaku finally selected A, Yecheng was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Although they had answered 5 questions correctly, allowing them to formulate a wish, Yecheng stood to gain even more from their success. According to the rules of the system, for each question answered correctly, the responder would accumulate a reward. Answering 5 questions correctly allowed for a wish to be made. However, as the quiz master and the host of the system, Yecheng's rewards would double. This meant that while Wolfgang Watergate and his companions could make 1 wish, Yecheng could make 2. How fortunate it is to be a worker. Capitalists can earn far more even while reclining in comfort, Yecheng mused, forcing himself to regain composure. He smiled and said, Congratulations, you have answered correctly. With all 5 questions answered, you may now make your wishes. Any wish can be fulfilled. Wolfgang Watergate and Nara-Shikaku were ecstatic. They had indeed answered correctly. After these 5 questions, they had also witnessed Yecheng's enigmatic abilities. Both Wolfgang Watergate and Nara-Shikaku regarded Yecheng as an exceptionally powerful individual. Whether it was due to the peculiar spatial barrier or the ability to eliminate Hatake Kakashi in an instant, leaving Watergate unable to react. Regarding Yecheng's prophecies of the future, both men believed wholeheartedly. They were acutely concerned about the impending Nine Tails disturbance. Exchanging glances, they both recognized the affirmation in each other's eyes. Your Excellency, my wish is to uncover all information regarding the Nine Tails disturbance, Wolfgang Watergate stated, wisely refraining from mentioning the Moon Eye plan or Black Zetsu. Firstly, this is due to the fact that there are 2 words. If Yecheng had simply stated that 2 wishes were needed, it would have sufficed. Secondly, within the chaotic event of the Nine Tails turmoil, there are undoubtedly other undisclosed elements. To demand the entirety of information regarding this incident is certainly the most advantageous course. Yecheng smiled, thoroughly satisfied with the intelligence of the 2 individuals. What he desired was merely to divulge spoilers. Spoiling can alter the cognitive perceptions of the original characters, leading to a deviation from the established narrative. This is precisely his ultimate objective. Yecheng nodded gently and spoke in a soft voice. In that case, let us fulfill your wishes. This tale must commence from the Third Shinobi World War. With a wave of his hand, the text on the luminous screen gradually faded, revealing an image. It depicted a battlefield rife with carnage, where ninjas engaged in a fierce struggle, with lives extinguished at every moment. A collapsing cave had ensnared a diminutive ninja beneath a massive boulder, half of his body firmly trapped. A silver-haired ninja exerted all his strength in an attempt to displace the rock, yet his efforts were futile. The stone remained unyielding. Meanwhile, a short-haired female ninja exhibited an expression of disbelief, her gaze vacant. That was Obito, Rin, and myself. Here lies the battleground of the Kanabi Bridge, the place where Obito met his demise. At some point, Kakashi Hitaki awakened slowly. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the harrowing scene. It involuntarily stirred painful memories within him. Minato, Namikaze, and Shikaku Nara glanced back at him, yet neither spoke, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Minato even raised a finger to his lips, signaling Kakashi to remain silent. Reluctantly, Kakashi could only acquiesce with a nod. In the image, just before his death, Obito Uchiha smiled as he bequeathed his Sharingan to Kakashi Hitaki, entrusting his dearest friend to care for Rin. In that moment, despite harboring regrets, Obito faced death with courage. As another collapse occurred, the boulder buried Obito Uchiha, leaving Kakashi no choice but to depart alongside Rin. At that juncture, Yechen's voice resonated. At the conclusion of the Kanabi Bridge battle, Konoha emerged victorious. Yet, countless Konoha ninjas were interred within this meat grinder of a battlefield. Among them should have been Obito Uchiha. However, the narrative here took an unexpected turn. Everyone believed Obito had sacrificed himself, yet he awakened once more. Before his eyes stood an eccentric old man possessing a Sharingan. Obito smiled and inquired, "Did you save me?" "Old man, thank you." However, the elder replied, "It is too early for gratitude. I shall ensure you repay this kindness in due course." Obito did not perish? Who was this elder that rescued him? A forebear of the Uchiha clan? Kakashi Hitaki was beset with countless questions, yet he refrained from speaking due to Minato's command. On the other side, Minato and Shikaku exchanged glances, each perceiving surprise and confusion in the other's eyes. Who is this elder? Why does he possess a Sharingan? Yet, the scene continued, and questions could only be temporarily buried within their hearts. With a troubled expression, Obito remarked, "I am sorry, but I cannot remain here for long. I must return to the village." He gazed at the elder with a look of bewilderment. The elder's Sharingan stirred endless questions within him, as he had no recollection of this man. Sensing Obito's confusion, the elder calmly stated, "I am the spirit of the Uchiha, Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara?" Nara Shikaku exclaimed in shock. The name of the legendary figure, a veritable demon of the ninja world, echoed throughout an era, leaving behind a plethora of horrifying tales. Once, he had subdued an entire age alongside Senju Hashirama, though ultimately he fell to Hashirama's might. Yet, apart from Hashirama, no one could regard this name with indifference. As the scene unfolded, Namikaze Minato, too, felt a mix of astonishment and skepticism, yet he restrained his surprise, choosing to observe further. Obito, clearly incredulous about the elder's claim of being his ancestor Madara Uchiha, struggled against the thick bandages binding him, desperately wishing to escape. Madara regarded him with indifference, simply stating, "Your body has only just been pieced together. Do not rush your thoughts." With that, he drifted back into slumber. Exhausted from his recent revival, Obito succumbed to sleep as well. Upon awakening once more, he found himself confronted by two eerie, pallid humanoid beings. Gradually, these white creatures guided Obito towards recovery. At this juncture, Yecheng paused the narrative, and the scene came to a standstill. Nara Shikaku, quick to sense Yecheng's intent, promptly inquired, "My lord, is that truly Uchiha Madara?" "Ah, I was anticipating your question," Yecheng thought gleefully, nodding calmly in affirmation. "Indeed, he is Uchiha Madara." However, Shikaku continued, "But the records state that Uchiha Madara was slain in battle against the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Is that not so?" As the Hokage, Minato was well aware of such secrets, yet he found it incomprehensible that a man once thought dead had survived into the Third Great Ninja War. This query clearly transcended the scope of the Nine Tails incident. Even if Yecheng wished to respond, he could not. Thus, he merely replied, "This is knowledge you cannot yet grasp. Let us continue." The scene resumed in the underground chamber, where the white humanoid suddenly addressed Obito, saying, "I just ventured outside. And the Rin and Kakashi you mentioned seem to be surrounded by ninjas from the Mist Village." Without a moment's hesitation, Obito leaped to his feet, striking the door with a fierce punch, determined to rescue Rin and Kakashi. Yet, his newly restored body could not withstand the impact, and he fell apart once more. The white humanoid, who had spoken, then said, don my form. They merged, transforming into a suit of white armor. At this moment, Uchiha Madara awakened. Obito declared, "Thank you for saving me. But I must leave, and I shall not return." Uchiha Madara coldly stated, "You will undoubtedly return, and at that moment, I shall accept your genuine gratitude." Uchiha Obito, perplexed by his words, turned to leave the underground chamber, aware that Rin and Kakashi's predicament was urgent. Indeed, was the mastermind behind it all Uchiha Madara? Nara Shikaku pondered incessantly. It was evident that Obito's resurrection was intricately woven into Madara's design. From the very beginning, he had unwittingly fallen into Madara's trap. The white entity's mention of Rin and Obito being surrounded was undoubtedly orchestrated by Madara as well. Assimilating the information, Shikaku swiftly deduced that this was a scheme devised by Uchiha Madara, and he leaned closer to share his thoughts with the other two. Uchiha Madara. Hatake Kakashi clenched his fists, recalling the incident. In the Land of Water, he and Rin had been ensnared by the ninja of the mist, culminating in the tragic moment when he was forced to kill Rin. Was it all part of Madara's machination? That despicable fiend. In a different scene, Uchiha Obito raced towards the site of the incident. Along the way, he inquired of another white humanoid figure that trailed him, "What of the golden flash of Konoha? What is he doing?" The white figure replied, "It seems he is engaged in another task, and of all times." Obito's expression darkened, his gaze becoming somewhat frigid. Minato Namikaze observed Obito's demeanor, feeling a sigh escape his lips. He empathized with Obito's turmoil, yet it was clear that this was a trap laid by Uchiha Madara. He himself had been ensnared by the Mist's ninjas, evidently part of Madara's scheme to disrupt Obito's mental state. Obito accelerated, feeling a palpable connection to Rin and Kakashi just ahead. In fact, through his Sharingan, he faintly linked with Kakashi's own. He beheld the unfolding scene, finally arriving. Obito's heart raced with anticipation, only to witness Kakashi's Chidori piercing through Rin's chest. His most trusted comrade had slain the one he cherished most, right before his eyes. Obito had countless words he wished to convey to Rin and Kakashi, yet in that moment, silence enveloped him. Obito, the haunting memories resurfaced, and Kakashi's eyes reddened. He had often found himself trapped between dreams and reality, grappling with the remorse of having killed Rin and the frustration of failing to fulfill his promise to his dear friend. But as a ninja, he had no other choice at that time. "What has happened, Kakashi? I entrusted Rin to you, and you promised me you would take good care of her." Obito mumbled. His head bowed, devoid of vitality. His pupils constricted, and even the tomo of his Sharingan morphed in sorrow. He could not fathom such a reality, nor comprehend the events unfolding before him. The armor, transformed from a white humanoid entity, morphed into a swirling mask that concealed the visage of Uchiha Obito. He cried out in anguish, gazing skyward, "Where on earth is this place? I refuse to accept that this is the world I belong to." The kaleidoscope I activated, unleashing a surge of wood release from within him, shattering the ground beneath with immense power. "What manner of Sharingan is this? And would release as well?" exclaimed Minato Namikaze, taken aback by the display of power wielded by Obito. "Is this the work of Uchiha Madara? That man has enabled Obito to possess the powers of wood release." As the scene unfolded, Obito charged directly at his adversaries, every assault piercing through his form. Wood release, strangle of the roots. With a casual flick, he unleashed wood release, ruthlessly annihilating the mist ninjas as if crushing ants. "This is all an illusion," Obito muttered to himself, his eyes devoid of light, leaving only an abyss of desolation. When a mist ninja attempted to seize Rin, Obito rushed forward, reducing him to mere flesh and bone. The gruesome spectacle instilled terror in all his foes. Yet it did little to alleviate the torment within him. "What are you afraid of? Where is that predatory demeanor you exhibited moments ago?" Obito's body convulsed slightly as he utilized a jutsu, would release. Hell's chaos. Silence enveloped the scene, and amidst the crimson rain of blood, Obito whispered, "Ah, I understand now. I am in hell." He stepped over Kakashi's body, cradling Rin in his arms. The words of Uchiha Madara echoed in his mind. In dreams, everything can be molded to one's desire, even the resurrection of the deceased. "Rin, I shall recreate a world where you exist. As for this world, let it turn to ash." Obito returned to Madara's side, coldly inquiring, "Tell me how I can create the world from my dreams." A triumphant smile finally graced Madara's decaying visage. "Ah, that method is known as the Eye of the Moon plan." The scene froze. And Yechen's voice resonated. This is the reason Uchiha Obito intends to instigate the Nine Tails chaos. Are you satisfied? Minato and his companions exchanged glances, striving to digest the information they had just received. Uchiha Madara had not perished at the hands of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, but had survived, continuing to orchestrate his schemes. Uchiha Obito did not die in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, but was instead revived by Madara and ensnared in a conspiracy. With the awakening of Wood Release and the evolution of the Sharingan, he appeared to have transformed into an extraordinary being. What, my lord? Does the Eye of the Moon plan truly entail? Kakashi Hatake inquired. He vaguely sensed that the plan was linked to Obito's desire to resurrect Rin. Yet the specifics remained elusive. Yechen sighed and responded, "No comment. This involves many secrets and is not yet the time to disclose them. This system is indeed quite obstinate. It could easily lay everything bare yet insists on withholding crucial information. Kakashi, what do you think? What is the true purpose of the Eye of the Moon plan?" As Namikaze Minato inquired, he sensed that his chief advisor must have his own perspective. Nara Shikaka nodded. "At present, I only possess some conjectures, but since you have asked, I shall share my thoughts." He cleared his throat, contemplating as he spoke. It is evident that the Moon's Eye plan is the brainchild of Uchiha Madara, with Obito merely being a reluctant participant. Literally interpreted, the Moon's Eye is undoubtedly related to the moon. In the realm of dreams, one can manipulate reality to the extent of resurrecting the deceased. This sounds akin to Genjutsu or some arcane ninjutsu, a barrier of sorts. At this juncture, Nara Shikaku seemed to have an epiphany, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the moon is utilized to amplify the illusions of the Uchiha Sharingan, thereby fabricating a dreamlike world?" Minato, impressed by Shikaku's reasoning, marveled at how he could deduce such profound insights from scant evidence, nearing the truth remarkably. Truly, Nara Shikaku exemplified the second intellect of his clan, the foremost advisor of the Hokage. Observing Minato's lack of refutation and his admiring demeanor directed at Shikaku, the realization dawned upon Minato regarding the accuracy of Shikaku's deductions. He patted Shikaku's shoulder in admiration, chuckling, "Impressive, as expected of you, Shikaku." At the same time, he was astounded by the implications of Shikaku's reasoning. To harness the moon to activate Genjutsu and create a dream world. What an audacious scheme. No wonder Uchiha Madara is renowned in the shinobi world. The scale of the plan is truly astonishing. With a sense of relief, Leaf Dust clapped his hands. "Next, let us unveil the complete footage of the Nine Tails incident. Once you have viewed it, this session will conclude, and you shall have your freedom." Was it about to come to an end? The three of them nodded obediently, each harboring their own thoughts. In the evening of Konoha village, within a clandestine chamber, Uzumaki Kushina was in labor, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife attended her, accompanied by several medical ninjas bustling about to assist in the delivery. Outside the room, Namikaze Minato stood vigilantly, fully focused. Not far away, a shadow emerged, an enigmatic figure clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a yellow-brown whirlpool mask. This sudden apparition cast a cold gaze upon Minato. The only visible eye, adorned with 3 tomo, was indeed the Sharingan. It was Obito. Hatake Kakashi instantly recognized Uchiha Obito. He felt a tumult of emotions, simultaneously relieved that his dear friend was alive, yet enraged that Obito would dare to assault Konoha, especially during Kushina's labor. How utterly deranged. Do you not possess any sense of emotion, Obito? On the other side, Minato's face grew cold upon witnessing this scene. Though he held deep feelings for Uchiha Obito, how could he not be filled with murderous intent towards the one who dared to attack his wife in labor? In the scene, Sarutobi Buwako finally cradles a newly born child, a baby with golden hair and 6 whisker-like markings on his face, who emits a wail. Minato Namikaze, filled with joy, rushes in and shares a smile with Kushina Uzumaki. A maternal glow radiates from Kushina's face, and as she smiles, tears begin to stream down her cheeks. Suddenly, a shadow flickers by. The smile vanishes from Sarutobi Buwako's face, and she collapses lifelessly. The child she held is snatched away by Uchiha Obito. "Who are you? Release my child!" Minato and Kushina exclaim in shock. Uchiha Obito, cradling the infant with one arm, brandishes a kunai threateningly at Minato, declaring, "Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, I shall slay this child immediately." Minato shouts urgently, "Wait." But Obito hurls the baby into the air and lunges toward the fallen Kushina. Minato hastily rushes to catch the infant, only to discover a detonating tag affixed to the child's back. In a critical moment, Minato removes the baby from its swaddling and utilizes the body flicker technique to escape the room. A loud explosion ensues, obliterating the room where Kushina had given birth. Both she and Uchiha Obito vanish without a trace. Damn that man. How dare he act so ruthlessly? Nara Shikaku grits his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He harbors no goodwill toward Uchiha Obito, and should he appear before him now, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Outside of Konohagakure, by a small pond, a massive cylindrical stone stands tall. Uchiha Obito places Kushina on a slightly lower stone and binds her to it with sealing techniques. Who are you? And what do you intend to do? The weakened Kushina musters her strength to inquire. I shall extract the nine tails from your body. Then, I will annihilate Konoha. Obito replies darkly. The scene shifts to Minato, who gently lays the infant on a bed, carefully tucking the blanket around him. Naruto, rest here for a while. Daddy is going to rescue your mother. Naruto? Is my child named Naruto? Minato is taken aback. At this moment, he is yet to name the child he and Kushina are expecting. He had planned to wait for Master Jiraiya to return to the village to name his child. As the legendary Sage of the Toads is a renowned best-selling author, Minato then recalls the first name on the recent list of notable figures, Uzumaki Naruto, prominently positioned. So my child is destined to become so strong in the future? Far mightier than I. A sense of pride swells within Minato. In the scene, Kushina is bound by Obito's sealing barrier, her body emanating a crimson glow, covered in strange runes. A large wound in her abdomen pulsates with a dark purple light. Uchiha Obito remained unfazed by the turmoil of the nine tails within Kushina Uzumaki. With hands weaving intricate seals, his eyes bore the rapid rotation of the three tomo. Arise. Nine tails. He bellowed. Suddenly, a purple-black orb erupted from the gaping wound in Kushina's abdomen, soaring into the air and swelling before exploding violently. A colossal fox, adorned with nine tails and fiery red fur, materialized. The nine tails landed with a tremor that shook the very earth, heralding a wave of overwhelming dread upon Konoha. Is this the chaos of the nine tails? Nara Shikaku felt a shudder in his heart, envisioning a battlefield strewn with the fallen of the Hidden Leaf Village. Minato Namikaze gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly. Is that the nine tails? How could such a terrifying entity be sealed within Kushina Uzumaki? Minato's resolve hardened. I must find Uchiha Obito and eliminate him. Hitaki Kakashi, witnessing the incapacitated Kushina collapsing against a boulder, was engulfed by sorrow. The scene unfolded with Obito looking coldly at the raging nine tails, commanding, "Since you are the Jinchuriki of the nine tails, let it be your end. Nine tails, eliminate her." The malevolent visage of the nine tails radiated a thirst for destruction as it struck ruthlessly towards Kushina. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering rocks in its wake. In that critical moment, a golden-haired figure appeared. Minato arrived, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Kushina to safety. Minato, quickly stop him and the nine tails. They aim to obliterate Konoha. Upon hearing this, Minato's gaze turned icy with murderous intent as he cast a glance at Obito. Yet, aware of Kushina's perilous state, he prioritized her safety, teleporting her back to their home. Lying in bed, Kushina held her slumbering son, Naruto, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Minato donned his ceremonial robes, a confident smile illuminating his face. Obito returned to Konoha, where the village was steeped in a vibrant atmosphere of celebration, its inhabitants basking in the tranquility of peace. With a cold smirk, he slammed his palm against the ground. Come forth. Nine tails. Roar. Accompanied by a monstrous howl, the enormous nine tails descended amidst the bustling streets of Konoha. Wreak havoc. Konoha. At Obito's command, the nine tails unleashed destruction with relentless ferocity. Its towering form and immense power proved insurmountable, reducing the marketplace to ruins in mere moments, leaving countless innocent villagers injured or dead. How dare he? Minato seethed, despite having heard of the nine tails rampage from Leaf's remnants. The sight before him, the nine tails ravaging Konoha, villagers lying lifeless, struck a profound chord within him. Since childhood, he had aspired to become Hokage, steadfastly committed to safeguarding Konoha and its people as his paramount duty and obligation. Little did I expect that the disciple I had personally taught would become the very murderer responsible for the slaughter of villagers. Toby, please, halt your actions. Kakashi Hitaki could not contain his voice, as conflicting thoughts surged within his mind. On one hand, he sought to comprehend Uchiha Tobi's perspective, empathizing with his torment from that vantage point. On the other, as a ninja of Konohagakure, he was consumed by an intense rage towards Uchiha Tobi's heinous deeds. Yet, the course of events would not shift according to his will. The scene continued to unfold. In the imagery, the third Hokage, clad in armor, commanded the Umbu, "I will contain the Nine Tails. You must focus on evacuating the villagers." Kakashi and his close companion Guy prepared to engage the Nine Tails, but were obstructed by the Umbu. "You are to assist in the evacuation. This is the order of the first Hokage." At that moment, all ninjas within Konohagakure were mobilized. From afar, atop Hokage Rock, the figure of Minato Namikaze emerged. The Nine Tails noticed him and unleashed a tailed beast bomb directly towards him. The energy contained within that bomb instilled dread in the hearts of all. Should it detonate within the village, Konohagakure would likely be reduced to rubble. Bearing the title of Hokage, to protect the village and its inhabitants is my solemn duty. As the colossal tailed beast bomb hurtled through the air, Minato's countenance grew solemn. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a vast flying thunder god technique that redirected the tailed beast bomb to an empty space far away. With a resounding boom, an immense shockwave accompanied by a scorching heat wave erupted, uprooting trees surrounding the village in its wake. At that very moment, a shadowy hand lunged at Minato from behind. Anticipating the attack, Minato countered instantaneously, launching a kunai accurately towards Tobi's temple. A sudden twist unfolded. Minato's kunai struck what appeared to be an illusion, lacking any tangible form. Minato, taken aback, had no time to alter his strategy and was struck squarely by Tobi's fist. Subsequently, the three Tomo in Tobi's exposed right eye began to spin, emanating a powerful gravitational pull as if attempting to draw Minato in. In a moment of peril, Minato utilized the flying thunder god technique to evade. Tobi, missing his strike, remained undeterred, letting out a cold chuckle. Within the Hokage's office, Minato furrowed his brow. Such an enigmatic ability, capable of shifting between corporeal and incorporeal states. When I struck him, it was a phantasmal body, while his punch that connected with me was undeniably real. Nara Shikaku nodded in response and pondered briefly before inquiring. That gravitational force seems to possess unique attributes. If you were to be ensnared, Minato, it could spell danger. Minato acknowledged, having devised several methods to counter Tobi's abilities in this brief interlude. Yet, he wondered if his future self would be able to react promptly. Meanwhile, outside Konohagakure, the fierce battle continued within the forest. Minato Namikaze proved himself to be the pinnacle of civilian ninjas, exhibiting exceptional combat intelligence. After being momentarily ensnared by the enigmatic abilities of Uchiha Obito, he swiftly conceived a strategy to counteract the situation. He charged towards Uchiha Obito, casting the kunai in his hand, its target unmistakably aimed at the center of Obito's brow. Confident in his phasing ability, Uchiha Obito did not flinch, instead advancing towards Minato Namikaze, his hand reaching for Minato's heart. As the phasing effect activated, the kunai thrown by Minato failed to strike true, passing harmlessly through Obito's head. A moment of triumph surged within Obito. He believed he had evaded capture. However, the next instant, he perceived a victorious expression illuminating Minato's face. In an instant, Minato executed the flying thunder god technique, teleporting from his original position to the location of the kunai he had cast. A brilliant blue orb ignited in his hand, and a colossal Rasengan crashed forcefully against Uchiha Obito's back. The ground fractured, and Obito was forcefully driven into the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Minato severed the connection between Uchiha Obito and the Nine Tails. Henceforth, the Nine Tails would no longer be under Obito's control. The scene shifted to a circular platform in Konoha Village, where the armored third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, instructed the Umbu shinobi behind him. The destructive power of the Nine Tails is too immense. It cannot remain within the village. We must drive it outside. Buy me time. Our attacks must not falter. Yes, we shall proceed. The Umbu responded in unison, half kneeling on the ground before charging at the Nine Tails. Various ninjutsu and ninja tools rained down upon the beast. Yet, the Nine Tails proved overwhelmingly powerful in a single encounter. The Umbu sustained significant losses. Summoning technique. Hiruzen bit his thumb, forming a seal on the ground. Come forth, King of the Monkeys, Inma. In an instant, A massive cloud of smoke erupted, revealing Enma, clad in leather and adorned with a forehead protector. Enma, transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Good. Enma possessed the ability to transform, and the Rui Jingu Bang was indestructible, capable of both enlarging and shrinking. Embracing the transformed Rui Jingu Bang, Hiruzen extended it towards the Nine Tails. With a resounding clash, the tremendous force propelled the Nine Tails beyond the borders of Konoha. Minato's brow slightly relaxed. Indeed, his future self quickly comprehended Uchiha Obito's capabilities and devised a countermeasure. Excellent, Minato. Now, the Nine Tails can no longer wreak havoc upon the village, Narahiko Nara remarked cheerfully. Having witnessed the Nine Tails rampaging through Konoha, his heart weighed down. The corpses of the villagers scattered about might include many from the Nara clan. Next, I should be sealing the Nine Tails. Watch closely, Narahiko. Let us learn from this experience and prepare diligently for Uchiha Obito's attacks. We shall ensure he returns empty-handed. Minato Namikaze had indeed resolved to take lethal action against Uchiha Obito, although he understood that Obito had been manipulated by Madara Uchiha. The tangible harm Obito had inflicted upon Konoha was intolerable to him. The teacher, Hokage Kakashi, sensed the murderous intent in the voice of Minato Namikaze, feeling a profound sorrow in his heart. Yet, reason prevented him from uttering a plea for Uchiha Obito. He deserved to perish. In the scene, Uchiha Obito, aware of his impending defeat against Minato, realized that continuing the battle would likely lead to his demise. Thus, he uttered a few words to maintain appearances before utilizing his Kimui to escape. Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by elite ANBU operatives, exerted every effort to restrain the Nine Tails. However, the situation grew increasingly dire. Although the Nine Tails had broken free from Obito's control, its hatred for Konoha remained undiminished. Trapped within a Jinchuriki for decades, it longed for retribution against the village that had confined it. With a furious roar, the Nine Tails began to gather a tailed beast bomb once more. Alarmed, Hiruzen realized he possessed no means to counter the impending attack. In the next moment, a cloud of smoke erupted in the air as a colossal toad descended, pinning the Nine Tails to the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. The fourth Hokage has arrived. The Konoha ninjas present exclaimed with excitement. Trapped beneath the enormous toad, the Nine Tails stubbornly continued to condense its tailed beast bomb. In response, Minato could only employ the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the Nine Tails. Moments later, a blinding light erupted from the mountains as the tailed beast bomb detonated. Meanwhile, Minato appeared before the Nine Tails, cradling his wife and child. Behind Kushina Uzumaki, several massive golden chains emerged, ensnaring the Nine Tails securely. The thunderous roar startled Naruto awake, causing him to wail incessantly. All along, thank you for everything you have done for me, Minato. Kushina gazed affectionately at Minato and Naruto, knowing that this might be her final moment. Her expression grew solemn as she bit her lip and declared, I will seal the Nine Tails using the Jinchuriki method. After my death, the Nine Tails will perish as well, alleviating any concerns about it wreaking havoc in the village. As the Nine Tails struggled with increasing ferocity, the pressure on Kushina intensified. Her voice gradually weakened. Today is Naruto's birthday. How I wish we could live together as a family of three. I long to see Naruto grow up joyfully. Despite her life force waning, Kushina's eyes shone ever brighter. She looked at her husband and son, filled with an overwhelming sense of love and reluctance to part. Kushina. Minato gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on the image of his wife. Kakashi bowed his head, trembling uncontrollably. He could not bear to witness the tragic fate of his beloved mentors. Nara Shikaku observed the wailing Naruto, puzzled. Minato, why did you bring Naruto out as well? After watching for so long, he could finally view the scene with calmness. After all, these events would only unfold in the future, as long as they prepared adequately and remained vigilant in the present. Is it not sufficient to strive to prevent such occurrences? Let us continue. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, harbored certain suspicions but chose not to voice them. In the scene, he listened intently to his wife's heartfelt words, observing the reluctance etched upon her face, which pierced his heart. His body trembled uncontrollably as he clenched his teeth and declared, Kushina, you have made me a Hokage, a husband, and a father to Naruto. Yet I, looking at her husband's vulnerable state, Uzumaki Kushina comforted him with tenderness. Minato, I have never held you accountable. Being with you is the greatest achievement of my life. To be loved by you makes me the happiest person in the world. I simply wish to see Naruto grow. That is my final wish. Wiping away her tears, Minato's expression regained its resolve as he spoke earnestly. Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Nine Tails. Your chakra will enable you to witness Naruto's growth. I will employ that technique to split the Nine Tails in two and seal it within Naruto and myself. Kushina gasped in alarm. Using that technique will cost you your life. Minato's countenance remained steadfast as he made a monumental decision. It matters not. The Nine Tails is the village's most vital weapon in war, and I cannot allow it to vanish. A village without a Jinchuriki would be vulnerable in conflict, an unacceptable fate for our home. Is it that technique? The dead demon consuming seal? Shikaku inquired, his face betraying his concern. Indeed, it is the sealing technique devised by the second Hokage, Minato elucidated. Minato, is it true that you sacrificed yourself by using this jutsu? Shikaku's face flushed with emotion, his eyes glistening. From what you have said, you willingly faced death to ensure that boy, Naruto, could become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Minato shook his head, clarifying, I comprehend the actions I must take. A Jinchuriki is the most crucial weapon of a nation and cannot be lost. Kushina, having released the Nine Tails in desperation, is on the brink of death. If Naruto does not inherit the Nine Tails, then Konoha is foolish. Shikaku, with a stern expression, rebuked him. Lord Fourth Hokage, your responsibility and mission are to protect Konoha and its citizens. You must not act impulsively and make decisions based solely on your own desires. Seeing Shikaku's grim demeanor, Minato sighed. Enough, Shikaku. The event has yet to transpire. There is still time to amend our course. As long as we exercise greater caution and deny the enemy any opportunity, we can avert such calamity. Yet, Shikaku remained unconvinced. Recognizing that Minato had not fully absorbed his words, Wolfing Watergate nodded helplessly, acknowledging, yes, I understand. I shall heed your counsel. I hope you will keep your word. Shikaku snorted coldly, crossing his arms as he continued to observe the scene. Yecheng watched with great interest the sudden conflict between the two, a playful smile gracing his lips. He had found Watergate's actions rather unreasonable when reading the original work on Earth, even believing that Kishimoto Masashi had resorted to a narrative device to abruptly progress the plot. However, upon witnessing the real-life character before him, it appeared to be merely an impulsive decision. The scene depicted a dense forest ravaged by a colossal beast. Giant trees lay shattered, and dust swirled in the air. The beast, crimson in hue, bore 9 long tails that blotted out the sun, its expression fierce, exuding a foul stench. Uzumaki Kushina released 8 thick chains from behind her, binding the 9 tails tightly, rendering it immobile. Naruto cried out in her embrace. In front of her stood a solemn man with shining golden hair. Wolfing Watergate steeled himself, forming hand seals to invoke the forbidden jutsu from the sealing scroll, the Reaper Death Seal. From behind him, a spectral energy materialized, coalescing into a towering, ominous figure clad in white robes, wielding a short blade. The fourth Hokage successfully utilized the Reaper Death Seal to extract the spirit of the Nine Tails. Yet, the beast would not go quietly. It struck with a claw, piercing through the fourth's body. With a gaping wound in his abdomen, the fourth resolutely divided the Nine Tails, sealing one half within the wailing Naruto and the other within himself. The tumult caused by the Nine Tails reached its climax. The third Hokage, accompanied by Umbu, arrived at the scene, attempting to intervene, only to find themselves thwarted by the sealing barrier established by Uzumaki Kushina, forced to wait anxiously outside. After completing the sealing, the massive Nine Tails, filled with resentment and fury, was once more confined. Both lives had reached their conclusion, yet neither bore any regret upon their faces. Kushina gazed tenderly at the young Naruto, her heart brimming with a mother-esque concern for her child. Kushina, time is short. The 8 trigram seal must be activated soon. If there is anything you wish to convey to Naruto, speak now, Watergate urged, summoning Gamabunta and entrusting the summoning technique to the toad, thereby settling the aftermath. Observing his worried wife, he spoke gently. Naruto, do not be picky with your food. Eat heartily every day to grow strong. Remember to take warm baths daily. Also, refrain from staying up late. Ensure you get ample sleep. Moreover, make friends. It matters not the quantity, but rather the quality of trustworthy companions. Although I am not particularly adept, you must diligently train and master various ninjutsu. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Even if you struggle to learn, do not despair. Show respect to your teachers and seniors at school. And lastly, a crucial lesson regarding the 3 prohibitions of ninjas. First, do not lend money carelessly. Always save your mission rewards diligently. Alcohol should be consumed only upon reaching the age of 20. Excessive drinking is detrimental to one's health, and moderation is essential. As for women, your mother embodies womanhood, yet her understanding may be limited. However, there will come a day when you develop an interest in women. Be wary of those who may ensnare you with their peculiarities. Seek a partner akin to your mother, a truly remarkable woman. Above all, exercise caution with Master Jiraiya. Kushina Uzumaki's voice grew increasingly faint, yet the emotions she conveyed burned ever more fiercely. Naruto, in the days ahead, whether you face bitterness or suffering, you will encounter much. Yet, the most crucial thing is your dreams. Remain steadfast in pursuing them and strive to realize them. There is so much more I wish to share with you. I long to live alongside you. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. I love you, Naruto. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hitaki had already shed tears upon hearing Kushina's words. Despite his resilient nature, he preferred not to let his teacher, Minato Namikaze, witness his tears. Thus, he bowed his head, quietly weeping. Although Minato noticed, he chose not to confront Kakashi, merely placing a hand gently on his head. Kushina, you will undoubtedly be a remarkable mother. While Kushina was pregnant, Minato had not yet grasped the gravity of impending fatherhood. Engrossed in his duties for the village, he scarcely found time to visit Kushina at home. Yet at that moment, after witnessing her heartfelt emotions as a mother, he resolved, I will support you. Together we shall raise Naruto. Determination shone in Minato's eyes. The scene of the Nine-Tails turmoil had concluded. This segment of questioning would come to an end, and the next session would occur in 3 months. Stay tuned. With a wave of his hand, Yecheng darkened the screen, causing it to vanish. He smiled at Minato and the others, bidding farewell. No sooner had he spoken than his entire being, along with the luminous screen, melted into the blue barrier enveloping the Hokage's office, disappearing as if merging with the air. Minato and his companions exchanged glances, neither attempting to intervene. The mystery and power of Yecheng had already etched themselves into their minds, leaving no room for such thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Minato addressed Shikaku Nara, Shikaku. Prepare for a high-level meeting. Assemble those required to attend. Shikaku nodded, understanding that it was imperative to inform the senior officials appropriately. The specifics of what to disclose would depend on Minato's judgment. Seeing Shikaku nod, Minato turned to Kakashi, inquiring, Kakashi, how are you faring? At that moment, Kakashi's wound had ceased bleeding, thanks to the bandaging. Nevertheless, losing an arm, particularly one's dominant hand, was far from trivial. Minato felt a throbbing headache. Matters concerning severed limbs were evidently beyond the expertise of the medical ninjas in Konoha. Kakashi Hitaki nodded absently, resembling a lifeless puppet. As Yecheng departed and the screen faded, the ninjas who had been waiting outside surged into the building. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze appeared alongside Kakashi before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, with concern, inquired, Minato, is everything all right? Minato shook his head, glanced at the throngs of Konoha ninjas pouring in, and softly replied, the situation is quite complex. It would be difficult to explain at this moment. Let us find a place to discuss it thoroughly. Mito Kyubi offered no words, merely nodding in agreement. Minato, you are finally back. Is everything fine? Asked Tsunade. Minato shook his head and pointed to Kakashi, whose severed arm was being held with the remaining hand. I am fine. But Kakashi's arm requires immediate medical attention. Elder Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu is exceptional. Can you reattach Kakashi's arm? Tsunade's expression faltered as she hesitated. My medical skills are far inferior to Tsunade's. Given the current state, I can only manage to reattach Kakashi's arm, but suturing the nerves is beyond my expertise. We must wait for Tsunade's return for a complete recovery. Kakashi remained emotionally detached, absorbed in the sorrow of a friend turning into an adversary. Minato furrowed his brow and addressed Hiruzen, Lord Third, could you please send a message to Lady Tsunade, requesting her return to the village to treat Kakashi? Elder Tsunade, please attend to Kakashi's arm for now, he added. Tsunade nodded in agreement and guided Kakashi toward the Konoha hospital. Such an occurrence. In the Hokage office, Tsunade escorted Kakashi for treatment, leaving behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, Chief Advisor Shikaku Nara, and Consultant Mito Kyubi. The secrets of the answering space must remain concealed from anyone outside the higher echelons. So Minato dispersed the ninjas, and Umbu gathered around the Hokage building, allowing only these four to share the recent developments. Hiss! Mito Kyubi gasped in shock. The news Minato revealed left him momentarily unsettled. Uchiha Madara, who was presumed dead, was still alive and plotting astonishing schemes in the shadows. This old man, who had grown up in Konoha since its inception and had once witnessed Madara himself, was now filled with dread for that legendary figure of the shinobi world. This encounter, however, was a stroke of fortune. At least we had gained crucial intelligence about our opponent, allowing us to respond with greater composure. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his aged voice tinged with fatigue. After diligently serving as Hokage for decades, leading Konoha to victory in both the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, he had earned his accolades. As he prepared to retire and enjoy his twilight years, he had not anticipated receiving such explosive news, and the old man would undoubtedly find himself busy once more. Esteemed elder, I firmly believe that such vital intelligence must not be concealed. I am prepared to convene a meeting of all senior officials to appropriately disclose this information to them, allowing for early preparations, spoke Bo-Fong Minato earnestly. How can this be permissible? Such critical intelligence, if carelessly divulged, could fall into the hands of traitors or spies. Would that not spell disaster? Rebutted Mito Minyan. This exemplifies the divergence in governance styles between them and Bo-Fong Minato. During the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen, their approach was rather parsimonious, shrouding many matters in secrecy and clinging tightly to their power, reluctant to place trust in others. However, Bo-Fong Minato, akin to a radiant sun, is ever generous in bestowing his trust. This cannot be dismissed, Elder Yen. Precisely because the intelligence is so significant, it cannot be hidden. In our forthcoming response to the Nine Tails upheaval, we must undoubtedly make new allocations of power within the village. What if misunderstandings arise from a lack of their trust? Nara Shikaku interjected in support of Bo-Fong Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, striving to adapt to Bo-Fong Minato's methods, and after a lengthy pause, finally spoke. Let us heed Minato's counsel and convene a meeting of all senior officials. Shikaku, please draft a report delineating what can and cannot be shared. Meanwhile, Yechen's figure appeared within his modest abode. A smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, System, may I receive my rewards now? Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your first question-answering task, earning double rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Random high-tier gift pack draw X2. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully providing spoilers. Changes in the behaviors and thoughts of original characters will yield storyline points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for currently accumulating storyline points. 459. A cascade of notifications resounded, filling Yi Chun with elation. Indeed, his efforts would not be in vain. What fortune! Have I struck it rich? A broad smile adorned Yi Chen's face. Yet upon noticing the mere 400 storyline points, he inquired, why are there only a little over 400 points? Ding. Because the storyline has only just begun to shift, the accumulation will increase significantly in due time. The system elucidated. Ah, I see. Yi Chen nodded in understanding. Subsequently, he observed the double high-tier gift pack lottery he had received. System, why do my rewards differ from those given to Bo-Fong Minato and the others? Shouldn't mine also be tailored to my preferences? Yi Chun had already decided what rewards he desired. First, the Rinnegan. Second, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. I would soar, unleashing devastation upon the ninja world. Ding. The current mechanism only allows the host to participate in the lottery, with the prize pool including rewards desired by the host. How vexing. You seem intent on putting me in a predicament, dear system. As a mere chieftain of Africa, you expect me to draw from a lottery? Yi Chen's expression fell instantly, yet he reluctantly resolved to proceed with the lottery. Very well, let us see what it shall yield. Ding. Lottery commenced. The current prize pool is high tier. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning Shadow Level Chakra. Shadow Level Chakra. Although lacking the Rinnegan, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is remarkably impressive, bringing great joy to Yi Chun. He initially believed that his luck would yield nothing but a heap of explosive tags and similar trinkets. To his surprise, he was rewarded handsomely right from the start. With the acquisition of Shadow Level Chakra, Yi Chen's physical attributes would inevitably elevate as well. It is well known that chakra is derived from a ninja's inner being. Through relentless training, one can accumulate more chakra. Upon receiving the shadow-level chakra, Yechen's speed, strength, endurance, and other capabilities also reached shadow-level proficiency. Within the entire Konoha village, the individuals possessing shadow-level chakra are few and far between. Minato Namikaze is one, Hiruzen Sarutobi another. While the three legendary ninjas currently absent from the village do not count. Danzo Shimura qualifies, as does Fugaku Uchiha. Others, such as Mito Uzumaki, Konan, and the esteemed elders from prominent clans like Uchiha and Hyuga, have yet to attain the shadow level. At best, they rank as elite jonin. This means that in this very moment, Yecheng has ascended to the top 5 in chakra prowess within Konoha. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Would release, currently at beginner level, can be upgraded to Hashirama level through host training. What the heck? I've struck gold. Would release. And it can be upgraded to Hashirama level would release. This is among the top 3 bloodline limits in the entire ninja world. The yang release of yin-yang release is concretely manifested as the power of wood release. The wood release cloning technique. The moment Yecheng obtained wood release, his mind was flooded with the hand signs for all wood release techniques. However, continuous training is required to gradually master these techniques. Unable to contain himself, Yecheng executed a wood release technique, and a surge of chakra erupted from within him. In front of him, the training post sprouted several thick, sharp spikes, transforming it into a porcupine. How powerful! I'm exhilarated. Witnessing such a significant surge in his strength, Yecheng felt as if he were floating. Moreover, his wood release is upgradable. Ultimately, he could become as formidable as Senju Hashirama, with fervor igniting within him. Yecheng began to envision himself seated atop a colossal wooden figure, unleashing the true power of wood release, the thousand hands technique. Countless hands would rise, mercilessly turning his foes into mere pulp. What a thrill! This is the wood release of Hashirama Senju. Can Yamato S3 room, one hall technique even be called wood release? Bah! Yamato, is that polite? Meanwhile, the heads of various departments in Konoha, along with the leaders of numerous clans, gathered in the special conference room of the Hokage building for this meeting. Once everyone was seated, they began exchanging pleasantries. Creak. The door swung open, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, clad in ceremonial robes and donning the Hokage hat, entered the conference room. Following him was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, smoking a pipe, along with the Hokage's chief advisor, Kakashi Nara, and the Hokage's consultants, Mito Uzumaki and Konan. Having greeted the fourth Hokage and the former Hokage, the senior officials rose to bow before the two Hokages. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, taking a seat to the immediate right of the main seat. Mito Gate S inflammation. Shokin and Narashika Kuniyashi took their seats. The esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikaze, greeted everyone with a warm smile, lifting his hand in acknowledgement before placing his conical hat down beside the main seat. However, he did not immediately take his place. Instead, he stood upright and proclaimed in a clear voice, "I have gathered you all here today, and I am certain you are curious about the reason. I am averse to superfluous words and do not wish to squander your time, so please take a moment to review the documents." With that, he nodded toward the corner, and a figure from the Umbu emerged, bearing a substantial stack of papers. This Umbu distributed the written documents to each attendee before vanishing into the shadows. The high-ranking officials, initially bewildered, began examining the materials in their hands. Upon reading, they were immediately taken aback. What? A mysterious figure is plotting to attack Konoha? The Nine-Tails incident? The enemy intends to unleash the Nine-Tails during the vulnerable moment of the Jinchuriki's childbirth to assault Konoha? Is this true? Where did this information originate? And is it true that there are still members of the Uchiha clan unaccounted for? Uchiha Fuchu, the clan leader, was met with a barrage of inquiries from those in the conference room. The documents provided, of course, were not entirely factual. The names Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were omitted, replaced instead by a vague reference to a mysterious Uchiha member. The circumstances surrounding Minato Namikaze's demise and the Shikifuin were also conveniently left unmentioned. It was merely stated that a Konoha spy had overheard information regarding a disgruntled member of the Uchiha clan who harbored resentment toward Konoha. This individual planned to exploit the moment of Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth, when the seal on the Nine-Tails would be weakest, to launch an attack on the village. aiming to unleash the Nine Tails and obliterate Konoha. Although the most critical details were concealed, the information presented was sufficient to leave everyone in shock. Uchiha Fuchu's expression darkened as he scrutinized the documents, ignoring those who attempted to engage him in conversation. Who could this estranged Uchiha be? Since Minato Namikaze convened this meeting of senior officials, the information must be credible. Upon the first glance at the documents, Uchiha Fuchu pondered which Uchiha could possibly be behind such a significant threat. Yet, he found himself at a loss. Since his ascension to clan leader, all Uchiha members had been accounted for in the family register. Those who perished on the battlefield had their remains returned, and those whose bodies could not be recovered had their Sharingan collected. Could it be Uchiha Obito? The only Sharingan that remained unaccounted for in his memory belonged to Obito. One eye was with Kakashi Hatake, and the other lay buried beneath the rubble of a collapsed cave. However, as he contemplated, Uchiha Fuchu dismissed this notion. As the clan leader, he understood precisely the nature of Uchiha Obito. There was no way he could pose a threat of such magnitude to the village. In this moment, Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep contemplation, while Minato Namikaze observed the chaos brewing within the conference room. He felt compelled to strike the table. Bang! Bang! Everyone, please be quiet. His voice finally brought a hush over the room, all eyes turning to Minato, eagerly anticipating a satisfactory response from the esteemed Hokage. I assure you of the authenticity of this intelligence. The enemy's assault is imminent, and I implore each of you to fully cooperate with the village's new defense plan without hindrance. Those who obstruct shall face judgment in the name of the village. Does anyone have objections? Earlier, in the Hokage's office, Minato had reached an agreement with Hiruzen Sarutobi to regard the Nine Tails incident as the foremost priority for Konoha, with any lack of cooperation to be dealt with firmly. The will of the second Hokage remains unopposed within the current village. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a dark-faced elder, his forehead and half his face wrapped in white cloth, strode in. His countenance was grim, exuding an air of cold indifference. Danzo, what brings you here? Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, squinting slightly. Why should I not attend? I would like to ask why no one summoned me for this meeting. Is this your doing, monkey? Danzo Shimura retorted icily. He then turned his gaze toward Minato, fury evident in his eyes. Minato chose to ignore him and instead took a seat. Nara Shikaku, understanding the situation, stood and inquired, Danzo, by what authority do you attend this high-level meeting? This gathering is for the village's senior leaders. What position do you hold? This question struck a chord. The other high-ranking officials exchanged furtive glances of excitement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon Nara's inquiry, the realization dawned upon everyone. Indeed, Danzo Shimura was merely an ordinary jonin now. What qualifications did he possess to attend the meeting? It should be noted that Danzo held immense power as an advisor during Hiruzen's tenure, but upon Hiruzen's departure, the title of Hokage advisor was vacated. A new ruler brings new subjects. Even the advisors from the previous administrations, Mito Kazan and Tokashino, had been stripped of their positions. They now held the roles of Minister of Economy and Minister of Health, respectively. What position did Danzo possess? The leader of the Root? Please, the Root is a clandestine organization, a product of infiltration into the Umbu, essentially a splinter faction of the Dark Forces, devoid of any official structure. At this, Danzo's expression grew increasingly rigid, and a glimmer of murderous intent could be detected in his gaze directed at Nara. Sensing the threat, Minato resolved to deal with Danzo decisively when the opportunity arose. Danzo then turned to Minato and said in a low voice, Minato Namikaze, is this your subordinate? If he lacks the courtesy and understanding of hierarchy, I have no qualms about teaching him a lesson on your behalf. You truly overestimate your own significance. Upon hearing the arrogant remarks of Shimura Danzo, the attendees instinctively felt a surge of disdain. This old man has an inflated sense of self-importance, completely disregarding the Hokage. To audaciously address the fourth Hokage by name without an ounce of respect is utterly disgraceful. While Namikaze Minato refrained from responding, Uzumaki Kushina rose to interject. Danzo, show some respect. You must not speak disrespectfully to the esteemed Hokage. Mito Gate Inazuma also stood in agreement, saying, Indeed, why don't you take a seat? The meeting has only just begun. These two, having grown up alongside Shimura Danzo, felt compelled to defend the Hokage, especially since Nara Shikaku's earlier question had left them quite uncomfortable, reminded of their own diminished status since the third Hokage stepped down. losing their advisory roles. Their ability to partake in confidential discussions was solely due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's goodwill. Witnessing Danzo's plight, they felt a pang of sympathy. However, Narashikaku was not inclined to let Danzo off easily. So, you presume to admonish me? What gives you such audacity? Do you still think we are in the era of the third Hokage? Ridiculous. He scoffed. Danzo, as the Hokage's chief advisor, I hold a position far superior to your mere rank of Jonin, who bestowed upon you the authority to chastise me. To address the Hokage so casually, what audacity fuels your insolence? Are you oblivious to the concepts of hierarchy and decorum? With each word, Danzo's expression darkened further. His body tensed, brimming with murderous intent, as if poised to strike Narashikaku down in an instant. Both Mito Gate Inazuma and Uzumaki Kushina were taken aback by how swiftly the situation escalated into open hostility. Kushina turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping her old comrade would intervene. After all, among their cohort, only Hiruzen had the stature to assert himself in critical moments. All eyes in the room turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo had long been brazen in his actions, bolstered by Hiruzen's support, a widely acknowledged truth among those present. Without Hiruzen's tacit approval, would Danzo have dared to recruit from various shinobi clans or place cursed seals on the abducted individuals, brainwashing them into tools? He should not treat the shinobi world with such contempt. Were it not for Hiruzen's backing as Hokage, Danzo would have long since met his demise. Puffing on his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the weight of the moment. Previously, Namikaze Minato had mentioned the Kyuubi incident in the Hokage's office, where Danzo had remained inactive, allowing the beast to wreak havoc upon Konoha, resulting in devastating losses. This was intolerable. Assigning a portion of the Umbu to Danzo was a gesture of trust toward an old friend, but it was also a strategic move for balance. Nonetheless, it was imperative not to cultivate a treacherous wolf. Danzo's actions were nothing short of treachery. Danzo, it is time for you to leave, Hiruzen declared. As Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered those words, his shoulders suddenly relaxed, and his expression grew even more haggard, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Monkey, you! Shimura Danzo erupted in fury. When Narashikaku had previously challenged him, Danzo had been irate yet composed, confident that he would not be bested by a mere junior. However, he was taken aback when Sarutobi Hiruzen surprisingly allowed him to leave. What was happening? How had the tides turned so swiftly? The atmosphere in the conference room shifted to one of eerie tension, with onlookers exchanging incredulous glances, astonished by the revelation that the domineering Shimura Danzo had been abandoned by his patron. This information was instantly grasped by everyone present. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze observed Hiruzen's stance with a slight smile. This was the outcome he had anticipated. The initial decision to exclude Danzo from the meeting was a deliberate signal. Danzo was no longer on the list of high-ranking officials. Such a message was clear. When Danzo stormed into the conference room, Minato chose not to speak, instead allowing Narashikaku to engage with him, further indicating that Danzo was not on the same level as him. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen relinquished his position, bringing the farce to a close. Very well, Elder Danzo, please take your leave. We have a meeting to conduct. Minato's tone was gentle, even addressing Danzo with the honorific of elder, showcasing remarkable courtesy. Yet, Danzo dismissed this politeness with a fierce glare directed at Minato, darkly remarking, I do not merit such a title. You will come to regret this, monkey. With that, Danzo departed, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. At the moment of his exit, a figure vanished from the shadows behind Minato. Outside the Konoha barrier, within an underground facility, Danzo returned to the root base with a grim countenance, silent and deep in thought about the events that had transpired that day. The attitudes of Minato and Narashikaku were not unexpected. He had long recognized their disdain for him, just as he held a similar sentiment towards them. What puzzled him was the sudden and complete reversal of Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor. What had transpired in between? This warranted further contemplation. What did the documents reveal? Have you uncovered anything? After a prolonged silence, Danzo inquired. From the shadows beside him, a masked ninja clad in Umbu attire knelt and responded, My lord, the documents indicated that a member of the Uchiha clan, long thought lost, is plotting to attack Konoha on the day of the Ninetales Jinchuriki's childbirth and release the Ninetales. Uchiha clan members? Attacking the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Releasing the Ninetales to assault Konoha? What connection did this have to him, Shimura Danzo? Upon hearing this news, Danzo felt a flicker of alarm, feigning concern for Konoha's safety for a fleeting moment before dismissing its relevance to himself. Why would this information alter Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor? Or was there a more clandestine matter that had not yet been disclosed? In the shadows of uncertainty, the enigmatic Shimura Danzo commanded, "Bring Kakashi Hatake back to me." The Umbu ninja, clad in their distinctive attire, swiftly departed to fulfill their mission. "You have forced my hand, Minato Namikaze." Danzo's countenance darkened ominously. Is Lord Danzo ordering the retrieval of Kakashi Hatake to the root base? The oil girl Ryoma inquired, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. Despite the gravity of the task, kidnapping the leader of the Hokage's guard, it seemed routine to Ryoma. A mere footnote in her extensive career of compliance with similar controversial orders from Danzo. "Follow me," she instructed, casually signaling several elite ninjas from route, and in an instant, they vanished from the base. Meanwhile, within the confines of Konoha Hospital, Kakashi Hatake lay lost in thought upon his hospital bed. His arm, having undergone emergency treatment by Tsunade, was reattached. Yet, the intricate reconnection of nerves was beyond her capabilities, requiring the expertise of Tsunade alone. If she could not be summoned back to Konoha promptly, Kakashi would find himself unable to endure any vigorous activity, let alone combat, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. However, the silver-haired shinobi's mind was preoccupied, haunted by the visage of Uchiha Obito. Moments ago, during the examination of his memories, Kakashi experienced an overwhelming emotional upheaval. His once dear friend, believed to be long deceased, had been seduced by the malevolent influence of Uchiha Madara, threatening an assault on Konoha that could lead to the demise of his mentor, Minato, and his beloved Kushina. This was a reality Kakashi found utterly intolerable. "Obito, please do not act recklessly," he silently implored. Beside him, a figure clad in a tight-fitting green jumpsuit and sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle busily chattered away. It was none other than Might Guy, another of Kakashi's cherished friends. As he clumsily peeled an apple for Kakashi, he exclaimed, "Kakashi, you must recover swiftly. The flames of youth cannot be allowed to flicker even for a moment. The longer you lie there, the more your youthful spirit wanes. Eat this apple and join me for a 20-lap run around the village. If you cannot manage that, then perform 1,000 handstand jumps. Oh, but wait, your arm is injured. How about a 5,000-meter frog jump instead?" Guy's incessant prattle irked Kakashi, who recognized the intention behind his friend's unique form of encouragement. Nevertheless, the effect was decidedly ineffective. "Who would want to run with you? I'm still a patient here." Kakashi Hatake felt a surge of agitation within, intending to turn and request Guy Mato to remain quiet for a moment. Suddenly, his acute battle instincts sensed an impending presence. Someone was approaching. Moreover, it was evidently a team of stealthy assassins, skilled ninjas adept in the art of concealment, whose presence would typically elude the awareness of an average individual. Guy Mato, with his thick eyebrows raised in comprehension, instantly grasped Kakashi's intent. His muscles tensed, exuding a fierce aura akin to that of a ferocious beast. "Kakashi Hatake, we must ask you to accompany us. Lord Hokage wishes to see you," declared one of the masked Umbu, who had suddenly leaped through the window clad in combat attire. "Such blatant falsehoods. Do you truly believe you can masquerade as Umbu?" Kakashi retorted as he rose from his bed, crouching in a combat-ready stance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "As the captain of the Hokage's bodyguard, do you think I require your summons to heed the Hokage's call?" Unfazed by Kakashi's derisive laughter, the leading Umbu ninja responded calmly. "This is not a matter for you to question. The Hokage summons you. Do you dare refuse? You are well aware of the consequences of defying orders, Kakashi." The tone of the Umbu ninja grew increasingly frigid, accompanied by his comrades, who assumed aggressive postures. Kakashi sensed a palpable danger lurking outside the window and on the rooftop. "Ah, my blue beast of Konoha will not permit you to take my dear friend away," exclaimed Guy Mato, suddenly adopting a fighting stance to shield Kakashi. "If you wish to take Kakashi, you must first get past me." "Excellent. Defying the Hokage's orders, subdue them all," commanded the leading Umbu ninja, his cold smile barely concealed beneath the mask of Yuhi Roma. In that instant, all the Umbu ninjas unleashed their assault. Black smoke erupted from Roma's body as he lunged fiercely toward Kakashi. Meanwhile, the Umbu behind him, wielding shuriken, charged at Guy Mato. "You're a bug. You belong to the Yuhi clan." As the battle ignited, Kakashi swiftly pushed his forehead protector atop his head, revealing his blood-red Sharingan. To his astonishment, the approaching smoke was teeming with countless tiny black insects. Upon recognizing these creatures, Kakashi immediately deduced Uchiroma's identity and exclaimed, "Fire release! Phoenix fire technique!" With no time to evade, Kakashi hastily formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of searing flames to temporarily obstruct the swarm of insects. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position. "Kakashi, you scoundrels, dare not lay a hand on Kakashi!" Minato shouted anxiously as he witnessed Uchiroma directing the parasitic insects toward Kakashi. Yet, the two Umbu ninjas before him clung tightly to him, hindering his movement. The confines of the hospital room were far from advantageous for a taijutsu specialist like him. In a moment of desperation, Minato bellowed, "Eighth gate of the chakra. First gate, opening. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, wound gate, open. The fifth gate, the door of death, swings open." The explosive chakra envelopes Might Guy, unleashing a formidable aura that resonates deeply. What is happening? The two root ninjas that had ensnared Might Guy are violently repelled by his overwhelming chakra, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. Guy? Use the body flicker technique to evade the insect mist. Kakashi Hatake exclaims, fully aware of the tremendous toll that opening the 8 gates imposes on the user. In a selfless act to protect his comrades, Might Guy has boldly unlocked the 5th gate. His entire being is engulfed in a fiery red chakra, his eyes reflecting nothing but the whites, exuding an awe-inspiring aura reminiscent of a colossal primordial beast. With a fierce roar, he strikes with incredible speed, the friction with the air igniting searing flames. "Quick, evade!" cries Orochimaru, attempting to escape using the body flicker technique. Yet within the blink of an eye, Might Guy closes in, delivering a powerful punch directly to Orochimaru's face. Boom. Insect clone. Despite being momentarily awed by Might Guy's overwhelming presence, a seasoned elite ninja like Orochimaru manages to utilize the insect clone technique at the critical moment, narrowly dodging the blow. Boom. The impact shatters his form into a swarm of minute parasitic insects. Control him with ninjutsu, while the others apprehend Kakashi. Orochimaru's silhouette reconstitutes on the other side, a multitude of tiny parasites merging to form his body once again. Yes, the other root ninjas heed the command and begin weaving hand signs. Earth style, yellow spring marsh. Jinjutsu, decapitation technique. Insect swarm. More parasitic insects surge from Orochimaru's body, coalescing into a vast cloud of insects that lunges toward Might Guy. A mire materializes beneath Might Guy's feet, a hand emerging from it, reaching for his ankle. Boom. Meanwhile, the rooftop suddenly collapses as 3 ambushing root ninjas launch their assault. Swish, swish, swish. Lightning style, false darkness. Wind style, vacuum wave. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, shuriken hurtled toward Kakashi Hatake. 2 chakra-based techniques envelop Kakashi's escape route from either side. There is no way to evade. This is dire. Kakashi hastily forms hand signs, attempting to conjure an earth wall to shield against the incoming attack. However, his exertion causes excruciating pain to shoot through his arm, sweat pouring down his face. Just as the shuriken and ninjutsu are about to strike Kakashi, Might Guy rushes in. Get away. With an inexplicable burst of speed, he dodges Orochimaru and his companion's attack. Quickly turning to see Kakashi in peril, he charges forward, dispersing the shuriken and ninjutsu with a swift motion, rescuing Kakashi. These bastards. Might Guy's skin has darkened to a deep brown due to the overwhelming chakra, and the air he exhales is thick like white smoke. Feel my strike. Morning Peacock. Might Guy relentlessly unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike igniting flames that danced upon his fists. The speed of the fire generated by friction left no respite for his adversaries. The flames that cascaded from his fist shot towards the root ninjas like the brilliance of a sunrise, resplendent and dazzling like the plumage of a peacock. Bang, bang, bang. The searing flames struck the trio descending from the rooftop, the extreme heat instantly melting their armor. In an instant, these 3 were overwhelmed by Might Guy, their bodies marred by horrific burn wounds as they writhed on the ground, howling in agony. What kind of ninjutsu is this guy employing? The expression hidden beneath Oil Woman Ryoma's mask turned ashen. He had brought 5 root ninjas on this mission. and now 3 had been dispatched in a single encounter with Might Guy. Strangely, he was utterly perplexed by the extraordinary power Guy exhibited at that moment. The records indicated that Might Guy was merely a jonin specializing in taijutsu. But this specialization was beyond comprehension. It was no wonder that Oil Woman Ryoma's information was flawed. The 8 Gates technique had not been witnessed in Konoha since Might Guy had utilized it during his fierce battle against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Typically, Guy only opened to the 5th gate in combat, as opening the 6th gate would inflict severe harm upon the user. He refrained from using it unless in a dire situation. Consequently, the true might of the 8 Gates technique remained unseen by most. Speak. Who are you? Why have you come to abduct Kakashi? Might Guy gasped, the 5th gate weighing heavily upon him. At that moment, a significant portion of his muscles had torn, and the immense pain momentarily brought him clarity. Guy? They are Tobi's men. We must subdue them first. Kakashi Hitaki interjected. He had sensed something amiss the instant Oil Woman Ryoma appeared. If the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, were to summon him, it would not involve unfamiliar Umbu operatives. As a former Umbu and the captain of the Hokage's bodyguard, he knew most of the Umbu members. Yet, this sudden appearance of Umbu was completely unfamiliar to him. Coupled with their audacity to strike in a place as public as Konoha Hospital, it was hard not to draw parallels to Shimura Danzo. Only that old man would dare to act so recklessly within the village. All right, Morning Peacock, prompted by his dear friend. Might Guy prepared to employ the Morning Peacock technique once more to eliminate the remaining 3 foes. Humph, you underestimate me. Oil Woman Ryoma's expression turned frigid as he formed hand seals. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A cloud of parasitic insects materialized once again, this time enveloping the entire ward. A multitude of these parasitic insects formed a black wall, perfectly shielding against the flames of Might Guy's Morning Peacock. Did you think I merely stood by and did nothing before? How naive. Oil Woman Ryoma, a seasoned ninja, had earned Danzo's trust as his right-hand man. He had been discreetly releasing the parasitic insects from his person, cloaking the entire room in their presence. In every nook and cranny of the infirmary, the parasitic insects thrived. You too, apprehend Hitaki Kakashi. I shall deal with this watermelon-headed fool, commanded Oil Woman Ryoma. The 2 root ninjas took their orders and lunged towards Hitaki Kakashi. Do not even think about approaching Kakashi, Might Guy bellowed, summoning his strength to intercept the 2 root ninjas. But in the next moment, he found himself unable to move his legs. To his astonishment, the lower part of his legs was infested with a swarm of black parasitic insects. Didn't he expect that? Did you? Truly, you are a brainless fool of a ninja, sneered Oil Woman Ryoma, as he commanded the root ninjas to capture Hitaki Kakashi. He had surreptitiously directed the parasitic insects to crawl up Might Guy's legs. At that moment, with his mind preoccupied by his dear friend, Might Guy remained oblivious. By the time he realized it, the chakra in his legs had been devoured by the parasitic insects. Secret technique. Insect tornado. Oil Woman Ryoma formed hand seals, and the parasitic insects in the infirmary once again coalesced into a black storm, darkening the skies. Mission accomplished. Oil Woman Ryoma felt that success was just within reach. As Might Guy witnessed the 2 root ninjas attacking Hitaki Kakashi, who was unable to utilize ninjutsu due to an arm injury and was merely struggling to defend himself, his eyes widened in desperation. Kakashi, 8th gate, 6th gate. Stop. Guy, you have done enough. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared in the infirmary, unexpectedly kicking away the 2 root ninjas entangled with Hitaki Kakashi. With a massive sphere of chakra formed in his hand, he dispelled the insect tornado. Did you ask me before attempting to take my people? The newcomer was none other than the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Chapter 22, Konohagakure, Konoha Hospital. Just as Oil Woman Ryoma was about to unleash the secret insect tornado to engulf Might Guy, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, arrived on the scene, saving him. The moment Minato manifested, he utilized the Rasengan to shatter the insect tornado, dispersing it entirely. The shockwave from the explosion of the Rasengan swept through the entire infirmary. Oil Woman Ryoma's expression instantly shifted. He had received orders from Shimura Danzo to forcibly take Hitaki Kakashi. Unexpectedly, he encountered Hokage Minato head-on. Now, not only was the mission impossible, but it would also lead to tremendous trouble. Now surrender. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Minato Namikaze glared at Oil Woman Ryoma, his voice icy. As Hokage, it was unacceptable that his bodyguard team leader was attacked within the village. This was not only a provocation to his authority, but also diminished his patience towards Shimura Danzo. Following the meeting, after expelling Danzo, Minato had anticipated that this man might retaliate. However, he did not expect it to happen so swiftly, had the meeting not proceeded smoothly. And if he had not used the Flying Thunder God to visit Hatake Kakashi right after the meeting, perhaps Kakashi would have already been taken by Oil Woman Ryoma. Retreat. Oil Woman Ryoma, knowing that with Minato present, the mission could no longer continue, made his decision. In a moment of resolute decision, he attempted to utilize the body flicker technique to flee with the last two root ninjas. But escape was not so easily attained. With a swift motion, Minato Namikaze unleashed several kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal from his hip pouch. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at the vital points of the three ninjas from the Oil Clan. Secret technique, insect replacement. The Oil Ninja, Ryoma, executed his secret art, transforming his body into a swirling black mist composed of parasitic insects, evading the kunai. His true form reassembled in the distance a moment later. However, the other two root ninjas were evidently slower to react, merely twisting away from the incoming kunai. Yet, in that fleeting instant, as the kunai whizzed past their bodies, a brilliant flash of gold erupted. Harnessing the Flying Thunder God seal on the kunai, Minato appeared beside one of the root ninjas. Bang! A simple yet decisive punch rendered the ninja unconscious. In the very next instant, Minato reappeared next to the other root ninja and delivered a swift kick, knocking him out as well. His movements flowed seamlessly, as swift as lightning, leaving no time for the two root ninjas to respond. Is this the unparalleled speed of the Hokage, the leader of the ninja world? Might Guy, having released the 8 gates, trembled with pain, leaning against the wall. Yet his gaze remained riveted on Minato's actions, filled with awe. This is dire. Ryoma had just used the insect replacement, and now his two companions had been incapacitated by Minato. With little time to ponder, he immediately formed hand seals. Secret technique, insect clones. He conjured 3 clones made of parasitic insects, bringing the total to 4, and they scattered in different directions to escape. The Oil Clan's insect clones possess unique qualities. While their numbers do not match that of shadow clones, nor do they share the same chakra distribution, the clones formed from parasitic insects are indistinguishable from the original. Even to the Byakugan, and their movements mirror those of the true body. He needed to return to the base swiftly, otherwise, if captured by the Hokage, Lord Danzo would likely abandon him without hesitation. Ryoma was filled with anxiety, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited him should Minato lay hands on him. Danzo would never admit to sending him to abduct Kakashi Hatake, and coupled with the cursed seal implanted on Ryoma, he faced only a path to certain death. Stop. You have nowhere left to run. Just as Ryoma was sprinting for his life, a cold voice echoed in his ears. It was Minato. Panic surged through Ryoma, disbelief washing over him. Rasengan. In the next moment, Ryoma felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as a blue sphere of chakra coalesced. Its immense destructive power sending him crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Clutching his wounded belly, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he shakily propped himself up. How did you discern my location? This is impossible. Minato isn't a sensory-type ninja. How could he possibly detect my true form? Discern? I did not. Having vanquished his adversaries, Minato Namikaze relaxed, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. I merely dealt with the other 3, leaving only you behind. Surely, you do not believe my swiftness is solely attributed to the Flying Thunder God technique. My body flicker technique is quite proficient as well. Moments ago, when the Oil Woman Ryoma had dispersed into 4 clones to flee, Minato had swiftly dismantled the other 3 with his remarkable body flicker technique. The figure before him, the true Oil Woman Ryoma, stood unmasked. Now, tell me, who sent you? Minato inquired sternly as he faced Ryoma, who remained silent, bowing his head in wordless defiance. Lord Hokage. Suddenly, several figures clad in combat attire and wearing masks appeared beside Minato. They were indeed the true Umbu ninjas. Subdue him and seal his chakra. Be cautious of the insects on him, Minato commanded, gesturing for the Umbu to proceed. The obedient Umbu swiftly began restraining the Oil Woman Ryoma, while Minato turned to depart. Yet, before leaving, he cast a glance back at Ryoma, smiling as he remarked, "You possess potential, though it is a pity to serve under someone like Danzo." With that, He vanished in a flash of golden light. Bound by the umbu, Ryoma's expression revealed his acceptance of Minato's deduction regarding his connection to Shimura Danzo. At the Konoha hospital, within Kakashi Hitachi's new ward, the 5 root ninjas from earlier had been apprehended and taken away by the arriving umbu. The ward, ravaged by the recent battle, was no longer suitable for occupation, forcing Kakashi to relocate to a different room. This time, however, he had a new companion, Might Guy, who, having opened the 5th gate, was recovering from torn muscles and required quiet rest. Additionally, his legs bore injuries from Ryoma's parasitic insects, resulting in some internal issues. Kakashi, even injured. One must not forego training, otherwise, the vigor of youth will fade. Guy enthusiastically declared. Come, let us perform sit-ups together. 500 of them. If you cannot manage, punish yourself with 1,000 squats. The exuberant green-clad ninja incessantly preached the fervor of youth to Kakashi, who, in contrast, seemed utterly disinterested, gazing forlornly out the window. In Konoha village, at the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze arrived on the battlefield immediately following Kakashi's ambush, capturing the assailants, including the root ninja, oil woman Ryoma. Although the interrogation yielded no fruitful results due to the limitations of the tongue-cutting technique, it was confirmed that they were indeed affiliated with Danzo's root. Consequently, Minato convened a small-scale high-level meeting once more. Present were the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Chief Strategist Nara Shikaku, former Hokage Advisor Mito Kazuma, former Hokage Advisor Tsunade Koharu, and the former Hokage Advisor and leader of the root, Shimura Danzo, all gathered in one place. A flash of golden light appeared, and the figure of the 4th Hokage, clad in a resplendent red and white ceremonial robe, with shimmering golden hair, emerged. His demeanor was grave as he entered, bypassing greetings to approach the chair behind the desk and take his seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kage, and the elderly Kurama Shikamaru exchanged discreet glances, each recognizing the concern reflected in the other's eyes. The reason for the 4th Hokage summoning them for a meeting was all too apparent. Shimura Danzo's recent actions had been exceedingly reckless, and he had been caught red-handed by the 4th Hokage, leaving no room for exculpation. Greetings, Lord 4th. Nara Shikaku respectfully addressed him. In private, he would speak more casually with the 4th, but in formal settings, he maintained an air of seriousness. The 3 elders offered their verbal salutations upon the Hokage's arrival, yet Shimura Danzo stood apart. Humph, you barred me from the previous meeting, and now you summon me for a private conference. What do you intend, Hokage? He sneered, his head wrapped in white cloth with an X-shaped scar adorning his chin, his expression cold and detached. The 4th Hokage cast him a fleeting, icy glance, choosing not to respond but instead acknowledging Nara Shikaku with a nod. Subsequently, Shikaku understood the unspoken cue, rising to present a document. The 4th Hokage has convened this meeting in light of the recent violent attack. The Oil Woman clan's Oil Woman Ryoma, accompanied by 5 root ninjas, infiltrated Konoha Hospital, assaulting the wounded Kakashi Hitachi and Might Guy with the intent to abduct Kakashi. The skirmish resulted in significant damage to the hospital's property, and by the time the 4th Hokage arrived, Ryoma and his accomplices had been apprehended. According to reports from the interrogation department, all 6 were subjected to the tongue root elimination technique. Notably, only Shimura Danzo possesses knowledge of this technique within the village. Detailed records are included in the report. Having spoken, Shikaku gently placed the report upon the table where the others were seated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kage, and Kurama Shikamaru furrowed their brows, exchanging silent glances, acutely aware that this incident would prove difficult to navigate. They had anticipated the severity of the situation upon hearing the news, yet they were unprepared for the 4th Hokage's decisive and swift actions, which had already produced irrefutable evidence. With such proof at hand, corroborated by the interrogation department's ninjas, it was clear that Danzo could not extricate himself from this affair. Any misstep could result in a significant diminishment of Danzo's authority, potentially leading to the complete dismantling of the root organization. This was a scenario the 3 elders wished to avoid. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, slowly drawing on his pipe, his mind racing with thoughts. From his perspective, he was reluctant to see Danzo ousted from the power center so soon. On one hand, it was a matter of public interest. Power must be balanced, and the root, under Danzo's command, served as a counterweight to the 4th Hokage. Though it might engender some negative repercussions, fostering internal strife and friction. It ultimately acted as a limitation on the Hokage's authority, preventing the emergence of a scenario where he wielded unchallenged power. On one hand, driven by self-interest, Danzo Shimura's root was originally cultivated by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Technically, this entity should not even be considered a division. It lacked a formal combat structure and was initially comprised of a select few Umbu ninjas chosen by Danzo. Over the decades of Hiruzen's governance, it gradually expanded, subtly surpassing the scale of the Umbu, evolving into an independent realm under Danzo's control. Hiruzen's indulgence in Danzo's development of root aimed to provide Konoha with an additional option. Problems that cannot be openly resolved still require resolution, and at such times, someone must be willing to dirty their hands to tackle these issues. This embodies the significance of root, or rather, the existence of Danzo Shimura. None dared to peruse that report, for the truth was clear to all. After a moment of silence, Danzo turned to Minato Namikaze and sneered coldly. Is this your method? To employ such despicable and sordid tactics to frame the loyal of Konoha? All to eliminate your rivals? I shall never acknowledge such vile accusations. Danzo's words resonated with conviction, embodying a righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression darkened. With both witnesses and evidence present, how thick-skinned must one be to maintain a facade of unjust suffering? Your right-hand man, the vice leader of Root, was caught red-handed. Yet you dare to wear a look of grievance? Is it not true that the captured Ryoma Yamanaka was one of your most capable subordinates? Is not the tongue-disarming technique your unique secret? With both authentication and evidence at hand, how can you still spew such falsehoods? Nara Shikaku expressed his dissatisfaction. Humph. Danzo scoffed derisively, crossing his arms. I had long suspected Ryoma of harboring ulterior motives and was prepared to interrogate him. I did not anticipate his betrayal would occur so swiftly. The tongue-disarming technique was devised by the second Hokage. I am not the sole practitioner in this village. To implicate me solely based on one technique is a strategy far too simplistic. Upon hearing this, Shikaku felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, with his astuteness, he understood that Danzo would certainly not confess under the current circumstances. Danzo's intention was to cast Ryoma aside as a scapegoat and label him a traitor, while he himself would emerge unscathed. It was not as if Danzo had been caught in the act. As long as he adamantly denied any wrongdoing, he could evade responsibility. In the realm of politics, before the final curtain fell, there were myriad tactics at one's disposal. At this juncture, evidence held little significance. The resolution of this matter would ultimately depend on the opinions of the higher-ups. If they wished for Danzo to confess, he would be compelled to do so. Conversely, if they sought to absolve him, he could remain free regardless of the evidence against him. Such is the nature of politics. Shikaku turned his gaze towards Minato, for he had exhausted his words and awaited Minato's determination of the situation. Minato nodded in understanding and inquired of Hiruzen, "Do you have any opinions on this matter, dear predecessor?" Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is not lacking in political sensitivity. Rather, he simply lacks experience. In this situation, the only individuals who hold true authority are Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The others can merely echo their sentiments. I am but an old man now, Minato, Hiruzen declared, his face obscured by the haze of smoke, the weight of years evident in his voice. You are now the Hokage. The matters of Konoha rest upon your words. Whatever you decree shall be law. I am merely a retired elder. Upon hearing this, Shikaku Nara's expression darkened slightly, as he keenly sensed the dissonance between Hiruzen's words and his true intentions. Indeed, Hiruzen hesitated momentarily before continuing. Danzo has committed numerous errors, which I have observed over the years, and I have contemplated punishing him on several occasions. Yet, I ultimately lacked the resolve to do so. Danzo Shimura, listening intently, revealed a cold smirk upon his rigid face. After all, Danzo acted with the intention of benefiting Konoha, advocating for its interests. This time, however, the evidence against him was irrefutable, leaving no room for his defense. Yet, considering his past contributions, perhaps leniency could be afforded, granting him another chance. Shikaku thought to himself. As anticipated, Hiruzen would not take action against Danzo. The situation swiftly tilted as Hiruzen's declaration to protect Danzo was met with agreement from Mito Kazuma and Toka Haruno, rendering Minato and Shikaku a minority. Minato remained silent, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Danzo retorted with dissatisfaction, "You fool. What nonsense are you spouting? I have already stated that this matter has nothing to do with me. It was that insubordinate oil woman Ryoma acting on his own. I am innocent. Why should I confess? I am in the right. Why should I be leniently dealt with? Shikaku, incensed, slammed the table in disbelief, not anticipating Danzo's utter shamelessness. Nara Shikaku, mind your place. What sort of decorum is this? Shouting in the Hokage's office. Danzo reprimanded sternly, his expression unyielding. You are accusing me, and I am quite angered. I, who have fought for Konoha for decades, am not someone you can slander. I intend to take those 6 subordinates of Ryoma back to the root for interrogation, to prevent further lies being fabricated against me. Danzo's audacious remarks incensed Shikaku. This man, after being spared by Hiruzen, was not content. Instead, he sought to turn the tables, wanting to take his captured subordinates back. What a cunning ploy. Bringing them back to root would grant him unchecked authority over them. He could easily issue brutal interrogations that could lead to their demise, allowing them to re-emerge with altered identities for his purposes, all while knowing that Root's ninjas wore masks. Not to mention the potential for him to fabricate testimonies to counterattack. Danzo, you must restrain yourself. Observing the escalating argument between Shikaku and Danzo, Hiruzen felt a flicker of satisfaction within him. This was the very scenario he had hoped to witness. A delicate balance struck between the Hokage's faction and Root, each holding the other in check. Does it not further underscore the significance of Sarutobi Hiruzen? With both sides in friction, his role as a mediator also reflects a certain manifestation of power. Of course, on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen did rebuke Shimura Danzo. Yet the current situation indicates they were retreating to advance, preserving Sarutobi Hiruzen's position. This matter ought to be regarded as if it never transpired. However, Shimura Danzo's ambition to take further advantage is something that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot tolerate and must be addressed. What are you arguing about? Is Oinari Ryoma not one of your subordinates? Are those 5 root ninjas not under your command? Your lax oversight has led to a grave calamity. Do you not bear any responsibility, Shimura Danzo? Silence yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thunderous roar emanated a righteous indignation, commanding respect. Danzo, Hiruzen is correct. You have indeed erred this time. It would be wise to acknowledge your fault, Mito Gaiden advised. Indeed, since those 6 root ninjas have already harbored treachery, bringing them back serves no purpose. Let them be interrogated by the torture department, Kurama Komatsu suggested, smoothing over the situation. These 3 old fellows collectively condemned Shimura Danzo's misdeeds as a failure of oversight. Nara Shikaku felt dizzy, casting a worried glance towards Minato Namikaze. Minato appeared unfazed, his expression serene, seemingly devoid of anger. Unexpectedly, he slightly nodded and calmly stated, "The previous Hokage was right. We must not slight those who have rendered service." He met Shimura Danzo's gaze directly. Disregarding the cold smirk and disdain on the latter's face, smiled lightly, and continued, "Therefore, regarding Shimura Danzo's negligence leading to the betrayal of his subordinates, which resulted in the kidnapping of the Hokage's bodyguard team leader at the Konoha hospital, I propose a punishment of 6 months of confined reflection for Danzo, along with a year's salary forfeiture. The 6 root ninjas involved in the assault shall be interrogated and sentenced to death. What do you think, esteemed former Hokage?" Minato's words were remarkably placid, as if he regarded this matter as trivial. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively glanced at Minato, whose eyes were tranquil, resembling a still pond. Yet, he keenly sensed the boundless fury concealed beneath that calm facade. This situation has become rather troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of regret. Although he had bluffing Shuemin gently shook his head, a complex expression gracing his features. Even if I wished to eliminate Shimura Danzo at this very moment, the late Hokage would never consent. Taking a deep breath, he turned towards the window, gazing out at the picturesque scenery of Konoha, and remarked with a smile, "I am gradually coming to understand that endeavors are seldom accomplished in a single stroke. We must patiently await our opportunity. It will eventually present itself. Once it does, I shall see to his demise." The following day, Yecheng arrived at the Ninja Academy as usual. The internal strife among Konoha's elite evidently remained unheard by the ordinary villagers. Only whispers of intense fighting emanating from Konoha Hospital circulated on a small scale. Naturally, such matters did not pique Yecheng's interest, nor did he seek to inquire further. For all the changes occurring, the system had provided him with prompts, rendering him well informed. Prompt. The fourth Hokage bluffing Shuemin publicly rebukes Shimura Danzo. Reward: 365 fate points. Prompt: Shimura Danzo orders his subordinates to assault Itachi Kakashi. Reward: 2,785 fate points. Prompt: Oil Girl Ryoma and several root ninjas are apprehended by bluffing Shuemin. Reward: 1,421 fate points. Prompt: Nara Shikaku confronts Shimura Danzo, leading to a rift. Reward: 1,854 fate points. Prompt: Bluffing Shuemin and Nara Shikaku's favorability with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato, and Nara Shikamaru decreases. Reward: 3,565 fate points. Prompt: Shimura Danzo is ordered to reflect in seclusion for 6 months and find a year's salary. Reward: 688 fate points. Prompt: Oil Girl Ryoma faces execution. Reward: 4,141 fate points. Throughout yesterday, the system's notifications incessantly chimed, collectively granting Yecheng nearly 20,000 fate points. The eruption of internal conflict among Konoha's higher-ups would undoubtedly have profound repercussions on the unfolding narrative. These ramifications would gradually translate into fate point rewards for Yecheng. A promising future lay ahead. Standing at the crossroads, Yecheng regarded the system panel with a sly smile when a cool, youthful voice interrupted. "What are you pondering?" Startled, Yecheng turned to find Uchiha Itachi, clad in a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, observing him with a blank expression yet keen eyes, filled with curiosity. "Nothing much. Let's go. I've been waiting for you," Yecheng replied. "I never implied you should wait for me," Uchiha Itachi retorted coolly. Yet, if he were truly indifferent, he would not have paused to awaken Yecheng. It was evident he was a prideful child, reluctant to voice his thoughts. Yecheng paid no heed to Uchiha Itachi's aloofness, leading the stoic boy as they jogged towards the ninja academy. Along the way, they encountered several familiar classmates, all greeting Yecheng warmly. He was quite well liked. Previously, aware of his lack of a bloodline limit and standing as an orphan, he had proactively forged connections with various ninja clan children at the academy for self-preservation. He knew each classmate by name and could engage in light-hearted conversation when they met. Behind him, watching Yecheng run and greet others with a smile, the proud Uchiha felt a twinge of envy. Although this lad possesses a gentle disposition and is amiable towards his friends and classmates, his perpetually expressionless visage has deterred many potential companions. The formidable reputation of the Uchiha clan only serves to heighten the reverence and distance others maintain from him. If only I could emulate Yecheng, the little tsundere mused quietly to herself. Yet, the notion of him taking the initiative to forge friendships seemed utterly implausible. After concluding the morning studies, Yecheng insisted on sharing lunch with Uchiha Itachi. Sampling the culinary creations of Uchiha Mikoto left Yecheng praising her skills with great enthusiasm. Conversely, the meal Yecheng prepared was equally enjoyed by Uchiha Itachi. After all, as a man who had mastered the art of cooking in his previous life, Yecheng's culinary prowess was quite remarkable. Following their repast, they took a brief respite before the afternoon's practical class commenced. In the Ninja Academy, practical lessons entailed demonstrating the knowledge acquired. Repeated hands-on practice helps cultivate muscle memory, enabling swift and accurate responses during combat. The day's combat practice was about to begin, and the instructor, Ueno Nobu, gathered the eager students on the school's grassy field, holding a roster in hand. Combat drills are often the highlight of practical classes, appealing to the youthful exuberance of students, particularly those wielding the extraordinary power of chakra. Though they are but children, their strength far surpasses that of ordinary civilians devoid of such abilities. "I'll go first. Mr. Ueno, I'm up. Me. Teacher, pick me. Everyone, step aside. I shall be the first." A throng of eager youngsters, not yet reaching the height of Ueno Nobu's navel, clamored to be chosen, causing him some exasperation. This enthusiasm for the spotlight was a perennial challenge for him. "Silence, please. I will call names from the roster. When your name is called, step forward. Yajima Ichiro against Yusuji no Butsugu." Upon hearing their names, the excited children immediately engaged in their sparring matches. Yet, as novices just beginning their training, the quality of their sparring was rather disheartening for Yecheng to witness. Boys were grappling each other by the neck, while girls were pulling hair, reminiscent of the brawls Yecheng had witnessed during his elementary school days in his previous life. The only notable difference might be that a punch from these youngsters could potentially cause internal injuries to an adult. At last, Ueno Nobu called out Yechen's name. Yechen, you will face Uchiha Itachi. Yechen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since receiving a reward from the system the previous day, he had been eager to engage in a match with the little tsundere. To his surprise, the opportunity had indeed arrived today. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi displayed a hint of reluctance, as he was not particularly keen on sparring with Yechen. While Itachi recognized Yechen's diligent efforts in both study and training, far surpassing the tenacity typically expected of students his age, he could not overlook the fact that Yechen lacked a bloodline limit, family secret techniques, and, most crucially, the guidance of a seasoned ninja elder. Nature cannot be compared to those born into the esteemed Uchiha clan, perpetually languishing at the bottom ranks. On the other hand, Itachi Uchiha regards Yechen as a friend and is aware of Yechen's strong sense of pride beneath his jovial facade, fearing that he might inadvertently cause him distress. Slowly, Itachi approached Yechen, forming a stance under the guidance of Ueno Shin, contemplating how to discreetly hold back, only to be startled by Yechen's earnest declaration, "Unleash your full strength, or today you shall be defeated by me, Itachi." What? For a fleeting moment, Itachi was taken aback, astonished by Yechen's unwavering confidence. Here it comes. Whoosh. As Yechen's words hung in the air, Itachi keenly perceived a swift rush of wind. He is attacking. This thought surged through Itachi's mind as he prepared to defend himself. Bam! A powerful punch struck Itachi's delicate face, sending the proud young boy flying several meters before he landed on the ground. How could he be so fast? A profound question echoed in Itachi's mind. 3 months swiftly passed. Ever since Yechen had decisively defeated Itachi in their previous training session, Yechen's status in the Ninja Academy soared. Classmates and teachers, who once admired him for his gentle disposition and sociability, now began to recognize his displayed strength and potential. Even Fugaku Uchiha, Itachi's father, clandestinely visited the Ninja Academy after witnessing his eldest son's humiliating defeat at Yechen's hands. Unfazed by the external attention, Yechen remained focused, knowing that as long as the system existed, he could continuously grow stronger, far beyond their imaginations. Even in the face of danger, he could retreat into the answering space, where he was an invincible entity. Meanwhile, Itachi, although bewildered by his easy defeat, felt a pang of guilt at the disappointment reflected in his father's eyes. Yet, he did not alter his attitude towards Yechen. Rather, he became willing to train alongside him. The prodigious talent of the Uchiha family possessed a resilient spirit, coupled with the wisdom to refrain from jealousy towards those who surpassed him. In the Hokage office, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Shikaka Nara, Kakashi Hitaki. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Kamizuki, Konohamaru Sarutobi, the returning Jiraiya, and Tsunade, awaited in anticipation. Following their last answering session, Minato, after careful consideration, decided to share this secret with Hiruzen and the others. He urged Jiraiya and Tsunade in his letter to return to the village promptly. Upon their return to Konohagakure, he intended to lay everything bare. Naturally, apart from Minato and the 2 others who had experienced it firsthand, the rest instinctively suspected that Minato's group had been ensnared by an illusion, even considering consulting a member of the Yamano clan to examine their memories. Only when Minato solemnly affirmed the veracity of his first-hand observations did the others begin to entertain a shred of belief. Ultimately, the decision was made to witness this so-called answering space firsthand. Yet, where is everyone? Wasn't it said that this was the appointed time 3 months prior? Could that individual be deceiving you all, suggesting a return after 3 months while he remains home, indulging in slumber? The silver-haired Jiraiya leaned against the wall, arms crossed, stifling yawns that drew tears from his eyes. Silence, Jiraiya. Just wait patiently, Tsunade chided, casting him an exasperated glance before turning to Kakashi, who stood beside Minato. How is your hand, Kakashi? Since the last prompt to return to the village, Tsunade had performed surgery on Kakashi, reconnecting his arm and mending the nerves, thus preserving the integrity of his limb. After a period of recuperation, Kakashi's arm had returned to its former condition. He smiled gratefully and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Lady Tsunade. It has healed. Suddenly, a brilliant orb of light materialized as they conversed. The blue light erupted, expanding outward. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, a circular barrier enveloped them. Is this what you refer to as the answering space? Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively reached out to touch the blue barrier, exclaiming in wonder, indeed, It is remarkable. What kind of barrier is this? It appears completely inscrutable. You fool, of course, perceive nothing, Tsunade retorted, unable to hold back her sharp comment at Jiraiya's cluelessness. Jiraiya scratched his head, refraining from rebuttal, offering an awkward smile. At that moment, a cold voice echoed. Welcome once again to the answering space. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, followed by a flicker of golden light. This light grew, transforming into a colossal screen that entirely covered a wall of the office. It was the familiar palace, where Yecheng sat quietly, observing them. Notably, the disguise set upon Yecheng by the system was flawless, devoid of any flaws. Even formidable figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade could not detect anything amiss. The three exchanged glances, sensing the mysterious and powerful aura emanating from Yecheng. Unlike those encountering Yecheng for the first time, individuals like Minato, Naruto, and Kakashi, who had previously participated in the answering, bowed respectfully, addressing him as Your Excellency. This title was bestowed upon him by Minato, the Hokage, indicating that few in the ninja world could command such respect. The others, Naruto and Kakashi, instinctively regarded Yecheng as an immensely powerful senior ninja, naturally exhibiting their utmost respect. Witnessing their proactive gestures of reverence, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and the others followed suit, nodding in acknowledgement towards Yecheng. On the surface, the ancient well appeared calm, yet within Yecheng's heart surged a sense of triumph in his successful display of superiority. Look, the third Hokage, the Hokage advisor, the sage of the toads, the princess of Konoha, almost bow to me. As for the fact that Minato Namikaze had brought Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4 others who had not participated in the first round into the answering space without authorization, Yecheng remained inscrutable, which relieved everyone. After all, the greater the number of participants, the more pronounced the effects on the plot would be. With the system offering no objection, Yecheng, of course, would not speak up either. With a slight smile, he nonchalantly waved his hand and said, "No need for excessive courtesy. Since this is our second meeting, I shall refrain from elaborating too much. Feel free to inquire if you have questions." They referred to the 3 who had previously experienced the answering session alongside Minato Namikaze. After speaking, Yecheng waved his hand grandly. Countless points of light coalesced on the screen, forming 3 familiar segments of text for Minato and the others: character list, faction list, event list. As per the usual practice, select one character, faction, or event from the 3 lists to answer, Yecheng stated calmly. Minato Namikaze nodded slightly, carefully examining the 3 lists. In their previous encounter, he had been too astonished to scrutinize the list in detail. Now that the answering space had proven its authenticity, the significance of these 3 lists became increasingly apparent. The first time the 3 lists were unveiled to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Minion, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others, their eyes widened in wonder as they observed the lists. Although they had heard about them from Minato and his companions, witnessing them firsthand was truly remarkable. Such small lists encompassed the entirety of the ninja world. Jiraiya, your rank is quite low. How come there are so many people ahead of you? Tsunade remarked with a teasing smile as she glanced at the character list. Jiraiya, far from feeling ashamed, threw his head back in laughter. I am just pleased to be listed among so many illustrious figures renowned throughout the ninja world. Besides, Tsunade, you are still behind me. How can you dare to mock me? His audacious words, indeed, prompted Tsunade's ire, resulting in a swift punch to Jiraiya's abdomen. Jiraiya nearly regurgitated his previous meal, his face turning pale. The names inscribed on the character list represented the pinnacle of power during their prime within the ninja world, naturally excluding both Tsunade and Mito Minion. Although both were students of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, their strength paled in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen's. While Hiruzen shamelessly proclaimed himself the strongest Hokage, he truly possessed remarkable skills, with mastery over all elemental jutsu, unmatched by any. Mito Minion and Tsunade, at best, were elite Jonin-level shinobi, unable to hold their heads high among the esteemed figures on the list. Who is this Uzumaki Naruto? I have never heard of this name before. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, a venerable elder from the era of Senju Hashirama, once visited the prosperous Whirlpool village during its zenith, he possessed a certain familiarity with the Uzumaki clan. However, he had never heard the name Uzumaki Naruto. Given that this individual ranked prominently among notable figures, surpassing even the legendary ninja god Senju Hashirama, one could only imagine the extraordinary prowess of Uzumaki Naruto. Was he truly stronger than Lord Hashirama? And what of Uchiha Sasuke? Could he be a descendant of Uchiha Madara? Minato inquired, as a disciple of Senju Tobirama. He was particularly attuned to the Uchiha surname. Upon hearing this question, Namikaze Minato instinctively chuckled and glanced at Jiraiya. His sudden mirth left Jiraiya perplexed, prompting him to ask, "Minato, why are you laughing at me? What connection does this Uzumaki Naruto have with me?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, the others turned their attention to Namikaze Minato. "Indeed, there is a connection, and a significant one at that," Minato replied with a smile. Before turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen and stating, "I do not know who Uchiha Sasuke is, but Uzumaki Naruto is my soon-to-be-born child." At this revelation, the assembly stood in stunned silence. Could the child of Uzumaki Kushina grow to be a ninja even more formidable than Lord Hashirama? Minato murmured in disbelief. "Is this information you obtained in the question space? Why was it not mentioned earlier?" Tsunade questioned, pursing her lips in skepticism. Hearing Tsunade's pointed inquiry, Kakashi's expression stiffened. Nara Shikaku discreetly cast a disparaging glance at the elderly woman, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Must we disclose everything to you? Are you the Hokage, or is Minato the Hokage? What audacity!" Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the inappropriateness of Tsunade's question, prepared to speak, but was preempted by Minato. "As for Naruto, his name is derived from your esteemed work, Master Jiraiya." Minato disregarded Tsunade's inquiry entirely, treating her as though she were invisible. Though the elderly woman recognized her misstep, Minato's demeanor only fueled her frustration. Without addressing her rising ire, Jiraiya responded in astonishment. "Oh, you mean the will of fire?" "Precisely. Ha ha ha, as expected of my illustrious disciple Jiraiya. The name is indeed of high caliber." Jiraiya laughed heartily, only to be knocked down by a punch from Tsunade, who found him insufferable. After the revelry subsided, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with complexity as he slowly articulated, "Then, let us observe how Naruto develops. I too am curious to see if this child can become a ninja even stronger than Lord Hashirama." Given the current circumstances, it was well known that the most imminent event, the Night of the Nine Tails, had already been disclosed, and all necessary preparations had been meticulously arranged to ensure success. Should Uchiha Obito dare to come, the inhabitants of Konohagakure would undoubtedly ensure his return is thwarted. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen is intrigued to witness the soon-to-be-born child of Minato Namikaze, the destined host of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto, and is eager to discern the nature of this child. "I concur. My curiosity is piqued as well," exclaimed Jiraiya, genuinely captivated. "Haha. I too am eager to see the life that child will lead." Minato chuckled heartily, wholly unconcerned about his name being overshadowed by his son S. Instead, he felt immense pride in having sired a child destined to become such an extraordinary ninja. However, he unexpectedly declined the proposal to observe Naruto, stating, "Nevertheless, Naruto's birth is still some time away. We can explore his matters later. My current fascination lies with the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. What circumstances could have led to their annihilation? It is truly astonishing." Minato's words sparked the interest of others present. "Indeed," one remarked, "as a prestigious clan that has thrived since the Warring States era, the Uchiha have consistently stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, rivaled only by the Senju clan. Other clans lack the capacity to contest with them. Yet, such a formidable clan has faced extermination? What kind of adversary could bring about the demise of such a fearsome lineage?" "That is a valid point. I too am eager to learn more," another added. "After all, the Uchiha clan is a vital part of the village, and their extermination could significantly impact us all." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, nodding in agreement. "Perhaps we can uncover issues faced by the village through the events surrounding the Uchiha clan, allowing us to prepare in advance." Mito Kazumi and Uzumaki Komatsu both nodded in assent. "Well then, I shall defer to your collective wisdom," Jiraiya sighed, resigned yet compliant. Minato smiled and gestured to Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku, your efforts are appreciated. Before esteemed individuals, how could one speak of hardship?" Shikaku replied with a warm smile, but then paused, his expression sobering as he turned to Yecheng. "Esteemed one, I wish to select the event regarding the Uchiha extermination." From the beginning, Yecheng had remained silent. Akin to a statue, observing the reactions of the higher-ups in Konoha. Indeed, it was quite fascinating to witness these renowned characters from the original narrative converse before him. Yecheng was thoroughly engrossed, and when Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed to delve into the Uchiha extermination, he couldn't help but feel an inner delight. You old coin. Do you still believe the Uchiha extermination doesn't concern you? Yecheng chuckled inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm as he nodded and proclaimed, in that case, I hereby announce that the second Ninja World Quiz is officially underway. A special reminder, this is the second round of the examination, distinct from the first, as the preferential treatment for the participants has been revoked and penalties will be enforced. With the commencement of this round, any incorrect answer will result in a random participant losing one of their abilities, including but not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and bloodline limits. Are you prepared? Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of Konoha in the Hokage office appeared unfazed, rather exhibiting a sense of relief. It turns out that during the first examination, Shikaku had gleaned information regarding the impending penalties for the second round. Upon learning this, the others had anticipated a more severe consequence, only to find it to be a relatively minor penalty. The loss of ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu could be compensated through practice. The only real loss would be Kakashi Hitachi's Sharingan, which would be regrettable but entirely manageable. As they exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, Shikaku declared, "We are ready. Please pose the question." With a shift in the scene, the luminous points forming three lists were dispersed by an ethereal force and began to reorganize. Subsequently, a new line of text materialized on the screen. Question 1. Uchiha Shursui, known as Shunshin Shursui, was betrayed due to misplaced trust and, in despair, committed suicide by jumping into a river. Who was the one that betrayed Uchiha Shursui? Answer A. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Answer B. Shimura Danzo. Answer C. Uchiha Fugaku. Answer D. Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Shursui? Is he a descendant of Kagami? Upon seeing Uchiha Shursui's name, Sarutobi Hiruzen envisioned a youthful visage. He was indeed a remarkable member of the Uchiha clan, possessing a demeanor strikingly similar to his ancestor, Uchiha Kagami. A proponent of peace, he wholeheartedly embraced the will of fire, contrasting sharply with those of his clan who held a disdainful view of others in the village due to their perceived superiority of Uchiha blood. It must be him. I have encountered this promising youth several times. Mito came and nodded in agreement, striving to recall moments associated with Uchiha Shursui. The reputation of Uchiha Shursui had long since spread throughout Konoha. Many shinobi had heard of the prodigious talents within the Uchiha clan. In terms of innate ability among the new generation, none within Konoha could rival him. Thus, aside from Jiraiya and Tsunade, who spent considerable time outside the village, everyone present was familiar with his name. However, the question posed concerns misplaced trust leading to betrayal and subsequent suicide by river. Jiraiya stroked his chin and inquired with confusion. He certainly does not appear to be a good person, does he, old man Minato? Your names are among the answers. Do you not wish to say something? Jiraiya's offhand remarks caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance to stiffen. The former Hokage's face turned ashen as he thundered, "Nonsense. I have never betrayed anyone. Not in the past, and certainly not in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly driven to despair by this unfilial disciple. Setting aside the fact that he had indeed never betrayed his comrades, was it appropriate for a disciple to air such grievances in public? Does the master still care about his reputation? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, remained unperturbed, gently smiling and asserting, "Master, I believe it is not I." His words resonated with profound confidence, as he was firmly grounded in his principles, convinced that he would never betray anyone. Based on the context, it was evident that Uchiha Shursui had placed his trust in someone only to be met with treachery. From his perspective, if someone were to trust him wholeheartedly, any issues could be amicably resolved and betrayal would never arise, let alone reach the tragic culmination of conflict leading to death. Jiraiya, despite his earlier impulsive remark upon seeing the names in the question and answer, held a deep-seated belief in the integrity of both his teacher and student. Fool, Tsunade shot a disapproving glance at Jiraiya, exasperated by his lack of intellect. Jiraiya could only scratch his head and chuckle foolishly. However, Tsurugi Konohamaru's expression darkened as she hesitantly glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and, in response to his puzzled gaze, she stammered, "I heard last time that Danzo is plotting to bring Uchiha Shursui into the roots." What a revelation! The traitor had been identified. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance shifted upon hearing Konohamaru's words, revealing a look of resignation. When faced with the question, he instinctively ruled out both himself and Minato Namikaze. Thus, he was left to contemplate between Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku. He leaned towards believing it was Uchiha Fugaku who had committed such an act, as it was entirely reasonable for Uchiha Shursui to trust the head of his clan. Ultimately, being betrayed and meeting a tragic end could only be attributed to unfortunate circumstances, placing the blame squarely on Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, to his astonishment, Konohamaru placed the entire burden of blame on the shoulders of that old scoundrel, Shimura Danzo. Once that name was uttered, everyone nodded in agreement. Danzo was indeed that kind of person, capable of the most despicable deeds. Tsunade, holding a unique position within Konoha, spoke her mind without hesitation, disregarding the feelings of the 3 former classmates of Danzo present. In her eyes, Danzo was akin to a wretched insect lurking in the sewers, incapable of accomplishing anything of worth and merely a source of disgust. Thus, she had never held any affection for her great-uncle's disciple. That said, one could argue there might be extenuating circumstances. Perhaps he has his reasons, Mito Minma retorted, albeit with a hint of insincerity. As his hesitant demeanor suggested, even he struggled to believe his own words. After all, as old classmates and partners, they were all too familiar with Danzo's character. Let's go with Danzo, then. Riku, you shall respond, Minato Namikaze declared. My answer is, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku replied, following Minato's command. Acknowledging that he had not contributed to solving this particular dilemma, Nara Shikaku was merely familiar with the name Uchiha Shursui, having only heard it in passing. In the absence of a thorough understanding, he refrained from offering baseless conjectures, a quality that had garnered the attention of Namikaze Minato. His prudent nature allowed him to maintain his esteemed position as the chief strategist of the Hokage. Yecheng smiled and nodded, saying, Congratulations, your answer is correct. Additionally, I have a special reward for you. During the second round of the quiz, for every correct answer, you will have the opportunity to view the answer screen. This reward has been specifically designed for you. After the last quiz, when Namikaze Minato requested access to all information regarding the Nine Tails incident, Yecheng had applied for this feature to be a permanent addition to the quiz system. Otherwise, if every participant chose to view the informational resources, would the rewards still be granted? To better and more swiftly disrupt the storyline of the Hokage, Yecheng had intentionally introduced this function. Is that so? Thank you for your generosity, my lord, Nara Shikaku exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he bowed respectfully in gratitude. Namikaze Minato and the others followed suit, fully comprehending the immense value of the reward Yecheng had described. A simple comparison sufficed. The final reward from the previous quiz could have been exchanged for such extraordinary prizes as resurrection of the deceased, supreme power, and boundless wealth. Yet, Namikaze Minato and the others chose to exchange it for information regarding the Nine Tails incident. It was evident that these ninjas placed great importance on intelligence. There's no need for thanks. Please observe the screen. This is all the information regarding the death of Uchiha Shursui. Yecheng waved his hand graciously, causing the luminous points of text to dissipate, revealing a new scene on the light screen. In the scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo sat on the ground. Tonight, the Uchiha clan is holding another gathering. Their coup is escalating. We must take preemptive action, the discontented Shimura Danzo remarked. I will stifle this budding threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, taking a puff from his cigarette, then added, Shursui will attend the gathering. If Uchiha Fugaku intends to orchestrate a coup, Shursui will use Kodohama Tsukumi to thwart it. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Shursui entered, expressing his stance. I will prevent clan leader Fugaku and the clan members from proceeding. If necessary, I will use Kodohama Tsukumi to control clan leader Fugaku. Merely changing Fugaku will not alter the entire Uchiha clan's attitude. Shimura Danzo remained unconvinced by this plan. His expression was cold, and his words were as frigid as ice. If they are willing to change, then our village can also change. We must alter our prejudices against the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted. The Uchiha clan is planning a coup. The sudden revelation stunned everyone in the Hokage's office. Leaving them bewildered, they exchanged glances, struggling to believe the scene before them. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow deeply, contemplating rapidly. The Uchiha clan had historically been at odds with the Hokage faction, creating a significant divide. Yet, no one had ever anticipated that the Uchiha one of the founding clans of Konoha, would harbor thoughts of insurrection. Even under the covert and overt suppression and control exerted by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan remained willing to serve Konoha on the battlefield when duty called. This loyalty stemmed from their status as a privileged faction within the village. The Uchiha clan, which controlled the Konoha military police force, was indeed one of the key players governing the village. It begs the question, how could one instigate a rebellion against one's own interests? There must be a significant impetus driving the Uchiha clan towards the notion of a coup. Nara Shikaku, with unwavering conviction, glanced at Minato Namikaze and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. I say, is there anything that cannot be shared openly among us? Jiraiya, who held a strong sense of belonging to Konoha, was eager to uncover the reasons behind such monumental news regarding the Uchiha coup. Upon witnessing Nara Shikaku clandestinely conversing with Minato, Jiraiya quickly interjected with curiosity. Fool, aren't you the Hokage? Tsunade chided, delivering a swift blow that sent Jiraiya reeling. As the current Hokage, Minato's discretion in sharing sensitive information exclusively with his subordinate, Nara Shikaku, was entirely justifiable. Rather than making a scene, the others chose to overlook the moment, but Jiraiya, in his foolishness, could not refrain from interjecting. Do you not see Sarutobi, Mito, and Uzumaki whispering amongst themselves? Haha. It's all right, Minato replied with a cheerful wave, addressing Nara Shikaku. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to share your thoughts. Nara Shikaku, with a resigned glance at Minato, found himself at a loss for words regarding his leader's character. My esteemed colleagues, Nara Shikaku began, when I observed the imagery earlier, a thought occurred to me. Although he hesitated to speak in front of everyone, Minato's encouragement left him with little choice but to proceed. From the visuals, it appears that the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura are significantly older than they are now. Thus, we can deduce that the events depicted transpired long after the present time. Furthermore, according to the event timeline presented in the answering space, the Uchiha massacre ranks subsequent to the Nine Tails incident. This implies that by the time of the Uchiha massacre, the fourth Hokage had already met his demise. At this revelation, all eyes instinctively turned towards Minato, who, radiating indifference, smiled brightly, further vexing the assembly. Nara Shikaku continued. From the imagery presented, it can be inferred that after the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, the village did not appoint a fifth Hokage. He then glanced at Jiraiya and Tsunade, who, understanding the implication, averted their gazes, one looking up at the sky, the other turning away entirely. The third Hokage must have resumed his position as Hokage. It was likely the actions of the third Hokage that precipitated the Uchiha massacre. This assertion drew the ire of the two Hokage advisors. It is imperative to speak with accountability. Did you not witness Danzo urging Hiruzen to take action? While Hiruzen has consistently sought to protect the Uchiha clan, Mito Gate Inazuma retorted. Indeed, Hiruzen has served as Hokage for several decades without incident concerning the Uchiha clan. How can one lay blame at his feet? Tsunade also hastened to exonerate Hiruzen Sarutobi. The positions of these two individuals are intrinsically linked to Hiruzen, hence their fervent defense. In the face of the inquiries posed by the two Hokage advisors, Nara Shikaku remained unruffled, articulating his thoughts with remarkable composure. What I imply is that the third Hokage has been complicit in Danzo's actions. The imagery suggests that Danzo has adhered to the prejudiced ideals bequeathed by the second Hokage, perpetually targeting the Uchiha clan and even instigating civil strife within the village. The third Hokage's failing lies in his failure to curtail Danzo's actions, allowing this individual to continuously undermine the village's interests. Nara Shikaku's words pierced through Hiruzen's defenses like a sharpened blade, leaving the old monkey speechless. The leniency shown towards Danzo represents one of Hiruzen's gravest blemishes, a fact well known among those of significance and influence within the village. Danzo has sullied his hands with treachery, dividing the Umbu and establishing his own underground empire, forcibly conscripting members from various clans, brainwashing them, and binding them with cursed seals to perform his nefarious tasks. He has played with schemes and machinations, creating countless adversaries for the village. His singular ambition to become Hokage led him to manipulate public opinion to eliminate Kakashi Hatake, the one most likely to ascend as the fourth Hokage. Are these not the dark chronicles of Danzo? Despite committing such egregious offenses, he has evaded repercussions, maintaining the stability of his underground realm unscathed. Who, then, is Danzo's true benefactor? Is it not you, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi? The day you take your leave from this world, should anyone rally support against him, Danzo would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the various clans. Thus, my conclusion is clear. The coup d'état of the Uchiha clan, even their annihilation, is inextricably linked to Danzo. The root cause of all these events undoubtedly traces back to you, esteemed third Hokage. Naruto has staked everything, with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, backing him. He has brought this conjecture to light, casting the buried ugliness into the light of day. What, then, does he have to fear? Should the sky fall, Minato will bear the brunt, will he not? Danzo, meanwhile, has furrowed his brow tightly, though his interactions with Danzo have been few. He harbors a deep-seated disdain for the man. Hiruzen remains silent, tacitly acknowledging Naruto's assertions, a situation that only served to deepen Jiraiya's dissatisfaction. Old man, be quiet. Jiraiya interjected, only to be interrupted by Tsunade. The princess of the Senju clan bore a calm demeanor, not even casting a glance at Hiruzen. The scene continues. Before an underground base not far from Konoha, two figures stand. One is Uchiha Shursui. The other is, unmistakably, Danzo. Lord Danzo, the meeting time is approaching. If you have any matters to discuss, perhaps we should address them after this situation concludes, Uchiha Shursui said, slightly anxious. What would you do if, after Uchiha Fugaku cast his Jinjutsu, the Uchiha clan still insisted on staging a coup? Shimura Danzo asked coldly. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I am prepared. Uchiha Shursui replied with a composed expression and unwavering determination. If anyone persists in such foolish actions, I shall bring them to an end. But even if a faction is eliminated, there will still be more Uchiha lurking in the shadows, discontented with the village. What do you propose we do about that? Danzo questioned with a grim demeanor. Uchiha Shursui found himself at a loss for words. As long as the Uchiha clan exists, the village will remain wary of them. Do you believe you can change that? Danzo's voice was icy. The Hokage has assured me that change will come, Shursui responded. And if it does not? Danzo pressed. Will you then employ Kotoa Tsukumi on me? At that moment, as Uchiha Shursui felt cornered by Danzo's relentless interrogation, Danzo reached out to claw at Shursui's right eye. A triumphant grin spreading across his ghastly visage. I shall take your Sharingan. With a sudden hum, Uchiha Shursui ensnared Danzo in a Jinjutsu. Yet, in the next instant, Danzo appeared before Shursui, seizing his right eye before he could react, placing it within his own eye socket, leaving Shursui's Sharingan blind and white. Now, give me the other one as well, Danzo greedily demanded. This man, how dare he lay hands on a ninja within the village? Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. The betrayal referenced in the title was far more treacherous than anticipated, disrupting a discussion with words, then seizing an eye when the opponent was deep in thought. Truly, Danzo, you live up to your reputation. This scoundrel, it's evident he is the one orchestrating this. Kakashi Hitaki, who had been silent for some time, uttered with fury. Although he had previously been unable to address Danzo's attempt to kidnap him from the Konoha hospital, the threat to his life was not something one could easily disregard. In witnessing Danzo's brazen attack on a comrade once more, Kakashi could no longer contain his outrage. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, disheartened, lowered his head, his face a canvas of complex emotions. Indeed, many of Danzo's actions had been tacitly permitted by Hiruzen. Danzo's rise to power, becoming the leader of Root, the shadowy realm within Konoha, was inextricably linked to Hiruzen's complicity. Yet, Hiruzen had never condoned Danzo's assaults on their own comrades. Many of Danzo's deeds were executed in secrecy. After the incident, the blame was unjustly placed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading many to believe that he had orchestrated the events. Yet, unbeknownst to them, there were numerous instances where Sarutobi himself was bewildered by the unfolding circumstances, forced to bear the burden of blame with silent tears. Faced with the stark reality before him, Hiruzen found himself compelled to reassess his stance towards Shimura Danzo, questioning whether there truly was a problem at hand. Koharu, he murmured softly, his voice barely audible to his companions, Mito Kamen and Tsunade. Have I truly erred? The aged timbre of his voice carried a hint of sorrow. Both Mito and Tsunade exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, you have erred. How splendid it would be to entrust power to us. We assure you, we would not commit such foolish acts. Even a dog could perform better than Shimura Danzo as the leader, they thought inwardly, yet outwardly remained silent, feigning ignorance. Setting aside Hiruzen's self-doubt and the ulterior motives of the two advisors, at that moment, Minato Namikaze had already marked Danzo for elimination. For Minato, who had aspired to become Hokage since childhood, dedicating his life to safeguarding Konoha, Danzo's actions were a direct affront to his principles. Resolute in his decision, Minato turned to Nara Shikaku and stated, "Shikaku, let us proceed to the next question." "Yes." Shikaku nodded and addressed the examiner. "Sir, please present the next question." "Very well. Let us move on to the second question." Leafing through the gathered light particles, a new question materialized. Question 2. Which of the following is not a reason for the Uchiha clan's coup? A. Villagers' animosity. B. Suppression from the Hokage. C. Rumors spread by Shimura Danzo. D. Incitement from other ninja villages. It must be D. Despite my own disdain for the Uchiha, it is inconceivable that they would conspire with outsiders, Jiraiya remarked instinctively upon seeing the question. From his perspective, the proud Uchiha clan, though disunited from the village, had never been known to betray it. The notion of colluding with other villages to instigate a coup against Konoha was utterly implausible. One must remember, the Uchiha clan was one of the founding families of Konoha, who would conspire with outsiders to destroy their own home. In that instant, Jiraiya felt a twinge of regret and cast a furtive glance at Tsunade, bracing himself for a reprimand. Strangely, however, Tsunade remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation. "I too believe it should be D." Wasn't the first question clearly indicating that the higher-ups of the village were pressuring the Uchiha clan into revolt? Kakashi Hitaki interjected at that moment. "Impudent lad, are you suggesting that the Hokage is oppressing the Uchiha clan?" In the Hokage's office, amidst the gathered individuals, Mito came and dared not confront the others, but when it came to Kakashi, he felt emboldened to speak up. However, his words have implicitly acknowledged the existence of the rumors spread by Shimura Danzo and the villagers' animosity. "I have never suppressed the Uchiha clan. I have always treated the ninja clans within the village equally." Sarutobi Hiruzen mustered a semblance of spirit to defend himself. "I do not share that opinion, Lord Third Hokage." Nara Shikaku interjected. "What do you have to say, Shikaku? Your Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans have always received preferential treatment from the village." Mito Gate-in and Tenzin Koharu promptly remarked. "I am merely stating the facts." Shikaku calmly shook his head, completely disregarding the displeased expressions of the three elderly gentlemen, and continued, "The oppression of the Uchiha clan has persisted for a long time. It began at least during the reign of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama." This statement incited dissatisfaction among the three disciples of Tobarama present. "Silence. How dare you slander the second Hokage? Shikaku, choose your words carefully." Lord Tobarama acted with utmost integrity. How could he possibly suppress his comrades in the village? The three old men glared fiercely. Ironically, the legitimate descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of Tobarama, remained silent, offering no rebuttal. "Let Shikaku finish his statement," Minato Namikaze said, supporting his subordinate. "I am merely recounting what I know. I implore the three gentlemen to remain patient." With the backing of Minato, Shikaku became even more composed and continued with ease. In the past, the first Hokage battled Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Before departing, Madara sought to lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha, only to be rejected by them. Betrayed, Madara was subsequently defeated by the first Hokage and perished. Of course, during our initial inquiries, we received intelligence that Madara had not truly died, but had survived for decades, plotting anew. Shikaku spoke eloquently. After that, the first Hokage passed away a few years later, and the second Hokage ascended to the position of Hokage. From that point onward, policies aimed at oppressing the Uchiha clan were implemented. First, the Konoha police force was entrusted to the Uchiha clan, making them the grassroots enforcers, directly confronting the villagers and bearing their contempt. Then, the Uchiha clan was systematically excluded from high-level power, with even Tobarama's disciple, Uchiha Kagami, lacking any authority within the Hokage building. Over the years, the Uchiha clan found themselves isolated from the Hokage lineage, deprived of any opportunity to wield significant power within the village. Simultaneously, the responsibilities of the Konoha police force created an irreparable rift between the Uchiha clan and the villagers, further deepening their division. All of this was part of the second Hokage's intentions. I have heard from the clan's elders that the second Hokage believed the Uchiha clan to be inherently malevolent, openly expressing his dissatisfaction with them. This ideology has been inherited by the third Hokage and the current high-ranking officials, persisting to this day. As Shikaku concluded, he gazed at the visibly agitated Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, smiling. Am I not correct, Lord Third? And what does this have to do with the Uchiha clan's coup? Did we force them into a coup? Junshin Xiaochun began to argue defensively. When the Konoha Guard was entrusted to the Uchiha clan, they accepted it with great enthusiasm. This is a consequence of their own making, Mito Minyen stated coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face tightened as he spoke with indifference. Lord Tobarama's will is to remain vigilant against the potential disastrous consequences posed by the Uchiha clan. However, we have never taken the initiative to strike against them, nor have I. Nara Shikaku shook his head and turned to Minato Namikaze, asking, Lord Fourth, will you reveal that intelligence? You are still concealing information? Shikaku, how dare you deceive the higher-ups of the village? What is your intent? Mito Minyen and Junshin Xiaochun furiously voiced their accusations. Allow me to clarify. It was I who instructed Shikaku to withhold this information. Minato Namikaze willingly took responsibility, causing the two elderly gentlemen to immediately quiet down. Lord Second, my decision to conceal this news was not without reason. Facing the displeased expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato smiled with ease. The intelligence regarding the Nine-Tails incident, which included the fact that Uchiha Obito is still alive and inciting Uchiha Itachi to execute the Moon's Eye plan, has been communicated to all of you. The only detail I withheld is that Uchiha Obito possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Mangekyo Sharingan is the key to controlling the Nine-Tails. Do you mean to say that you fear we might become wary of the Uchiha clan due to their ability to control the Nine-Tails with the Mangekyo Sharingan? After hearing Minato's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired slowly. Precisely, whether it be Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito, they are not connected to the Uchiha clan within the village. I do not wish for a mere pair of eyes to create a deeper rift between the Uchiha clan and the village, Minato Namikaze stated solemnly. Therefore, if this space for discourse did not allow you to witness the events that would unfold, the conflict between the village and the Uchiha would only intensify after the Nine-Tails incident due to the Sharingan. Is that correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen, having served as Hokage for decades, effortlessly organized his thoughts and grasped Minato's intention. Both Minato and Nara Shikaku nodded, with the latter stepping forward to continue elucidating. Indeed, the moment I read the phrase concerning the Uchiha clan's coup, I was reminded of this very reason. In that scene, the fourth Hokage died sealing the Nine-Tails, and it was the Uchiha who controlled the beast with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Coupled with Danzo's instigation, it is difficult not to create suspicion toward the Uchiha within the village, potentially leading to their coup. I understand now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, letting out a sigh. It seems that Danzo's influence is felt everywhere. I admit that our actions were flawed. You may proceed with your discussion. With this statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged that the Hokage lineage's suppression of the Uchiha was unwarranted. From a perspective of political compromise, it implied that they would refrain from further actions against the Uchiha and delegate this portion of decision-making authority entirely to Minato Namikaze and his associates. Having erred, I entrust the task to you. After observing Namikaze Minato's nod, Nara Shikaku addressed Yecheng, saying, My answer is D. Congratulations, you are correct. Yecheng responded with a smile. As a mere spectator, Yecheng found great delight in the unfolding drama. On several occasions, he felt an urge to interject, yet was hindered by the constraints of the system rules. Let us now turn our attention to the subsequent scene. Yecheng proceeded to showcase footage of the Uchiha clan members, part of the village's police force, engaged in law enforcement, which led to confrontations with villagers and ninjas alike. The numerous clashes, coupled with the Uchiha's haughty demeanor, ultimately resulted in a significant rift between the clan and the village, fostering mutual animosity. This discord gradually led to the Uchiha clan isolating themselves, severing ties with the villagers, and retreating into their own world. Exploiting this conflict, Shimura Danzo further fueled the fire by spreading malicious rumors about the Uchiha clan's arrogance, tarnishing their reputation. Throughout the footage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazuma, and Nara Shikaku remained silent, evidently well-versed in the events, and perhaps even pleased by the unfolding narrative. As representatives of the Hokage, they wielded the highest authority in the village. An unrestrained Uchiha clan, devoid of oversight, would perpetually remain a ticking time bomb. Without proper regulation, the timing of their potential explosion remained uncertain. This was the judgment formed by the trio based on their positions. In light of this, it was clear that the Uchiha clan indeed harbored its own issues. However, spoke Namikaze Minato, the greater issue lies in the chasm between both parties, leading to mutual misunderstanding and ultimately hostility. After viewing the footage, Minato felt a profound sense of reflection. As a ninja of humble origins, having lost his parents at a tender age, he had long been acquainted with the notorious Uchiha clan and had witnessed firsthand the cold ruthlessness of its members within the Konoha police force. Yet, this was the first time he approached the entire evolutionary process from such an objective and neutral perspective, allowing him to arrive at a clearer understanding. What this signified was that while the Uchiha clan could be utilized, they also required a degree of constraint. More importantly, it was essential to mend the villagers' grievances and reintegrate the Uchiha clan back into Konoha. Indeed, only through mutual understanding can the seeds of peace be safeguarded. Jiraiya sighed with a sense of contemplation. Casting a glance at the assembly, Yecheng inquired, "Now, I shall announce the third question. Are you ready?" "We are prepared." Fugaku replied respectfully. Yecheng nodded, gesturing to disperse the previous imagery and reformulate the third question. Question 3. Among the Uchiha clan, there are two individuals who stand apart from their fervent kin, wholeheartedly devoted to Konoha and striving tirelessly for reconciliation between the village and their family. One of them is Uchiha Shursui. Who is the other? A. Uchiha Fugaku. B. Uchiha and C. Uchiha Zaman. D. Uchiha Itachi. Upon reading the question, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but exclaim, "Is there truly another member of the Uchiha clan with a heart inclined towards Konoha? Could it be Fugaku?" Naturally, the first name that came to Minato's mind was Uchiha Fugaku. If one were to consider who among the Uchiha clan had the most amicable relationship with the Hokage, aside from the still youthful Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly be the foremost choice. It is well known that Uchiha Fugaku shares a familial bond with Minato, the Hokage. The two families are quite familiar with one another, frequently dining and conversing together. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku's presence is a significant reason Minato believes the Uchiha clan can be integrated under his leadership. Why do you say that? I recall Uchiha Fugaku as rather aloof. Jiraiya questioned, perplexed by Minato's assertion. Having spent little time in Konoha, Jiraiya's last close encounter with Uchiha Fugaku was during the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War, where the leader of the Uchiha clan made a lasting impression with his formidable strength and cold demeanor. In response to his teacher's inquiry, Minato smiled and said, "Fugaku is actually a very gentle person. Our families meet often. Fugaku, his wife, and their eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, are all quite amiable." As the image of the coolly composed Uchiha Itachi surfaced in Minato's mind, he couldn't help but chuckle. Especially Itachi, while he may appear indifferent, he possesses a gentle heart. I truly hope that my son Naruto grows up to be like him. Hearing Minato's words, Yecheng nearly burst into laughter. Uchiha Itachi gentle? You wish for Naruto to become like Itachi? Are you not concerned that Naruto might also annihilate his entire clan? It is true that the Uzumaki clan had long been extinguished, so perhaps there was no fear in that regard. In that case, it seems Uchiha Fugaku is indeed a commendable candidate, Jiraiya remarked, suddenly enlightened. But why not that boy named Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly interjected, her tone as unyielding as ever. This was simply Tsunade's unique style. According to what you say, Minato, isn't Uchiha Itachi also a rather gentle child? Well. Minato scratched his head, a sheepish smile on his face. I hadn't considered that, but Itachi indeed seems to be a strong possibility. Thus, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi emerged as equally plausible candidates. Minato found himself unable to discern which possibility held greater weight. What about Uchiha In and Uchiha Zaman? Have they been entirely ruled out? Mitomen and suddenly spoke up. Unfortunately, the previously animated conversation among Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato continued to ignore him, leaving the old man, whose beard had turned white, feeling utterly disregarded in this context, nearly suffering a heart attack from the slight. Fortunately, his comrade in the trench alleviated his embarrassment. Turning to the conversation, Zhuangqin Xiaochun promptly remarked, Uchiha In is an elder of the hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan, while Uchiha Zuomon serves as the head of the security team. Both of these individuals are staunch hawks. If there were to be candidates for a coup, they would be the most likely suspects. In Zhuangqin Xiaochun's recollection, Both Uchiha In and Uchiha Zomon are utterly despicable. One remains entrenched in the Uchiha territory, incessantly extolling the glory of the Uchiha clan and advocating for a notion of glorious independence. The other has transformed the security team into a veritable tyrant over Konoha, constantly stirring up trouble and causing friction. To suggest that these two die-hard traditionalists, both well past 50, would suddenly shift their allegiance towards Konoha is as implausible as asserting that Shimura Danzo has undergone a profound change of heart. Hokage-sama. I personally believe that the likelihood of Uchiha Fujo being involved is minimal. Just as everyone was pondering this, Nara Shikaku unexpectedly spoke up. Oh, why is that? His statement drew the attention of all present, and he calmly explained, Hokage-sama, according to the timeline presented in the event list, following the Nine Tails incident, you sacrificed yourself. Would Uchiha Fujo still approach the Hokage building under such circumstances? His words illuminated the minds of all, except for Jiraiya, the old white-haired sage. Witnessing the dawning comprehension on the faces of others while remaining utterly perplexed himself, was left momentarily dumbfounded. He yearned to interject with a question but was stifled by Tsunade's formidable presence, forcing him to hold back his curiosity. This spectacle amused Tsunade, who, seeing her comrade's plight, graciously offered an explanation. What that boy Shikaku means is that within the Hokage building, only Minato would have been willing to accept the Uchiha clan. If Minato perished during the Nine Tails incident, we cannot ascertain the stance of the newly appointed Hokage. As she spoke, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was quietly smoking, making him appear rather uncomfortable. The former Hokage found himself feeling a strange tension, as if the situation had suddenly shifted against him. He had been a respected leader, having guided Konoha to victory in two great ninja wars, a kind mentor to his disciples, and a revered Hokage among the villagers. Yet now, he sensed a growing estrangement. Tsunade's remarks left Hiruzen with no grounds for rebuttal, for during his decades as Hokage, his consistent policy had been to suppress and isolate the Uchiha clan. How could he, upon regaining the Hokage title after the fourth's demise, suddenly reverse his stance and embrace the Uchiha? Thus, the blame rested squarely upon his shoulders, with no room for dispute. Shikaku, are you implying that because I died, Fujo was unable to align himself with the Hokage building, ultimately leading him to adopt a hawkish stance? Minato pondered, piecing together the narrative. Whether he would indeed become a hawk remained uncertain, but one thing was clear. Uchiha Fujo was certainly not the proponent of peace. After all, had not Uchiha Shursui just mentioned that he would employ Kotoame Tsukumi to control him at a critical moment? Nara Shikaku affirmed, although at that moment, the others were still unaware of the true nature of Kotoame Tsukumi. However, it is evident that this is an illusion. At a crucial moment, Uchiha Shursui, with his heart set on Konoha, intends to use Genjutsu to control Uchiha Fugaku. The stance of Uchiha Fugaku is quite predictable. Indeed, I should have realized it earlier. Uchiha Fugaku is part of the coup faction, Jiraiya exclaimed in enlightenment, clapping his hands in excitement. Be quiet. We have known this for quite some time. Tsunade, whose momentary good mood was disrupted by the old white-haired man, vented her frustration with a punch, reducing him to a state akin to that of a shrimp. If that is the case, it is truly regrettable. Minato Namikaze lamented that his sacrifice led the Uchiha clan to lose their final opportunity for reconciliation with Konoha, ultimately forcing them down the path of rebellion. The Uchiha clan, one of the two great families that founded Konoha, now stands in opposition to it, resulting in a tremendous loss for the village, regardless of the outcome. Minato sighed. Upon hearing his words, everyone, consciously or unconsciously, cast glances at the three members of the Sarutobi clan. The trio felt a silent burden. There was no way to refute the situation. Could the outcome of the Uchiha clan's coup possibly have no ties to the three of them? Was it not their decision to suppress and isolate the Uchiha clan? Yet, who could have predicted that the decisions made in that moment would lead to such bitter consequences? Never mind. The answer should be Itachi. Let Shikaku respond. Yes. Nara Shikaku had already confirmed that the answer was indeed D, Uchiha Itachi. Upon receiving the command, he turned to Yecheng and replied, Sir, my answer is D, Uchiha Itachi. Congratulations, you answered correctly, Yecheng said with a smile and a nod. The earlier spectacle had Yecheng chuckling inwardly. The trio of Sarutobi, along with Danzo Shimura, were the pests of Konoha, nurtured by the Senju Tobarama of their generation. Once stripped of the facade of justice, their vile true nature was laid bare, clearly seen by Minato and the others. From that moment on, the legitimacy of Sarutobi's actions ceased to exist. Every decision and suggestion from Sarutobi would be scrutinized by Minato, and even his two disciples, Jiraiya and Tsunade, began to feel disillusioned with their mentor. Not to mention that there was also Orochimaru, who harbored a desire to personally eliminate the old monkey. The old monkey's life had finally reached a dismal conclusion. Now, let us turn our attention to the scene of the third question. In the scene, a young Uchiha Itachi sits calmly at the doorway, half of his body obscured by the door frame. Before him are the gathered members of the Uchiha clan. If you ask me, we should simply storm the Hokage building and eliminate that old man of the third Hokage. Let our Uchiha clan take over Konoha. One clan member stood up and shouted. And what about Shimura Danzo? That insidious bastard has targeted us Uchiha time and again. I wish to grind him to dust. Another clan member remarked with a grim expression and a venomous tone. What about the villagers? What if they resist? A clan member raised a concern, fearing that the extermination of the Hokage lineage would lead to the Uchiha's rule being rejected by the villagers. Then let us annihilate them. If they cannot accept the honorable Uchiha, then they shall descend into hell. In the flickering flames, a clan member's face was partially shrouded in shadow, emanating a voice reminiscent of a demon. The young Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, yet his fists were clenched tightly. He lifted his gaze to find his father sitting solemnly among the assembly's guards, silent and unyielding, not intervening against the radical sentiments of the clan members. As the scene unfolded, it was a sight that sent shivers through those within the Hokage building. Have we truly reached this point? These individuals are indeed deranged. Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. These arrogant fools need a proper lesson. Regardless of the circumstances, the Senju clan was one of the founders of Konoha, and Tsunade held deep affection for the village. Witnessing the Uchiha clan's outrageous declarations to slaughter the villagers stirred her ire. Look, the Uchiha clan is indeed a malevolent one. A group of madmen. The Uchiha's frenzied rhetoric finally rekindled some confidence in Mito Gate's flame, prompting him to chastise loudly. Lord Tobirama's judgment was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan must be strictly controlled. Similarly, Tsunade echoed with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to remain taciturn, quietly smoking his pipe. As the assembly dispersed, the clan members departed, and Itachi's father, Fugaku Uchiha, retreated to a small room to confer with the elders regarding future preparations. Itachi Uchiha, the sole heir, walked home from the South Heg Shrine. Oh, is that you, Itachi? Why are you out so late? A figure emerged under the moonlight, revealing Uchiha Shursui, clad in dark attire, just returning from duty. Shursui, Itachi, burdened with words, suddenly found a confidant. The clan members had so much to say, but he did not know how to begin. Tears welled up in Itachi's eyes, choking his voice. Upon witnessing this, Shursui's expression turned grave. Was there another assembly? Those individuals surely spouted countless nonsensical remarks, did they not? It was evident that the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan was peculiar, akin to a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest spark, a reality Shursui understood all too well. Do not concern yourself with them, Itachi. Shursui bent down, gently patting Itachi's shoulder, offering a warm smile. The third Hokage will find a way. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we shall strive for it. My goal is to reconcile the village with our clan. Is Shursui guiding Itachi? What a gentle soul, Minato Namikaze reflected, growing increasingly fond of Shursui. The Uchiha clan, with hearts inclined towards Konoha, possesses such warmth. The descendants of Kagami remind me so much of him, Mito Gate mused. Indeed, it's uncanny. Kagami also smiled so warmly back then. Tsunade reminisced about their shared days under Tobirama Senju's leadership. On the precipice of the Nanha River stood two figures. One was Uchiha Shursui, who had lost his right eye, and the other was Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, Shursui began. The coup d'etat by the Uchiha clan can no longer be averted. Should a civil war erupt within Konoha, other villages will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade. I had intended to use Kotoame Tsukumi to prevent the coup, but Shimura Danzo has taken my right eye. He believes he can protect the village in his own way. To ensure that my left eye does not fall into his hands, I entrust it to you. I implore you, my dear friend, safeguard our village and preserve the honor of the Uchiha name. With these words, Shursui removed his left eye and extended it toward Itachi. What do you plan to do next? Itachi inquired. If I perish, the situation will surely change. I have already written my farewell letter. Step by step, Shursui retreated. Wait. Shursui. Itachi reached forward, anxiously attempting to stop him. Do not hinder me, Itachi. In the next moment, Shursui leaped off the cliff with a smile, concluding his tumultuous life. Is this scene a continuation of the previous one? That scoundrel Danzo, truly incapable of doing good. Shikaku pondered, quickly connecting the two sequences. Alas, it was all due to Shimura Danzo. This wretched old man has ruined the future of Konoha. The importance of an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan far surpasses that of 1,000 Danzos combined. Minato Namikaze observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed tightly, sensing that the subsequent images might herald significant upheaval. Sarutobi Hiruzen, at that moment, had grown silent, expressionless as he gazed at the screen, taking slow drags from his cigarette. Kakashi Hatake lowered his head, remaining quiet. He recalled the liberated smile on Shursui's face just before his leap, inevitably drawing parallels to Obito Uchiha, who lay trapped beneath a massive rock, having entrusted the care of Rin Noara to him. The two former advisors at his side also remained silent. Seeing the Hokage's office fall into a state of contemplation once more, Yecheng clapped his hands to rouse them. All right, the third segment has concluded. Now, let us proceed to the fourth question. With a wave of his hand, the fourth question appeared. Question 4. In the 54th year of Konoha, the once mighty Uchiha clan, which had thrived since the Warring States period, was annihilated, leaving only 2 clan members alive. Who was responsible for this act? A. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. B. Root leader Shimura Danzo. C. Uchiha Itachi. D. Uchiha Obito. How could his name be among the options? Kakashi exclaimed, breaking his prolonged silence upon seeing the most familiar name. Obito? Out of hatred for the village, did he choose to obliterate his own clan? Or did he perceive the Uchiha clan as a hindrance to the Moonzai plan? Shikaku mused internally. No, compared to the first 2 names, Obito's likelihood seems minimal. He formed his judgment. Concealed in the shadows, Obito could exploit the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack to strike at Konoha. However, this does not imply that the vigilant Hidden Leaf village, fully aware of his existence, would easily permit him to infiltrate the village once more and annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. After all, this is the Uchiha clan. How could it possibly fall to a single individual? Even if all the ninjas of the village were to unite, the cost would be exorbitant. As the fourth question was presented, it captivated the attention of everyone within the Hokage building. The Uchiha clan, a prestigious lineage that has endured since the Warring States period, has stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world for generations. Yet, it ultimately faced annihilation. According to the question, only 2 clan members remained. Even with the addition of Uchiha Obito, that would amount to just 3. A millennium of heritage severed in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered uncertainly, as he sensed the scrutiny of others. At that moment, he found himself in a predicament. He did not believe he had directly exterminated the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, the information provided by this questioning space positioned him as an adversary to the Uchiha clan, leading to a degree of suspicion against him. This left him unable to defend himself, for he indeed had implemented policies and measures against the Uchiha clan. Regardless, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained present, and others had to show respect to this third Hokage, avoiding any public discussion of his possible involvement. Namikaze Minato, arms crossed, surveyed the 4 answers. A quick glance revealed that, apart from Uchiha Itachi, the other 3 candidates appeared quite plausible. It was indeed a challenging task. He turned to his companion, Shikaku, and remarked with a smile, Shikaku, I leave this question to you. I truly have no inkling. Though he spoke thus, in truth, Minato had already considered Shimura Danzo as the answer, given the well-known animosity that Danzo harbored. Yes, Lord Hokage, Shikaku acknowledged with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, Answer can be disregarded for now. Even if the third Hokage harbors biases against the Uchiha clan, the likelihood of him personally taking action to eliminate them is exceedingly low. Upon hearing Shikaku's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but smile. Good lad. My years of favorable treatment towards the Nara clan have not been in vain. You are indeed on my side. He mused contentedly as he took a puff from his pipe. However, Shikaku's next statement caused Hiruzen to choke on the smoke. Moreover, fundamentally, since becoming Hokage, the third Hokage has experienced 2 ninja world wars and various smaller conflicts over the decades without ever taking direct action. this time would likely be no exception. Even if he wished to act against the Uchiha clan, he would likely send subordinates. This remark led to a collective realization among the others, nodding in agreement. Indeed, in everyone's memory, once Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, he had not engaged in direct combat. While the ninja world wars raged fiercely, the Sannin, Kakashi Hitaki, Namikaze Minato, and even Shimura Danzo had all rushed to the front lines, while he remained in the hidden leaf. The strength of Konoha has never been brought to the brink of despair, and within the safety of the village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remains quite secure. After such a long period of inaction, it is only natural that he has developed a certain inertia, and if he could avoid direct confrontation, he would certainly prefer to do so. Under these circumstances, the likelihood of Hiruzen personally orchestrating the massacre of the Uchiha clan is considerably low. However, one cannot dismiss the fact that during the Ninetales incident, the third Hokage did take action, as bluffing Minato lightheartedly pointed out, attempting to alleviate Hiruzen's embarrassment. Yet, his jovial demeanor made Hiruzen suspect he was being mocked. After all, it was merely a matter of summoning a spirit beast and using the Rui Jingu Bang to expel the Ninetales from Konoha. Kakashi Hitaki suddenly interjected. Had the third Hokage collaborated with my teacher against the Ninetales, perhaps my teacher would not have perished. He lamented the tragic fate of Minato during the Ninetales incident, asserting that if both the second and third Hokages had joined forces, they would have undoubtedly managed to drive the Ninetales away, if not defeat or reseal it. Once the village had summoned the legendary Sannin back from their missions, the threat could have been easily mitigated, sparing his beloved teacher from sacrifice. As Kakashi lost himself in these thoughts, he felt an unsettling chill. Upon opening his eyes, he found all eyes upon him, gazes laden with intrigue. What's wrong? He stammered, feeling the weight of their stares. You mentioned the strongest Hokage in history? Tsunade's expression twisted, veins bulging on her forehead. Ha. Is that old man truly the strongest Hokage ever? Surely not. Jiraiya erupted into laughter, reveling in the absurdity. Mito Kazumi and Toka Shikamaru exchanged glances, pretending to be oblivious. Their heads bowed. Kakashi, where did you hear such a thing? Wolfgang Minato inquired with a grin. Was it in the Ninja Academy's textbooks? I recall the younger generation mentioning that the third Hokage is described as the strongest. Nara Shikaku, with an amused expression, casually remarked, indeed, it's what the textbooks claim. Coughing violently, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself choked by smoke, bending over in a fit of coughing, unable to respond. Yet, Tsunade was not one to let the matter rest. Old man, you authored that textbook, didn't you? Aren't you the headmaster of the ninja school? To use textbooks to promote yourself as the strongest Hokage to the new generation of young ninjas. How could you stoop so low? Her words dripped with sarcasm, as it was inevitable, given the weight of the title of strongest Hokage held by Hiruzen. For her, a princess of the Senju clan, it felt like a direct affront. If you claim to be the strongest Hokage, what does that make Hashirama Senju? The god of the ninja world, the one who ended the Warring States period. The founder of the shinobi village system, and the master of the Nine Tails. After his passing, is this how you, his successor, choose to conduct yourself? This matter is certainly not of my doing. I swear it. Hiruzen exclaimed, defending himself vehemently. As Sarutobi Hiruzen faced the relentless pressure from Tsunade, he understood that there was no evading the confrontation today. He could only steel himself and endure. In truth, he was not the architect of the curriculum for the Ninja Academy, for he lacked the time to engage in such endeavors. He had merely offered a subtle suggestion to the actual author. It would be best if it were not you. If both grandfather and great-uncle were to learn of your actions, they would undoubtedly be incensed. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. If the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, were to discover that his disciple shamelessly claimed to be the strongest Hokage in history, he would surely rise from his rest in indignation. Come now, Tsunade. Grant the old man a modicum of respect. He has reached a venerable age. Jiraiya interjected, observing Hiruzen bowing almost to the ground, and sought to alleviate the tension. Let us first ascertain whom we shall select. I firmly believe it must be that scoundrel Danzo. Jiraiya deftly shifted the conversation to the matter of utmost concern, thus sparing Hiruzen from immediate peril. After considerable deliberation, the group ultimately resolved to choose Shimura Danzo. Yet, as Yecheng beheld their impending misjudgment, anxiety gripped his heart. However, bound by the constraints of the system's regulations, he found himself powerless to intervene or discreetly guide them towards the correct answer. He could only watch as Naruto turned to him with utmost reverence, proclaiming, "My lord, I choose answer B, Shimura Danzo." Naruto, oh Naruto, are you not the chief strategist of the Hokage? Where has your intellect vanished? You have truly disappointed me. Yecheng sighed internally, yet could only shake his head and respond, "Incorrect. The correct answer is C, Uchiha Itachi." Yecheng's revelation astonished all present. From the moment 4 options appeared, none had suspected Uchiha Itachi. Their focus had solely rested on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Only Kakashi Hatake had entertained a fleeting doubt regarding Obito Uchiha. But it was merely a passing thought. Could it truly be that young boy? Does he possess such formidable strength? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. The Uchiha clan wielded a fearsome power, and as one of Konohagakure's elite combatants, Jiraiya was acutely aware of this. During the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya had not participated and could only glean information from the reports. At that time, the Uchiha clan was still under the stewardship of Uchiha Kagami, maintaining a relatively stable relationship with the village. Consequently, reports frequently noted the Uchiha ninjas' accomplishments in vanquishing adversarial shinobi, destroying vital supplies, and seizing strategic locations. In those days, only those Uchiha who had awakened their Sharingan were permitted to engage in battle. The clan's strength lay in the fact that every Uchiha who had manifested the Sharingan was a formidable warrior. Having grown up hearing tales of the Uchiha's renown, Jiraiya was well aware of their terrifying prowess. By the time of the Third Shinobi World War, Jiraiya had matured significantly, earning the title of one of the legendary 3 during that very conflict. Though it may be perceived as a somewhat humiliating title to be 3 against 1. Ultimately crushed by the formidable mackerel fish Hanzo, they were ultimately bestowed the moniker of the 3 ninjas. However, as their presence on the battlefield became more pronounced, this once derisive label transformed into one of reverence. In the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War, Jiraiya served as the overall commander of the Eastern Front, leading a contingent that included numerous members of the Uchiha clan. Regarding these Uchihas, Jiraiya could only remark on their remarkable utility. Little did he anticipate that such a powerful clan would meet its demise at the hands of its own kin. Although I find it difficult to grasp, I am profoundly shocked. Minato, are you not quite familiar with the Fuinjutsu family? Is Uchiha Itachi truly that formidable? Jiraiya could not help but pose this question to Namikaze Minato. Minato chuckled awkwardly, suddenly recalling that he had previously expressed a hope that Naruto would grow to embody the gentle nature of Uchiha Itachi. Yet, he had not foreseen that this so-called gentle individual could ruthlessly annihilate his entire clan. Truly astonishing, I must say. Perhaps it is best for Naruto to remain true to himself. Minato pondered, while remarking, Itachi is merely 5 years old, though he appears quite intelligent. It is difficult to discern such immense power in him at present. Although the young Uchiha Itachi presents himself with an air of composure, resembling a prodigy. Who could have predicted that this small boy, barely waist-high, would later commit such acts? Minato reflected that the notion of Itachi single-handedly eradicating the Uchiha clan was utterly unfathomable. I believe that Itachi could not have acted alone. The text mentions that Itachi was directly involved, yet it does not assert that he was the sole perpetrator. If Itachi had acted alongside a faction capable of contending with the Uchiha clan, such an outcome would be entirely plausible. Indeed, if one were to determine who harbored the deepest desire to obliterate the Uchiha clan, Itachi would not rank among them. There were others far more eager for the Uchiha's demise. At this moment, a scornful laugh emerged, belonging to Tsunade, who stood with her arms crossed, exuding disdain. Tsunade's emotions were exceedingly complex at this juncture. Logically, her stance should not lead her to utter such words. Advocating for the Uchiha clan's vindication was never her role. Moreover, her every word today seemed directed at the old Konoha elite led by Sarutobi Sasuke, revealing an inexplicable resentment. Was her contemplation of the Senju clan's legacy in light of the Uchiha's extinction? Sarutobi Hisashi lowered his head, puffing on his cigarette, indifferent to Tsunade's derision. He understood that Tsunade merely harbored a pent-up frustration seeking release, not a desire to sever ties with him. Thus, he allowed her to voice her feelings, unperturbed by the potential loss of dignity. Furthermore, in the matter of the Senju clan's demise, Sarutobi Hisashi had played a role that was hardly commendable, and being reproached was not entirely unwarranted. Years ago, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, journeyed to the land of lightning to forge an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village. In the midst of turmoil, the Hidden Cloud Resistance, led by the formidable duo of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, launched a sudden assault. In a valiant effort to ensure the safe passage of the Leaf Village contingent, Senju Tobirama met his demise. Following his death, the Senju clan found themselves devoid of any formidable force to rely upon. The disparity between their power and their standing was starkly evident. A sumptuous feast lay before them, attracting countless individuals eager to partake. The Senju clan represented that delectable delicacy, possessing the resources coveted by many, including the first and second Hokages. With the loss of their protective might, they stood helpless against the ravenous wolves that encircled them. In that dire moment, the elders of the Senju clan could only reluctantly propose the dissolution of their clan name, urging their kin to fully integrate into the Leaf Village. Ostensibly, this was to uphold the will of fire, but in truth, it was a desperate measure. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the newly appointed third Hokage and disciple of Tobirama, adopted a stance of indifference, allowing the Senju clan to fade into the annals of history. Eventually, the rightful heir, Senju Nawaki, and the princess Tsunade bore no clan name. At the time, Tsunade was still a child, utterly powerless to influence the situation. As she matured and gained strength, she found herself even less capable of affecting change. For by then, the Senju clan had become a mere shadow of its former self. Ignoring Tsunade's simmering resentment, Hiruzen resolutely declared, "I will never turn against my comrades in the village. If there are those who assist Uchiha Itachi in orchestrating a strike against the Uchiha clan, it certainly will not be me." Upon hearing Hiruzen's proclamation, Nara Shikamaru quickly interjected to lend support. Indeed, Hiruzen has served as Hokage for decades without ever harming the village. I can vouch for that. Mito Kamen also chimed in. Hiruzen's character is well known to us all. There is no need for suspicion. This sentiment was indeed valid. Since ascending to the position of Hokage, Hiruzen had been diligent and had not been embroiled in any major scandals. Tsunade merely scoffed, turning away in silence. As Hiruzen's pupil, she was well aware of his integrity. Such actions were simply not in his nature. Had he possessed such decisiveness, the Uchiha clan would have long been eradicated. Much like the vanished Senju clan, contemplating the fate of her clan, a surge of anger and helplessness welled up within Tsunade. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, and silence enveloped the room. Eager to alleviate the tension, Nara Shikamaru forced a smile and remarked, "This Uchiha Itachi, with his heart set on the leaf, is certainly worth nurturing. Watergate, why not enlist him in your umbu and cultivate his potential?" Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato was momentarily taken aback, but soon found merit in the suggestion. The Hokage, or the leaders of any village, typically had their own elite guard. However, the truth of the matter is that while such guards are ostensibly there to protect the Hokage, in the heat of battle, the lines of protection can blur. As those who ascend to the role of Hokage are invariably among the most powerful, those who pose a threat to the shadows are indeed formidable experts. Can such masters be countered by the Shadow Guard? With such prowess, what need is there for a Shadow Guard? Thus, the Shadow Guard serves as a means for the shadows to cultivate trusted confidants. By keeping them close for several years, imparting wisdom through both word and deed, they can eventually be positioned in critical roles across various departments, thereby aiding the shadows in consolidating their power. The case of Itachi Uchiha evidently aligns with the requirements for joining the Shadow Guard, possessing potential and value. Once inducted into the ranks of the Hokage's Shadow Guard, Minato Namikaze could guide him towards his desired path, ultimately serving as an intermediary to control the Uchiha clan. However, after some contemplation, Minato shook his head. Itachi is indeed remarkable, but he is still too young, perhaps in a few more years. Could one who has obliterated his own kin truly be deemed commendable? Suddenly, Tsunade interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Someone who turns against their own family is hardly worthy of the title. Minato furrowed his brow, perceiving Tsunade's remarks as somewhat extreme, and he sought to clarify. Itachi was undoubtedly compelled by circumstance. During that time, the village and the Uchiha were at odds. Must one choose between the village and their family? Should the family simply be allowed to perish? Tsunade interrupted Minato, asserting, "Fourth, you hail from a commoner's background. Hence you cannot grasp the significance of family. But Itachi Uchiha is someone I cannot condone." Her words left Minato momentarily speechless. "Calm down, Tsunade. "There's no need for such haste," Jiraiya interjected, attempting to soothe her by grasping her sleeve. "You know nothing. You are also a commoner ninja," Tsunade shouted, shaking off Jiraiya's hand. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Mito Hamura spoke up. "Tsunade, you must understand that the philosophy of the first Hokage in founding the village was to eradicate the barriers between clans and ensure everyone could fully integrate into this great family. Thus, Itachi's actions merely reflect a shift from a narrow familial perspective to a broader allegiance to the village." Though Mito spoke with lofty ideals, his words only served to infuriate Tsunade further. The princess of the Senju clan emanated a fierce aura, her eyes aflame with indignation. In an instant, she charged toward Mito, effortlessly lifting the old man into the air and demanding, "So, is the demise of the Senju clan justified? Why then do your families continue to thrive and grow? Are they not thriving on the very flesh of the village?" "Tsunade, cease this insolence. How dare you?" Koharu Uchiha shouted, yet remained rooted in place. "Release him, Tsunade." Hiruzen Sarutobi, witnessing the escalating conflict, felt compelled to assert his dwindling authority, to dissolve the small for the benefit of the great. This was the philosophy of Lord Hashirama. Lord Tobirama upheld this principle, establishing the Ninja Academy to nurture more commoner ninjas. As the granddaughter of both esteemed leaders, do you truly wish to contravene their wishes? On the other side, the trio of Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hitaki, and Nara Shikahisa exchanged glances, uncertain of how to offer counsel. It is indeed intriguing. Since the commencement of the quiz, the 8 individuals within the Hokage building had divided into 3 factions. Minato and his companions formed one group. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with 2 former advisors, constituted another, while Tsunade and Jiraiya made up the third. This arrangement vividly represented the 3 dominant forces currently at play in the Hidden Leaf Village: the faction of the 3rd Hokage, the faction of the 4th Hokage, and the 2 influential Sannin who remained somewhat detached from the fray. At present, a conflict had arisen between Tsunade and Hiruzen's faction. If one were to make decisions purely based on political considerations, Minato should have rallied in support of Tsunade, seizing this rare opportunity to decisively undermine the 3rd Hokage's faction. With the moral high ground and the backing of Tsunade, Minato could have swiftly usurped the village's power from Hiruzen. Yet, he refrained from such actions. Instead, he chose to observe, opting not to intervene. This decision reflected both his inherent sense of justice and the underlying reason for his position as a puppet Hokage. Setting aside the machinations of those within the Hokage building, Yecheng watched the unfolding drama with delight. Tsunade boldly confronted Hiruzen, engaging in a direct and fierce clash. This was a scene never depicted throughout the entirety of the Naruto series, for by the time Tsunade made her entrance, Hiruzen had already perished during the Chunin exams. Moreover, their dispute revolved around the extinction of the Senju clan, a narrative thread that proved challenging to reconcile within the storyline of Naruto. According to the information Yecheng had received, the original concept of Naruto was not intended to be an extensive saga. Masashi Kishimoto had initially planned to conclude the narrative around the Chunin exams. In that framework, Hiruzen was portrayed as the overarching antagonist, and the title of the strongest Hokage was rightfully his. However, due to the overwhelming popularity of the series as it progressed through the Chunin exams, Shueisha compelled Kishimoto to alter his plans for a longer narrative. This necessitated changes in established lore, leading to inconsistencies such as the 3rd Hokage being the strongest Hokage while the Senju clan was left without members. Ultimately, Tsunade did grant Hiruzen a semblance of dignity by releasing Mito Menjo. Yet, upon meeting Tsunade's cold gaze, Hiruzen recognized the irrevocable rift that had developed between him and his once beloved disciple. Contemplating this, Hiruzen suddenly felt a profound weariness, as if he had been struck by the weight of his own impotence. It dawned on him that one could indeed age in an instant. Previously, despite his advancing years, Hiruzen had not perceived himself as old. The stubborn elder still believed he possessed the strength to oversee the village for a few more years. Although he had stepped down, he still yearned to assist the new Hokage in finding their footing. It was true that he did not wish to relinquish power so swiftly. Yet his love for the village was equally genuine. In this moment, however, Hiruzen truly felt the inexorable passage of time, which never bends to the whims of the human heart. Setting aside the internal conflicts within Sarutobi Hiruzen, the questioning must persist. Yecheng felt a tinge of disappointment as the crowd returned to a state of calm. Moments ago, he had fervently wished for a confrontation between Tsunade and the three, ideally resulting in the demise of one or two. Such an event would have granted him an abundance of points. Alas, Tsunade managed to keep her temper in check. With the excitement evaporated, Yecheng did not wish to squander any more time and spoke. Since the answer to the fourth question was incorrect, detailed information regarding it will no longer be presented. Please turn your attention to the fifth question. With a wave of his hand, the text on the luminous screen rearranged itself, revealing new content. Question 5. Following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, what became of the deceased Uchiha clan member Sharingan? A. Remained with the deceased, interred in the Uchiha graveyard. B. Destroyed on the spot. C. Taken by Shimura Danzo and implanted in himself. D. Taken by Uchiha Itachi for future use. Upon encountering this question, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. This query pierced the heart of the darkest truths. What happens to the bloodline of a once great clan, the Uchihas, after its obliteration? When the Uchiha clan was intact, it would have been their prerogative to decide how to handle such matters, whether through destruction or burial. However, now, with the Uchiha clan decimated, only Uchiha Itachi and the young Uchiha Sasuke remained, who would not be tempted by such an opportunity. It is vital to recognize that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is the Sharingan, arguably the most renowned bloodline in the entire shinobi world. The legendary Uchiha Madara wielded the Sharingan with unmatched prowess, with only the wood release of the former god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, able to rival it. To safeguard their bloodline from external contamination, the Uchiha clan refrained from intermarriage with outsiders. Whenever a clan member perished, their eyes were destroyed, particularly on the battlefield. Over the years, numerous wars have claimed the lives of many Uchiha. Yet there has never been a report of an enemy ninja successfully acquiring a Sharingan by slaying an Uchiha clan member. The sole exception is Kakashi Hatake, who was gifted a Sharingan by Obito Uchiha. Any other ninja attempting to covet the Sharingan would face relentless pursuit from the Uchiha clan until the enemy was eradicated, or the eyes reclaimed or destroyed. Initially, the Uchiha clan sought to obliterate Kakashi's Sharingan, but the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, intervened, primarily due to justifiable reasons. Thus, when the Uchiha clan fell and no one remained to hold them accountable, who could resist the allure of the Sharingan? Minato Namikaze almost instinctively concluded that the answer was C, that it was Shimura Danzo who took it, without considering any alternatives. Unlike the previous questions, this fifth question was met with a profound silence from everyone present. Tsunade maintained a stern expression, arms crossed over her chest, accentuating her considerable curves. She appeared utterly indifferent, not even glancing at the question, lost in her own thoughts. Besides Tsunade, Jiraiya initially intended to offer her some words of comfort upon noticing her somber mood. However, as he drew closer, he was captivated by Tsunade's voluptuous figure, revealing a rather lewd expression as he succumbed to the allure of her beauty. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, his face stern, quietly smoking a cigarette, unsure of what to say at that moment. Mito Kazuma and Nara Shikaku displayed visible anxiety, seemingly realizing that following the earlier conflict, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor had shifted slightly. This was exceedingly perilous for the two of them, who were closely tied to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he sought to grasp power, they, as his most trusted allies, would have the opportunity to engage with it. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen choose to relinquish control, how could they ever hope to seize power? In such a scenario, Namikaze Minato would undoubtedly promote his loyal subordinates, leaving them to be forgotten. Hatake Kakashi stood quietly behind Namikaze Minato, dutifully fulfilling his role as a shadow guard. Nara Shikaku, feeling disinterested, found the answer to the question glaringly obvious, requiring no mental effort. Glancing around the room, he noticed that no one seemed inclined to voice their opinions. Namikaze Minato shook his head and spoke. I shall answer the final question. My choice is C. It was Shimura Danzo who took it for himself. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Yecheng smiled, signaling Minato's success in answering. Thus, the round of questions concluded with a commendable score of 4 correct answers out of 5. However, due to an incorrect response on the fourth question, they were unable to secure a reward. Furthermore, as a consequence of the mistake made on the fourth question, a penalty would be enforced. Yecheng surveyed the group and announced, the punishment will involve a random skill, including ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or bloodline limits. You may choose for one person to accept the penalty or allow it to be randomly assigned among all of you. Allow me. Namikaze Minato stepped forward unequivocally. Let me handle it, sensei. Kakashi interjected hastily, positioning himself in front of Minato. How can we let the Hokage face the penalty? I will take it. Fugaku echoed the sentiment. No. Namikaze Minato replied sternly, turning to explain to the two. Both of you possess crucial abilities, one with the Sharingan and the other with a family secret ninjutsu. You cannot afford to take such risks. Kakashi's Sharingan and Shikaku's family's shadow techniques were both immensely valuable, and your Flying Thunder God technique is no less critical. Allow me to take it. I may not boast of other abilities, but in terms of ninjutsu quantity, no one in the ninja world can surpass me. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke, a determined expression illuminating his aged face. After much debate, it was ultimately decided that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take on the punishment. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Kakashi, Shikaku, and Minato each possessed vital skills. If this ability were to be eradicated as a form of punishment, it would profoundly impact an individual's strength. For instance, if Minato Namikaze were to lose the Flying Thunder God technique, could he still be regarded as the Yellow Flash of Konoha? The loss of such a technique would severely diminish his power. On the other hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi would face considerably less risk. Firstly, he possesses an extensive repertoire of jutsu. Being naturally gifted in all 5 elemental natures, Hiruzen has conducted profound research into the elemental techniques, earning him the moniker of Ninjutsu Doctor. In contrast, Minato and his contemporaries may only be well-versed in a few dozen or at most 100 techniques, with merely a handful being commonly utilized. The elder Sarutobi commands knowledge of thousands of jutsu. Furthermore, Minato and his peers are still youthful and represent vital combat strength for the village. In contrast, Hiruzen, now advanced in age, has retreated from the front line. It is only in the event of a dire threat to Konoha that one would expect him to don his armor once more. Considering all factors, it is prudent to have Hiruzen accept this punishment. Since a candidate has been chosen, I shall proceed, Yecheng declared. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen nodded and closed his eyes. Contrary to his expectations of enduring some painful ordeal, he was taken aback when Yecheng's voice resonated. All done. The fire release, dragon fire technique, has been erased. Is that all? Hiruzen blinked in astonishment, opening his eyes in a state of confusion. Are you feeling all right, Lord Second? Minato inquired with concern. I don't feel anything at all, Hiruzen replied, feeling as though the punishment had been completed in the blink of an eye, leaving him questioning its seriousness. Sensing Hiruzen's bewilderment, Yecheng smiled and said, You may test your ability to perform the dragon fire technique. All right, Hiruzen replied, nodding as he clapped his hands, instinctively preparing to form the necessary hand seals. Wait, how do I even perform the dragon fire technique? Suddenly, Hiruzen felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. No matter how hard he tried to recall, it eluded him completely. Lord Second, what's wrong? Seeing Hiruzen freeze after clapping his hands, Minato asked with concern. The dragon fire technique seems to have vanished from my mind. I have forgotten how to execute it, Hiruzen answered, astonished. So this is what the so-called erasure ability entails. It directly obliterates relevant memories from a person's mind? What? Mito Minyen exclaimed in disbelief. You mean it has directly caused you to lose all memory of the dragon fire technique? This ability is truly bizarre, thought Tsunade, marveling inwardly. The two elders gazed at Yecheng with newfound trepidation. How astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he can delete memories from one's mind. How is that even possible? If he wished, could he erase all of my memories in an instant? Would that not reduce me to an infant or render me simple-minded? Two elderly individuals, overwhelmed by the profound enigma of Yecheng's smile, dared not to utter a word and bowed their heads in reverence. Observing that the speculations of these imaginative minds had reached their peak, Yecheng chose to refrain from further explanations. Up to this point, all questions of the second round had been answered. In the Hokage office, aside from the fourth question, which was answered incorrectly, the remaining 4 questions had been answered with precision. The next step was to display the visuals for the 5th question, distribute the rewards, and take their leave. As time was running short, Yecheng inquired with mild impatience whether they still wished to view the visuals for the 5th question. Eager to return home and partake in the lottery. We shall proceed, esteemed master, Shikaku interjected swiftly, fearing Yecheng's displeasure might result in the footage being withheld. Let us view the visuals, Yecheng gestured, and the text for the fifth question faded from the light screen, revealing the imagery that followed. The specifics need not be reiterated. It depicted the Roots operations following Uchiha Itachi's annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan, where all bodies were subsequently taken under their control. Before departing, Uchiha Itachi had intended to set fire to the Uchiha compound, thereby incinerating the corpses of his clan. However, he was intercepted by the Roots ninjas, forcing him to vacate Konoha post-haste. After all, regardless of the agreement reached with the higher-ups, the ordinary citizens and ninjas of the village remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Thus, Uchiha Itachi had no choice but to leave Konoha swiftly, lest he attract the attention of incoming ninjas and inadvertently expose crucial information. It was only after Uchiha Itachi's departure that Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived in haste. The old monkey was well aware of the plot between Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Danzo, a scenario he had tacitly endorsed. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accept the ramifications of a civil war within the village. It was preferable to act decisively and eradicate the malignant tumor early, rather than wait for the Uchiha clan to solidify their plans and betray the village. However, the crux of the matter lay in his knowledge of the impending Uchiha genocide without awareness of its exact timing. The decision on when to initiate the massacre was a pact between Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi, should he seek to ascertain the timing. It would implicate him in their conspiracy. One must understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval of Danzo's machinations had a singular purpose: to extricate himself from this sordid affair and present himself as an untainted Hokage, blissfully ignorant of the dark deeds. When Uchiha Itachi had completed his slaughter of the Uchiha clan, he still had the leisure to wait for Uchiha Sasuke's return, culminating in the iconic lament, "Oh, how foolish I am, hate me." It was at this juncture that the news finally reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. By the time the old monkey donned his gear and hurried with the Umbu, Uchiha Itachi had already made his escape. The Uchiha compound was devoid of bodies, leaving only a single unconscious Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the bodies had been taken by Shimura Danzo, yet he could not afford to reveal his awareness of this fact. In the face of the nonchalant remarks from the Root ninjas regarding the corpses, all of which had been eradicated by Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only accept this grim reality as his own belief. As for Shimura Danzo's motives for removing the bodies, he was acutely aware. The scene concluded, and within the confines of the Hokage's office, everyone present wore a grim expression, their faces betraying no warmth. With the footage concluded, it was time to distribute the rewards. Observing the expressions of those around him, Yecheng discerned their unspoken thoughts. However, he had lost interest in the unfolding drama and was eager to return home for a chance to revel in the lottery. Thus, he immediately spoke up to capture everyone's attention. "You have answered 4 questions correctly and 1 incorrectly. According to the rules, you are ineligible for the designated wish reward and may only opt for the lottery. You are permitted to draw 4 times, with each reward being entirely random, allowing for the possibility of acquiring anything." Yecheng extended his hand, retrieving a large box from his spatial system. This was a square red box, adorned with inscriptions, featuring a prominent white button at its center. "Behold this box. It is the exclusive treasure chest for the lottery. Simply press the white button to draw your prize. You may choose to have one person draw multiple times, or several individuals each draw once. However, be advised, many of the rewards may not be tangible items, and thus cannot be transferred or traded. Consider your options. Who will draw?" Given that this round of questions had not been answered flawlessly, the lottery's prize pool was limited to lower-tier rewards, a stark contrast to the high-tier pool from his previous draw. The last high-tier pool had contained rewards that every participant yearned for, presenting a significant chance of acquisition. In that instance, Yecheng had drawn Wood Release, a commendable prize though not the most coveted. Now, however, the low-tier pool encompassed a broad spectrum of rewards, ranging from the most mundane shuriken and kunai to the exalted Rinnegan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama-level Wood Release, Yin-Yang Release, Sage Body, and Truth-Seeking Balls, everything imaginable. Naturally, the likelihood of obtaining high-tier rewards was exceedingly slim, with the outcome more likely to yield ordinary items. Upon concluding his explanation, the assembly within the Hokage's office deliberated and decided that Namikaze Minato should take the first draw. After all, as the Hokage, his status eclipsed all others present. If the rewards were non-transferable, it was indeed prudent for the Hokage to partake. Ding! Namikaze Minato gently pressed the white button. Instantly, the characters above the button began to whirl rapidly, so fast that even his keen eyesight could not decipher them. After 3 seconds, the motion ceased, revealing 3 characters: Fire God Sword. Yecheng smiled faintly. Not bad. You have drawn a sword of exceptional quality. With that, he retrieved a brilliant crimson longsword from the treasure chest. Handing it over, he passed the striking weapon to Namikaze Minato. Buzz. As Minato accepted the sword, he observed that the crimson blade was approximately 1 meter long, weighty in hand, and emanated a subtle red glow throughout its entirety. The sword is named the God of Fire Sword, forged from a unique mineral. This mineral differs from ordinary chakra stones, as both can channel chakra to augment power. However, the God of Fire Sword possesses the remarkable ability to unleash sword energy through the infusion of chakra, resulting in a razor-sharp blade with formidable lethality. Yecheng explained with a smile. Minato Namikaze examined the God of Fire Sword for a while, nodding with a grin. The sword bore a resemblance to the Raijin sword wielded by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Yet, ever since Tobirama's demise, the Raijin sword has remained lost. Otherwise, a comparison could be made to determine which sword inflicts greater damage. The more Minato observed, the more he appreciated the God of Fire Sword, deeming it exceptionally suited for him. His combat style primarily relied on the unparalleled speed of the Flying Thunder God technique to close the gap with his foes, followed by close-range assaults with the Rasengan or Kunai to conclude the battle. This method is swift and efficient. Boasting immense destructive power, he once eliminated 50 Jonin in a mere instant. However, while this approach is rapid, it lacks absolute lethality. When faced with opponents of equal caliber, particularly those as resilient as the fourth Hokage, relying solely on the Rasengan or Kunai fails to inflict substantial damage. In the Third Shinobi World War, Minato encountered A, who was not yet the Hokage, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and he faced considerable difficulty. Although he did not lose that battle, he felt as if he were merely scraping away at them, ultimately failing to inflict meaningful harm. A exclaimed, "Master Minato, stop scraping." Now, with the God of Fire Sword in hand, should he cross paths with these two again, he could simply employ the Flying Thunder God to close in and deliver a decisive slash. Would their resilience still hold against such an attack? Minato attempted to channel chakra into the God of Fire Sword and swung it, unleashing a crimson sword energy that struck the nearby barrier. Although the barrier absorbed the attack without causing damage, the sword energy's sharpness instilled a sense of danger within Minato. "I am profoundly grateful. This sword is exquisite," he declared, handing the God of Fire Sword to Kakashi Hitaki for safekeeping. Turning to Yecheng with a respectful bow, his face reflecting gratitude. "No need. Please continue with the lottery." Yecheng replied with a calm demeanor. Onlookers, witnessing Minato's acquired treasure, expressed their envy. Kakashi, cradling the God of Fire Sword, compared it to his father's white fang blade, concluding that the former was superior. In terms of sharpness, they were comparable, yet the God of Fire Sword boasted ranged attack capabilities, unlike the white fang blade, which was merely an ordinary weapon and could not be compared. Others also gazed at the God of Fire Sword, their expressions filled with anticipation. Having obtained such a remarkable item on the first draw, what treasures awaited in the next 3 draws? Minato pressed the white button once more. The inscription on the treasure chest began to rotate once more, halting 3 seconds later to reveal 6 characters, Jonin-level chakra. Yecheng was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Minato Namikaze had drawn such an exceptional item. Although he himself had previously won a similar reward, an even more advanced shadow-level chakra. This was merely from the beginner's prize pool. Minato Namikaze had drawn good fortune twice in a row. What luck, akin to that of Europeans. No wonder he has such fair skin and golden hair. But what does Jonin-level chakra truly signify? Minato, for a moment, could not grasp the full meaning of those 6 characters. This was understandable, as their chakra was cultivated through personal effort, unlike the system which directly bestowed it upon them. As the name suggests, this chakra could be directly infused into one's body, becoming a part of their own chakra. Yecheng felt a pang of envy. Yet upon recalling that he had drawn an even superior shadow-level chakra, he found solace. What? Such a thing exists. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback in astonishment. Is this truly the case, esteemed one? It is simply marvelous. Despite having witnessed many wonders, Minato could not help but express his surprise with a questioning look on his face, his expression a tapestry of amazement. in the Hokage office. Once Yecheng finished his explanation, every individual present gasped in disbelief. After all, this had transcended their understanding. You will know if you try it yourself. Yecheng smiled faintly, gesturing to send the chakra orb he held into Minato's body. Ah! Minato exclaimed in surprise, then felt a warm sensation enveloping him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. It even carried a slightly intense heat, reminiscent of water that was perhaps too warm. Minato, are you all right? Jiraiya inquired with concern upon witnessing Minato's startled reaction. Yet, with Yecheng standing right before them, he hesitated to approach directly. After all, Yecheng had left an impression of being a mysterious and formidable figure, his temperament entirely inscrutable. He was uncertain whether getting too close might provoke Yecheng's displeasure. It was worth noting that Kakashi Hataki's prior experience lingered in memory. Although his hand had been reattached by Tsunade, the psychological shadow from that incident would not dissipate swiftly. I feel as though my chakra has expanded, increasing by 1/3. Minato exclaimed joyfully as he carefully attuned to the changes within his body. 1/3? That still does not bring Minato's chakra to the average level of a shadow. Yecheng mused internally. The shadow-level chakra he had drawn previously was nearly 5 times that of the Jonin-level chakra he held just moments ago. This indicated that the average chakra of a Jonin was merely 1/5 of that possessed by a shadow-level warrior. Given that Minato's chakra was only 3 times greater than the average Jonin level, it fell short of the threshold for shadow-level status. No wonder he had depleted his chakra so quickly during the battle with Obito Uchiha on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. His apprentice was notoriously low on chakra, and his master was not much better off. Indeed, the bond between your master and disciple is truly remarkable. Yecheng observed both Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake, internally musing. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I feel exceptionally well, better than ever, Minato Namikaze declared, clenching his fists with a smile. That is splendid, Jiraiya nodded with reassurance, marveling. It is truly astonishing that this gentleman possesses the ability to directly transfer chakra to others, akin to the tailed beasts. Tsunade interjected, countering Jiraiya's statement. It's not at all comparable to the tailed beasts, you fool. The power of the tailed beasts is merely borrowed. It does not belong to the Jinchuriki themselves. After a brief silence, Tsunade couldn't suppress her retort, a result of Jiraiya's foolish words. Ha. I merely meant it in a similar context, Jiraiya said, awkwardly scratching his head, his outward embarrassment contrasting with his inner delight at Tsunade's departure from her previous demeanor. You are correct, Lady Tsunade. I can feel that this chakra is as if it were cultivated by my own efforts, Minato added in agreement. As the group resumed their lively chatter, Yecheng hurriedly interjected, let us continue with the lottery. There are still 2 draws remaining. He could no longer contain his eagerness to depart. In the subsequent 2 draws, Minato's luck was not as fortuitous as before, resulting in 2 ordinary prizes, 100,000 Ryo and 10,000 explosive tags. Although these items were relatively inferior, Minato felt quite content with the previous rewards he had garnered. Thank you, esteemed sir, Minato remarked, handing the 2 prizes to Narashikaku for safekeeping, and bowing to Yecheng with a smile. Well then, the lottery is concluded, and this session has come to an end. We shall reconvene in 3 months at the same location. Farewell, everyone. Yecheng, unable to contain his impatience, waved his hand, dismissing the answering space, and in an instant, departed from the Hokage's office. As the shimmering barrier enveloping the office dissipated, Yecheng vanished without a trace. As for the reactions of those present in the Hokage's office, we shall set that aside and focus on Yecheng, who, utilizing the system's space, instantaneously teleported back to his own chamber. System, hurry, I want to draw my rewards. Upon arriving home, Yecheng exclaimed joyfully, having felt stifled from pretending to be an expert in the answering space for so long. Ding! The lottery begins. The prize pool for this round is low tier with a total of 8 draws. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ninjutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the jinjutsu, dark walking technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained monetary rewards, 2 million Ryo in banknotes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have procured a Konoha green vest. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a finely crafted kunai. Ding! Congratulations, host, You have acquired the ninjutsu. Wind release. Great wind blow. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the taijutsu. 8 gates technique. A series of rewarding chimes resonated in Yecheng's ears, a melody akin to celestial music. This is exhilarating. This is precisely the feeling I sought. Yecheng hastily examined the system, and upon reviewing the rewards he had just drawn, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. The Jonin vest and exquisite kunai were trivial trinkets, mere clutter in his home, destined to be cast aside. However, the 200,000 Rio banknotes were a boon, just what he needed to alleviate his financial woes. The water release, great waterfall technique, fire release, dragon fire technique, and wind release, great wind technique. 3 ninjutsu that were quite commendable, perfectly suited for his use. For Yecheng, this was indeed a timely blessing. After all, he was merely a student at a ninja academy, still entrenched in the rudiments of body techniques and the basic 3-body technique. Typically, such academies do not impart any ninjutsu. Without the backing of a prominent clan or the lineage of a high-ranking ninja, Yecheng had no avenue to acquire such skills. This had resulted in him feeling somewhat constrained during battles. In his previous duel with Uchiha Itachi, he could only rely on his fists and feet, leveraging his exceptional physical prowess to secure victory. Yes, he possessed the wood release, but could he utilize it in the academy's duels? Wouldn't that potentially cause a seismic upheaval in Konoha? The wood release had vanished from Konoha for decades, ever since the passing of Senju Hashirama. No one had been able to wield it. Yamato had yet to be created. If Yecheng dared to use wood release in public, the root organization led by Shimura Danzo would be upon him in an instant. Though he was unperturbed, with the system space providing refuge, who would dare to intrude upon him? Still, it was an encumbrance he wished to avoid. Thus, having acquired 3 ninjutsu, he at least had tools to employ during combat. Even if questioned about their origin, he could easily attribute them to his deceased parents, claiming they were relics he inherited. Just ordinary ninjutsu, commonplace enough that Konoha would not delve too deeply into the matter. Beyond these 6 rewards, the next 2 were of paramount significance. The Jinjutsu, dark walking technique, recorded in the Book of Seals. This Jinjutsu was developed by the forbidden arts enthusiast, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Among the ranks of Jinjutsu, aside from the Uchiha clan's Sharingan techniques, this was among the most formidable, boasting exceptional strength. It was undeniably a superb reward. And finally, the piece de resistance, the taijutsu, 8 gates technique. Its exact origins remain shrouded in mystery. Some claim it was conceived by the forbidden arts savant, Senju Tobirama, though the original text reveals no evidence of him employing it. Others assert that it was developed by Might Guy himself, yet that seems dubious. Given Might Guy's demeanor, he hardly strikes one as a developer of ninjutsu. Setting aside its origins for now, this taijutsu can be regarded as the pinnacle achievable by ordinary ninjas without resorting to external enhancements. Might Guy famously used this technique as a low-ranking ninja to single-handedly defeat the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Many fell, some dead, others wounded. Lee used this technique to challenge the one-tailed Jinchuriki and faced off against Kimimaro, achieving 1 victory and 1 defeat. The most astonishing feat belongs to Might Guy, who, employing the 8 gates, first overwhelmed Kisame, rendering the shark-faced ninja despondent. Then, on the battlefield of destiny, he unleashed the 8 gates, delivering a kick that fractured the ribs of Uchiha Madara, the 10 tails Jinchuriki. He nearly altered the very conclusion of their saga. Truly terrifying. I must give it a try? Yecheng felt a surge of fervor within him. After claiming all the rewards, he cast aside the vexatious green vest and shuriken, securely pocketing the money. He then opened the system space and entered it. This space functioned as Yecheng's personal domain, accessible at any moment, and had now transformed into his training ground. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Wind release, great wind technique. He executed the 3 newly acquired ninjutsu in succession, expending 1/5 of his chakra in the process. Among these, the great waterfall technique proved to be the most chakra-intensive, a testament to the prowess of the tailless Jinchuriki. Known as shark face, such techniques were typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Only with his shadow-level chakra could Yecheng manage to employ it 5 times. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the ninjutsu was remarkable, and the rewards bestowed by the system had enabled him to master them with commendable proficiency. Now, he decided to test the 8 gates of Duanjia technique. First gate, open. Upon unlocking the first gate, Yecheng felt a significant surge of chakra emanating from his dantian, radiating throughout his entire being. After a moment of introspection, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, opening the first gate had augmented his chakra by a quarter, truly the power of the 8 gates of Duanjia. While a quarter may not seem substantial, it is essential to note that Yecheng possessed shadow-level chakra. The mere act of opening the first gate provided him with an increase equivalent to a quarter of a shadow's chakra, which greatly pleased him. In essence, the 8 gates of Duanjia did not conform to a fixed numerical increase. It varied based on one's physical constitution and mastery of the technique. For instance, while both Guy and Li could unlock the first gate, the resultant chakra augmentation would undoubtedly differ significantly. After receiving shadow-level chakra, Yecheng's physique was meticulously honed, and upon opening the first gate, he merely felt a slight tautness in his muscles, no pain whatsoever. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. With the consecutive unlocking of 2 more gates, Yecheng sensed his chakra had doubled. This meant that the chakra gained from opening the third gate was nearly equivalent to that of a shadow-level powerhouse. Of course, this augmentation was contingent upon Yecheng's own possession of shadow-level chakra. For someone like Li, the chakra increase from opening 3 gates would barely reach the level of a jonin. Such discrepancies were a fundamental aspect of their differing physiques. Yecheng felt a twinge of pain. His heart raced vigorously, akin to a drumbeat, while his muscles experienced a mild ache, reminiscent of having taken several punches. At this intensity, he could maintain this condition for an extended duration, rendering it suitable for regular combat. After a moment of careful consideration, he concluded that the third gate was within the limits of his current physique, allowing for prolonged use in battle without detrimental effects. This stood in stark contrast to Guy, who could open the 5th or 6th gate as casually as one might eat a meal. He would feel fatigued afterward, yet it would not harm his body. Let us continue. 4th gate, wound gate, open. 5th gate, closing gate, open. Oh, the pain is intense. Yecheng once again opened 2 more gates. But upon reaching the 5th gate, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire being, causing him to cry out involuntarily. His heart raced as if it were equipped with a motor, and every muscle began to tear, the agony intensifying exponentially compared to the 3rd gate. How could Kai, the Emperor, achieve the 5th gate with such ease, conversing and laughing as if it were merely a sip of water? Yecheng recalled the scenes from the original text where Might Guy opened the 5th gate, utterly unable to comprehend it. Even Li could engage in battle while opening 5 gates, whereas Yecheng felt as though he would collapse to the ground upon doing so. Daunted by the pain, Yecheng quickly ceased the 8 gates technique and sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Fortunately, his body, honed by powerful chakra, endowed him with remarkable resilience, preventing any lasting harm. However, the fatigue that washed over him after releasing the 8 gates technique felt akin to having endured 3 sleepless nights. Not a drop remained. It was no wonder this technique was reserved for those who excelled in taijutsu. In the original narrative, only Kai and Might Dai had opened all 8 gates, with Li being the sole other practitioner to open 5. It seemed that only Kakashi Hitaki could manage to open 2 gates. Thus, Yecheng comforted himself, realizing he was now 3rd in line among those who had mastered the 8 gates technique, following only Kai and Might Dai. After indulging in these thoughts, his body began to recover, bolstered by the influence of his shadow-level chakra. Chakra, while reminiscent of the inner strength found in traditional Chinese martial arts, is, in reality, a distinct concept. It is cultivated by ninjas through rigorous training, with stronger physiques yielding greater chakra reserves. Consequently, the higher the chakra volume, the better the physical condition. For instance, the Uzumaki clan possesses an innate abundance of chakra, rendering them exceptionally resilient, as exemplified by Naruto Uzumaki. Similarly, the Senju clan shares this trait. Conversely, the Uchiha clan inherently possesses less chakra than the former two, which is reflected in the frail disposition of Itachi Uchiha, who often pushed himself to the brink of collapse. Sasuke Uchiha is stronger yet remains average in comparison. Kakashi Hitaki, with his Sharingan, exemplifies the inverse relationship between chakra and strength. Therefore, when Yecheng acquired shadow-level chakra, his body underwent systemic enhancements, rendering him remarkably durable. This was also the reason he could open 5 gates of the 8 gates technique. Moreover, it is worth noting that compared to chakra, Senjutsu energy resembles the concepts of inner strength or magical power. Whether one cultivates by sitting in meditation to absorb the natural energy pervading the air or engages in practices akin to those of cultivators sensing the heavens and earth. The principles are strikingly similar. After resting for a while, bolstered by his formidable physique, Yecheng swiftly regained his composure. Now, he was ready to experiment with the art of darkness. With renewed vigor, Yecheng rose to his feet, formed the necessary hand seals, and unleashed the art of darkness. However, it proved to be utterly futile. The illusion was specifically designed for use against concrete entities, and when Yecheng directed it at the air, it was, of course, an exercise in futility. According to the description of the dark art of illusion, once this technique is employed, the adversary struck by it will lose their sight. It bears a resemblance to a blinding effect. However, it should be noted that the blinding effect from Misfortune's smoke bomb is vastly different from the simple miss effect caused by Teemo's blinding dart. Realizing the folly of his actions, Yecheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having conducted sufficient experiments, he exited the system space. The earlier outburst had effectively calmed his previously exhilarated spirit. Now, lying on his modest bed, he began to contemplate his future plans. Through his recent quiz endeavors, Yecheng had managed to alter the original storyline to some degree. Firstly, he had involved Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hitaki, and Kushina Uzumaki in the initial quiz, thereby informing them of the impending chaos wrought by the Nine Tails, which allowed Konoha to gain this critical intelligence. Furthermore, he had exposed the formidable threats of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, the two principal antagonists in the original narrative, along with their Moon Eye plan. In all honesty, when compared to the formidable Kaguya Otsutsuki, who possesses immense power yet lacks any tactical acumen, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito truly epitomize the essence of a behind-the-scenes villain. One possesses an absurd level of strength, while the other is devoid of humanity altogether. Had it not been for the contrived plot twist that forced Kaguya to eliminate Madara, summoning Kaguya herself, the duo of the prince and the second pillar would undoubtedly have been bested by the sage-empowered Uchiha Madara, who would have reduced them to utter fools. In revealing these two, he also indirectly informed Minato Namikaze and the others of the lurking threat within Konoha, namely Danzo Shimura. This character was essentially a plot device created by Masashi Kishimoto to facilitate narrative development, serving as the perennial scapegoat for myriad grievances, be it the Uchiha massacre, the death of White Fang, or Nagato's hatred. All of these misfortunes can be traced back to his machinations. By exposing Danzo early on, if it could instill a sense of aversion in Minato towards this individual, it would hasten the pace of the narrative's transformation. During the second quiz, which had just concluded, the revelation of the Uchiha massacre was but one aspect. More crucially, it firmly placed Danzo beneath Minato's scrutiny, urging our little son to deal with him expeditiously. Additionally, it unveiled the duplicitous and sanctimonious nature of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, thereby accelerating Minato's ascent to power. Given Minato's inherent disposition, he would not be overly eager to seize control, as he held little regard for power resting in Hiruzen's hands. It was only through Yecheng's interventions during the quizzes that he instilled a greater sense of urgency in Minato, thereby propelling the narrative forward and achieving Yecheng's objective of altering the original storyline. Next, let us observe whether Minato Namikaze will take action against Danzo Shimura. Should he proceed to act, then Yecheng will be compelled to choose a new target for his next inquiry. Conversely, if he restrains himself, Yecheng will need to intensify his efforts in the subsequent questioning. After contemplating this, Yecheng found no fault in his reasoning. After all, Danzo must meet his demise. Whether sooner or later, death is inescapable. Let me check how many reward points I have accrued. Beep. Due to Tsunade's aversion towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, the master-student bond has deteriorated. Reward points, 2,454. Beep. Due to Jiraiya's disappointment in Hiruzen Sarutobi, their relationship has diminished. Reward points, 566. Beep. Due to Minato Namikaze's disillusionment with Hiruzen Sarutobi, his reputation has waned. Reward points, 7,884. Beep. Due to Shikaku Nara's disappointment in Hiruzen Sarutobi, his reputation has diminished. Reward points, 587. Beep. Due to Kakashi Hitaki's disappointment in Hiruzen Sarutobi, his reputation has declined. Reward points, 2,451. Beep. Due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's regret The time for Minato Namikaze to seize power will be expedited. Reward points. 3,454. Beep. Due to Danzo Shimura's despicable actions, Minato Namikaze is determined to eliminate him. Reward points. 12,141. Beep. Due to Danzo Shimura's vile conduct, Jiraiya has developed an aversion towards him. Reward points. 1548. Beep. Due to Danzo Shimura's despicable actions, Hiruzen Sarutobi wishes to abandon him. Reward points. 7,848. A series of notifications elucidated the impact of the recent inquiry on the upper echelon of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation has plummeted, leaving both of his disciples disappointed. The sordid deeds of Danzo have been thoroughly exposed, and Minato can no longer contain his desire to eliminate him. Even the former Hokage advisors, Mito Gate and Kohor Udatane, have been struck by the repercussions of this upheaval. Feeling fatigued, the results are remarkable. Collectively, Yechen's reward points have amassed nearly 100,000. According to the system's regulations, these points can be exchanged for items within the system's marketplace, or they can be utilized for a lottery. 10,000 points yield a minor draw, with prizes from the lower-tier pool. 100,000 points grant a major draw, with rewards from the advisory pool. There is even the opportunity for a 10 consecutive draws, with an additional free draw included. The mechanics resemble those of mobile game lotteries. Could this system be developed by Tencent? Having recently redeemed a wave of rewards, Yechen felt a sense of satisfaction and chose not to continue further. To draw the 8 gates formation from the lower-tier pool was already a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Continuing to invest might lead to financial ruin, so Yechen decisively opted to refrain. Upon reopening the system marketplace, he beheld the dazzling array of items, nearly blinding him. Perfect Sage Body. Required reward points. 100 million. Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Required reward points. 80 million. Seeking Tao Orb. Required reward points. 60 million. Inyang Release Technique. Required reward points. 50 million. Senja Level Would Release Ninjutsu. Required reward points. 20 million. Rinnegan. Required reward points. 20 million. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Required plot points. 15 million. Goodness. Who can afford that? Yechen's composure shattered instantly. I painstakingly completed 2 tasks to earn a mere 100,000 plot points. Yet a single Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan demands an astronomical 15 million. Is this a price any rational being would set? How many times must I answer questions to afford it? This unscrupulous system. Glancing at his meager plot points, Yechen could only grit his teeth and close the system store. He then returned to his bed, covering his head with the blanket, and succumbed to despair. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office within the Hokage building, Yechen had already departed, and the barrier had dissipated. However, the others had no intention of leaving just yet. Before entering the answering space, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who commanded the Umbu, had already issued orders for the guards to ensure that the Umbu ninjas remained in place, while also deterring any approaching Konoha ninjas, particularly those from Root. Thus, within the Hokage building, several individuals remained undisturbed. Their reason for staying was the astonishing abilities Yechen had just displayed. He had effortlessly erased Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory in an instant, stripping him of his Dragonfire technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a shadow-level powerhouse known as the Ninja King, and shamelessly touted as the strongest Hokage in history, had been utterly oblivious. By the time he realized what had transpired, he had forgotten how to perform the hand seals for the Dragonfire technique. Furthermore, during the lottery, Minato Namikaze had drawn a Jonin-level chakra, which Yechen astonishingly granted directly to him. Minato had accepted it seamlessly, exhibiting no signs of discomfort whatsoever. This was far more formidable than any tailed beast or Jinchuriki. While a Jinchuriki could harness a tailed beast's chakra, it remained the property of the beast. Yet the Jonin-level chakra Yechen bestowed upon Minato had integrated with his own, becoming one. Such horror. Mito came and stared intently at Minato, eventually mustering the words, "Minato, do you feel any discomfort?" Minato furrowed his brow, wondering what kind of question that was. Would he be happier if he felt discomfort? If it were anyone else, he likely wouldn't even acknowledge them, treating them as mere air, such as Shimura Danzo. However, Mito Kamen was a former Hokage advisor, and he had contributed during Minato's campaign for Hokage. Not wanting to rebuff him outright, Minato nodded and replied, "Elder Kamen, I am perfectly fine." "Oh," Mito Kamen murmured, unsure of what else to say. This experience from the answering session had left this old fellow, who was half buried in the earth, profoundly shaken, momentarily unable to collect his thoughts. At this moment in the Hokage office, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, lost in thought. Jiraiya was surreptitiously gazing at Tsunade's curves. Shikaku pondered deeply, while Kakashi held the sword of the fire god, inspecting it intently, gesturing as he did so. The two former Hokage advisors stared blankly at the ceiling, while Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked his pipe. In a hushed silence, the weight of the moment pressed heavily upon everyone present, for they all understood that it was time to speak. The Uchiha clan faced imminent annihilation, instigated by Danzo Shimura, who had been tacitly supported by Hiruzen Sarutobi. With such a grave matter laid bare before them, could they simply disperse as if nothing had transpired? Absolutely not. Minato Namikaze would be the first to refuse such complacency. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a determined glance at the assembly and broke the silence. Esteemed colleagues, you have all witnessed the events of the recent examination. Today, within Konoha, there exists a malignant tumor, relentlessly inflicting suffering upon our brethren. As the Hokage, I bear the solemn duty to protect our village and its citizens. I cannot allow this affliction to proliferate unchecked. With each of its actions, countless innocent lives are extinguished. I shall not tolerate this any longer. Minato's resolute declaration drew the attention of all present, his eyes ablaze with fervor. His love for Konoha and every soul within its borders was genuine. During the previous examination, he had been infuriated to witness Danzo's indifference to the plight of the villagers during the Nine-Tails incident. The subsequent audacity of Danzo to openly manipulate the root ninjas to abduct his own bodyguard and disciple from the hospital further tested Minato's limits. Although he had momentarily endured this transgression due to Hiruzen's protection, he had internally condemned Danzo to a death sentence. Now, having witnessed Danzo's atrocities against the Uchiha clan, the foremost family in Konoha, as well as his betrayal of Itachi Uchiha, who had earnestly sought peace, Minato could no longer remain silent. The horrors of Danzo's instigation of Itachi to slay his own kin, leading to their complete extermination, were beyond comprehension. Could such heinous acts truly be perpetrated by an elder of Konoha? Even a common villager, possessing a modicum of moral integrity, would be incapable of such depravity. Thus, Minato resolved to confront Danzo openly, demanding his demise or, at the very least, the revocation of his powers and imprisonment for the remainder of his days. As Minato articulated his convictions, the steadfastness of his resolve resonated with those in attendance. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Minato, offering a faint smile but remaining silent. Jiraiya, with a furrowed brow, glanced at Hiruzen, his expression conflicted, before finally voicing his support. I stand with Minato. I cannot abide by the continued turmoil instigated by such an individual. Jiraiya's sentiments echoed his deep affection for Konoha, and after wrestling with his loyalties between his disciple and his mentor, he made his choice. Jiraiya's declaration altered Hiruzen's demeanor, for as one of the legendary three, Jiraiya held a unique position within Konoha, despite his lack of direct involvement in its governance. But how could the ruler disregard the stance of Jiraiya, a ninja of such caliber? Moreover, Jiraiya's reputation in Konoha is nothing to scoff at. I stand with the Hokage. I also support my teacher. Nara Shikaku and Hatake Kakashi both expressed their positions simultaneously. The impact of their declarations was rather mundane. It is not that the voice of a captain of the ANBU and the chief strategist of the Hokage lacks weight. Rather, these two have always been staunch supporters of Minato Namikaze, and they would endorse any decision he makes. Minato, after all these years, Danzo has contributed significantly to Konoha. He shouldn't meet such a fate in his twilight years, should he? Mito came and hesitated for a moment, then resolved to speak up in defense of Shimura Danzo. Not for any other reason, but out of the camaraderie they had forged on the battlefield. Hiruzen, you ought to say something, Tsunade urged, turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen for his stance. In this Hokage office, the only one who could potentially save Shimura Danzo was this aging old man before them. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, in the root space, Danzo remained unaware that his life was undergoing its final judgment within the Hokage building. Such is the nature of power. I will obliterate you. What concern is it of yours? Minato intended to eliminate Danzo, and would he seek his consent? Certainly not. Once a decision was reached in this office, Danzo would be left with but one path, death. For decades, Danzo had wielded influence in Konoha, establishing an independent realm for himself. Yet his life now rested solely in the hands of this frail old man. After a long silence, Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, the swirling smoke enveloping his face. Just when everyone assumed Hiruzen had acquiesced, the old man finally spoke. Minato, leave that scoundrel Danzo to me. I assure you, he shall not have another opportunity to cause trouble. The roots will be yours to command, as will the A and BU. I am prepared to retire completely, alongside Danzo, never to emerge again. And you, Kamen and Tsunade, we shall depart entirely, leaving everything to you. Upon uttering this final statement, Hiruzen's voice grew more somber, and he seemed to shrink, suddenly appearing older. Hiruzen, what are you saying? I do not consent. Mito, Kamen, and Tsunade were taken aback by Hiruzen's words. What nonsense is this? Your retirement is your affair. Why drag me into it? I still have much to contribute to Konoha. Silence. Hiruzen's sudden roar silenced the two. I have made my decision. You will abide by it. Has it not been decades? Are you not weary? Mito, Kamen, and Tsunade felt the weight of Hiruzen's authority and, though resigned, dared not voice their dissent. Such is their essence. Their power and status stem from this old man. Once he makes a determination, neither can refuse. The elderly man furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, enough. I have made my decision. There was a hint of desperation in the old man's gaze as he looked at Jiraiya, rendering the latter speechless. It was a rare sight for Jiraiya to witness his mentor seeking assistance. Such a moment made him acutely aware of Hiruzen's advancing age. Sighing heavily, Jiraiya shook his head, his expression a mixture of complexity and resignation, choosing silence thereafter. Seeing the situation unfold, Minato Namikaze understood that this was the best outcome they could hope for. To push further at this juncture would only incite opposition from both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Should these two join forces against him, compounded by the authority of the former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, their decision would be unassailable within the village. I comprehend, but I will eradicate the Sharingan from him, Minato stated, nodding in agreement before continuing. With a dismissive wave, Hiruzen refrained from further conversation and turned to exit. The confinement of Shimura Danzo was already a significant measure. Concerns over his Sharingan were trifling in comparison. Danzo, I hope you can find clarity as I have, Hiruzen mused as he departed, engulfed in a sense of melancholy. Once Hiruzen had left, Mito Kazumi and Toka Karin exchanged glances, resigned to their own departure. The Hokage's office was now left with only Minato, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Let us go, Tsunade instructed Jiraiya before making her way out. Wait, weren't we supposed to discuss how to deal with Danzo? Jiraiya inquired, bewildered. None of your concern. Hurry up, Tsunade retorted, delivering a swift blow to Jiraiya's head, leaving him dazed and tumbling to the ground, only to be dragged away like a lifeless body by Tsunade. This, too, was by design. To confront Shimura Danzo, the tacit approval of Hiruzen sufficed. Minato was more than capable of handling him. In that fleeting moment of Hiruzen's departure, the authority of the Umbu had already transferred to Minato. With control over the Umbu and the mantle of Hokage, how could an elder like Danzo dare to resist? If he did, would he even stand a chance? Once everyone had exited, only Minato remained in the office with Jiraiya and Tsunade. From this moment forth, the trio firmly established themselves as the upper echelon of Konoha's leadership, one Hokage, one chief strategist, and one captain of the Shadow Guard. Subsequently, upon Hiruzen's complete relinquishment of power, Fugaku was naturally elevated to the role of advisor. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake, as the apprentice of the Hokage, was designated to oversee the Umbu, amalgamating it with Root, thus positioning him as the most authoritative minister since the era of Hiruzen. Kakashi summoned the Umbu captain and the 3 squad leaders. Minato instructed Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi Hatake acknowledged the situation, placing the fire god sword and various items on the table before swiftly departing. Once he was gone, Minato Namikaze turned to Shikaku Nara and inquired, Shikaku, am I in the right here? The pleading gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi and his forlorn silhouette as he departed deeply resonated with Minato. From a young age, he had earned the moniker of a genius and had been acquainted with the esteemed Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that time, the composure and fervor Minato exhibited caught Sarutobi's attention, leading to his significant mentorship and the opportunity to learn forbidden techniques from the Sealing Scrolls, all thanks to Sarutobi. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, how could Minato have forged such a formidable reputation? Lacking such immense renown, he would not have been considered for the role of Hokage. Moreover, on his path to becoming Hokage, Minato received considerable support from Sarutobi. At the time, he was not only competing against renowned figures like Orochimaru for the fourth Hokage position, but also benefited from Sarutobi's unwavering support for his humble lineage. This gratitude lingered with Minato, so much so that upon becoming Hokage, he bore no ill will towards Sarutobi for his reluctance to relinquish power. He was still young and could afford to wait, believing that with experience, wielding authority would become second nature. Unfortunately, due to the interference of Danzo Shimura, a rift developed between them. Not only did Sarutobi withdraw from the historical stage entirely, but Minato also found it impossible to reconnect with the version of himself that once revered Sarutobi. Do not overthink it, Minato. Shikaku discerned Minato's inner turmoil and spoke to alleviate his concerns. This is your duty as Hokage. Minato nodded in agreement, choosing silence thereafter. After a brief interlude, Kakashi re-entered the office accompanied by 4 ANBU-clad ninjas. The previous Hokage has already conferred with me regarding this matter. Kakashi will be joining the ANBU. Minato stated plainly and directly. After undergoing training, he will assume the role of ANBU captain, and I trust you all will guide him well. The 4 ANBU, kneeling, were momentarily startled but maintained a respectful demeanor. The Hokage's decision was not to be contested. Very well, then. Next, we shall eradicate the malignant force within Konoha. A glint of determination shimmered in Minato's eyes as he spoke resolutely. Capturing Danzo Shimura was by no means a simple task. It was not merely a matter of Minato boldly approaching the root base and declaring, "You are under arrest." The complexities surrounding the apprehension were manifold. What if Danzo resisted? What if the root ninjas rallied to his cause? What methods did Danzo possess? What hidden cards did he hold? Would there be forces within the village that aligned with him? Ultimately, how could they prevent his escape? Every possibility must be meticulously considered to ensure absolute certainty. This intricate and laborious task is beyond the capabilities of Namikaze Minato. Consequently, it has all fallen upon the shoulders of Nara Shikaku alone. The immense pressure has caused the young Shikaku to lose clumps of hair, his once distinctive ponytail visibly thinning. During the evening, when the family's contributions are due, his wife has to repeatedly urge him, leading to discord within the household. According to an anonymous member of the Nara clan, nights at Shikaku's home are often filled with the sound of a woman's ire and the long, resigned sighs of a man. In contrast to the burdensome and heart-wrenching situation of Nara Shikaku, our esteemed fourth Hokage has finally been granted a rare moment of leisure. With the capture plan entrusted to Shikaku and his apprentice, Itachi Kakashi, off training in the Umbu, Namikaze Minato can at last enjoy some time at home with his wife. On this particular day, he took the rare opportunity to cook a meal. After enjoying lunch together, Minato and Uzumaki Kushina sat in the living room, relishing their time as a couple. Suddenly, Kushina softly exclaimed and placed a hand on her belly. "What's the matter?" Minato inquired with a smile. "The little one kicked me," she replied, a radiant smile blooming on her face, a blush gracing her cheeks. "Haha, it seems Naruto is quite the lively child." "Just like you," Minato chuckled. "I am not. He is very gentle, you know." Kushina playfully punched Minato, countering his remark. All right, my Kushina is a gentle mother," Minato conceded. Kushina, smiling, leaned against Minato's shoulder and suddenly asked, "What kind of person do you think Naruto will grow up to be?" "He will be a formidable ninja, surpassing even the first Hokage," Minato replied with a grin. He had already shared the answers to the two questions with Kushina, for they were husband and wife. How could even the most secret of matters be concealed from one's spouse? However, when Kushina learned that Minato had sacrificed himself during the Nine-Tails assault, perishing alongside her, she was inconsolable. Further, upon hearing that her husband had sealed the Nine-Tails within their newborn son to ensure a Jinchuriki for the village, she was utterly enraged. With a fist, she struck Minato's head, causing a painful bump to form. "What kind of man are you? You don't deserve to be a father. What have we, the Uzumaki clan, ever owed to Konoha? Why must it always be us to bear the burden of being Jinchuriki? I could accept it for my grandmother. But Naruto is just a newborn. He can't even open his eyes. Did you ask for his consent? You bastard." As she spoke these words, Kushina wept bitterly for their unborn child, while Minato could only repeatedly apologize. At long last, after much effort, he managed to placate his wife and made numerous promises to himself. He vowed to ensure his own safety, to protect their child, and to guarantee that their family of 3 would forever live in happiness and joy. However, he found himself indifferent to such matters. All he truly desired was for Naruto to grow up healthy and content. Power held no significance whatsoever. Kushina Uzumaki furrowed her brow and expressed her discontent, remarking that powerful ninjas bear immense responsibilities. Just like him, and like the first Hokage, they possessed great strength, yet ultimately failed to live out their lives in happiness. In the original narrative, Minato Namikaze perished during the Nine Tails incident, while the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, met his end in a fateful battle against his dear friend, Madara Uchiha, leaving him to return to the Hidden Leaf Village in despair. The stronger the ninja, the greater the burdens they must shoulder. This was Kushina's perspective, and it was precisely why she was reluctant for her child to become too powerful. Rest assured, with you and I together, we will ensure Naruto lives a life filled with happiness, Minato reassured her gently, patting her shoulder. Imagine if we both perished during the Nine Tails incident, leaving Naruto to fend for himself. How arduous and miserable his life would be. The pregnant woman, being sensitive, immediately envisioned the tragic fate of their child, enduring a solitary existence. Minato touched his nose and defended his stance. That should not be the case. There is still the third Hokage, and Master Jiraiya and Kakashi. They will look after Naruto. Even in our absence, he will be surrounded by love and care. He believed that even if he and Kushina were to die, figures like Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Kakashi would not allow their child to be truly orphaned. Surely, someone would take care of him. Unfortunately, he held an overly optimistic view. He could not foresee that in the original story, after their demise, the child they had born, Naruto Uzumaki, would grow up as a hero, yet endure a profoundly tragic childhood. He would be regarded as a monster by the villagers, ostracized and bullied by his peers, and treated as a mere tool by the third Hokage. The very Jiraiya he depended on would be absent from the village, ignoring the plight of this child, while his beloved student Kakashi could only glance at his sensei's son from a distance. Not a single person acted in accordance with Minato's hopes. The care of others could never compare to that of one's parents. Kushina shot Minato an exasperated look, finding her utterly unreliable husband somewhat frustrating. You must live well for our sake, so you can take care of us properly. Do you understand? Faced with his formidable wife, the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf could only nod with a smile. I understand. I will. With that, Minato leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on his wife's flawless forehead, causing her cheeks to flush a brilliant red. Then, turning his body sideways, he deeply nestled into the embrace of Minato Namikaze. The little son smiled with satisfaction. Recently, Shimura Danzo sensed something amiss. It had been 3.5 months since he had dispatched the oil woman Ryoma and others to kidnap Kakashi Hatake. Initially, everything went smoothly, aligning with his expectations. In the face of Minato's reproach, Sarutobi Hiruzen had intervened on his behalf, leaving Minato powerless against him. Everything appeared as it always had. However, in the past month, Danzo had detected a peculiar odor. First, the old Sarutobi Hiruzen had vanished from public view, retreating into his old residence, spending all his time with his wife, Sarutobi Biwako, to the point of pushing their son Asuma to leave home. Meanwhile, Mito Kamen and Toka Korin also confined themselves at home, lost in their own thoughts. At such a young age, had they truly become incapable? They were utterly disappointing in the eyes of Tobarama-sensei. Sitting on a bench, Danzo closed his eyes and pondered silently. Recently, the reactions from the root ninjas indicated that the progress of infiltration in the Umbu had faced significant obstacles. The Umbu leader, who had previously turned a blind eye, suddenly became exceedingly strict alongside the 3 captains. All the spies sent from Root were returned without exception. Even those previously embedded in the Umbu had been uprooted in large numbers. A mere fraction remained. This was an unusual sign. Logically, the Umbu had always been under the control of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was Danzo's greatest support. They were all in the same boat, part of the same family. Why differentiate between us? Yet the current Umbu exhibited an extraordinarily exclusive demeanor. Could it be that old man Hiruzen had entrusted the Umbu to Minato? That shouldn't be the case, Danzo mused, considering that with Hiruzen's nature, he would hardly relinquish power so easily. For Minato to gain access to the Umbu, he would need at least 2 to 3 years. How could he possibly have seized control so swiftly? What on earth had transpired? Shimura Danzo ruminated, but found no clarity. After all, he had never experienced the trials of the answer space and could not fathom it. Minato and his associates seemed to possess foresight into the future. Good heavens! I haven't even undertaken these actions, yet you already know? Completely exposed, Danzo remained oblivious, unaware of the mess he had created beneath him. Such was the asymmetry of information. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't grasp the situation. Come here. Growing increasingly agitated, Danzo finally called out. At your service. A ninja clad in umbu attire suddenly appeared before Danzo, kneeling on one knee, respectfully bowing his head. What is the situation? Have you found anything? What is happening with the umbu? Long before Danzo's spies buried en route had been cleared out, he had sent someone to investigate the changes within the umbu. Report to Lord Danzo. The cause remains unclear for the time being. The only intelligence gathered is that Itachi Kakashi has entered the umbu, assuming the role of a squad leader in the assassination unit. Itachi Kakashi has joined the umbu. This marks the prelude to Minato Namikaze's control over the umbu. Has that old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen truly entrusted the umbu to Minato? No, it cannot be that simple. It is likely just a taste of power, as the minister of the umbu and the three captains are all loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo's mind raced with thoughts, sensing a whiff of danger. And what of Minato Namikaze? What has that fellow been up to lately? Merely the information of Kakashi's entry into the umbu does not allow for any concrete deductions. Danzo's gaze turned towards Minato. If there were any movements, Minato, as the Hokage, would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Report, Lord Danzo. The Hokage has recently been shuttling between his home and the Hokage building, with the only difference being that he spends significantly more time at home than before. A root ninja replied in detail. It is hard to fathom that within a military unit, one of their own is tracking the supreme leader. Minato's recent actions have been closely observed by the root ninja, who reported back to Shimura Danzo. This fellow is utterly incompetent, Danzo scoffed, waving his hand to dismiss the root ninja. Leaning back against the bench, he closed the only visible eye he had. An inept fourth Hokage, lounging at home without attending to his duties. What a disgrace. A slothful third Hokage, spending his days at home indulging with his old wife. How shameless at their age. And what of the two old geezers, Enma and Koharu? Completely unreliable. Indeed, I alone am the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage. Only I. The flames of ambition burned fiercely within Shimura Danzo. His desire to become Hokage had never waned. The earliest instance was when the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had provided cover, leading to the selection of the third Hokage between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had been a moment too slow, allowing Sarutobi to seize the opportunity. Since then, he had regretted his hesitation at every moment. If only he had acted a tad sooner, the position of Hokage would have been his. He had repeated this to himself countless times. But with Sarutobi Hiruzen having already assumed the mantle of Hokage, Danzo could only bide his time in the shadows, amassing power. Anyone who posed a threat to him would become his target. Itachi Shomo had once been a paragon of excellence, his reputation in Konoha even eclipsing that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage. But what of it? Danzo had found an opportunity to leverage public opinion against him, leading to his demise. What of Orochimaru? As the disciple of the third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, he was renowned. Yet, on the eve of vying for the Hokage position, he was exposed for his underground laboratory by Danzo, ultimately being expelled from Konoha by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. How infuriating. In the end, that blonde brat reaped the rewards. And that old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen actually supported his rise. You will come to regret this, monkey. Shimura Danzo seethed with resentment. The yellow-haired fellow had become the foremost individual he yearned to eliminate. One day, the title of Hokage shall undoubtedly be mine. Shimura Danzo silently resolved this within himself. He was currently fortified and strong, having amassed considerable power over the years, even undermining Konoha's foundations. His strength was now formidable enough to overshadow the umbu. Within the entirety of Konoha, the influence he could wield was surpassing that of the Hokage, Minato Namikaze. All he needed was an opportunity. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to ascertain what transpired recently. Troubled by the recent upheavals in the village, Shimura Danzo decided to seek an opportunity to visit Hiruzen Sarutobi. To probe this old man. If he truly intended to retire and relinquish power, it would not only present an opportunity for Minato Namikaze to ascend, but it would also signal the commencement of his own counteroffensive. If Sarutobi let go, Shimura Danzo would not. Dealing with a mere yellow-haired brat would be a walk in the park. Shimura Danzo envisioned himself adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial garb, crowned with the Hokage's hat. A satisfied smile involuntarily crept across his aged, rigid face. The following day, within Sarutobi's abode, the former Hokage, having completely relinquished authority and responsibility, found a newfound joy after a brief period of anguish and confusion. Each day spent at home, sipping tea, playing chess, and indulging in affectionate exchanges with his elderly wife became his greatest delight. It would be even more delightful if that bothersome son would keep his distance. As Sarutobi savored the dishes prepared by his wife, Iwako Sarutobi, he idly flicked his gaze at his son, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma, 1 year younger than Kakashi Hatake, had already become a ninja, and a chunin at that. Though he could not match Kakashi's meteoric rise among his peers, he still excelled remarkably within his cohort. In previous times, when Sarutobi still occupied himself with the affairs of Konoha, Asuma had been a source of comfort for him as a son. Even when Asuma displayed disdain and frequently rebelled, Sarutobi managed to endure it. However, circumstances had shifted. Having relinquished power, Sarutobi now enjoyed a leisurely life at home. This annoying son, who obstructed his moments of intimacy with his wife and wore a perpetually disdainful expression, had become the bane of his tranquil retirement. Asuma, don't you have any missions to attend to? Unable to contain himself any longer, Sarutobi swallowed the dumpling his wife had lovingly fed him and questioned his son, who was rolling his eyes nearby. TCH, there haven't been any significant missions lately, just trivial tasks like searching for cats and dogs. Which I can't be bothered to do, Asuma retorted, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, sprawled lazily on the ground, with one leg bent and resting atop the other knee, embodying a carefree demeanor. Upon witnessing his son in such a state, the old father felt his blood pressure rising. If you have nothing else to do, why not hurry to the training ground and practice your ninja skills? Lazing around the house all day is unacceptable. Sarutobi Asuma raised an eyebrow at the remark, turning his body to avoid his father's verbal onslaught, and nonchalantly replied, "What's so great about practicing ninja techniques? I have already mastered mine." Humph. While Hatake Kakashi has become a captain of the Umbu, soon to be the head of the Umbu, you, my boy, will be bowing respectfully to him as a chunin. The old man's sharp words struck a nerve in his disappointing son. The impact was immediate. Asuma was momentarily stunned by the revelation. Wait, Kakashi is about to become the head of the Umbu? Is that true? Naturally, information from his father, the former Hokage, could not be doubted. Despite his reluctance, Asuma had to accept it. Indeed, Sarutobi Asuma was a proud and ambitious young man. Having a father who was the Hokage granted him a significant advantage over his peers from the very beginning. Years of unintentional favoritism from those around him had allowed Asuma to glide through life with ease, until he heard the name Hatake Kakashi. Graduating at 6 and becoming a jonin by 12, Kakashi's name had become legendary among their cohort, influencing even the next generation, including Asuma's. Fueled by youthful ambition, Asuma sought to challenge Kakashi's remarkable achievements, yet he found himself unable to measure up. As time passed, the gap between their abilities widened, and Asuma eventually lost the desire to compete with Kakashi. Nevertheless, he remained keenly aware of this rival who had left an indelible mark on his psyche. Now, upon learning that his arch-nemesis was poised to ascend to the position of Umbu leader, Asuma could hardly contain himself. He yearned to rush to the training grounds for 3 days and nights, striving to become a jonin within 6 months in order to compete with Kakashi for the title of leader. However, his father's mocking words left him feeling resentful. Thus, he forced himself to retort, "So what? Why should I care? Humph, old man, don't expect any good fortune from me. I want to make it easy for you." With that, Asuma declared defiantly, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi's face contorted in frustration. "All I want is to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Yet here you are, causing me trouble." Just as the father and son exchanged barbs, a figure wrapped in bandages entered from outside. The white bandages enveloped his entire head and half of his face, revealing only a stiff, aged visage. An X-shaped scar adorned his chin. It was Shimura Danzo. "Monkey, I hear you've been lounging around at home, unconcerned about work. The villagers of Konoha must be quite unfortunate to have you as their Hokage," Danzo remarked with a smirk as he leisurely approached. "You needn't worry about me. I have long since retired, and the responsibilities are to be shouldered by the younger generation. Besides, I am no longer the Hokage Danzo." Upon the appearance of Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance shifted abruptly, revealing a frigid demeanor. He turned to his unfortunate son, signaling him with a glance, urging, "Hurry along to your training. Do your best." Humph. What a chatterbox. Sarutobi Isuma, begrudgingly and with reluctance, rose to depart, passing by Shimura Danzo in silence, entirely disregarding his presence. The mere sight of Danzo prompted Isuma's desire to leave, though he maintained an air of aloofness for appearance's sake. Humph. Observing the cold departure of Sarutobi Isuma, Danzo emitted a disgruntled huff. "What brings you here? If there is nothing of import, be gone. Do not disturb my meal with my wife." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, instructing Sarutobi Uchiha to clear the table. The latter complied with a gentle smile towards Danzo, carrying away the dishes. "I have no particular business, merely came to see you. Are you aware that Minato has arranged for his disciple to join the Umbu? It won't be long before he ascends to the position of captain. Are you truly willing to relinquish your hold?" Danzo, seated cross-legged before Hiruzen, challenged him. "Tch." Hiruzen scoffed, disdainfully stroking his beard. At that moment, he perceived the avaricious visage of Danzo as utterly repulsive, reminiscent of his own past, when he clung to power with similar greed. How fortunate he was to have let go, lest he devolve into such a loathsome state. How truly revolting. Hiruzen mused internally, maintaining an outward composure. And what of it? "Danzo, I am a retired man. The Umbu falls under the jurisdiction of the Hokage. It is only natural for Minato to wish for his disciple to become captain. One must not overthink, simply focus on one's own duties." While Hiruzen spoke these words, he silently counted down in his mind. He understood that according to Nara Shikaku's plan, the moment Danzo exited the root base, the net would already be cast. It was likely that Minato had already brought his team. "Huh, how facile your words are. The fourth Hokage entrusted the village to us. We must take responsibility for it. It is our duty and obligation," Danzo retorted with a cold sneer, proclaiming with feigned righteousness. In the next instant, a flash of gold illuminated the scene as a golden figure materialized at the entrance of the Sarutobi estate. Whoosh. Accompanying this was a flurry of sounds, as numerous ninjas clad in Umbu attire appeared behind the golden figure using body flicker technique. "Elder Danzo, it has been a long time." The newcomer was none other than the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who had arrived on the scene using the flying thunder god technique. Behind him, a throng of Umbu ninjas followed, including Itachi Kakashi, who had just been appointed as the captain of the Umbu assassination unit. Clad in the typical garb of an Umbu ninja, he stood like a shadow behind Minato. Although transitioning from the position of Umbu captain to a team leader might seem like a demotion, one must consider the future prospects of both roles. The Umbu, in essence, served a function akin to that of a security detail. The captain of the Shadow Guard is essentially the leader of the security detail, akin to the bodyguard of the chief executive, reminiscent of the character Li Yunlong from the Blade of Honor. Although this position appears to be prestigious, it offers little opportunity for advancement. Its core function is to maintain a presence before the leadership and await future utility. Currently, this covert squad leader role serves as a stepping stone for Itachi Kakashi to engage in the operations of the Umbu, ultimately ascending to the position of Umbu Minister, where he will oversee the entire Umbu under the guidance of Minato Namikaze. Returning to the scene at the Sarutobi residence, Minato Namikaze, accompanied by the Umbu, surrounded the entire estate. Nara Shikaku, utilizing the mind transfer technique and a wireless earpiece, directed operations from a secure location. All root ninjas and their base were under the watchful eye of the Hokage's faction, ensuring that no support could arrive, nor any unforeseen circumstances arise that Minato would find undesirable. Moreover, representatives from various clans, including the Uchiha and Hyuga, had been briefed to refrain from interference. The Shimura clan also dispatched personnel to maintain vigilance. This was a precautionary measure, as ever since Shimura Danzo ascended to the elder's seat, relations with the Shimura clan had grown increasingly distant, rendering any possible rebellion unlikely. Upon hearing Minato's voice, Danzo sensed something amiss. As a throng of Umbu ninjas materialized, he began contemplating escape routes. Unfortunately, all visible exits were secured by the Umbu, rendering him a captive in a proverbial jar. "Monkey, what is the meaning of this?" Danzo seethed, his face contorted with anger and his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, to his dismay, sat silently, engrossed in his smoking, refusing to respond. This stance made it abundantly clear where Hiruzen's loyalties lay. With Minato, Danzo realized he had been forsaken. "You will regret this, monkey." Danzo nearly howled. His voice laced with confusion, helplessness, and rage, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. He was utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events, unable to fathom why the situation had deteriorated so rapidly. Just recently, during a meeting, Hiruzen had assured him of his protection, and together they had presented a united front against Minato, effectively grasping the power that was rightfully theirs. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Hiruzen had aligned himself with Minato to confront him. What had gone awry? As these thoughts churned within him, a cold smile crept across Danzo's face. And without turning to fully confront Minato, he cast a sidelong glance and stiffly inquired, "Fourth Hokage, what are your intentions?" Observing the situation, Danzo had already begun to comprehend the gravity of his predicament. Wolfgang Watergate was quite aware of his intentions, yet he felt compelled to inquire, demanding that Wolfgang Watergate articulate his thoughts directly. In response to Shimura Danzo's skepticism, Wolfgang Watergate offered a slight smile and replied in a calm manner, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to suggest that Elder Danzo take some time to rest. The former Hokage is now enjoying a leisurely retirement, and I thought it would be nice for him to have an old friend to share in his tranquility. As a longtime partner, I trust that Elder Danzo would not decline this invitation." Previously, in the Hokage's office, when Wolfgang Watergate proposed addressing Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already established a firm boundary. The plan was to strip Shimura Danzo of his position, revoke his powers, and potentially eliminate his influence, but without endangering his life. The subsequent oversight would fall to Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, effectively placing this old friend under house arrest. Out of respect for Jiraiya and Tsunade, Wolfgang Watergate acquiesced, leading to this meticulously orchestrated trap. "Humph." Shimura Danzo scoffed, displaying no sign of disturbance, and grandiloquently declared, "The monkey has grown old, indulging in pleasures and forgetting the directives of Lord Tobirama. I, however, have not forgotten. From the moment Lord Tobirama departed, I resolved to dedicate my life to protecting Konoha and safeguarding its inhabitants. This is my responsibility, my duty. I will not shy away from it." What a remarkable display of self-delusion, Wolfgang Watergate thought, almost compelled to applaud. What kind of self-brainwashing could allow Shimura Danzo to remain so composed in such a moment? "Elder Danzo, this is a directive from the higher-ups, and I hope you will consider it carefully. I do not wish to witness a disappointing conclusion." Wolfgang Watergate's expression turned grave, his tone laced with a warning. Yet, whether out of genuine misunderstanding or feigned ignorance, Shimura Danzo retorted stiffly, "What higher-ups? I will not acknowledge any outcomes from a meeting I did not attend. Your concession does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly, Wolfgang Watergate." In an unexpected turn, Shimura Danzo accused Wolfgang Watergate, turning his body slightly, his single eye fixed intently on him. "Danzo, do not resist any further." Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, observing Danzo's unyielding demeanor. However, Danzo swiftly turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable complexity. "Monkey, are you joining forces with him against me? It is not an attack against you. I merely wish for you to retire alongside me. We are both old now. It is time to entrust matters to the younger generation." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Shimura Danzo scoffed once more, waving his hand dismissively. "No more words. Show me what you have." Among Lord Tobirama's disciples, there are those like Sarutobi, weak and feeble. And then there is me, who will not retreat. I will not allow Lord Tobirama's legacy to be tarnished. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that this old man had a knack for rhetoric. How had he failed to notice that even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had become a mere tool in Danzo's incessant discourse? Tsunade attempted to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen once more, but he was swiftly interrupted by Shimura Danzo, who waved his hand dismissively. "Silence, Sarutobi. You coward. You, who evade responsibility, are unworthy to be a disciple of Lord Tobirama. I am ashamed to be your classmate. Today, it would be only Shimura Danzo standing to his death. He welcomed any challenge that came his way. Minato Namikaze understood that further discourse was futile. Observing Danzo's current state, it was evident that he had nearly succumbed to madness. It was astonishing to witness Danzo, who had relentlessly indoctrinated the root ninjas, ultimately brainwashing himself most thoroughly. He had come to believe that all his actions were for the benefit of Konohagakure, viewing himself as the epitome of righteousness. This conviction rendered his words and actions exceedingly resolute. Regardless of the harm he had inflicted upon others, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. It appeared that the situation could not be resolved easily. Minato sighed, acknowledging that he had once entertained the notion that it might be best if Danzo resisted violently. If Danzo dared to rebel, he would possess ample justification to eliminate him, thus eradicating this malignant growth deeply entrenched within Konoha. However, witnessing the helplessness on Hiruzen's face evoked a twinge of compassion within him. It seemed that the elder's final wish before relinquishing his power would remain unfulfilled. Please, my predecessor, take a step back. I shall manage this matter judiciously. However, your estate may require some tidying up afterward. With a gentle wave of his hand, four figures emerged from the shadows of the Umbu behind him. They positioned themselves at the cardinal points surrounding Danzo, preparing to form a barrier to prevent his potential escape should a battle ensue. Danzo, do take care of yourself. Hiruzen truly felt weary. It seemed that ever since he had stepped down as Hokage, everything had unraveled contrary to his desires. Whether it was the conflict with Minato or the rift in his relationships with his two disciples, even his final wish to protect his old companion, Danzo, was stubbornly leading him down a path of destruction. Indeed, age had caught up with him. He was no longer the proud and ambitious ninja he once was. With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen propped his weary body and slowly turned to leave, gradually vanishing from the sight of those present. He had to temporarily retreat with his elderly wife from this impending battlefield. Meanwhile, Danzo watched Hiruzen's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. For a fleeting moment, the thought of taking preemptive action crossed his mind. Capturing Hiruzen could provide him a sliver of hope for escape. Otherwise, facing the illustrious fourth Hokage and a multitude of elite Umbu ninjas, even someone as arrogant as Danzo felt the weight of inevitable doom. He felt no psychological burden about turning against an old friend. In his eyes, Hiruzen's actions had already betrayed him, and he no longer regarded him as a comrade, but as an adversary. What burden could one bear when striking an enemy? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still maintained considerable combat prowess. If the two were to engage in a one-on-one confrontation, Shimura Danzo felt uncertain about his ability to prevail against him. At this moment, he was already facing a formidable foe. Provoking a Hokage would be tantamount to hastening his own demise. Have you truly made up your mind, Minato Namikaze? Are you really prepared to turn against your fellow villagers in Konoha? How can you, a Hokage, stoop so low? Listening to Shimura Danzo's words, a flicker of powerlessness crossed Minato's mind. How audacious of you to criticize me. Who is the true master of harming our comrades? Do you have the gall to cast stones? Not wishing to engage in a verbal spar with the old zombie, Minato signaled to the Umbu ninjas stationed at the four corners. Barrier. 4 purple flames formation. The 4 Umbu ninjas shouted in unison, unleashing their chakra to form a colossal barrier that enveloped the entire Sarutobi residence. Danzo, I offer you one last opportunity. Surrender your feudal resistance, and you may still live a complete life. Minato received the sword of fire from Kakashi Hatake, feeling the warmth of its blade and the fierce brilliance at its tip, while simultaneously adjusting his stance and issuing his final ultimatum. Words are of no consequence. Come forth. Let the villagers witness how hypocritical you, the so-called fourth Hokage, truly are. Everyone will remember your disgraceful actions today. How shameless. Kakashi's face flushed with anger at Danzo's manipulative rhetoric, as he was all too aware of Danzo's misdeeds. Hearing him audaciously slander his teacher, he could hardly contain the urge to strike. Stand down, Kakashi. To his surprise, Minato rejected his request to engage and shook his head. But there are no buts. Not only you, but everyone else is forbidden from taking action. Despite his grievous errors, Danzo was once an elder of the village. I do not wish for you to bear the blood of our comrades, Minato stated solemnly. This reasoning held a degree of inconsistency. Truth be told, the Umbu was essentially a department within the village tasked with carrying out unsavory deeds. The missions undertaken by the Umbu ninjas primarily involved clandestine operations, assassinations, pursuits, interrogations, espionage, surveillance, and the like. How could any of them be considered innocent? It could even be argued that many Umbu ninjas had blood on their hands from their own comrades. After all, it was the Umbu who dealt with rogue ninjas, defectors, or targets marked for elimination by the higher-ups. Yet, Minato spoke these words with utmost seriousness. In his view, regardless of Danzo's actions, he had once been an elder of Konoha, no matter how sordid his deeds. they were at least considered from the perspective of the village. Thus, he could not treat him as an enemy. Allowing the Umbu to act against him would amount to civil strife, a situation he wished to avoid. As the Hokage, Minato held the authority to intervene when a subordinate like Danzo erred, and such a response was entirely justifiable. Stand firm and prevent Danzo from escaping, spoke Minato Namikaze as he patted Kakashi Hitaki on the shoulder. The surrounding Umbu members regarded their Hokage with a mix of emotions. Some grasped the intent behind Minato's words, while others did not. Nonetheless, their loyalty compelled them to obey. Observing Kakashi's moment of stillness, Minato turned to face Shimura Danzo and declared, "Danzo, I offer you one final chance. Surrender now, and a favorable resolution awaits you." Minato persisted, making one last effort. "Words are futile. Come forth. Let me assess your true worth, and see if you are truly fit to bear the title of Hokage." Danzo sneered coldly, with animosity now laid bare. He felt no hesitation. In the next instant, he formed hand seals, unleashing his signature jutsu, wind release, vacuum wave. The air crackled as the B-rank technique, in Danzo's hands, unleashed a force rivaling that of many A-rank jutsus. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a torrent of wind chakra that manifested as crescent-shaped blades, hurtling toward Minato. Yet, Minato remained unperturbed, merely sighing and shaking his head. He brandished the sword of Kusanagi and deflected the wind blades. As a common ninja in origin, Minato lacked any ancestral swordsmanship, unlike Kakashi, who, despite his disuse of weaponry, possessed the scrolls of his father, the White Fang of Konoha. Minato had only begun to study the Konoha-style sword techniques after ascending to the role of Hokage, acquainting himself with the Kusanagi. He had honed his skills, though not at the pinnacle. He was nonetheless formidable. Let us conclude this swiftly. It is best not to disturb the former Hokage for too long. Minato retrieved several kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique from his ninja pouch and hurled them at Danzo. The sound of slicing air echoed as the kunai flew. Danzo deftly evaded them, yet his senses heightened, acutely aware of Minato's combat style and the elusive nature of the Flying Thunder God technique, the fastest jutsu in the ninja world. In a flash, Danzo utilized body flicker technique to escape the kunai's trajectory, grasping one of them with utmost vigilance. Suddenly, a glimmer of red light flashed. Minato, who had been a distance of 10 meters away, appeared before Danzo in an instant, thrusting the fiery sword with blinding speed. Clang! Danzo reacted swiftly, parrying the Kusanagi with his kunai. However, the ordinary kunai, forged of iron, stood no chance against the divine blade, which severed it effortlessly. Fortunately, the sword's trajectory had veered, allowing Danzo to retreat once more. With only the handle remaining in his grasp, Danzo furrowed his brow and promptly replaced it with a new kunai. Just moments ago, the threat posed by the sword of fire wielded by Minato Namikaze was formidable, yet he had never encountered such a sharp red longsword before. When did Konoha village acquire such a weapon? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Raijin sword of his mentor, Tobirama Senju. As a disciple of Tobirama, Danzo Shimura had witnessed firsthand the awe-inspiring prowess of his master brandishing the Raijin sword in battle. Now, with Minato holding the sword of fire, he seemed almost a mirror image of his own teacher. Save for the transformation of the silver blade into a crimson one and the change from white hair to golden locks. With no time to catch his breath, Danzo quickly dispelled the memories flooding his mind. Minato was again upon him. Clang, clang, clang. Minato's combat style was refreshingly straightforward. He commenced with kunai wrapped in the flying Raijin seal for ranged attacks, both to test the waters and, more importantly, to establish anchor points. Following this, he would utilize these kunai to employ the flying Raijin technique, swiftly closing in on his adversary to deliver a decisive blow. Unlike before, when Minato relied on kunai and Rasengan for damage, he now simply swung the sword with lethal intent, remarkably reminiscent of the legendary Tobirama Senju. In this confrontation, one flashed about the battlefield with agility, while the other struggled to keep pace. Danzo had already lost 3 of his kunai to Minato's relentless strikes. As the leader of the Umbu, carrying a ninja tool pouch was second nature, but how much could such a pouch hold? With 3 kunai severed, he found himself with only one left in hand. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Recognizing that in close quarters, he would be at a disadvantage against Minato, Danzo sought an opportunity to create distance. At last, the moment arrived, and he swiftly formed hand seals to unleash his ninjutsu, a signature move he had even used to confront formidable foes in the past. Like a machine gun, he expelled high-pressure spheres of wind toward Minato. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake, observing from the sidelines, fervently cheered for Minato in his heart. As Minato's disciple and a former captain of the Umbu, he held Minato's safety in the highest regard. His earlier decision to engage Danzo stemmed from a desire to shield Minato from danger. After all, Danzo's reputation was formidable, as evidenced by his past victories. Watching the Hokage he was sworn to protect engage in a life-or-death struggle with Danzo left Kakashi's heart in turmoil. Yet, as the battle unfolded, Minato effortlessly subdued Danzo, leaving the latter with little room to retaliate and narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Only then did Kakashi breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Danzo seized an opportunity, unleashing a barrage of chakra spheres at Minato like a sudden artillery strike. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher, be careful," to which he reassured himself, "Fear not. Your teacher is remarkably strong." With a graceful twist of his body, Minato Namikaze deftly evaded the wind ball, taking a moment to reassure Kakashi Hatake. It was evident that he was entirely at ease. However, Shimura Danzo, witnessing Minato's nonchalance and apparent leisure to converse with his subordinate, wore a grim expression. Enraged, he bit his finger, letting the blood flow onto his palm before slapping it onto the ground, invoking the summoning technique, Dream Eater. The creature that emerged resembled a colossal elephant, adorned with fiery red fur and sharp claws upon its limbs. This was Danzo's summoning beast, the Dream Eater, said to feed on the nightmares of humanity. This particular Dream Eater bore distinctive traits, mirroring its master, with a white cloth wrapped around its head and a pair of eyes radiating ferocity. Was this truly Danzo's summoning beast? Should I also summon Bunta? After testing Danzo's capabilities, Minato realized that he posed no threat to him, thus feeling no urgency to engage in combat. Instead, he pondered whether to summon a beast of his own. However, considering that the toad Bunta was quite large, summoning him would likely result in the destruction of Hiruzen Sarutobi's residence, necessitating a complete rebuild. Thus, he dismissed the thought. Danzo, noticing Minato's relaxed demeanor, revealed a hint of a cold smile. "So you look down upon me, do you? I shall teach you a lesson shortly. Dream Eater, unleash wind release." Danzo commanded his summoning beast. The Dream Eater, possessing high intelligence, although not as articulate as the beasts of the three great sage territories, was adept at tactical collaboration with Danzo. Upon receiving Danzo's order, the Dream Eater nodded in understanding, took a deep breath, and opened its massive maw, drawing in a tremendous amount of air. The resulting suction was so powerful that even the hidden Umbu observing from a distance found themselves unable to maintain their footing, involuntarily being drawn closer. Minato, standing nearer, felt as though he might be lifted off the ground. Not wishing to be engulfed by the Dream Eater, Minato swiftly dodged. In that moment, Danzo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the effect he sought. Vacuum wave. Taking a deep breath, Danzo expelled a torrent of wind-released chakra from his mouth, unleashing scythe-like blades of wind hurtling toward Minato's position. Simultaneously, the Dream Eater closed its maw and, from its elongated snout, exhaled a dense white mist, enveloping Minato and sealing off all avenues of escape. Up, down, left, right, every possible route was blocked. In that instant, Minato found himself akin to a turtle trapped in a pot. "Teacher," Kakashi shouted, his heart racing. The scorching white mist and sharp wind blades were poised to tear the golden-haired man apart. At that moment, all of Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunai were within the attack radius. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, escape seemed impossible. His negligence appeared to have led him to this dire consequence. Yet, in the next instant, a piercing sound of a blade echoed, and Minato's voice emerged from within the mist. "Flame Heaven Purgatory Fire God Flash." Swish! A colossal, fiery crescent-shaped sword aura, seemingly capable of cleaving an entire building, sliced through the dense white mist, shattering all wind blades in its path, and surged fiercely towards Shimura Danzo. A sense of dread washed over him. He needed to evade. The shock was evident on Shimura Danzo's aged visage as he quickly summoned his strength, leaping aside just in time to avoid the deadly blade. He was agile enough to escape, yet the massive Dream Demon had no such fortune. With a sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the Fire God's sword aura pierced through the Dream Demon's crimson exterior, exposing its very bones. In an instant, a torrential spray of blood erupted, creating a veritable rain of crimson. The dream demon let out a haunting roar as the fire god's blade not only breached its outer shell, but also shredded its sinews. The searing energy of the sword further scorched its flesh, instantly cooking the muscle it touched to a crisp. With a thunderous crash, the grievously wounded dream demon, resembling a small mountain, collapsed to the ground, creating a resounding impact. Damn it! Shimura Danzo's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze ahead, desperately trying to discern the golden figure before him. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sharp sound of shurikens slicing through the mist, several kunai hurtling towards him. Caught off guard, Shimura Danzo managed to evade most of them, yet one kunai found its mark, embedding itself in his shoulder. This is bad. Panic surged within him as his pupils dilated. He hastily grasped the kunai in an attempt to remove it, instinctively bracing himself to evade further danger. However, the next moment, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered, and a figure with golden hair materialized before him in an instant. With a resonating hum, the fire god's sword vibrated, its blazing blade cleaving through the air, severing Shimura Danzo's neck in one swift motion. A sickening sound echoed as the severed head, bound in bandages, soared into the sky, blood splattering onto the blade of the fire god's sword. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, while the severed head tumbled through the air, rolling twice before coming to rest, revealing Shimura Danzo's wide-eyed, shocked expression. The legendary shadow of the village, a master of the ninja arts, had met his end in such a brutal fashion. The dream demon, lying not far away, emitted a deafening roar that resonated with sorrow and fury. Why did it have to come to this, Danzo? Namikaze Minato instinctively attempted to shake off the bloodied fire god's sword, only to find that the intense heat had already evaporated the blood. He cast a complicated glance at Shimura Danzo's lifeless head, sighed, and shook his head in lament. Minato was a gentle soul, deeply devoted to his village and its inhabitants. Yet, the deeds of Shimura Danzo had crossed a line that Minato could not overlook. Even when Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed to incapacitate Danzo and imprison him for life, Minato had reluctantly accepted, considering Jiraiya's wishes. Now, being able to personally sever Danzo's head brought closure to a lingering burden he had carried. Turning to leave, Minato was suddenly alerted by the sight of Kakashi Hatake sprinting towards him. A look of urgency etched across his face as he shouted, "Teacher, watch out." Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a deadly weapon plunged into flesh. Minato felt a chilling light aimed directly at his head. The awareness honed through years of warfare compelled him to instinctively raise his hand to block the attack. However, a sharp kunai pierced his arm until it met bone. A sharp pain surged into Minato Namikaze's mind, leaving him no time to react as he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash of golden light, Minato found himself beside the kunai that had been directed at Danzo Shimura. Raising his head, he was met with an astonishing sight. The head that had once appeared lifeless had returned to its body, seemingly intact without a single wound. Danzo wore a rigid, cold smirk, exuding an air of triumph. Why had he not died? How was he alive again? A multitude of questions flooded Minato's mind, yet this was not the time for contemplation. As Danzo's ninjutsu surged towards him once more, wind release, vacuum great sphere, the air erupted with a barrage of wind orbs, spewed forth by Danzo like a machine gun. Enduring the pain in his arm, Minato could only form hand seals with one hand, employing a body flicker technique to swiftly move towards Kakashi, who was rushing to assist him. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi, wielding a kunai, cleaved through the incoming wind spheres, shielding Minato behind him. "Are you all right, sensei?" Kakashi inquired with concern. "I'm fine. I was careless," Minato replied, furrowing his brow as he retrieved bandages from his ninja tool pouch to wrap his wounded forearm. Indeed, his earlier oversight had led to this blunder. He had encountered battles where enemy ninjas feigned death to launch surprise attacks during the Third Shinobi World War. But in those instances, his heightened vigilance had kept him from falling into any traps. This was part of the reason he had survived the harrowing battlefield unscathed. Earlier, his keen reflexes had allowed him to sense Danzo's ambush swiftly. However, he had not anticipated that Danzo might possess hidden tricks up his sleeve, leading to a hasty response. Furthermore, the Sword of the Fire God was a recent acquisition, and faced with the sudden assault, he had failed to use the blade to deflect the kunai's thrust, resorting instead to blocking it with his arm. Fortunately, Minato's tenure as Hokage had not been long, and his strength and sharp awareness still remained. Otherwise, that attack could have been fatal. On the other side, Danzo's expression was one of deep frustration. From the onset of the battle, he had meticulously crafted this scheme, gradually lulling Minato into a false sense of security while revealing flaws, all for this final unexpected strike. Yet, to his dismay, he had only managed to injure Minato's arm, inadvertently exposing his own trump card. This was a testament to the disparity in their battle experience. Danzo, having been away from the battlefield for too long, had envisioned a clever ambush, but he had underestimated Minato's reaction capabilities. The kunai aimed at Minato's head had only succeeded in wounding his arm. Now, with his trump card revealed, Danzo would not be granted a second opportunity. It seemed that Kakashi and the entire Anbu would ensure he received no further chances either. "You scoundrel! How dare you harm Lord Hokage?" Kakashi Hatake resembled an enraged young lion, his expression bursting with the desire to devour Danzo Shimura whole. "You wretched fool, Danzo!" he exclaimed. "Lord Hokage, are you unharmed? Danzo Shimura, how dare you commit such an atrocious act?" The Anbu swarmed around, save for the four maintaining the formation's barrier, all rushing to the side of Minato Namikaze. The earlier incident had nearly made them vomit with fear. Should the Hokage fall victim to a surprise attack by Danzo right before their eyes, the entire Anbu would be rendered useless, facing dire consequences for their failure. How could they call themselves ninjas if they allowed the Hokage to be slain before them? They might as well return home to tend to pigs. The lingering dread ignited the fury within the Anbu, their gazes upon Danzo sharp and predatory. Danzo realized he could no longer press his advantage. He first summoned the severely injured Dream Demon, then disdainfully addressed Minato Namikaze. "Are you intending to have them all besiege me?" The esteemed fourth Hokage resorting to such tactics? Ignoring the ire and accusations directed at him by Kakashi and the Anbu, Danzo instead questioned Minato. Furrowing his brow, Minato was about to speak when Kakashi interjected, "Lord Hokage, do not be obstinate. Danzo has committed an affront. How can we Anbu remain indifferent? Might as well disband us entirely." Kakashi's face was solemn as he gazed intently into Minato's eyes. The Anbu nodded in agreement. After all, the Hokage had nearly lost his life. Could they simply stand by and watch? To not strike Danzo down would not quell their deep-seated resentment. He was the villain. There was no need for honor among thieves. Everyone should join forces to end him. Minato hesitated. Even in that life-threatening moment, he did not perceive Danzo as particularly formidable. Having discerned Danzo's trump cards, he knew that with sufficient caution, Danzo posed no threat. However, witnessing Kakashi's fervent expression, Minato felt compelled to act. To stall now would only dishearten his subordinates further. Very well. Danzo had indeed harmed the Hokage. From any perspective, he was guilty of treason. It was only fitting for the Anbu to intervene, justifiable and aboveboard. Be cautious and avoid injury. After contemplating, Minato drew a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal and placed it in Kakashi's hand, offering a solemn reminder before acquiescing to his request. "Yes," Kakashi affirmed with a grave nod, gripping the kunai tightly. He called out to Danzo, "Danzo, today, you shall meet your demise here. I swear it in the name of my father, Konoha's White Fang." In that moment, a fierce aura emanated from the silver-haired boy, like a sword drawn from its sheath. In unison, the other shadows drew forth their weapons, aiming directly at Shimura Danzo. Hatake Sakumo is a sinner, a coward. His son is nothing but a wretch, defying authority and lacking in decorum. Do you truly think you can take my life? My life is here. Come and claim it if you dare. In truth, Shimura Danzo held Hatake Sakumo in contempt, despite the latter's once great renown, which had nearly rivaled that of the third Hokage. However, Sakumo's decision to abandon a mission for the sake of his comrades, resulting in failure, and his cowardly act of self-destruction in the face of rumors and accusations, earned Danzo's disdain, even if he himself had instigated those very rumors. Danzo met his demise, vanquished by the ambush led by Hatake Kakashi and his Anbu ninjas. Although Danzo desperately sought to escape and cling to life, none present granted him that mercy. Even his longtime comrade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, chose to remain hidden in the shadows, unable to bear witness to his friend's downfall. This long-planned ambush turned out to be unexpectedly straightforward. Nara Shikaku had meticulously devised strategies and various countermeasures for over 2 weeks, yet none were employed. The reason was simply that Shimura Danzo was far too weak, leading Shikaku to approach him with the mindset reserved for a formidable adversary, only to shatter that expectation upon contact. Danzo's weakness stemmed from his psyche and thought processes. Since the Second Shinobi World War, he had not set foot on the battlefield, instead stirring up chaos within the village or leading root operatives to create trouble elsewhere. This resulted in a rapid decline in his combat experience. When faced with Namikaze Minato in a one-on-one encounter, he could utilize his transplanted Sharingan to employ Izanagi against Minato, but once his trump card was revealed, he found himself powerless against the ferocious Umbu ninjas. Had it been during his prime, he might have stood a chance. Mentally, having occupied a high position for an extended period, controlling the vast entity that was Root, Danzo was no longer merely a ninja. He had adopted the persona of a ruler within Konohagakure. Regardless of his intentions, others acted on his behalf. More crucially, having grown accustomed to controlling the grand scheme and orchestrating plots from the shadows, Danzo completely lost the sharp instincts of a ninja when confronted with danger. He believed no one in the village could threaten him, which ultimately led to his downfall, ensnared by Shikaku's simple design. Before he could seize the multitude of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, the few he possessed were scant. At most, he had secretly acquired a handful during wartime, and even those were earmarked for Orochimaru's experiments. Thus, by the end, he could only rely on a single Sharingan in his eye, which, once he utilized Izanagi, rendered him utterly defenseless. In any case, Shimura Danzo was dead, and Konohagakure turned a new page. The repercussions of his death can be categorized into three distinct impacts. Firstly, there has been a significant shift in the power dynamics within the Hidden Leaf Village. Unbeknownst to the villagers, authority has been wholly transferred from the faction of the third Hokage to that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Initially, Mito Kamizuki and Nara Shikaku exhibited reluctance, unwilling to hastily embrace retirement. However, this changed when the root base established by Danzo Shimura outside the village was uncovered, exposing a trove of documents and various experiments, effectively silencing the dissenters. The materials retrieved from the root base included a plethora of unethical human experimentation and forbidden jutsu research, encompassing but not limited to experiments involving the cells of Hashirama Senju, investigations into the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and studies on the bloodline limits and secret techniques of various ninja clans within the village. These ranged from clone creation, bloodline limit transplantation, bloodline fusion, to organ modification. The ramifications of such revelations, if made public, would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval within the village, inciting rebellion among the clans, from the Uchiha and Hyuga to the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. The preservation of bloodline limits and clan secret jutsu is the very foundation of their existence. Any threat to this would lead to an irreconcilable conflict. Upon acquiring this information, Minato was profoundly shocked. Ultimately, in the presence of Nara Shikaku, Sarutobi Hizashi, and others, he incinerated all the documents and laboratories, eradicating every trace left by Danzo within the ninja world. Secondly, the atmosphere within the village became remarkably harmonious. On the day preceding the offensive against Danzo, Minato discreetly informed the various ninja clans of impending significant events. While he did not explicitly declare his intent to eliminate Danzo, it was clear to all informed that something monumental was about to transpire. Coupled with the subsequent political shift, everyone inferred that Danzo had fallen from power. Although they were unaware of his fate, the mere notion of his ousting brought them immense joy. The Uchiha clan, in particular, had endured considerable grievances at the hands of the higher-ups in the village, including Danzo and Sarutobi Hizashi. The Uchiha had been subjected to various forms of oppression. Upon learning of Danzo's downfall and the retirement of Hizashi and others, the Uchiha were ecstatic. Even the members of the Uchiha police force patrolled the streets with smiles. This sudden wave of elation led to a notable decrease in conflicts within the village. Meanwhile, clans such as the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi rejoiced, for Danzo had long exploited these families, forcibly conscripting their members to serve as root ninjas, often employing brainwashing and cursed seals. Who could endure such treatment? Their previous restraint had merely been a result of Sarutobi Hizashi's backing of Danzo. Thus, upon realizing that Danzo had been held accountable and that Hizashi and the others had relinquished their power, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Regarding the events caused by Minato Namikaze, one could say he was utterly obedient. His handsome visage commanded unwavering loyalty. Furthermore, A significant portion of the root ninjas had been incorporated into the Umbu. Although these root ninjas bore the cursed seal imposed by Danzo Shimura, known as the tongue curse eradication technique, the caster and the target, Danzo, have both met their demise. As long as they refrain from engaging in matters related to Danzo, they are no different from ordinary villagers. However, the question arises, how should this group of individuals be managed if they are no longer ninjas? Is it feasible to reintegrate them into the village? Such an idea seems rather impractical. Not to mention the inherent risks still present with these root ninjas. Given the current power vacuum in Konohagakure, it is inconceivable to watch their strength diminish. They must utilize whatever resources they have. In addition to those who were absorbed, there remained a small faction of Danzo's fervent supporters, utterly devoted to him. Even after Danzo's death and the judgment of his crimes by Minato Namikaze, the Hokage, they continued to believe in the innocence of their leader, perceiving him as a victim of persecution by Minato. Seizing an opportunity, a group of them attempted to flee the village. Before their departure, they even sought to take revenge on Kakashi Hatake, the one responsible for Danzo's demise. Fortunately, Kakashi had been stationed at the Umbu base during this time, preventing them from executing their plans. Following their defection, Minato naturally ordered their pursuit. However, the outcome of this pursuit remains a lengthy and uncertain matter. Setting aside Konohagakure, the repercussions of Danzo's death also extend to the character known as Yecheng. In simple terms, he emerged victorious beyond measure. Following the last question, numerous events transpired within the village. A compromise was reached between Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi, leading to the revocation of all of Danzo's positions and his permanent house arrest. Yet, in the end, Danzo's arrogance led him to reject reality, culminating in his demise. According to the original storyline of Naruto, Danzo, the primary antagonist, was expected to continue his unscrupulous ways for several years, committing countless atrocities until he was ultimately confronted and slain by Sasuke Uchiha, who had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this time, Minato had gained prior knowledge of Danzo's actions through the questions and eliminated him before he could cause further chaos in Konohagakure. Consequently, the plot experienced a significant transformation, resulting in an overwhelming victory for Yecheng. A staggering 5 million plot reward points. In comparison, the previous rewards seemed utterly insignificant. On that day, while training in the question and answer space, Yecheng received a notification from the system. Ding! Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake have killed Danzo Shimura, resulting in a monumental shift in the storyline, rewarding the host with plot points, 5 million points. Upon receiving this news, Yecheng was momentarily stunned, then engulfed by an overwhelming wave of joy, finding himself grinning foolishly for quite some time. Once he regained his composure, Yecheng eagerly sought to access the system's shop to commence his purchasing spree. After much deliberation, I realized that although 5 million points seemed substantial, many of them felt rather superfluous. The desirable items were far beyond my means, while the lesser ones were abundant, yet unremarkable. What value did they hold? I had already drawn powerful techniques, such as the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and would release from my own lottery. Acquiring inferior items now seemed futile. Thus, I resolved to accumulate my points, aiming to purchase the highest rewards, such as the Sage Body and Sage Eyes, when the time came. In my mind's eye, I envisioned myself with flowing white hair, clad in a pristine white haori, surrounded by 6 orbs of the Seekers of Truth. With my left eye possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and my right the Rinnegan. How striking. Mother, I must have this. Enchanted by this splendid vision, I decided to intensify my efforts. It's time to make a move. In the Hokage office within the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze was buried under a mountain of documents. At that moment, a figure clad in Umbu attire appeared beside him. It was Kakashi Hatake. Sensei, the previous Hokage is on their way, he announced. What? Minato was taken aback by this revelation. With Kakashi's reminder, he finally comprehended. Ah, today is the day of the 3rd question and answer session. Ever since the elimination of Danzo Shimura, Minato had been inundated with responsibilities. He had a plethora of historical cases to address, alongside a myriad of urgent matters requiring his decisions as Hokage. The little blonde's hairline had begun to recede slightly from the stress. Meanwhile, Lady Kushina had returned to her state of longing, residing at home daily, yearning for her husband's swift return. I wonder what new revelations the 3rd session will bring. Raising his gaze, Minato rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his expression contemplative. He was genuinely intrigued by this sudden emergence of question and answer sessions and held a favorable disposition towards them. Not to mention, during the first session, he had learned of the impending Ninetales incident. In that catastrophic event, he had lost his life, his wife, and his son had become an orphan. Konoha's villagers suffered greatly, with extensive destruction to infrastructure caused by the Ninetales. The losses were devastating. However, having received this information allowed for early precautions to be taken, potentially saving countless lives. Was this not enough to inspire gratitude in Minato towards Yecheng? He regarded Konoha and its citizens as more precious than his own life. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had arrived. Come in, Minato called out. The door opened, revealing a somber-faced Hiruzen, along with Nara Shikaku and Mito-kun, who stepped into the office. In stark contrast to their glum expressions were the beaming face of Jiraiya and the calm demeanor of Tsunade. Hiruzen and the others wore sorrowful visages, naturally due to the events surrounding Danzo. On one hand, they mourned the loss of a longtime friend, evoking feelings of melancholy for lives lost. On the other hand, once Danzo's dark past was unveiled, the perceptions of the ninjas in the village who were privy to the information had sharply declined regarding these three men. After all, while it was indeed Shimura Danzo who orchestrated these events, could the three of them extricate themselves from the responsibility? Of course not. It is universally acknowledged that had it not been for the tacit approval and indulgence of these three old men, Danzo would have met a brutal end long ago. Even Asuma, the youngest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, had caught wind of some fragments of this situation, leading him to vent his frustrations at home, much to the detriment of his father's enjoyment of his wife's culinary delights. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade, after completing the second round of questioning, departed the village independently, one to gather intelligence, particularly concerning his dear friend Orochimaru, and the other, naturally, to indulge in gambling. Their return was meticulously timed for the third round of assessments. However, upon their return, they discovered a palpable change in the village atmosphere. Although the villagers' daily lives may not have differed significantly, there was an undeniable shift in their collective spirit, an improvement that was felt subconsciously. Upon inquiring, the two were delighted to learn that the cause was the demise of Shimura Danzo. With his passing, the various ninja clans, long oppressed by his tyranny, breathed a sigh of relief, and life became markedly more pleasant, encouraging a newfound serenity among the populace. This serenity fostered a greater kindness in interactions and communications, revitalizing the essence of Konoha. The two were overjoyed at this revelation. Despite their prolonged absence from the village, their affection for it remained unwavering. With the village now back on track and progressing in a positive direction, their hearts were filled with happiness. Let us set aside idle chatter. At this moment, the Hokage's office was filled with both expected and unexpected guests, such as Mito Gate Kurenai and Uchiha Kamachi. These two had relinquished their positions as Hokage advisors, and even their roles in the economic and medical departments had been dissolved. Logically, they should no longer have the privilege to partake in such a highly confidential village matter as this questioning. Yet, they insisted on showing up, and the character of Minato Namikaze was not one to turn them away. Thus, the previous assembly remained intact. Now, all that was left was to await the arrival of that esteemed individual. Suddenly, a burst of blue light filled the Hokage's office, which then exploded outward, enveloping everyone within a circular barrier. He has arrived. A jolt of recognition surged through Minato Namikaze. The familiar sensation returned as Yecheng, embodying the enigmatic figure, presented himself with an air of nonchalance. Welcome to the questioning space. This is the third assessment of the ninja world. It must be noted that after a hiatus of 3 months, Yecheng's reappearance as the inscrutable examiner lent an even more convincing air to his role. Upon his arrival, the attendees hastily bowed, addressing him as my lord or your excellency. Though Yecheng remained indifferent to such formalities, his sole concern lying with the progression of the narrative. With a gentle wave of his hand, he calmly remarked, "There is no need for such formalities." After speaking, Yecheng once again presented 3 lists, the character list, the influence list, and the event list. As per usual, he invited them to select one for the quiz, refraining from further elaboration. Namikaze Minato nodded and gazed at the 3 lists. After 3 months, seeing the dazzling array of options once more, he was even more astonished by Yecheng's enigmatic nature. The lists contained seemingly simple words, Yet Minato understood that behind these uncomplicated phrases lay secrets and unknowns that could astonish everyone. The first Nine Tails incident. The second Uchiha clan massacre. The repercussions of these events on the entire Konoha were undoubtedly unprecedented. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the lists. His murky old eyes obscured his emotions. Yet it was evident that their curiosity had been piqued once again. It was inevitable. Even those who were half buried in the earth harbored a curiosity about the future. "What shall we choose this time?" asked Nara Shikamaru in a hushed tone. "How should I know? It must be up to the Hokage to decide," replied Mito Kazumi, stroking his beard. Since relinquishing their positions, their address for Minato had shifted from the affectionate Minato to the formal Hokage, devoid of any remnants of their previous camaraderie. This shift indicated that the two old men still bore some resentment. Regrettably, the current Konoha no longer held the privilege of speaking out. "Minato, do you have any preferences?" On the other side, Jiraiya asked boldly, crossing his arms. He had grown increasingly fond of his disciple. "Not really, Jiraiya-sensei," Minato replied, feeling troubled. At that moment, he was uncertain about what to choose. In essence, he still wished to see the major events occurring in Konoha. Gaining foresight into future occurrences would enable the village to prepare in advance. However, it was clear that no immediate events were on the horizon. The first Nine Tails incident had yet to transpire, and the second Uchiha clan massacre would not occur for another 6 or 7 years. In such circumstances, even if they were aware of future events, they would be unable to respond effectively. 6 or 7 years, perhaps even a decade. How could one prepare for such an extensive time span? Thus, Minato found himself in a state of distress. "Perhaps I should choose," Jiraiya suggested suddenly after pondering for a moment. "Jiraiya." Tsunade shot him an annoyed glance, her dissatisfaction evident. Their identities were somewhat awkward, in terms of status. They undoubtedly belonged to the core power structure of Konoha, and none present could overlook their significance. Participating in the quiz, a matter of utmost confidentiality, was a rare occurrence. Yet, both had become somewhat detached from the village, no longer involved in its direct affairs. This distance rendered them unable to make demands of the village. It wasn't that they were incapable, but rather that they were unwilling. One must contribute to receive rewards. Having ceased their contributions to the village, what right did they have to make demands? Although the village would not refuse any requests made, they both understood the unspoken balance and generally refrained from doing so. At this moment, Jiraiya boldly approached the Hokage, much to Tsunade's discontent. She felt that Jiraiya was jeopardizing the delicate understanding they shared with the village. "What is it, Jiraiya-sensei? Please, speak your mind." Minato, the fourth Hokage, was unperturbed and responded with a smile. "Hehe, I am rather curious about that fellow's circumstances. I have pursued him for years, only to have him slip away each time. It leaves me with a sense of unfulfillment." Jiraiya rubbed his nose, his voice losing some of its usual boisterousness, revealing a hint of apprehension. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his head, his aged eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity. From the moment Jiraiya spoke, he understood precisely whom Jiraiya wished to investigate. Hiruzen's harbored intricate feelings towards this individual. "Are you referring to Orochimaru?" Tsunade inquired, her expression equally complex. Indeed, Orochimaru. That man. Akin to a serpent. In their youth, the three of them had entered Hiruzen's tutelage together, becoming classmates. They formed a team, training, learning, and growing together, forging deep bonds. Even though Jiraiya often boasted about wanting to defeat Orochimaru, he held a significant place for him as a comrade in his heart. Tsunade felt similarly. Throughout the war, their lives were entrusted to one another, facing countless perils together. Eventually, they even confronted Hanzo of the Salamander, earning the derogatory title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. This title, once a source of shame, evolved into a symbol of honor over the years. Alas, Orochimaru ultimately chose a different path. On that fateful day, when Orochimaru's illicit human experiments were exposed, Hiruzen's personally led an assault. Although he ultimately spared Orochimaru, allowing him to escape, the village officially labeled him a rogue ninja. This event fractured the bond among the legendary three. Subsequently, Jiraiya volunteered to capture Orochimaru, vowing to bring him back. His mindset was not only fueled by anger and confusion over Orochimaru's actions, but also a desire to atone for something. He wished to confront Orochimaru, defeat him, and return him to the village, hoping that once he had atoned, they could reunite. This notion, though naive, was profoundly sincere. With the hope of reclaiming his dear friend, Jiraiya departed the village. Following him was Tsunade, a woman who had lost both her beloved and her closest brother during the war. With her heart shattered, she was further devastated by the news of her comrade's heinous crime, which shattered her final defenses. She felt utterly defeated, wishing only to pass her remaining days until she could reunite with her loved ones in the afterlife. Thus, she too left, taking with her her beloved's niece and a pig. From that point on, the legendary three ninjas of Konoha faded into the annals of history. Jiraiya's proposal was not met with rejection. It was evident that in the Hokage's office, both Tsunade and Hiruzen's displayed signs of contemplation. After all, one was Orochimaru's mentor, and the other had fought alongside him for many years. Orochimaru undoubtedly harbors a unique bond with those who know him. Presently, an opportunity has arisen to gain a comprehensive understanding of Orochimaru, piquing the interest of many. After all, they yearn to discover why the once gentle Orochimaru ultimately transformed into a figure of cold-blooded enigma. Furthermore, they are intrigued to ascertain the motivations behind Orochimaru's audacious experiments on human subjects. Beyond just these three individuals, others also express considerable curiosity, as Orochimaru is a former member of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha, leaving a profound impression on all. Well then, since the focus is on Orochimaru, I propose that you, dear teacher, take on the task of answering. In matters of familiarity with Orochimaru, I, alongside Kakashi, can hardly rival your knowledge compared to that of Tsunade. After a moment's contemplation, Minato entrusted the answering task to Jiraiya. As he stated, when it comes to questions regarding Orochimaru, it is only fitting that those most acquainted with him respond. Jiraiya and Tsunade, having graduated from the Ninja Academy alongside Orochimaru and joined Sarutobi Hiruzen's team, share a profound understanding forged through years of growth and battle together. In contrast, Minato and Nara Shikaku belong to a different era altogether. Ah, very well then. Jiraiya paused, scratching the back of his head in mild distress. It was his suggestion to select Orochimaru, and now, being tasked with answering, he found himself at a loss for how to decline. It would be awkward to admit his lack of confidence by suggesting that perhaps they should take over. Thus, despite his apprehensions regarding his ability to respond, Jiraiya cast a furtive glance at Tsunade, hoping for her support. Meanwhile, Yecheng appeared outwardly calm as he observed the gathering, though internally he felt a surge of delight. Jiraiya's sudden proposal to focus on Orochimaru caught him by surprise, yet it was an excellent choice. Orochimaru's role in the original Naruto narrative is undeniably significant, ranking among the top 5. As an early antagonist, he played a pivotal role in weaving the storyline together. During the Chunin exams arc, Orochimaru allied with the Sand Village to assault Konoha, infamously slaying the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in public, thereby catalyzing the growth of Konoha's young heroes. He subsequently seduced Uchiha Sasuke and assumed the role of a master, diligently training him for 3 arduous years, only to attempt to usurp Sasuke's body at the opportune moment, ultimately leading to his own downfall. This encounter greatly accelerated Sasuke's development. Lastly, the most crucial aspect is the reanimation jutsu. Although originally conceived by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, it was Orochimaru's enhancements that allowed this technique to profoundly influence the dynamics of the ninja world. During the midpoint of the Fourth Great Ninja War, had it not been for Orochimaru bringing Uchiha Sasuke to the Uzumaki clan shrine and summoning past Hokage from the Shinigami mask, Uchiha Obito would have obliterated the allied shinobi forces. Even though, in the end, Otsutsuki Kagaya resorted to underhanded means to empower Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, countless lives would have been lost in the process. From these events, it is evident that Orochimaru plays a pivotal role in the overarching narrative. Should this round of questioning lead to a deviation in the storyline, whether it incites Minato, Namikaze, and others to eliminate Orochimaru or prompts them to recognize his worth and bring him back to Konoha at all costs, the entire plot would undergo a profound transformation. The potential narrative points to be gained might rival, if not surpass, those of Danzo Shimura. Reflecting on this, Yecheng began selecting questions from the system's question bank, preparing to expose Uncle Snake. Perhaps the title could be Seeking Immortality, My Revelation on the Ninja World Rankings. Yecheng amused himself with this notion, reveling in the thought. Esteemed sir, I choose the character Orochimaru from the rankings, Jiraiya remarked, imitating the manner of Nara Shikaku from their previous encounter. Very well. Let the third Ninja World quiz commence. Please observe the first question. Yecheng was not one to indulge in idle chatter. In his eyes, the characters within the Hokage office were merely his subordinates, dutifully contributing to the narrative. As the capitalist in this scenario, Yecheng felt quite pleased. With a wave of his hand, the first question materialized on the screen. Question 1. Who is Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, a disciple of? Upon seeing this question, smiles spread across the faces of those present. This is an easy one, Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully, answering without a moment's hesitation. He is the disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Correct. A splendid start. Having answered the first question correctly, Jiraiya felt a surge of confidence and eagerly turned to gaze at Tsunade, only to find her dismissively looking away, leaving him to admire her prominent features instead. Oh my! Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Let us move on to the second question, Yecheng stated, neglecting to mention the possibility of replaying the footage, as such a straightforward question would be merely a waste of time. The luminous points of light on the screen rearranged themselves to form the second question. Question 2. Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi take Orochimaru as his disciple? Answer A. Deep background. Answer B. Exceptional talent. Answer C. Gave benefits. Answer D. Arbitrarily accepted. Upon reading this question, all eyes turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Clearly, this question sought to uncover why the third Hokage chose Orochimaru as his apprentice, and who could possibly know better than Sarutobi himself. The old monkey, puffing on his pipe, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden attention, revealing a look of astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat, and simply uttered one word. B. Everyone understood, as it aligned with their collective thoughts. Though the attendees were not deeply familiar with Orochimaru, they were well aware that the other options were common knowledge. As a representative of the common ninja, Orochimaru certainly did not possess a deep background. Could a common ninja have such a background? The notion of having given benefits was equally implausible. Orochimaru's parents were merely ordinary villagers, not even ninjas, so where would they find the means to offer gifts? Thus, the answer lies solely between options B and D. It is either due to his prodigious talent or a matter of happenstance, as Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware. Nevertheless, Orochimaru's extraordinary aptitude is acknowledged by all. Otherwise, how could a mere commoner ninja ascend to become one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world? Old man, you certainly did not convey it this way to us back then, during our assessments. Did you not declare that we three were utterly unworthy? You only took us on as disciples to alleviate your boredom, Jiraiya jested, pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I must have been blind to have accepted such a wretch as you. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought bitterly in response to Jiraiya's unabashed mockery. Ever since he had been humiliated in front of his two disciples, his authority as a master had been shattered. Now, this foul toad dared to ridicule him in front of so many others. He should have expelled you from the Ninja Academy back then, you wretched brat. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to close his eyes, smoking his pipe in solitude, letting out a slight grunt and falling silent. Jiraiya, feeling thwarted, turned back to continue answering the questions. Your Excellency, I choose B, prodigious talent. Congratulations, that is the correct answer. The previous two questions were carefully selected easy questions from the system's database, virtually guaranteeing no incorrect answers. However, the next three questions were automatically drawn by the system, leaving Yecheng with little choice. If all 5 questions had been his own creation, a straightforward spoiler would have sufficed. Now, let us see the third question. Yecheng waved his hand, dispersing the light points of the second question with an inexplicable force, which then reassembled to form a new question. Question 3. Which of the following answers is not a reason for Orochimaru's descent into the path of human experimentation? A. The death of his parents and loved ones. B. A lamentation on the fragility of life. C. The pursuit of immortality. D. A bloodthirsty nature deriving pleasure from dissection. Goodness, this question starkly exposes Orochimaru's inner world. The expressions of those in the Hokage office darkened slightly. These individuals, although all ninjas and warriors who assert their value through force, have each taken lives in the past during the course of wars and battles. Their hands are stained with blood. Yet, this does not imply they are psychopathic killers. Strictly speaking, the other nations among the 5 great countries, due to a scarcity of resources, were compelled to expand and plunder through force, resulting in an often unbalanced mindset among their ninjas. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning's Kumogakure are combative, each a battle fanatic. The ninjas of the Land of Water's Kirigakure are bloodthirsty, with their graduation exams from the Ninja Academy resembling a fight for survival. However, this changed when Momochi Zabuza's brutality during his killing spree left no survivors, causing Kirigakure to restrain itself somewhat. In the Land of Earth, the Hidden Stone Village, despite its vast territory, possesses very little arable land and relies heavily on imports from abroad. This scarcity has instilled in the ninja of Awagakure an intense yearning for fertile soil, prompting them to be the first to engage in battles during times of war. The Wind Country's Sunagakure is even more dire, as the majority of its land is comprised of desert and wasteland, resulting in a severe shortage of resources. The adage desolate mountains and vile waters breed cunning folk, while perhaps inappropriate in the context of ancient China, aptly describes the temperament of the denizens of the shinobi world. The more deprived the region, the more volatile its inhabitants tend to be. In contrast, the Land of Fire, with its lush fields and abundant resources, has nurtured a more tranquil disposition among its villagers. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, though characterized by his benevolent nature, bequeathed a bountiful homeland to future generations. Consequently, the ninjas of Konohagakure are relatively more composed. Orochimaru's peculiar worldview, however, has been shaped by the unending cycle of warfare. As Minato, Namikaze, and others contemplated the four possible answers before them, they could not help but associate Orochimaru's figure with that of a pervert. It was certainly not option D. Jiraiya suddenly interjected, his expression grave and earnest, as if not only persuading the others but also convincing himself. Despite the numerous heinous acts committed by Orochimaru, I understand his character. His bloodlust and obsession with human dissection cannot possibly be the correct answer. My choice is option D, Jiraiya declared without consulting anyone. The abruptness of his decision caused Mito Menyen and Toka Karin to exchange glances, ready to reprimand him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand, shaking his head to quell their objections. Thus, the two had no choice but to relent. The others expressed no dissent, particularly upon witnessing Jiraiya's rare display of seriousness. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. A sigh of relief escaped Jiraiya's lips, his previously tense body relaxing in an instant. As expected, I am indeed a genius. With a sense of triumph, he gestured towards Tsunade, who merely rolled her eyes in indifference. Yecheng let out a soft chuckle, feeling quite satisfied himself. Having answered 3 questions correctly, he was now just 2 correct answers away from claiming a high-level reward. Come on, Jiraiya. Let's see the 4th question. The light coalesced anew, presenting the 4th inquiry. Question 4. Will Orochimaru attack Konohagakure? A. Yes. B. No goodness. Upon reading the question, Yuchen's heart leapt with excitement. Since the 3rd question, the system had been selecting questions at random, independent of his own input. This particular question was perfectly timed, delivering a potent revelation. The moment the question was unveiled, the expressions of everyone present shifted in unison. Indeed, it was a weighty topic that detonated like an underwater bomb, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Orochimaru's betrayal and subsequent flight from the village had occurred quite some time ago. During this period, aside from Jiraiya, who relentlessly pursued the matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen occasionally recalled this disciple. However, others had largely forgotten this former member of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, who once stood a mere step away from the position of Hokage. To their astonishment, they now encountered the provocative question, will Orochimaru attack Konoha? The immediate thought that arose in everyone's minds was a resounding no. Setting aside whether Orochimaru harbored any intentions of assaulting Konoha, the pivotal question remained, did he possess the requisite strength? How could he possibly launch an attack on Konoha alone? Was he courting death? It is essential to recognize that Orochimaru was at most a shadow-level ninja. Although Konoha might appear somewhat beleaguered at present, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still had the capability to engage in battle. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had just reached the pinnacle of his life, and his power would only continue to grow. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both formidable shadow-level fighters in their own right. Moreover, Konoha boasted powerful ninjas on the brink of or already within the shadow-level threshold, such as Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Mito Gate, and Akimichi Torafu. With such talent, even a full-scale ninja world war would be manageable. As long as they did not face multiple major ninja villages simultaneously, Konoha possessed the strength to fight back. What right did Orochimaru have to assault such a thriving village? Could he possibly be akin to Uchiha Obito, wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Nine Tails and restrain Konoha's ninjas? Did he possess mysterious space-time ninjutsu to facilitate his escape? These questions stirred doubt among the crowd. The notion seemed utterly irrational. Would Orochimaru truly attack the village? Jiraiya was somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom his former close friend breaching the gates of Konoha and wreaking havoc within the village. Such an image was beyond his imagination. Might he have allied with other ninja villages? Nara Shikaku suddenly interjected, capturing the attention of all present. Indeed, if Orochimaru alone lacked the strength, then combining forces with other ninja villages would grant him the necessary power. Which village could it be? The Cloud Village? The Earth Village? The denizens of the Cloud Village, having been defeated, were now lurking with intent, sending spies into Konoha relentlessly. That old coot, Inoki, had shown no signs of relinquishing his covetous gaze upon the land of fire. If anyone were to ally with Orochimaru to assault Konoha, it would undoubtedly be one of these two individuals. Mito Gate furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation meticulously. At this juncture, the group had ceased to ponder whether Orochimaru would indeed attack Konoha. Instead, their minds were preoccupied with whom he might bring along for the assault. Which rogue from another village was most likely to collaborate? How could they fortify their defenses to minimize risk? Should they take the initiative to eliminate that ungrateful scoundrel? After all, Konoha was of paramount importance, and no one wished for even the slightest hint of danger to befall it. Amidst the animated discussions, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke up. Enough. Let us refrain from further noise. If anyone has thoughts to share, we shall convene a meeting later to discuss them at length. The immediate priority is to focus on answering the questions at hand. Besides, is it not said that answering all 5 questions correctly grants us a wish? At that moment, it would suffice to merely wish to understand Orochimaru's intentions, wouldn't it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's remark served as a revelation for the assembly, illuminating their minds. Yet, how should one respond? Kakashi Hitaki inquired, prompting a contemplative silence to envelop the group. Would Orochimaru truly launch an assault on the Hidden Leaf Village? I believe he would not. Orochimaru is not of such a nature. Jiraiya interjected once more, but this time his tone lacked the prior conviction. Hesitation was etched upon his visage, and his forced words were merely an attempt to reassure himself. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to speak. In this pivotal moment, Nara Shikaku finally stepped forward. The most intellectually gifted ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village articulated, based on our experience from the 3 previous inquiries, I posit that the questions posed are never without purpose. When presented with a binary choice of yes or no, it is indicative that both possibilities must exist for the question to arise. Questions asserting certainty, whether affirmative or negative, have never come to pass. Thus, by this reasoning, it is plausible that Orochimaru may indeed have intentions to assault the Leaf Village. I hope that the 3 individuals most acquainted with Orochimaru, the first Hokage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, might share their insights. Upon concluding, Shikaku shifted his gaze toward the aforementioned trio. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was shrouded in smoke, obscuring his features. Jiraiya appeared troubled, his expression complex. Tsunade, however, seemed to recall something, revealing a sardonic smile. No, I cannot fathom any rationale for Orochimaru to attack the village. Jiraiya shook his head in denial. Humph, do not deceive yourself, Jiraiya. Tsunade suddenly mocked, her disdainful laughter cutting through the air. Are you truly unaware that Orochimaru has long harbored resentment towards the village? During the selection for the 4th Hokage, he was a prominent contender, was he not? Ultimately, at a critical juncture, someone reported his human experimentation, prompting the old man to lead a team to apprehend him. Although he managed to escape, his aspirations of becoming Hokage were dashed, and he was branded a rogue ninja. Does that not provide sufficient motive? As Tsunade finished speaking, all eyes turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The elder monkey's face revealed a bitter expression as he recalled the events of the past. It was towards the end of the 3rd Great Ninja War, when the conflict had drained all combatants. The 5 great nations were merely striving to endure, competing to see who would collapse first, only to then converge and feast upon the remnants. During that time, there were sporadic reports of villagers going missing, yet investigations led to nowhere, leaving these cases unresolved. As time progressed, it was not just ordinary villagers who vanished. Numerous ninjas also disappeared. Such occurrences drew the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha, who deployed considerable resources to uncover the truth. Until one fateful day, Hiruzen received intelligence indicating that his former disciple, Orochimaru, had concealed a laboratory in a secluded corner of the village, filled with the corpses of both villagers and ninjas. Those bodies were the very individuals reported missing. In an instant, fury engulfed Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He could hardly comprehend that the disciples he had painstakingly instructed had turned into monstrous fiends, inflicting harm upon their own kind. With resolute determination, Sarutobi Hiruzen led a covert operation to raid the laboratory, capturing Orochimaru in the midst of his nefarious experiments. The gruesome scene before him, with the wretched subjects moaning on the operating table, filled Sarutobi with overwhelming rage. In that moment, he yearned to strike down this disheartening disciple with a single blow. At that time, Orochimaru was no match for his strength. Yet, ultimately, Sarutobi found himself unable to deliver the fatal blow, allowing Orochimaru to escape through a momentary lapse in his defenses. The chilling visage of Orochimaru as he fled, the cold glint in his eyes, felt utterly alien to Sarutobi. After years of devoted mentorship, his disciple had metamorphosed into a monster donning human skin. If that were the case, he should have eliminated him at the outset. Sarutobi's body tensed as he forced these words through clenched teeth. Given the heinous crimes committed by Orochimaru, he ought to have faced the death penalty without question. The notion that the escaped Orochimaru might one day return to wreak havoc upon Konoha was a burden Sarutobi could scarcely bear. For if such a calamity were to occur, it would mean that the one who had let Orochimaru go was none other than himself. Humph, old man, it was you who allowed Orochimaru to escape, wasn't it? At your peak, Orochimaru was no match for you. If he truly intends to attack Konoha in the future, the responsibility lies squarely on your shoulders. Tsunade observed the despondent expression on Sarutobi's face, suppressing her desire to chastise him. However, she could not refrain from expressing her own sentiments. As a member of the Senju clan, Konoha was practically her family estate, even though she had been away for years. She could not allow her home to be destroyed by others. Now, hearing of Orochimaru's potential assault on her family, Tsunade was understandably displeased. Orochimaru would harm Konoha. He must first contend with me. I swear, even if it costs me my life, I shall thwart him. Sarutobi's aged visage bore an expression of unwavering resolve as he made his vow. To be frank, Yechen's feelings towards Sarutobi Hiruzen were rather complex. When he first encountered the Naruto anime, he was merely a primary school student. Watching countless episodes on the Starry Sky channel, he became utterly captivated by the narrative, characters, and power dynamics. However, for reasons unknown, the channel ceased airing Naruto and switched to Detective Conan, which he found excessively mundane in comparison. He longed for the thrilling tales of Naruto's battles. Thus, Yechen secretly dismantled his piggy bank, using his saved pocket money to purchase the 12 volumes of Naruto manga, which conveniently concluded at the end of the Chunin exams, marking the beginning of the Shippuden saga. It was a treasure beyond measure. If one were to ask Yechen which arc of Naruto he found most exhilarating, there would be no doubt that it was Shippuden. Particularly the introduction of the Akatsuki organization, which was nothing short of spectacular and awe-inspiring. Until the destruction of Konoha by Nagato, the narrative reached an unparalleled zenith. Afterward, however, the quality diminished, and it is perhaps best left unspoken. Following that, the second most significant arc is undoubtedly the Chunin exams, marking the inaugural grand climax of the Naruto saga. A multitude of characters emerged, elevating the stakes dramatically. In his youth, Yechen was profoundly moved when witnessing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, willingly sacrificing his life to thwart Orochimaru. His admiration for this character reached its pinnacle. Yet, as the years went by and the entirety of Naruto concluded, Yechen found himself delving into numerous fan fictions. The diverse array of fan authors, undoubtedly, possessed a myriad of perspectives. While there were ardent supporters of the third Hokage, there were also detractors. Over time, particularly after the conclusion of the original Naruto series, the negative portrayals of the third Hokage began to dominate the discourse. During this period, much of the Naruto fan fiction gravitated towards interpreting the narrative through a lens of conspiracy and darkness. Numerous well-known arguments emerged, even transcending the realm of literature to influence viewers of the anime who had not engaged with the novels. For instance, it was suggested that Naruto Uzumaki was intentionally neglected by the third Hokage, who, in his desire to maintain control over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, spread rumors that left Naruto in a state of isolation during his childhood. This manipulation facilitated Hiruzen's role as a benevolent figure, allowing Naruto to unconsciously rely on him. Moreover, it was posited that the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was a deliberate act orchestrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, reluctant to relinquish power after Minato ascended to Hokage, undermined him. On the fateful night of the Nine Tails attack, Hiruzen reportedly hesitated to provide immediate support, forcing Minato to resort to the dead demon consuming seal to reseal the Nine Tails. These darker interpretations abound, and while they are numerous, I shall refrain from detailing each one. In essence, during this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi consistently appeared as an antagonist, or, at the very least, a morally ambiguous protagonist, often serving as a foil for the main characters or needing correction by them. Yecheng, having consumed a plethora of such fanfiction, could not help but view Hiruzen through a tinted lens. However, as he reflected upon these narratives, he developed a nuanced understanding. To speak candidly, the inconsistency in Hiruzen Sarutobi's portrayal primarily rests on the shoulders of Masashi Kishimoto. Many of Kishimoto's characterizations are contradictory, and his subsequent attempts to reconcile these discrepancies often fall short. Consequently, later readers, upon completing the original manga, are left to reconcile these inconsistencies in their minds. Consider this. What is the overarching theme of character development in Naruto? Ultimately, it is that everyone embodies a fundamental goodness. Take a moment to reflect. When the protagonist's team first encounters a minor antagonist, Zabuza Momochi, he engages in a deadly struggle against them, exhibiting a heartless demeanor. Yet, in his final moments, he grasps Haku's hand, achieving redemption. The first major antagonist in the Chunin exams, Orochimaru, is a grotesque figure engaged in horrific human experimentation, complete with his unsettlingly slick tongue and demeanor, which evokes discomfort. Furthermore, during the Chunin exams, he orchestrated an assault on Konoha, resulting in the tragic death of his mentor. In the end, did not the fourth great ninja war ultimately redeem itself? Nagato of the Uzumaki clan obliterated a significant portion of Konoha, yet emerged unscathed. Obito Uchiha, in his madness throughout the manga, also found redemption. Itachi Uchiha, who committed fratricide and slaughtered his clan, too was absolved. Even Shimura Danzo, the designated scapegoat of the entire narrative, proclaimed as he met his demise, "I acted for the sake of Konoha." Perhaps only Kaguya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu can be deemed true villains. However, they are extraterrestrial beings. What can one do about that? Thus, from the author's intended perspective, Hiruzen Sarutobi could never be portrayed as a villain. Digressing further, let us return to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words resonated powerfully and with great righteousness. Tsunade momentarily paused, unsure of how to respond, and turned away with her arms crossed. Well, let us not dwell on that. The object of his secret affection was quarreling with his esteemed mentor, and he had to seriously contemplate another comrade's predicament. Jiraiya felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his temples throbbing. Ignoring the heated exchange between the two, he turned to Nara Shikaku and inquired, "Shikaku, you choose the candidate. I truly do not know whom to select." In Jiraiya's mind, the question of whether Orochimaru would attack Konoha had both affirmative and negative possibilities. Even though he was reluctant to believe Orochimaru would resort to such actions, his understanding of Orochimaru, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, suggested a significant likelihood of such an occurrence. Therefore, he relinquished the decision-making power back to Nara Shikaku, allowing himself to be a mere tool in this instance. The answer to this question could only be speculative. Even I cannot provide a definitive response. If it were up to me, I would say yes. Nara Shikaku replied, surveying the room before asking, "Does anyone hold a differing opinion?" Everyone shook their heads, with no one stepping forward to contest. It seemed all were in agreement that Orochimaru was indeed capable of such actions. "All right, I understand." With a deep breath, Jiraiya composed himself and said, "Let me respond. If I answer incorrectly, I shall accept the punishment." "My answer is yes." "Congratulations, you answered correctly." Yecheng smiled and nodded gently. Internally, Yecheng finally exhaled in relief. When he witnessed the debate among the group, his heart raced with concern that Jiraiya might blindly trust Orochimaru and choose otherwise, leading to another mistake in this round of questions. Fortunately, he returned to the right path. The prospect of answering all 5 questions correctly was within reach. The high-tier prize pool awaited. It all hinged on the final question. "Please, system, Provide me with a favorable query. That Orochimaru fellow. I shall not forgive him. At the moment Yecheng announced the correct answer, Jiraiya's muscles tensed. Anger contorted his face, emanating an intimidating presence. Sighing deeply, Hiruzen Sarutobi displayed a look of disappointment on his aged visage. The elder harbored a strong inclination that Orochimaru would not launch an attack on Konoha. After all, he was a student whom he had nurtured personally, and decades of emotional investment do not dissipate overnight. Even when Sarutobi Hiruzen first learned of Orochimaru's heinous acts, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger and disappointment. Yet ultimately, he chose to release Orochimaru, indicating that deep down, he still harbored the hope that one day Orochimaru might repent. However, he did not foresee that the answer to this dilemma would strike him like a stinging slap across the face, leading him to regret his decision to let Orochimaru go. Had he chosen to eliminate him then, perhaps he would have been spared from the current feelings of remorse and helplessness. Sarutobi Hiruzen drew deeply on his pipe, lamenting inwardly. Tsunade scoffed derisively, but chose not to elaborate. Orochimaru, how dare he? This scoundrel must be stopped. He must be eliminated before that. Mito Kazuhaya and Toka Shorin seemed anxious to assert their presence, hastily stepping forward to voice their vehement denunciation. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, sensing the brewing trouble. It appeared as though everyone was conspiring against Konoha. First, there was Obito, and now Orochimaru, both originating from the leaf. Minato recalled the first test involving Uchiha Obito, who also harbored intentions to attack the village. The similarities between the two were striking. One was a disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a companion of Jiraiya and Tsunade, while the other was a student of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and a comrade of Kakashi Hitaki. What a predicament! That the disciples of the Hokage are bent on the destruction of Konoha. Kakuzu, do we have any intelligence on Orochimaru in the command center? Minato inquired, shaking his head to rid himself of unnecessary thoughts. Nara Shikaku, serving as the strategic advisor to the Hokage and the chief of the Konoha ninja forces, held a level of clearance just beneath that of the current Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and on par with the former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, he had reviewed most of the intelligence gathered within the village. Some information about Orochimaru was periodically relayed by Lord Jiraiya, but the last update had come 6 months ago, and its relevance was uncertain. Nara Shikaku swiftly replied, his mind a repository of all pertinent intelligence. He could provide answers at a moment's notice. Upon hearing this, Minato turned to Jiraiya, for the bulk of the information regarding Orochimaru had been compiled by him. The intelligence operatives dispatched by the village would not approach such extraordinarily dangerous targets without specific directives. Yes, it has indeed been 6 months since I last encountered Orochimaru. The last time I caught wind of him was in the land of water, Jiraiya muttered, his expression grim and brooding. If you need me to, I can set out immediately to track him down. I can have news within 3 months at the latest. Jiraiya had been pursuing Orochimaru for quite some time, honing his skills through practice. If he focused solely on tracking Orochimaru, without diverting his attention to other endeavors such as gathering inspiration for his writing, he would progress swiftly. Indeed, I wish to locate him post-haste. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot permit him to pose a threat to Konoha, nodded Namikaze Minato. A potential danger, particularly one as formidable and familiar with Konoha as Orochimaru, cannot be treated lightly. As the Hokage of Konoha, Minato must ensure the village's safety, extinguishing any threats in their infancy. However, it may be prudent to defer action for the time being, considering that Kushina is but a month away from childbirth. Speaking of Uzumaki Kushina, a smile involuntarily graced Minato's lips. You mean Uchiha Obito and the chaos of the Nine Tails? Jiraiya quickly grasped Minato's implication, nodding in understanding. To summarize, 6 months have elapsed since the first examination, and now we find ourselves approaching the third. Uzumaki Kushina is now over 8 months pregnant, with approximately 1 month remaining until she gives birth. Intelligence obtained from the first examination indicated that Uchiha Obito would launch an attack on Konoha on the very day Kushina gives birth. This information had been shared with everyone in the Hokage's office from the outset, with no concealment whatsoever. After all, those in this office stand at the pinnacle of Konoha, making secrecy somewhat impractical. Upon receiving this intelligence, Konoha had long since prepared for the impending assault by Obito. Consequently, the matter concerning Orochimaru must be set aside for now. Not so fast. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly interjected. A playful smile graced her exquisite features as she spoke with an air of mystery. You previously mentioned that if all 5 questions in this examination are answered correctly, one can make a wish, correct? Tsunade's expression was somewhat enigmatic, as if she were stifling a laugh, leaving those present somewhat bewildered. Tsunade, what are you implying? Jiraiya inquired. Perplexed. I understand. What you mean, Lady Tsunade, is. Nara Shikaku quickly deduced, continuing her thought. Precisely. That is exactly my intention. Tsunade beamed at Shikaku, her left fist striking her right palm in triumph. What does that mean? Please clarify. Jiraiya was taken aback, utterly bewildered by their cryptic exchange. The implication, dear teacher, is that we can utilize the reward for answering all questions correctly to compel this esteemed individual to either restrain Orochimaru and deliver him to Konoha or eliminate him outright. Namikaze Minato, being astute and armed with the experience of his previous wish, swiftly caught on. Jiraiya was astonished, having never considered such a possibility. Why go through the trouble of chasing after him? We could simply have the mysterious examiner deliver Orochimaru, securely bound, right to us. What a splendid idea. A stroke of genius. Let's proceed with this plan. The professional comedic duo, Shuken and Xiaochun, were instantly awestruck. At that moment, Orochimaru was conducting experiments in an underground base within the Land of Rice. It is worth noting that Orochimaru, the subject of much gossip, had recently been reported by an anonymous Leaf Village citizen, Shimura, just before the 4th Hokage's competition, leading to an encounter where his former mentor cornered him, ready to deliver a beating. Fortunately, the old monkey, holding on to past sentiments, hoped that Orochimaru might experience a sudden change of heart, sparing his life and allowing him to escape. After his flight, Orochimaru wandered through the 5 great nations and various smaller ones, existing in a state of profound confusion. The transformation of Orochimaru into his current self can be traced back to 2 pivotal moments in his youth. The first occurred during his childhood when he became an orphan following the death of his parents, instilling a deep-seated awareness of life's fragility and brevity within him. The second transformation spanned a significant duration, nearly encompassing the entirety of the Second Great Ninja War. Amidst the chaos of war, countless comrades perished on the battlefield. Orochimaru bore witness to the relentless extinguishing of lives, consumed by cold steel and the chaotic array of jutsu. The deaths of Kato and Ninjo became the final straws that broke the camel's back, propelling him toward the pursuit of immortality. However, being a step ahead signifies genius, while being a step further signifies madness. Orochimaru's ideologies could not be embraced by society. Once his actions were exposed to the light, he faced imminent repercussions. While others played in the mud, he delved into the realm of science. Was he not deemed a heretic? Thus, Orochimaru could only cultivate his scientific spirit in the shadows. Ultimately, he faced failure and fled the village. Now, more than a year has passed, and Orochimaru has yet to fully integrate his thoughts, failing to develop the philosophical ideas that would later captivate others. This has resulted in a lack of the enigmatic charisma he would come to possess. Throughout his journey in the ninja world, he may have encountered promising talent. However, he was akin to a lost dog, relentlessly pursued by Jiraiya, leaving him little opportunity to cultivate relationships. Moreover, when he defected, he could not even take his own disciple, Mitarashi Anko, whom he had nurtured himself. Consequently, Orochimaru found himself surrounded by a motley crew of ineffectual individuals, barely able to assist him. Having recently arrived in the Land of Rice, he had yet to conceive the notion of establishing a ninja village, instead opting to lie low and develop. He conducted numerous experiments, and in the Land of Rice, he certainly had no shortage of materials compared to the furtive days spent in the village. The streets were teeming with famished vagrants and beggars. Capturing 100 or so might even please the feudal lord by reducing the number of mouths to feed. If he sought ninjas for experimentation, the mountains were rife with rogue ninjas on the run, easily captured in large numbers. Thus, Orochimaru's life remained relatively comfortable, though he wished for progress in his ninjutsu. Alas, yet another failure. In the meticulously arranged operating room, stark white lights hung from the ceiling. Orochimaru donned a surgical gown, practical for frequent changes. Yet it was already stained with blood. The subject on the operating table was in a grotesque state, eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of death. Orochimaru, in his pursuit of human experimentation, naturally refrained from administering anesthetics, leading to the inevitable loss of a subject with each trial. Why did a fleeting sensation of palpitations arise moments ago? While the procedure was midway, Orochimaru suddenly experienced a wave of unease, causing his steady hand to falter as he swiftly severed the subject's main artery, blood splattering across him. It seems something significant is about to transpire. Abruptly, a manic smile spread across Orochimaru's face as his serpentine tongue slithered out, licking the blood that adorned his features, yet contrasting his expression. The vertical pupils of his eyes shimmered with the cold-blooded intent of a predator. "Come in," Orochimaru called out, and immediately there was a knock at the door. "Lord Orochimaru, how may I serve you?" The visitor was an ordinary genin, a remnant from the band of thieves Orochimaru had annihilated, a timid yet astute individual, conveniently repurposed for menial tasks. It is worth noting that the figure lying on the operating table was once a comrade from that very band. "Have any reports come through?" Orochimaru inquired nonchalantly, methodically removing his surgical gown and gloves. "Report, my lord, there is no information at this time." The visitor discreetly glanced at the operating table, alarmed at the sight of his former companion, and quickly lowered his gaze, striving to maintain composure. The so-called intelligence was derived from the numerous information points Orochimaru had established throughout the land of Rice, managed by both ninjas and ordinary citizens, all aimed at gathering the latest updates from the land of Rice and the broader ninja world. Among these, Jiraiya, who clung to Orochimaru like a persistent leech, was of paramount importance. "Is that so?" Orochimaru replied, turning to fixate on his subordinate, a peculiar smile illuminating his pale visage. "Are you frightened, Yamashita?" With Orochimaru's keen perception, even if the man before him feigned calmness, the rapidity of his heartbeats, breaths, and blood flow betrayed his true state. The individual was engulfed in profound terror. "And no, I dare not." Yamashita was nearly paralyzed with fear, his former companion splayed on the operating table, abdomen laid bare, organs grotesquely exposed. The sanguine, greasy innards were laid bare before him, and the air was thick with a faintly sweet, disquieting scent. How could someone as timid as him not be terrified in the face of such horror? Yet, confronting Orochimaru, he dared not voice his fear. As Yamashita's heart raced, on the verge of ceasing its rhythm, he suddenly heard Orochimaru's soft chuckle. "Enough, you may leave." The figure of that human ghoul simply turned and strode toward the changing room, dismissing him with a wave. "Why yes, thank you, Lord Orochimaru." Tears and snot flowed freely from Yecheng as he knelt in gratitude, his forehead striking the ground in fervent appreciation. At last, he had escaped a calamity. Orochimaru, having turned away, restored his frigid demeanor. A mere ant, which he would typically regard with indifference, now elicited an inexplicable sense of unease within him. The intelligence station was operating as usual. The absence of new information for a span of 10 days to 2 weeks was, after all, quite typical. Ordinarily, he would not find amusement in instilling fear in a subordinate. Yet, at this moment, his serpentine instincts stirred an unsettling apprehension, akin to swallows flying low before a torrential downpour or creatures scurrying away in anticipation of an earthquake. Who could it be? What could it be? Standing before the mirror in the changing room, Orochimaru gazed at his reflection, a smile gracing his lips. How thrilling! In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the words of Tsunade had sparked a torrent of ideas among the assembled. It was as if they had stepped into an entirely new realm. A multitude of whimsical notions emerged, binding Orochimaru tightly and delivering him, sealing his chakra and placing it in a cage, or even transforming him into a fool before sending him over. Various methods were proposed in abundance. However, before deciding on how to deal with Orochimaru, they must first correctly answer the fifth question. Let us not rejoice too soon. First, let us discern the nature of the fifth question. Observing the growing excitement of the crowd, particularly Mito's and Tanshin's jubilant exclamations, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but clear his throat, interjecting to restore order. "After all, Orochimaru was my disciple. What is the cause of your exuberance?" Upon hearing this, the two elderly gentlemen exchanged a glance and subdued their enthusiasm. "Then, let us invite this esteemed individual to pose the question," Jiraiya suggested with a smile, addressing Yecheng. Initially, the answer to the fourth question had dealt a significant blow to Jiraiya. However, Tsunade's suggestion reignited his spirits, dispelling the shadows that had loomed over him. It was not so much the prospect of capturing Orochimaru that thrilled him. Rather, the earlier brainstorming had sparked a new idea. What if they wished for Yecheng to erase Orochimaru's perilous thoughts? Could that lead to his restoration? If so, might Orochimaru be able to return to the village? Recalling the previous instance when Yecheng effortlessly erased Sarutobi's memories of the Dragonfire technique, Jiraiya felt a surge of excitement. Should they answer the fifth question correctly, he would propose that they prompt Yecheng to eliminate Orochimaru's negative memories. In doing so, could Orochimaru not revert to the youth he once was? A version devoid of dangerous thoughts. Perhaps he could once again become a ninja of Konohagakure. Jiraiya's sudden exhilaration did not go unnoticed by Tsunade and Minato, who exchanged puzzled glances at his unexpected burst of creativity. However, they were pleased to see him emerge swiftly from his earlier despondency. On the side of Yecheng, having just witnessed the brainstorming session in the Hokage's office, he found himself in a state of bemusement. As a time traveler, he never anticipated that the natives of the Naruto world possessed such an innovative spirit. The concept of wishes had been explored to its fullest extent. Yet, whether their ideas could be realized remained uncertain. He quickly inquired within his mind, "System, if they wish for me to capture Orochimaru and bring him to Konoha, is that feasible?" The system's cold, mechanical voice responded, "All wishes within the realm of capability can be fulfilled." Upon hearing this, Yecheng exhaled in relief. According to the system's assertion, as long as it was within its power, they could wish for anything they desired. Capturing Orochimaru was merely a trivial matter. Within the confines of the Naruto world's rules, even a wish to present Kaguya Otsutsuki as a weapon in bed could be accomplished with a simple utterance, provided one answered 5 questions correctly. However, wishes that transcended the rules of the Naruto world, such as transforming into a Super Saiyan, summoning Ultraman, or acquiring 2 devil fruits, were unattainable, as such concepts did not exist in this realm. This made Yecheng muse internally about the system's capabilities resembling a bug. He pondered the scenario where Minato Namikaze, upon discerning the historical truth regarding Kaguya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu, could simply wish through the system to eliminate these extraterrestrial beings. Would that not lead to a definitive conclusion? It would be far more decisive than a kick from Guy, and would likely succeed flawlessly. In comparison to the wish-granting function, his lottery seemed utterly inadequate. A sudden pang of jealousy for Minato and others overcame Yecheng. With the mere resolution of 5 questions, they could wish for anything, while he, as a mere worker, could only incrementally invest in the lottery. He felt a surge of frustration, lamenting when he would rise to prominence as a time traveler. With a wave of his hand, a new question appeared on the screen. Question 5. In the Konoha collapse plan, why did Orochimaru wish to kill his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Answer A. Resentment for being expelled from Konoha by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Answer B. Resentment for Hiruzen Sarutobi's refusal to assist him in inheriting the title of 4th Hokage. Answer C. A desire to prove to Hiruzen Sarutobi that he was the most exceptional individual. Answer D. All of the above. As the question materialized, a profound silence enveloped the Hokage's office. With a sharp sound, everyone turned their attention to the source, only to find Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe had fallen to the ground. The old monkey's face turned pale, his expression a tumult of unwillingness, confusion, bewilderment, and anger, his brow furrowed deeply, revealing his anguish. "Teacher Sarutobi," Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim. Even though his admiration and respect for Hiruzen Sarutobi had been considerably diminished by the revelations of the question, Sarutobi remained one of the most esteemed figures in Jiraiya's heart. Witnessing such a pained expression on his teacher was unbearable for Jiraiya. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the one who had inflicted such a blow on Hiruzen Sarutobi was none other than Orochimaru. "Oh, Orochimaru, you scoundrel!" Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya resolved to eradicate Orochimaru's ideology. "How dare that scoundrel?" Tsunade, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed with a sharp voice. "I knew it. I warned Hisashi back then that Orochimaru was clearly not a good seed. I never expected him to be such a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing." Mito Minka coughed repeatedly, frustration evident. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze exchanged a glance with Shikaka Nara, both sensing the mutual confusion in each other's eyes. "Minato, you noticed that too, didn't you?" Shikaka leaned closer, whispering in Minato's ear. "Indeed, it seems to pertain to events following the Ninetales incident," Minato nodded. It appears that these two had maintained a semblance of rationality when they first encountered the topic, particularly noting the phrase regarding the Konoha collapse plan. This title aligns with the event listed, suggesting that they are indeed one and the same. In other words, Was the Konoha collapse plan also orchestrated by Orochimaru? Minato paused, inquiring. That seems to be the case, Shikaku affirmed. Their hushed conversation caught Tsunade's attention, prompting her to impatiently interject. Minato, Shikaku, what are you two whispering about? If you've made any discoveries, do share them promptly. Yes. With Minato nodding, Shikaku responded, just now. The Hokage and I noted the Konoha collapse plan mentioned in the topic. It should correspond to the same event in the incident list. So, Minato, are you suggesting that Orochimaru killed Lord Hiruzen as part of that Konoha collapse plan? Jiraiya's expression darkened. It was understandable. Anyone would feel a profound heartache upon realizing that a longtime comrade would one day take the life of their beloved mentor. It felt like a betrayal of cherished memories. Hiruzen Sarutobi's somber gaze swept across the 4 answers presented, yet he found himself uncertain about each. Was it due to harboring resentment for being cast out of the village? Or perhaps for not being recommended as the successor to the 4th Hokage? Might it be an attempt to prove himself as the finest choice? Or could it be a combination of all 3? Hiruzen felt perplexed as memories of Orochimaru began to blur in his mind. Why was that? It was quite reasonable. For Hiruzen had taken in the trio shortly after their graduation from the Ninja Academy. At that time, they were still young, their intentions transparent. Every gesture and action held meaning that Hiruzen could decipher clearly. However, as they matured, Hiruzen found it increasingly difficult to grasp Orochimaru's thoughts. This was a natural progression. No one can truly see into another's heart. There exists no such thing as mind reading in this world, relying solely on experience and judgment. How could one fully comprehend another's inner thoughts? Even the mighty Naruto Uzumaki, endowed with the 9 Tails chakra, could only vaguely perceive the goodwill and malice of others. This was particularly true in the case of Orochimaru, a master of disguise and subterfuge, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the grass, poised to strike with lethal precision. Unlike the present, during his prime, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, possessed the confidence to intuit his disciples' thoughts without hesitation. He was equipped to handle any situation that arose. However, as the tides of time have turned, the once vibrant Hiruzen has now aged significantly. While he laments the past, his thoughts are not idle. Minato, Namikaze, and the others are deeply engrossed in analyzing the conundrum at hand. The reason behind Orochimaru's betrayal, culminating in the murder of his mentor, remains a perplexing enigma. It must be acknowledged that Hiruzen had never treated Orochimaru unfairly. Rather, he had selflessly bestowed upon him numerous opportunities without expectation of return. It is one thing for Orochimaru to have strayed down a dark path, necessitating his expulsion from the village, but what drives him to return and slay his own teacher? Moreover, he has orchestrated a plan to bring ruin upon the very village that nurtured him. Although the specifics of this plan remain shrouded in mystery, its ominous title suggests it targets the village as a whole, rather than any singular individual. As the group surveyed the 4 possible answers, each appeared equally unappealing at first glance. Every option seemed plausible, yet lacked a certain clarity. If one were to assert that answer D encapsulates the reasons for Orochimaru's murder of Hiruzen Sarutobi, it raises contradictions regarding the other 3 answers. Minato Namikaze pondered for a moment, yet remained at a loss, ultimately turning to Nara Shikaku and saying, Shikaku, let us all discuss this. This question is indeed rather challenging. Indeed, Lord Hokage, Shikaku replied with a nod. After a brief contemplation, Shikaku was the first to speak up. Considering these 4 answers, the first 2, while seemingly distinct, share an underlying theme of vengeance. Specifically, they reflect Orochimaru's desire for retribution against the former Hokage. This represents a manifestation of pure malice, signifying that Orochimaru has forsaken all affection and respect for Konoha and its previous leaders, transforming entirely into an adversary. His words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Orochimaru's sole motivation for devising the Konoha collapse plan stemmed from a grudge against Hiruzen, then this once great ninja, an exemplary commander during the 3rd Shinobi World War and Hiruzen's most cherished and anguished disciple, would have irrevocably become Konoha's enemy. This does not imply that if Orochimaru's true objective aligns with answer C or D, he would no longer be an enemy of Konoha. From the moment he launched his assault on the village, he positioned himself as an adversary. Should anyone possess the means to eliminate him and prevent such an occurrence, the assembled group would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Yet, this situation diverges from mere vengeance. if Orochimaru's original intentions harbored other meanings. Those among the crowd who held feelings for him, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, might experience a sense of relief. So that is the reason behind his actions. Perhaps it is a form of self-deception. The expressions of the onlookers were complex. Nara Shikaku glanced around, noticing no one was willing to speak, and continued his analysis. The meaning of answer C, however, remains somewhat ambiguous. What does it signify to be the most exceptional, the finest disciple, the most distinguished heir to the Hokage, or perhaps something entirely different? This answer should be elucidated by the previous Hokage. As for the final answer, D, I personally lean towards it, as it encompasses all three reasons behind Orochimaru's actions. At this point, Nara Shikaku discreetly observed the expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the old monkey appeared lost in thought, oblivious to any clues, prompting him to continue. The reason I select this answer is not due to a belief that Orochimaru still harbors a glimmer of goodwill. Rather, I contend that if either answer A or B is correct, then the other must also hold truth. For if Orochimaru were indeed a vengeful individual, utterly disregarding the past kindness of the previous Hokage, indifferent to the lives of his fellow villagers, and motivated solely by revenge, then all his hatred would serve as his driving force. It would be inconceivable for him to harbor resentment towards one aspect while dismissing another. Therefore, if we must categorize these two answers as the rationale behind Orochimaru's actions, the only viable choice is D. At this juncture, a sardonic smile crept across Nara Shikaku's face as he softly remarked, if answer D is indeed correct, it seems Lord Orochimaru is akin to a child yearning for praise from his elders. In his quest to prove himself as the most exceptional, he invaded the village, wrought havoc, and ultimately took the life of his former mentor. How utterly ironic, is it not? How many normal individuals possess such a thought process? One could say that he is indeed a mad scientist, with a mindset vastly different from that of ordinary people. Speaking of which, when the system presented the fifth question, Yecheng was momentarily taken aback. Such a question even eluded him, a reincarnator who had perused the entirety of Naruto and countless fanfictions. While his instincts inclined him towards answer D, it was merely conjecture, and he dared not make a choice. To his surprise, Nara Shikaku's analysis was surprisingly coherent. One could only marvel at his status as Konoha's intellectual pillar. The complexity of the fifth question posed by the system stemmed not from the question itself, but rather from the enigma that is Orochimaru. Within the Naruto universe, Orochimaru is indeed a uniquely peculiar character. Even those who have read the entire manga and witnessed the conclusion often struggle to ascertain whether Orochimaru is fundamentally good or evil. Consequently, in subsequent fan creations, his characterization remains ever elusive. The character of Orochimaru is often portrayed as a benevolent figure, typically serving as a mentor to the civilian ninja protagonist, guiding them as they navigate the trials of becoming a shinobi. In these narratives, the protagonist often extracts knowledge and resources from him, while simultaneously acting as a tool for scientific endeavors. This trope appears in numerous works, yet remains relatively scarce within the broader spectrum of fanfiction. Conversely, there are also interpretations that depict him as a villain, wherein the protagonists align themselves with the Konoha faction. Many of these narratives stem from earlier periods of fanfiction, showcasing exceptional writing, yet they have been rendered obsolete by the plot twists introduced by Masashi Kishimoto. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Orochimaru allied with Konoha, many of these stories were relegated to the annals of forgotten lore. Another prevalent portrayal casts Orochimaru as a purely scientific character, devoid of moral dichotomies, existing within a gray area. In these instances, he primarily serves to facilitate the protagonist's journey, often trading information and resources from the protagonist's past life to advance the storyline. This interpretation remains quite common. Ultimately, the essence of Orochimaru is steeped in an enigmatic aura, characterized by his unconventional thought processes, repulsive jutsu, and his penchant for abducting youths with tragic backgrounds. Nevertheless, I find it difficult to appreciate his character. His serpentine tongue is particularly off-putting. Leaf Dust silently critiques this, gathering his thoughts as he prepares to await the responses of others. As Nara Shikaku concludes his analysis, the gathered individuals appear somewhat bewildered. Although I struggle to comprehend the intricacies of his argument, I am profoundly impacted. Shikaku, your analysis is rather peculiar. Does Orochimaru's psyche truly encompass such complexity? On one hand, he seeks vengeance against his predecessor, while on the other, he desires to prove himself. This dichotomy perplexes me, remarked Minato Namikaze, his brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, who would kill their own mentor in a bid to validate their existence? Kakashi Hitaki, who had remained silent for many chapters, could not resist interjecting. Since joining the Umbu, Kakashi's demeanor has grown increasingly aloof, fully immersing himself in the somber atmosphere of the organization. He only displays emotional fluctuations in the presence of Minato and Kushina Uzumaki, appearing as a consummate tool of the Umbu before others. This transformation has left Minato regretting his decision to enlist him in the Umbu, as Kakashi once exhibited a lack of emotional engagement on the battlefield when he accompanied Minato. Although he had gradually evolved, it seems he is now reverting to his former state, causing Minato considerable concern. You two are still young and fail to grasp the complexities of human nature. I possess a deeper understanding. Orochimaru is simply that type of person, Mito Minma interjected. In his memory, Orochimaru is depicted as a rather neurotic individual, capable of actions that seem akin to a split personality. Mito believes this aligns perfectly with Orochimaru's character. That man has always been like that, utterly indifferent to human life. In his eyes, it was entirely natural that the life of Hiruzen Sarutobi was of lesser importance than proving his own worth. Tsunade Koharu let out a cold snort, expressing her own judgment. Elder Koharu, Orochimaru is not as pathetic as you suggest, Jiraiya retorted. You know him better than I do. Tsunade shot back. Jiraiya fell silent. Indeed, Orochimaru had long exhibited such tendencies, disregarding life and treating the lives of his compatriots as mere instruments. During his tenure as a frontline commander, numerous incidents of this nature had occurred, each time piercing Jiraiya's heart and culminating in arguments that ultimately bore no fruit. Unable to alter Orochimaru's methods, what Orochimaru sought to prove was likely something he had steadfastly clung to. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally raised his head and spoke. The old monkey puffed on his pipe, his voice somewhat somber. From a very early stage, Orochimaru displayed a mindset distinct from his peers. At that time, I perceived this line of thought as perilous and attempted to halt him on multiple occasions. On the surface, he appeared to heed my counsel, and such occurrences ceased. Yet, in truth, he never truly abandoned his pursuits. The image of that day resurfaced in Hiruzen's mind when he had intruded upon Orochimaru's laboratory. The indifferent expression on Orochimaru's face struck him deeply. Ah, you've come, Sensei, he had said, as if greeting a guest, which pierced Hiruzen's heart. It was on that day that he discovered Orochimaru's base. Only then did he realize that Orochimaru had not relinquished his research over the years. It was a grave oversight on his part. Those present had, to varying degrees, heard of the events surrounding Orochimaru's exile due to his unethical human experiments, utilizing the villagers as subjects, which had led to Hiruzen's intervention and ultimately his flight. Little did they know that Orochimaru had harbored such thoughts for a long time. What, then, is it that Orochimaru seeks to prove? Hiruzen asked, repeatedly mentioning that elusive notion of an exceptional mindset, leaving Jiraiya bewildered and unable to refrain from inquiring further. He had anticipated others would voice their questions, but upon seeing the knowing expressions on the faces of the others, he realized he was the only one perplexed. It is the crossing of the boundary between life and death. It is the obsession with immortality. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression intricate. Crossing life and death? Immortality? The atmosphere in the Hokage's office fell into silence due to these two phrases. After a moment, Jiraiya's voice broke the stillness. So, what does that mean? The others in the Hokage's office regarded the bewildered Jiraiya with incredulity. Goodness, you can't comprehend plain language? Don't embarrass yourself, Tsunade remarked, unable to resist delivering a punch that sent the old white-haired man sprawling to the ground. Thud. The elderly man lay sprawled on the floor, still attempting to defend himself. What's the matter? Is it not permissible to ask questions anymore? Is reason no longer applicable? With a swift kick, Jiraiya was struck on the head. The old white-haired sage saw stars, momentarily subdued. Yecheng stifled a laugh, reveling in the moment. Is this truly the audacious man who, in his final moments, proclaimed, "The wandering dragon shall enter the sea"? The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. How utterly comical. Yet, it aligns perfectly with Jiraiya's character. This old sage only assumes a serious demeanor when attending to important matters. Otherwise, he appears rather addled. At this juncture, Jiraiya was still in his prime, more naive than the elderly version who later graced the main storyline. Tsunade, visibly impatient, glanced down at the writhing figure of the old sage, who squirmed on the ground like a worm, refusing to rise. Could her explosive temperament tolerate this? Without hesitation, she threatened, "Get up and answer the question, or face dire consequences." Understood. Without further ado, Jiraiya sprang to his feet, donning an expression of nonchalance, a grin plastered across his face. Following Nara Shikaku's analysis and Sarutobi Hiruzen's confession, the answer had revealed itself, awaiting Jiraiya's response. After all, it had been agreed that this round of questioning concerning Orochimaru would be entirely entrusted to him. All eyes were fixed on Jiraiya, expectant for his answer. Yet he scratched his head in confusion, questioning, "Why are you all looking at me? Just tell me the answer." Goodness, you didn't comprehend anything, did you? Even Tsunade, exasperated by Jiraiya's foolishness, urged him weakly, "The answer is D. Hurry and respond." "Oh, why didn't you say so?" Jiraiya retorted playfully. Not waiting for Tsunade's ire to ignite, he turned to Yecheng and declared loudly, "My answer, dear sir, is D. All of the above. Congratulations, your answer is correct." At last, all 5 questions answered accurately. The high-tier prize pool, double rewards, Sage Body, Sage Eyes, 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Seeking Ball, awaiting eagerly in the prize pool. We shall claim it. Yecheng felt a rush of excitement, though he maintained a composed facade, offering a gentle smile to congratulate Jiraiya on his success. The crowd, upon hearing the answer, felt a mix of joy and melancholy. The complicated sentiments surrounding Orochimaru and the tragic betrayal between teacher and student weighed heavily on their hearts. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Orochimaru was a ninja raised by Konoha, once one of the legendary Sannin, a commander who stood firm in the heat of battle. Shall we view the visual documentation for this question? Yecheng was eager to return home for the prize draw, yet the procedure must be completed. He promptly reminded. "Shall we?" "Yes," Jiraiya responded eagerly. Ever since the last viewing, Jiraiya had developed an insatiable curiosity for peering into the lives of others, as evidenced by his increased visits to the women's bathhouse. Without further ado, Yecheng waved his hand, causing the text on the screen to vanish, revealing a new scene. The scene depicted a cemetery in Konoha. A small figure with smooth black hair and pale skin knelt, placing a bouquet of flowers before a gravestone. "Father, mother." The diminutive figure before us is none other than the youthful Orochimaru, who at this moment appears strikingly innocent, devoid of the cold-blooded, grotesque visage he would later adopt. At the tender age of 4, Orochimaru has already endured the profound loss of his parents. The location of their graves suggests they were merely commoners, as fallen shinobi are typically interred in the village's heroes' cemetery. For the young Orochimaru, the death of his parents is an undeniably cruel blow. His already shadowy disposition darkens further, transforming him into a reclusive orphan. In the scene, he gently kneels before the grave, gazing at the engraved images of his parents on the tombstone, his eyes betraying a subtle longing, coupled with a palpable sense of confusion and unease. What, after all, is the essence of death? A soft breeze stirs as he bows his head, murmuring to himself. Observing this poignant tableau, Sarutobi Hiruzen lets out a heavy sigh. He is acutely aware of Orochimaru's tragic background. As Hokage, it is imperative for him to thoroughly investigate the histories of the children he takes under his wing. According to the information he has gathered, Orochimaru's parents were simple villagers engaged in trade. During the First Shinobi World War, they were conscripted to transport supplies to the front lines, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of the shinobi from the land of Earth. Had Orochimaru's parents survived, it is conceivable that he would have led a vastly different life, perhaps never becoming the ninja he is destined to be, but instead following in his parents' footsteps in commerce. Such a fate would have precluded him from becoming Sarutobi's disciple, given that the Ninja Academy had only recently been established and faced considerable resistance from various clans. Only orphans left without parents had the opportunity to attend. A life of trade would undoubtedly have been preferable to the current path that led Orochimaru to be reviled and feared by many. As time progresses, the narrative unfolds further. Orochimaru graduates from the Ninja Academy and, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade, becomes a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, their bond strengthening through shared learning and missions. The once shadowy character of Orochimaru begins to evolve, imbued with a sense of humanity and an understanding of camaraderie. However, amidst the chaos of the Second Shinobi World War. Orochimaru is thrust into the front lines, witnessing the brutal deaths of comrades, their bodies disfigured beyond recognition. The existential questions that plagued his youth now intensify. The battlefield stretches before him like a vast sea of forest, littered with the remains of both Konoha and enemy shinobi. Wounded yet resolute, Orochimaru approaches a fellow Konoha ninja with whom he shares a bond, gently crouching to close the man's eyes for the last time. The battlefield resembles a colossal meat grinder, where countless vibrant lives are fed into the maw of conflict, yielding only a gruesome pulp amidst the grinding cacophony of war. Is this life? Huh. Suddenly, Orochimaru murmured to himself, emitting an enigmatic laugh. It appears that his character began to shift at this moment. Mito Minyan observed Orochimaru's peculiar expression on the screen with a serious demeanor and spoke up. Indeed, the brutality of the battlefield seems to have had a profound impact on him, sighed Tsunade. The two former advisors of the Hokage were once warriors who fought valiantly for Konoha. When the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, perished during a rebellion in the Cloud Village, Konoha was left leaderless, besieged by the four great nations. It was they, the disciples of Tobirama Senju, who stepped forth to turn the tide, repelling the greedy nations and safeguarding Konoha. Thus, they were well acquainted with the harsh realities of war. An ordinary ninja, even one of gentle and kind disposition, would undergo significant transformation after enduring the brutal trials of life and death on the battlefield. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive, their character would inevitably change. To this day, many ninjas in Konoha, having become bloodthirsty and extreme due to war, struggle to adapt to normal life and missions, forcing their integration into the assassination division. A considerable portion of them has been absorbed by the root organization. Only such a razor's edge assassination unit can accommodate individuals of this nature. Therefore, after witnessing the scenes, both men felt that Orochimaru's transformation was quite reasonable. The scene continued, revealing a vast forest where Orochimaru advanced swiftly alongside a group of Konoha ninjas. Enemies. Suddenly, Orochimaru halted on a branch, raising his hand to warn the Konoha ninjas behind him. Combat was imminent. Orochimaru employed his unique snake ninjutsu to strike down the ambushing enemy ninja, prompting the remaining foes to flee in haste. I'll pursue. A diminutive ninja beside Orochimaru immediately dashed forward. Suddenly, Orochimaru noticed a slight movement from the fleeing enemy ninja, sensing something amiss. He swiftly leaped forward, shouting, "Shinju, get back!" Boom! A burst of flame erupted, enveloping the small ninja in a horrific explosion. Is that Shinju? Jiraiya's eyes widened as he beheld the unfolding scene. He recognized the short ninja. He was none other than the sole brother of the Senju princess beside him, the true heir of the Senju clan, Shinju Senju. The scene playing out was indeed the moment of Shinju's demise. This is bad, Tsunade, Jiraiya thought, immediately turning to observe Tsunade, only to find her staring blankly at the screen, tears streaming down her cheeks, as if her soul had departed. "Tsunade, are you all right?" Jiraiya inquired with concern, fully aware of the profound impact Shinju's death would have on her. Years had passed, and he hoped she would not revisit the painful memories. "Don't mind me." Tsunade numbly brushed aside Jiraiya's outstretched hand, her voice cold. "But you, I said don't mind me. Can't you hear me?" Tsunade shouted, her voice sharp with emotion. Her current expression instilled a sense of trepidation in Jiraiya. It was not the fear of Tsunade's fists, after all. The Toad Sage was not one to be intimidated by such trivialities. What truly frightened him was Tsunade's emotional state. "Shinju, Shinju, please wake up." The brilliance of her golden hair, usually radiant, appeared somewhat dulled amidst the chaotic tumult of battle, lacking the time for proper care. This formidable princess of the Senju clan, revered and admired by countless women from various villages, now bore a visage of despair and helplessness as she desperately employed medical ninjutsu on Shinju's lifeless body, which had been grotesquely disfigured in death, yet her efforts proved futile. Heaven seemed oblivious to Tsunade's yearning, instead unleashing a relentless drizzle of rain. It washed away the traces of ninjutsu from the forest and the blood spilled by the fallen ninjas. It also obliterated any remnants of Shinju's existence. The surrounding Konoha ninjas, unable to bear the sight of Tsunade's anguish, approached her to offer comfort and encouragement. Outside the crowd, Orochimaru clenched his fists, his pale face reflecting regret and frustration. believing that his negligence had led to Shinju's demise at the hands of the enemy's trap. That night, sleep eluded Orochimaru as he stepped out of his tent, standing motionless for 2 hours, gazing into the distant darkness. Returning to his tent, he retrieved a scroll and inscribed 2 words, eternal life. So this was the catalyst behind Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality? Minato and Fugaku exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Yet, given Tsunade's current distress, they refrained from direct conversation. Meanwhile, Tsunade took a deep breath, using her sleeve to wipe away the traces of tears from her face, once again donning a cold and stoic demeanor. "Are you all right?" Jiraiya inquired softly, only to be met with a frosty glare from Tsunade, prompting him to immediately silence himself. Although it was embarrassing, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. This indicated that Tsunade's emotions had stabilized. He silently prayed that no further distressing scenes would unfold. Still, it is war. There is a saying, people do not enjoy peace. Rather, they await the next outbreak of war. The team led by Orochimaru withstood the trials of warfare, emerging ever more formidable, becoming Konoha's elite squad tasked with executing high-stakes missions. Tsunade gradually emerged from the shadow of Shinju's death, finding solace in a new relationship with the village's jonin, Kato Dan. Alas, as if cursed by fate, Kato fell on the battlefield, his neck adorned with a pendant gifted by Tsunade herself. In a hauntingly familiar scene, Tsunade once again found herself powerless as she employed medical ninjutsu, unable to save the life of her beloved. The profound grief inflicted upon her led to a phobia of blood, instilling within her an ingrained terror. On a fateful night, Orochimaru clandestinely transported the corpse of an enemy ninja into his hastily established underground laboratory. In a dimly lit room, an unsettling tableau unfolded: a hostile environment, inadequate surgical instruments, a lifeless body, and Orochimaru, whose fervent intentions were laid bare. This moment marked a significant turning point. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a complex expression, gazed at Orochimaru's unfamiliar demeanor. Jiraiya, fixated on Tsunade since witnessing Kato's demise, observed her tightly clenched fists and gritted teeth, yet her composure remained intact. The others, noticing Tsunade's restraint, felt reassured enough to engage in discussion. It seemed, after all, that there were reasons behind Orochimaru's actions, as Mito Minion remarked. However, this observation incited Jiraiya's discontent. Though he appeared frivolous and carefree, indulging in peeking at women's baths, he was, in fact, a person of considerable integrity when faced with moral dilemmas. His bond with Orochimaru was undeniable, yet his abhorrence for Orochimaru's deeds was equally profound. Upon hearing Mito Minion's attempt to understand Orochimaru's rationale, Jiraiya vehemently countered, asserting that wrongdoing is wrongdoing, with no room for justification. Even if circumstances warranted such actions, they remained unequivocally wrong. Mito Minion, taken aback by Jiraiya's rebuttal, retorted in frustration, clarifying that his understanding of Orochimaru stemmed from the context of using enemy corpses for experimentation, which was distinct from experimenting on comrades, a clear crime. Yet, he argued, what was wrong with utilizing the bodies of enemies, those who invaded the land of fire? Mito's words ignited Jiraiya's fury. With a finger pointed like a sword, Jiraiya chastised, "You fool! Even enemies deserve respect and death. That is the most fundamental principle. How can you utter such words?" Unperturbed by Jiraiya's indignation, Mito Minion, disregarding the pleas of Nara Shikamaru for peace and the warning gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, defiantly replied, "Humph. You understand nothing. An enemy is an enemy. Every foe daring to invade the land of fire deserves no pity. If we can utilize their remains to develop jutsu that benefits our village, then that is the greatest contribution they can make to Konoha." With a disdainful expression, he continued, "Since the time of the second Hokage, Konoha has followed this path. Who are you to judge? Do not forget, your ability to become a ninja and learn ninjutsu is owed to the second Hokage's legacy. Everything you have is a result of his sacrifices. Do not be ungrateful." Jiraiya, utterly incensed by Mito Minion's words, felt his white hair bristle with fury. He lunged forward, seizing Mito's collar with fierce intensity, glaring into his eyes. "Do not use the second Hokage to intimidate me. His contributions are indeed significant. But what do they have to do with you? You are merely a parasite, leeching off Konoha. You have no right to represent this village." Mito Minion, in terms of strength, could not possibly rival the peak prowess of Jiraiya. He was utterly unable to extricate himself from Jiraiya's formidable grasp, and, with a flushed face and defiant posture, vehemently exclaimed, "If I am a parasite, then you are but a mere fart. I have toiled diligently for Konoha for decades. And what of you? You grew up in Konoha, nurtured by this village. Yet, now that you possess strength and wings, you silently flee beyond its borders. You would rather believe a band of frogs claiming you to be the child of destiny than contribute to Konoha. This village raised you, and Hiruzen Sensei educated you. What have you given back? All you do is sneak back to peep at the women's bathhouse. What gives you the audacity to accuse me?" Minion's words cut deeply, leaving the gathered crowd in shock. "Minion, please, cease your tirade and calm down," urged Tsunade, noticing Jiraiya's furious countenance, feeling a pang of fear. "Minion, Jiraiya, let us remain composed. No more shouting." Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, felt a headache brewing but felt compelled to intervene. "Am I in error? Is there a single word I spoke that was incorrect?" Minion, emboldened by his fervor, pressed on. In contrast, although Jiraiya was seething with rage, he gradually released his grip on Minion's collar. The once boisterous sage now appeared defeated, his face a mask of dismay as he turned away, murmuring, "I understand now. It is my fault." Minion's words had pierced Jiraiya's heart, striking at the very core of his being. Such words were a dagger to the soul. Yet, could one argue that Minion was mistaken? Quite the contrary. Jiraiya's actions mirrored Minion's accusations all too accurately. Admittedly, there were nuances to consider. Jiraiya had risked his life for Konoha during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, achieving considerable merit for the village. Furthermore, when it came to the completion of S-rank missions, Jiraiya ranked among the elite, second only to Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's departure from the village, Jiraiya stood as the most accomplished remaining. How could one claim that Jiraiya had not contributed? Nevertheless, in his heart, Jiraiya always felt a sense of guilt regarding his departure from the village. Thus, when confronted by Minion, he refrained from defending himself or engaging in argument. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Once released by Jiraiya, Minion regained his senses and realized how perilous his previous actions had been. He had risked being crushed by an enraged Jiraiya and had publicly escalated the conflict between Jiraiya and the village. Ultimately, a rogue shadow-level ninja was still a crucial asset to Konoha, capable of aiding in times of need. Should his words drive Jiraiya away entirely, who would compensate for the absence of such a powerful ally? Realizing this, Minion felt a profound sense of regret. "I believe Elder Minion's words are rather biased," spoke Minato Namikaze, stepping forward. Silence was not an option. As Jiraiya's student, he could not remain aloof while his mentor was harshly criticized. The accomplishments of Jiraiya during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars were well documented. Not to mention, the number of S-rank missions he completed remains unmatched. Naruto Uzumaki extended his thumb towards Jiraiya with a smile and said, "Master Jiraiya taught and nurtured me to become Hokage. Is it not enough that I stand in for Master Jiraiya to protect Konoha? Truly, he is a heartwarming son." This heartfelt declaration from Naruto momentarily plunged Jiraiya into self-doubt. But he soon found his smile again. "Indeed, as the sage of the toads, I may not boast of many accomplishments, yet I can certainly take pride in my students. The fourth Hokage is my protege. Who could possibly diminish my contributions?" In a buoyant mood, Jiraiya reciprocated Naruto's gesture with a thumbs up, filled with satisfaction. "Absolutely, absolutely," chimed in Konohamaru eagerly. "Yes, Naruto's growth into a great ninja owes much to you, Jiraiya." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed in relief. "Heh, yes," Mito Kazekage said stiffly, forcing his old face to comply. "I may have misspoken. Naruto's point is valid. Setting aside matters concerning Jiraiya, I must address your slander against my grandfather." Suddenly, Tsunade's icy voice pierced the air. Mito Kazekage broke into a cold sweat. While he dared to confront Jiraiya, he found himself hesitant to face Tsunade directly. In contrast to Jiraiya's temperament, Tsunade was the type who would not waste time reasoning. Once angered, she would strike like a sandbag-sized fist directly to the head. Who could withstand that? Mito Kazekage, self-proclaimed as an old hand, certainly could not. Moreover, Tsunade was the princess of the Senju clan. Although the Senju clan had perished, the name still resonated deeply within Konoha. If word spread that Mito Kazekage had clashed with the Senju princess, whom would the villagers support? Furthermore, Tsunade was the granddaughter of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. As Tobirama's disciple, How could Mito Kazekage dare to bully his teacher's granddaughter? Thus, he promptly conceded defeat. Even when Tsunade pointed an accusatory finger at him, he merely lowered his head in silence, appearing utterly submissive. Seeing this, Tsunade was left with a belly full of fury that she could not unleash, so she relented. As for Yecheng, he was eager to return home to draw prizes from his blind box and was reluctant to linger with this group. Noticing Tsunade's withdrawal, he immediately resumed playing the video. The content of the video need not be elaborated upon, lest readers accuse of excessive verbosity. In essence, Orochimaru, in his relentless pursuit of immortality, conducted experiments ranging from animal trials to human tests, transitioning from using the deceased to experimenting on the living. Ultimately, it escalated to the clandestine abduction of ninjas from the village for live experiments, highlighting his audacity. This rapid progression was also facilitated by his collaboration with Danzo Shimura, who opened many doors for him. Without Danzo's interference, Orochimaru's experiments would not have advanced so swiftly. Once the video concluded, the occupants of the Hokage office exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. When Danzo appeared in the footage, they remained entirely composed, devoid of any surprise. Long before the demise of Shimura Danzo and the obliteration of the root base, all of Danzo's deeds had been meticulously documented. The collaboration with Orochimaru and a series of experimental records were securely housed within the root facility. This information had been perused to varying extents by those present, thus mentally preparing them for what was to come. As the recording concluded, Yecheng observed the heavy expressions on the faces of the crowd and remarked with a smile, "Well, you have all viewed the intelligence. Now it is time to choose your rewards. You have two options. The first is the wish reward for answering all 5 questions correctly on your initial attempt, allowing you to make a wish that falls within the realm of what this world can accommodate. The second option is the reward obtained during the second round of questioning, which would be doubled. Now, please reveal your choice." As Yecheng's words echoed, Jiraiya eagerly sprang forth, addressing the assembly. "Listen to me, everyone. I wish for this esteemed individual to erase all of Orochimaru's nefarious memories and subsequently bring him back to Konoha. In this way, Orochimaru would no longer err and could once again become a ninja of Konoha. What do you think?" Jiraiya gazed earnestly at the crowd, a glimmer of hope illuminating his countenance. Minato Namikaze was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Jiraiya's unexpected proposal. Initially, during their discussions regarding wishes, the consensus had been to confine Orochimaru and deliver him to Konoha. No one had entertained the notion of reintegrating him as a shinobi. The possibility had never crossed anyone's mind, for regardless of circumstances, Orochimaru's transgressions against the citizens and ninjas of Konoha were unforgivable. When Orochimaru had defected, Konoha had relentlessly dispatched Anbu to track him down, manifesting an unwavering resolve to confront him. This was a political stance that could not be ignored. Despite the capabilities of a few Anbu, it was uncertain whether they could apprehend Orochimaru. Even if they succeeded, it would be imprudent to confront him directly. Their role often culminated in mere observation from a distance, reporting back to Jiraiya. Yet, such a display of pursuit was obligatory, otherwise, they would be unable to justify their actions to the villagers. Consider the grim reality. Orochimaru had abducted individuals for inhumane experimentation within the village until his flight was discovered. How many had perished on his operating table? 10, 100, 1,000. The remains of those unfortunate souls were lost to time. Would the families of the victims simply acquiesce? Among them were ninjas. How could one expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, employing such brutal methods, could cause the death of my kin and be allowed to escape without consequence? Would this be the resolution of the matter? What do you take us for? From the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen permitted Orochimaru's escape, the villagers' ire coalesced upon him, compelling him to classify Orochimaru as a rogue ninja and dispatch Anbu to hunt him down. Now, the sudden suggestion to reinstate Orochimaru in Konoha as a ninja? What chaos would ensue should the villagers become aware of this? Master Jiraiya, I fear such a notion is untenable. After a moment of contemplation, Minato Namikaze spoke up, advising, given Orochimaru's multitude of transgressions, it would be utterly unacceptable to simply let him go. The villagers would never acquiesce to such a notion. Although the responsibility falls upon Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the newly appointed Hokage, I must also ensure to safeguard his reputation. Indeed, Jiraiya chimed in, I empathize with your sentiments. But the conditions for Orochimaru's return to Konoha have become non-existent. We must take into account the feelings of the villagers. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. That is not my intention. I am suggesting a complete erasure of Orochimaru's memories, allowing him to return to Konoha. However, this should not mean absolving him of his past. Rather, he should spend the remainder of his life atoning for his sins, whether that entails imprisonment or being sent to the battlefield. Simply executing him would be futile. The villagers he has harmed are already lost to us. Why not permit Orochimaru to bear their burden and protect Konoha with all his might? Jiraiya had long contemplated this dilemma. He harbored deep-seated feelings of animosity towards Orochimaru's heinous actions, deeming them unforgivable. Yet, he was reluctant to advocate for Orochimaru's death. Driven by a blend of emotional ties and a desire for Orochimaru to atone for his misdeeds in life, the deceased cannot be resurrected. So why not allow Orochimaru to guard Konoha in their stead? Orochimaru interjected. You are being overly simplistic, Jiraiya. Yuhi Kurenai added. A person like Orochimaru, even if his memories are erased, would inevitably revert to his former self. He is, at his core, a malevolent entity devoid of humanity. Kurenai's disdainful tone conveyed her belief that Jiraiya's perspective was naively laughable. Erasing a wolf's memories does not change its nature. Indeed, even if memories can be altered, a person's inherent nature remains immutable. Jiraiya, I suggest you ponder this matter further, Shizen advised. Faced with rejection, Jiraiya felt his confidence wane. The words of these two elder statesmen, though blunt, held a measure of truth. Yet, he turned his gaze toward Hiruzen, hoping his mentor would lend support to his cause. Sensing Jiraiya's gaze, Hiruzen sighed. However, instead of providing an immediate answer, he shifted the conversation, saying, Do you all recall the last time when I was punished and lost my memory of the Dragonfire technique? The group paused momentarily, taken aback by this sudden remark. Yet, they quickly nodded in acknowledgement, for it had only been 3 months since that incident, and the experience was still fresh in their minds. After that incident, I returned home and reopened my ninjutsu manual, embarking on a journey to relearn the Dragonfire technique. In just half an hour, he had once again mastered this ninjutsu. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a complex glimmer in his eyes as he surveyed the crowd. I mention this not to boast about how swiftly I acquired this technique, but rather to convey that although my memories of the Dragonfire technique have been erased, this particular skill was already ingrained in me, making its relearning a remarkably effortless endeavor. Much like Orochimaru, one may erase his past recollections, yet should he choose to tread that path again, the recurrence of his missteps would be swifter and more profound. Do you comprehend, Jiraiya? Fearing that Jiraiya might not grasp the significance, Sarutobi Hiruzen opted for a straightforward explanation. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya lowered his head in silence. A look of despondency etched upon his face. The act of Sarutobi Hiruzen relearning a ninjutsu parallels Orochimaru's return to the realm of research, outwardly disparate, yet fundamentally akin. The erasure of memory is not permanent. As long as one harbors the inclination, relearning remains a possibility. This notion instills fear in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given Orochimaru's nature, even if his memories are obliterated, who can predict when he might resume his experiments on human subjects? Jiraiya-sensei, Minato Namikaze observed Jiraiya's despondent demeanor with a twinge of sympathy. He recalled Jiraiya as a perennial optimist, often sporting a cheerful grin, seemingly carefree. Yet, this instance unveiled another facet of Jiraiya, revealing his vulnerabilities. He wished to rise and support Jiraiya as before, but the weight of his responsibilities as Hokage rendered him hesitant to voice his thoughts. Knowing full well that Orochimaru was a ticking time bomb, how could he ever agree to allow him to return to Konohagakure as a ninja? Suddenly, Shikaku, who had been quietly listening, interjected to inquire of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I have a question I would like to pose. Proceed, Tsunade replied, crossing her arms. Suppressing the urge to glance at Jiraiya, she was aware that if she glimpsed his pitiful expression, she might impulsively lend her support. Is it within your capabilities to erase a person's memory? Shikaku asked. It is exceedingly difficult. I have not conducted similar experiments before. Most often, I encounter patients who have lost their memories due to various accidents, and my aim is to assist them in recovering their memories. An area in which I possess some experience, Tsunade responded candidly. As the pioneer of the medical ninja system in Konohagakure and the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu throughout the ninja world, if she professed the impossibility of such an act, then no one in the entire ninja realm could achieve it. However, Tsunade withheld a crucial detail. While erasing a portion of an individual's memories is unattainable, she could indeed obliterate all memories. This is because human memory operates as a cohesive whole. Disturb one thread, and the entire fabric unravels. The brain, a remarkably intricate organ, is densely populated with neurons. A careless alteration to any single one could inflict harm upon the whole. The notion of meticulously excising a specific fragment is sheer folly. Yet to eradicate everything is merely a matter of a single decisive stroke. With a single, decisive incision, one could extract the entirety of the brain, thereby erasing all memories. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. Medical ninjutsu is not so simplistic. Nara Shikaku's inquiry to Tsunade was merely a pretext, not a genuine expectation for her to act. He harbored other thoughts within. Lady Tsunade, I comprehend. Nara Shikaku nodded, then turned to the two elders, Mito Gate and Torian Koharu, say, what concerns you two is that even if Orochimaru's memories are erased, there remains a possibility of restoration. Given Orochimaru's nature, there is a fear that with the passage of time, he may once again commit acts that harm Konoha. Am I correct? Indeed, such occurrences must be absolutely prevented. Mito Gate replied. Then, would it not be splendid to directly alter Orochimaru's very essence, transforming him into one who cherishes Konoha and its citizens, willing to sacrifice everything for the village? In that case, he would cease his pursuit of immortality. And even the fruits of his experiments over the years could be utilized for the benefit of the village. Would this not serve as the finest tribute to those who have perished? As soon as the words left his lips, astonishment filled the room. Goodness! What a uniquely creative perspective you possess, Jiraiya exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he clapped his hands vigorously. Indeed, how did I not think of that? If we could transform Orochimaru into an utterly virtuous individual, he would no longer engage in malevolent deeds. Truly remarkable, Shikaku. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up to Nara Shikaku. Mito Gate and Torian Koharu exchanged incredulous glances, speechless in their astonishment. Although they wished to argue, it appeared that what was said held considerable merit. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of excitement within, unable to suppress a couple of coughs, then hoarsely inquired, is such a feat truly achievable? Why not pose that question directly to this esteemed individual? Nara Shikaku turned to Yecheng, asking, esteemed one, if I wish for Orochimaru's character to be transformed, making him a person of utmost virtue, dedicated to atoning for his past sins, and wholly devoted to protecting Konoha. Would that be feasible? In response to Nara Shikaku's query, Yecheng was internally astounded. How audacious your ambitions are. To reshape Orochimaru's persona into one that ardently loves Konoha. This echoes the Uchiha clan's Kodoeme Tsukumi, the most formidable genjutsu in the Naruto universe. However, at this moment, Uchiha Shursui had yet to reveal his prowess. The Mangekyo Sharingan was certainly not awakened. According to the lore of Naruto, the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, requires continuous training to evolve under normal circumstances. Those prodigious Uchihas awaken and advance their eyes through various emotional upheavals, such as the loss of parents, the tragic demise of friends, or betrayal. The underlying reason for this phenomenon is the fact that the Sharingan is a manifestation of spiritual power, while its counterpart, the Byakugan, represents physical strength. The evolution of the Sharingan relies on the intense emotional fluctuations experienced by the Uchiha clan, which cause a significant surge in mental strength, resulting in the enhancement of the Sharingan. A notable example is Sasuke, who, upon witnessing his elder brother Itachi slaughter their entire family and personally murder their parents, was thrust into the realm of Tsukuyomi and subjected to relentless torment. This trauma catalyzed the awakening of his two-tomo Sharingan. Similarly, the Mangekyo Sharingan is unlocked under comparable circumstances. However, the threshold for awakening it is considerably higher. Most Uchiha, even those who have faced the loss of their parents at a young age or witnessed their entire family perish, may never attain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, the Sharingan is often referred to as the eye of the mind's reflection. Each Uchiha possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan has a unique ocular technique that embodies their deepest desire at the moment of awakening. For instance, Obito Uchiha's distinctive Mangekyo technique is Kimui, which allows him to create a personal dimension for evading adversaries. The origin of this technique is rooted in the moment he witnessed Rin's death. When Rin was pierced through the chest by Kakashi's Chidori, Obito's foremost thought was a yearning to escape this reality and deny the tragic truth of her demise, leading him to create a separate space severed from the world. Another Uchiha prodigy, Shisui Uchiha, possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan technique known as Kodoamatsukami. This technique emerged during a period of escalating tensions between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha, as the desire for conflict within the clan intensified. Shisui's intention in utilizing Kodoamatsukami was to control those eager for war, aligning them with his vision of peace. However, the timing was not yet ripe, as Minato Namikaze was diligently working to ease the rift between the Uchiha and the village. Although conflicts persisted, the situation was gradually improving, especially with the death of Danzo Shimura, which diminished the likelihood of repeating past mistakes under Minato's leadership. Thus, the probability of Shisui awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan seemed slim. And even if he did, it would likely manifest as a different ocular technique. Contemplating this, Yecheng silently inquired of the system, "Is this matter they speak of achievable?" "Certainly, it is a simple task," came the reply. Indeed, if Shisui Uchiha could accomplish it, then the system would undoubtedly be capable as well. Yecheng exhaled in relief and, with a light smile, responded to Naruto. "Of course, it is quite simple." "Splendid," Jiraiya exclaimed, clenching his fists in jubilation. Sarutobi Hiruzen also displayed a long-awaited smile. Regardless of the circumstances, the old monkey had nurtured Orochimaru for decades, taking him as a disciple when he was but a child reaching only to his waist. After such an extensive period of camaraderie, even a dog would feel like family. Moreover, Orochimaru's talent and intellect had indeed brought immense satisfaction to Sarutobi, who had invested considerable effort into his development. The joy of these two was palpable, and the others also felt a sense of relief. If it proves impossible to thoroughly brainwash Orochimaru, they are unlikely to acquiesce to Jiraiya's request. However, should Jiraiya insist on this course of action, the outcome may not be favorable. Observing the joyous demeanor of the two, Yecheng abruptly doused them with a cold reality. "However, I must first caution you. Unlike merely erasing memories, if you wish for me to alter Orochimaru's personality, the Orochimaru that emerges may not resemble the one you remember. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The system had just alerted Yecheng that if a fundamental reshaping of Orochimaru's personality were to occur, all of his memories would undergo a complete reorganization to accommodate this new persona. Thus, with a reformed personality and altered memories, would this Orochimaru still be the same Orochimaru? Yecheng recalled a profound philosophical question from his previous life. A ship, aged and worn, is gradually refurbished with new materials by sailors during its voyage. Over time, every part of the ship is replaced with new components. Is this ship still the same vessel it once was? Similarly, a person is a vessel of memories. The entirety of an individual's experiences from childhood shapes their essence, from character to habits, preferences, and thoughts. Should these foundational elements be altered, the entire memory would be irrevocably transformed. At that juncture, the individual would be utterly distinct from the person they once were. What does this imply? Jiraiya felt a twinge of unease upon hearing Yecheng's words. Can Orochimaru truly become another person? Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. Lord Jiraiya, what this esteemed individual means is that should we wish for this change, Orochimaru might indeed become a different person altogether. Although he would retain the name and appearance of Orochimaru, once his personality and memories are altered, he would emerge as an entirely new entity. No longer the individual you once knew, Naruto kindly elucidated for Jiraiya. But can Orochimaru really transform into someone else? I'm having difficulty grasping this, Jiraiya confessed, his face betraying his confusion. I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, puffing on his pipe. In simpler terms, if Orochimaru's personality is reshaped, his memories must also be modified. A benevolent Orochimaru would not harbor an interest in human experimentation. Consequently, the choices made throughout his life, influenced by his character, would also differ significantly. This would give rise to an entirely new set of memories. Therefore, the Orochimaru possessing these memories would naturally not be the same as the one you remember. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Jiraiya finally grasped the implications. The prospect of such an outcome left him deeply dissatisfied, yet he felt powerless. After all, erasing memories was not a viable option due to potential risks. To eliminate this risk, the only recourse would be to reshape his personality. If reshaping his personality was unacceptable to Jiraiya, then no alternative would remain. The choice is yours. Considering the time, The moment for decision-making had nearly arrived. Yecheng was eagerly anticipating returning home to participate in a lottery and unbox a mystery gift. Observing Jiraiya lost in a dilemma, his face contorted with anxiety. Yecheng could only impatiently urge him on. With a sense of resignation, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Tsunade. He, too, was at a loss, hence habitually relinquishing the decision-making power to her. This reliance had developed over many years, since their time in the small team. Orochimaru had always played the role of strategist, while Jiraiya merely charged into battle as a soldier, leaving Tsunade as the decisive figure among the trio. "What are you staring at, fool?" Tsunade shot Jiraiya an exasperated glance and scolded him. "Help me think this through. I have no idea how to choose." Jiraiya displayed a complex expression. On one hand, he was reluctant to miss this opportunity. On the other, a completely different Orochimaru did not sit well with him. "Fool. Since this is a brand new Orochimaru, just treat it as if you were getting to know him anew." Tsunade crossed her arms, her impressive figure quaking ever so slightly, and stated coldly, "After all, the previous Orochimaru was a despicable character. Consider him dead." Yet, Jiraiya remained visibly conflicted. "Hurry up, if you don't redeem the reward soon." "I will leave," Yecheng urged impatiently. "Understood, my lord." Naruto quickly nodded in response and prompted Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, stop overthinking it. This is already the best outcome. Compared to this, do you wish to maintain the current situation, allowing Orochimaru to continue his relentless torment of innocent lives? You must remember, according to the intelligence you sent back, wherever Orochimaru goes, he plunders countless innocent people for his experiments. These are lives at stake." Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato, added, "Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei. If Orochimaru continues his reckless ways, there will be no turning back." Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe against his hand, letting a cloud of ash fall. "Hurry up, Jiraiya. Saving Orochimaru's life while granting him a fresh start. This is already an unimaginable result." "Yes, quickly now, Jiraiya," Mito Minyan and Kurama Shikamaru urged in unison. Everyone in the Hokage's office was imploring him, except for Kakashi, who had grown increasingly taciturn since joining the Umbu, dutifully guarding Minato's side. Under the pressure of the crowd, Jiraiya finally gathered his resolve. He turned to Yecheng and, gritting his teeth, declared, "Very well, let it be done." Wishing successful, Yecheng nodded, closed his eyes, and adopted a mysterious and noble demeanor. This display left everyone in awe. Having now engaged in their third round of questioning, their interactions with Yecheng had deepened. Yet, each encounter only elevated their impression and admiration for him, as each ability he exhibited was beyond their previous imaginings. As Yecheng closed his eyes, seemingly preparing to unleash a cataclysmic technique, the onlookers instinctively held their breath, awaiting the spectacle. However, Yecheng was merely feigning such prowess. Matters beyond his capabilities necessitated the intervention of the system. "System, commence operations," he commanded. "Acknowledged." Initiating target search, the mechanical voice of the system responded. In an instant, the familiar confines of the Hokage office morphed into a vast geographical landscape. Continents and oceans unfolded before Yecheng, as though he were peering down from the cosmos into the very heart of a planet. Subsequently, the geographical imagery rapidly diminished, revealing the land in greater detail and clarity. He beheld the Ninja World continent, the land of rice, and a clandestine underground base adjacent to a prominent city. A cascade of new visuals swept before him, and the system announced once more, target acquisition successful. Target, Orochimaru. Within the underground facility, Orochimaru, now clad in a different attire, was seated at a desk, fervently inscribing notes. The clarity of the scene was striking. Yecheng could discern the very words being penned, as if they were right before his eyes. Living experiment of reanimation. Subject 778. Objective. Good heavens. Orochimaru has conducted 778 living experiments on reanimation. One can only surmise that the number of other jutsu experiments is even greater. How many lives has he recklessly extinguished? Truly, a mad scientist, indifferent to human life. Yecheng scrutinized the experimental data written by Orochimaru, unable to suppress a mental retort. At that moment, Orochimaru sensed an intrusive gaze, startling him into an upright position as he exclaimed, "Who goes there?" Ding. Target capture complete. Commencing personality reformation. Yecheng heard the sound of a chime as a radiant blue light enveloped Orochimaru. This azure luminescence coalesced into a robust, and intricate chain, swiftly binding Orochimaru with unyielding restraint. The formidable Sannin was caught off guard, rendered helpless as he was ensnared like a dumpling. Personality reformation in progress. 1030701000. Reformation complete. Memory reformation in progress. 1030701000. Reformation complete. As the system's mechanical voice methodically reported, Orochimaru's visage of panic gradually transformed into tranquility, his once tense form relaxing. By the conclusion of the memory reformation, Orochimaru exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Whereas moments ago he had resembled a venomous serpent poised to strike, now he appeared akin to a domesticated pet snake, calm, gentle, and exuding an irresistible charm that beckoned one to caress him. The chains of blue light retracted as the system deactivated, and Orochimaru rose from the ground, leisurely stretching his muscles, devoid of his previous sinister demeanor. Ding. Target modification complete. Shall deployment commence? The system inquired, while Yecheng assessed Orochimaru from head to toe. Goodness, upon entering the Hokage's office, one could scarcely believe that this individual was indeed Orochimaru. It was as if a living transformation had occurred. Let us proceed, let us wrap this up quickly. Yecheng waved his hand, eager to return home to partake in a lottery. As the scene shifted, Yecheng found himself once more in the Hokage's office, where everyone gazed at him with anticipation. The reconstruction of his personality and memories has been completed. Would you like to meet him now? Yecheng smiled softly, speaking in a calm tone. Of course, Jiraiya replied eagerly. Then please, let him enter. With a flick of his hand, a blue portal materialized beside him. The appearance of this portal drew the attention of all, resembling a vortex. Without any sound of a door opening, Orochimaru emerged slowly from within, clad in casual attire. His long hair cascading down to his waist, and his complexion pale. As he stepped into view, Orochimaru lifted his head slightly, revealing a gentle smile. His eyes sparkling with the joy of reunion, perfectly in harmony with his expression. It has been a long time, everyone. Is this really Orochimaru? Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. From the moment Orochimaru appeared, Jiraiya's mouth fell open in astonishment, his demeanor utterly shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen dropped his pipe, the sound echoing on the floor, yet the old monkey was oblivious, appearing as though he had seen a ghost. Mito Minyan covered his eyes in surprise, while Tono Karin covered her mouth in disbelief. Tsunade clenched her arms tightly, causing herself pain. Minato Namikaze exhibited a look of astonishment, and Nara Shikaku observed Orochimaru intently with wide eyes. Only Kakashi Hitaki, at the moment Orochimaru made his entrance, quietly positioned himself in front of Minato, adopting a defensive stance. The reactions of the onlookers amused Yecheng greatly. He had anticipated their astonishment at Orochimaru's remarkable transformation, yet he was taken aback by the intensity of their shock. Orochimaru, in turn, remained unperturbed by their incredulous gazes, smiling as he surveyed the crowd, as if inspecting the changes in long-lost friends. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Until next time. Despite the novelty and excitement of the moment, Yecheng's eagerness to participate in the lottery outweighed his curiosity. With a casual wave of his hand, he vanished without a trace, and the barriers surrounding the Hokage's office dissipated into nothingness. You are Orochimaru. After a long pause, Jiraiya stammered, trembling slightly. What? Do you not recognize me? I merely left the village for a little over a year to complete a mission, and you've forgotten me so quickly? Orochimaru retorted with a slight pout. No, that's not it. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. It's been quite some time since we last met. Jiraiya, recalling the reconstruction of Orochimaru's memories, found himself at a loss for words, and thus followed along with Orochimaru's lead. Well, I've never seen you so excited before, Orochimaru chuckled. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, choosing to disregard Jiraiya entirely. He turned to greet Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, It has been a long time, Sensei Sarutobi. I have heard that you are enjoying your retirement. How is your health? His words were delivered with the utmost sincerity, resembling the concern of a devoted disciple. There was nothing discordant about his demeanor. Observing Orochimaru's gentle expression, albeit tinged with a hint of chill, Sarutobi felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, nearly moved to tears. This is the disciple I have longed for. When have Jiraiya or Tsunade ever expressed such concern for me? To hear such care emanate from Orochimaru was utterly unexpected. The presence of Orochimaru brought Sarutobi an unprecedented comfort. And the old monkey, suppressing his tears, broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "I am in excellent health. Thank you for your concern. Are you taking good care of yourself while on missions? You seem to have lost weight." The old monkey spoke with the authority of a senior, displaying a level of care that left Jiraiya and Tsunade utterly astonished. Goodness, the old fellow can actually show concern? How curious. You have lost weight. Such words from the old monkey were truly astonishing. Huh. For the sake of the village, what is a little hardship? I am still young. It is my duty as a disciple to share some of the burden with my teacher. Orochimaru smiled lightly, the sharpness in his serpent-like eyes softening. Is this truly Orochimaru? Mito Kamizuki was left speechless. When had they ever seen such a version of him? Responsibility, duty, how terrifyingly profound the transformation. Shikaku pondered how Yachiru had merely closed his eyes for a few minutes and managed to locate Orochimaru in the shadows of the ninja world, reprogramming him and casually returning him to Konoha. This power was beyond her comprehension. It was terrifying. Shikaku, do you perceive any issues? Minato Namikaze observed Orochimaru's every action but found no faults whatsoever. This Orochimaru, from head to toe, epitomized a ninja devoted to his village, willing to make sacrifices. There was not a single flaw to be discerned. No, unexpectedly harmonious, Shikaku replied softly to Minato. The method of personality reconstruction and memory alteration had been proposed by Shikaku himself, yet he had never anticipated such remarkable results. Originally, he had believed that even with a change in personality and memory, the essence of Orochimaru's body and soul would retain traces of his former self. The remnants of the past and the new transformation would inevitably require a period of adjustment. During that adjustment phase, inconsistencies would surely manifest. Yet, this Orochimaru was entirely unified, exhibiting no signs of discord. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, Orochimaru turned back toward Sarutobi and cheerfully inquired of Minato, "Minato-kun, is your child soon to be born?" What could he possibly mean by that? In a moment of instinct, Minato Namikaze presumed that Orochimaru harbored some nefarious scheme directed at him, particularly concerning his wife and child. Yet, upon raising his gaze and meeting Orochimaru's gentle smile, his apprehension dissipated entirely. Ah, indeed, the due date is approaching swiftly. In a state of urgency, Minato scratched his head, revealing his signature radiant smile. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. Orochimaru nodded softly, his expression drifting into nostalgic reverie. How swiftly time passes. I recall when I supported your ascension to Hokage. It seems like an eternity ago. Soon, your child will be born, Minato-kun. Orochimaru's endorsement of Minato as Hokage? Goodness. The occupants of the Hokage office were momentarily stunned by this revelation, hastily lowering their heads to conceal their astonished expressions from Orochimaru. What could this possibly mean? It was not long ago that Orochimaru stood as Minato's most formidable rival for the title of fourth Hokage. At that time, Orochimaru was in his prime, commanding the entire Western Front during the Third Shinobi World War. He boasted countless supporters within the village, bolstered by his identity as a disciple of the third Hokage, his status as one of the legendary three, and his formidable prowess, which overshadowed Minato's own. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the well-meaning Mr. Danzo, who reported him, the outcome of that Hokage competition might have been altogether different. Yet, in this entirely new recollection of Orochimaru's, he was portrayed as a supporter of Minato's rise to power. This was utterly absurd. Minato, upon hearing this news, was momentarily taken aback, nearly faltering in his composure. Fortunately, his quick wit prevailed, and he promptly replied, "Yes, indeed. I owe much to your esteemed support, Lord Orochimaru. Without it, the outcome could have been quite uncertain." To his astonishment, Orochimaru shook his head and uttered even more shocking words. "That is not the case. Even in the absence of my support, you, Minato-kun, would have undoubtedly ascended to the position of Hokage. After all, there was no one within the village capable of competing with you. Your ideals and your charm had already garnered the backing of the majority of the villagers. Even I could not help but cheer for you." At this juncture, Orochimaru regarded Minato with a satisfied smile, akin to that of a mentor gazing upon an accomplished protege. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally regained his composure, erupting into a fit of coughs. Jiraiya, displaying his usual cleverness, hurriedly approached to support Hiruzen, patting his back vigorously while stifling a laugh and expressing concern. Are you all right? Old man, don't choke on it. I told you to smoke less, but you never listen. Seizing the moment of distraction, Jiraiya managed to suppress his amusement. Arriving a moment too late, Mito, Kazumi, and Tsunade leaned close to Hiruzen, turning sideways to shield their faces from Orochimaru's view. You fool. Are you trying to kill Teacher Sarutobi? Orochimaru, witnessing Jiraiya's vigorous actions, approached him angrily, pulling him aside and scolding, "Foolish toad, at your age, you still know nothing. Step aside." After saying this, Orochimaru reached out to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen, cautiously inquiring, "Are you all right, sensei? Do you feel any better?" "Yes, much improved," Hiruzen replied, his eyes welling with tears, unaccustomed to such treatment after so many years. However, to Orochimaru, it seemed as though Hiruzen was coughing so violently that he had brought tears to his eyes. Glaring fiercely at Jiraiya, Orochimaru continued to patiently attend to Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood there awkwardly, forced to chuckle sheepishly. After a while, Hiruzen regained his composure and felt embarrassed to continue being cared for by Orochimaru. So he quickly initiated a conversation. Orochimaru, how long do you intend to rest now that you've returned?" "Rest? Why should I rest?" Orochimaru replied with a puzzled expression. "I plan to continue taking on missions. Staying at home is far too dull. That simply won't do. We just wished for your return. How could we let you go out now?" Hiruzen exclaimed. "What if you encounter trouble and revert to your old ways?" Although, under the might of the system, Orochimaru had no chance of straying onto a dark path again. Hiruzen and the others were unaware of this. They had never even seen the celestial beings. They believed that Yecheng had merely employed some mysterious means. They could not ascertain whether Orochimaru might relapse, so it was best for him to remain within the village, making it easier for them to monitor him. "Orochimaru, there are endless tasks. There's no need to push yourself so hard," Hiruzen advised. "Sensei, you know I have committed unforgivable sins in the past," Orochimaru replied with a serious expression. "Though you ultimately protected me, I cannot simply erase the debts I owe to the villagers. The innocent lives that perished at my hands, I must strive to carry their weight as well." Indeed, Orochimaru's overall memory remained largely intact, with only some critical points modified in a more reasonable manner. Shikaku's eyes sparkled with insight as he instinctively began to analyze. From the moment Orochimaru stepped through that portal until now, every word and action replayed vividly in Shikaku's mind. Konoha, it appears Orochimaru's situation is unexpectedly favorable. His overall memory has not deviated significantly. Only key points have been altered, aligning with his reformed benevolent persona and guiding him toward this new direction. The capabilities of that esteemed individual are truly astonishing. Hearing Shikaku's words, Minato nodded in agreement but refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, after Orochimaru had firmly stated his intentions, Hiruzen found himself momentarily speechless. Jiraiya quickly stepped forward to persuade Orochimaru, while missions are indeed important, rest is equally crucial. A lot has transpired in the village recently. Tobirama has even passed away. It would be wise for you to stay here for a while to familiarize yourself with the current state of the village. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intensity as he urgently inquired, "What? Shimura Danzo is dead? What transpired? Who is responsible?" Minato Namikaze stepped forward to respond, "Lord Orochimaru, it was I who did this." "Well done, Minato, you have performed admirably." Initially, when Minato heard Orochimaru's inquiry regarding who had slain Shimura Danzo, he assumed he was facing an interrogation. After all, Orochimaru had collaborated with Danzo for an extended period. To his surprise, upon stepping forward to answer, Orochimaru displayed an expression of ecstatic delight and voiced his admiration loudly. "I have long desired to eliminate that scoundrel. His reckless actions, arrogance, and despicable methods. Over the years, Danzo has committed countless heinous acts that have instilled fear in the hearts of the villagers. Had it not been for Lord Hiruzen's protection, he would have met his demise at my hands a decade ago. Now, thanks to you, Minato, you have rid the village of this malignant tumor. Truly, you are worthy of my support as Hokage." Minato was momentarily at a loss for words, nodding helplessly in acceptance of Orochimaru's praise. The transformed Orochimaru left the others in the Hokage office in a state of disbelief. Jiraiya stood frozen, his expression a mix of joy and conflict, while Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Under Orochimaru's probing, Minato recounted the events leading to Danzo's demise. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest as he listened, especially when Minato revealed the horrific records of human experiments conducted at Danzo's root base and the brainwashing of root ninjas. Fury surged within Orochimaru. I knew it. That scoundrel. Danzo would never cease his vile pursuits. He gritted his teeth, seething with hatred. When Danzo lured me into assisting with his experiments, I sensed his treachery. Alas, I too fell into his trap, my hands stained with blood. Turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he coldly scoffed. I warned you then. Danzo would not simply relent. Yet you placed your unwavering trust in him. Sarutobi, suddenly called upon, hesitated, unsure how to respond. It is all in the past now, Lord Orochimaru. Minato interjected with a reassuring smile. Minato, you are forever so kind, yet unaware of the wickedness that lurks in the hearts of men, Orochimaru sighed. Slowly making his way to the window to gaze upon the village of Konohagakure, he murmured, this past year, I have witnessed a multitude of evils and sins beyond our borders. I have discovered that apart from places like the 5 great shinobi villages or the capitals of the 5 great nations, where order still prevails, other small nations and towns have become veritable hells on earth. Ordinary people struggle within this inferno, generation after generation, never to find solace. As he spoke, Orochimaru let out a long sigh, steeped in his dissatisfaction and resentment towards the current state of the ninja world. I have extended my hand to assist them countless times, yet it has all been in vain. No matter how powerful an individual may be, one cannot completely transform the ninja world. Just like the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, who established the rules of peace. However, upon his demise, those rules were once again overturned by the greedy, plunging everything back into chaos. Listening to Orochimaru's lamentations, the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Orochimaru paid them no mind. At that moment, he merely wished to articulate his thoughts. Thus, I believe that even if I cannot alter the entirety of the ninja world, I am still willing to exert every effort to rescue those I can save. In the land of Rice, I have established a small village, comprised of the displaced individuals I saved during my travels through the ninja realm. Those on the brink of starvation, I have given them a chance at survival. My return here will not be prolonged, as there are still matters awaiting my attention over there. Orochimaru's words astonished Mito Kakashi and Toru Kamachi. After all the effort to bring you back, you wish to leave so soon? No, you cannot go. Mito Kakashi exclaimed anxiously. Why? Orochimaru turned to face Mito Kakashi, his brow furrowed. Kakashi's intent was to convey that there were many matters in the village that required his assistance, making his temporary departure unfeasible. Toru Kamachi hastily interjected to clarify. What matters? The village has Minato and Sarutobi-sensei, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade, who can provide support at any moment. What issues could possibly remain unresolved? Orochimaru inquired, perplexed. Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hizashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, for powerful figures of the highest caliber, accompanied by a multitude of elite jonin within the village. The number of forces capable of rivaling them in the entire ninja world is exceedingly limited. What could possibly be insurmountable? Toru Kamachi momentarily lost her words, casting a pleading glance towards Sarutobi Hizashi. The old monkey sighed inwardly from their earlier exchanges. Sarutobi Hizashi had confirmed that Orochimaru had genuinely changed from within, and even if released, he would not pose a threat. However, he could not ignore Kamachi's imploring look. So he reluctantly began to explain. It is as follows, Orochimaru. We have received intelligence indicating that a formidable enemy will attack Konoha on the day of Kushina's childbirth, unleashing the Nine-Tails Fox to invade the village. To thwart this calamity and better protect the village, I specifically summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade back. Since you have returned to the village at this moment, it would be fortuitous for you to lend a hand. Reluctantly, Sarutobi Hizashi disclosed the news of Uchiha Obito's impending assault on Konoha. In truth, such a highly classified matter should not have been shared with Orochimaru. After all, only those present in the Hokage's office were privy to this information. The clan leaders merely knew that an attack on Konoha was imminent. Oh, who possesses such audacity? Orochimaru arched an eyebrow, intrigued. In his view, the only villages capable of contending with Konoha were Kumogakure and Iwagakure, the 2 other nations among the 5 great powers. The village hidden in the sand has declined since the 3rd Great Ninja War, its vitality completely depleted. Recently, the village hidden in the mist of the Land of Water has erupted in a blood mist incident, throwing the entire village into chaos, leaving them with no strength to wage war externally. It is my former disciple, Uchiha Obito, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, explained. He possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and has the ability to control the Nine Tails, which necessitates caution. Given Orochimaru's status in Konoha and his capacity to gather intelligence, he must have heard of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Wasn't your disciple, Uchiha Obito, supposed to have perished at the Kanobi Bridge? Orochimaru pondered, recalling the information about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, finding it somewhat tricky. In his memory, Uchiha Obito was merely a mediocre ninja. How could he possess such strength? Yes, at that time, we all believed he was dead. However, according to the intelligence, Uchiha Obito was rescued by a schemer who brainwashed him, instilling a deep-seated hatred for Konoha. Thus, he chose to attack Konoha during Kushina's childbirth, when the seal on the Nine Tails was unstable. Minato succinctly explained the sequence of events, omitting the details regarding Uchiha Madara. After all, the existence of Uchiha Madara was the village's most significant secret and could not yet be disclosed to Orochimaru. I see. I understand now. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, stating earnestly, very well. I shall remain in the village for the time being until we navigate through this crisis. He then smiled at Minato, adding, I can also take this opportunity to see if Minato's child has inherited your talents and character. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru's agreement to stay in the village relieved everyone. Thus, the third round of the exam concluded successfully. Everyone needed to take the time to assimilate the intelligence gathered and Orochimaru's transformation. They dispersed, agreeing to convene for a small meeting the following day. Orochimaru was also invited by Jiraiya to dine at Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, allowing for a chance to strengthen their bonds. Meanwhile, Yecheng returned home, rubbing his hands together in excitement. System, let us see what rewards await this time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first quiz task, receiving double rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Random high-level gift pack, draw X2. Ding. The perfect transformation of the original character Orochimaru has immeasurable implications, generating significant plot points. Congratulations to the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Current total plot points accumulated, 145, 627 points. A series of notification sounds echoed, filling Yecheng with elation. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. The reshaping of Orochimaru's personality and memory had begun to influence the narrative significantly. Within this short span of time, it had already provided Yecheng with over 40,000 plot points. As news spread and Orochimaru's altered behavior took effect, even more points would be forthcoming. Excellent. Let the lottery commence. Yecheng nodded with satisfaction, eagerly expressing his anticipation. Ding. Lottery begins. Current prize pool, high level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the prize in the lottery, all water release techniques. In the next moment, a torrent of information flooded into Yecheng's mind. From the most rudimentary water clone technique to the unique water dragon bullet of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and including water severing wave and the hard vortex water blade, everything was encompassed. However, the sheer volume of these techniques nearly overwhelmed Yecheng, causing him a moment of mental paralysis. Phew, I have finally come to. But is the system attempting to murder me? After a while, Yecheng managed to digest all the memories and immediately erupted in curses. Ding. According to the system's calculations, there will be no negative impact on the host. Please rest assured. The system's mechanical voice was chillingly indifferent. Although it stated so, the pain was quite real, you know. Yecheng continued to protest. But the system remained unresponsive. The last time he acquired all the wood release techniques, he did not experience such a sensation. However, this time, the water release techniques nearly rendered him a fool. This was due to the overwhelming number of water release techniques, far exceeding that of wood release by hundreds of times. After all, wood release was uniquely possessed by Senju Hashirama, with all techniques originating from him. Individuals like Yamato, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Madara could only utilize wood release through the implantation of Hashirama cells, but creating entirely new wood release techniques was akin to chasing the wind. In contrast, water release techniques were abundant, with countless ninjas in the ninja world proficient in them. Although these techniques may lack the potency of wood release, their sheer quantity was staggering. How many techniques could Hashirama create in his lifetime? Moreover, He did not create low-level techniques. All were high-cost, high-power techniques, with the lowest being A rank or above. This reward felt rather mediocre, somewhat lackluster. Yecheng pondered that even if he mastered all water release techniques, they would not be particularly useful when facing weaker opponents. The techniques he previously acquired would suffice. If worse came to worst, he could simply unleash the 8 Gates technique for a decisive strike. However, in duels against true masters, his greatest reliance would still be on wood release. Thus, water release techniques felt rather superfluous, akin to a double-edged sword. It is essential to understand that even the most formidable ninja, regardless of the number of techniques mastered, could only rely on a handful that they could wield with utmost proficiency to secure victory over adversaries. The legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen was proficient in all 5 elemental natures, earning the title of the Ninja Encyclopedia. Meanwhile, the renowned Minato Namikaze could dominate the battlefield with just the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. Who then is the stronger of the two? Quality over quantity. Well then, let us proceed with the second draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the prize, system upgrade. The system's voice left Yecheng momentarily stunned. What on earth is a system upgrade? Is this truly a reward for me? Hey, is this reasonable? Why does your upgrade have anything to do with my rewards? Yecheng could not help but question. Ding. After the system upgrade, more formidable rewards will become available, and the locations for answering questions will no longer be limited to the Hokage's office in Konohagakure. The methods for the host to obtain rewards will also increase. With the system's explanation, Yecheng finally began to comprehend. In simple terms, the recent upgrade of the system has brought all the benefits to Yecheng himself. Firstly, the quantity of rewards has increased. After each question answered, the rewards will also multiply, and the chances of obtaining high-tier prizes have risen. Secondly, the locations for the quiz assessments have changed. Previously, all 3 quiz sessions were held in the Hokage's office, a result of Yecheng's initial choice of that location upon acquiring the system. However, prior to the upgrade, the assessment location could not be altered, making it impossible for Yecheng to seek out others in different venues for answering questions. Following the system's upgrade, Yecheng is now free to change locations at will. Whether it be to find Inoki in the Mist Village, Reikage in the Cloud Village, Nagato in the Land of Rain, or Obito in the Mist Village. He could even switch places within the village itself, seeking out Shursui and Itachi from the Uchiha clan. The thought alone is exhilarating. Lastly, post-upgrade. Yecheng's means of obtaining rewards will not be confined to answering questions and accumulating storyline points. New methods will emerge, though the specifics will only be revealed once the system upgrade is complete. Thus, it appears that the upgrade is indeed a positive development. Yecheng nodded in agreement. After all, the advantages are solely his, so why would he dissent? Ding. System upgrade commencing, expected duration, 1 year. Ding. During the system upgrade, the quiz function will be temporarily disabled. The quiz space remains accessible, and the accumulation of storyline points will not pause. Please ensure your safety, host, and retreat into the system space if danger arises. Ding. See you in a year. Damn, a year. Upon hearing that the system upgrade would take an entire year, Yecheng was momentarily stunned. Does this mean I cannot seek others for quizzes for the entire year? System. Yecheng anxiously inquired, but it was as if the system had vanished, offering no response. Suddenly faced with the absence of the ever-present system, Yecheng felt an unusual sense of disorientation. He plopped down on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly jumped up, exclaiming with excitement, "Wait! Although the system is temporarily gone, the accumulation of storyline points will continue. I can still make things happen on my own." Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi rose promptly as usual. After having breakfast and bidding farewell to his parents, he prepared to head to the Ninja Academy. Before leaving, he entered the small room of his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, casting a glance at his brother peacefully sleeping in bed. A warm smile graced Itachi's face. 2 months prior, their mother had given birth to Sasuke, granting Itachi a younger brother. The feeling was extraordinary. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Sasuke, Itachi vowed to protect this delicate life at all costs. Life truly is the most wondrous phenomenon in this world. Watching Sasuke grow day by day, Itachi felt himself maturing ever more profoundly. Gently caressing the delicate fur of Uchiha Sasuke, feeling the soft touch against his palm, Uchiha Itachi felt as though his heart had melted. He stroked him lightly a couple of times, fearful of waking his slumbering brother, and reluctantly departed from the small room. As he walked through the Uchiha clan's territory, every clan member who caught sight of Uchiha Itachi greeted him. Whether with a smile, a more neutral expression, or a sinister grin, it was evident that the Uchiha clan was rife with neuroses. Many of the clan members, accustomed to the brutality of battle, had lost the ability to smile genuinely. Upon encountering the son of the clan leader, the so-called prodigy spoken of throughout the clan, their forced smiles appeared grotesque. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained unfazed. It is important to note that prior to this, the atmosphere within the clan had been perpetually tense. Each clan member was strung tight, with little room for levity. It was considered normal to be met with hostility rather than kindness. However, the current atmosphere within the Uchiha clan was gradually becoming more relaxed, shedding its former tension. This transformation could be attributed to the fourth Hokage. Since his ascension, the higher echelons of the village had altered their demeanor towards the Uchiha clan. Though Uchiha Itachi was still quite young and not fully aware of many clan matters, he remained perceptive to the shifts in sentiment among the higher-ups. For instance, before the fourth Hokage took office, while walking through the village, Uchiha Itachi occasionally felt the weight of hatred and anger directed at him, only to find that the gazes belonged to ordinary villagers, not even shinobi. Uchiha Itachi understood that these sentiments stemmed from the actions of the police force. Under the previous oppressive conditions, each Uchiha felt as though they were suffering from persecution paranoia, convinced that the village was conspiring against them and ostracizing them. This led the police force's clan members to enforce the law with a lack of empathy, often displaying extreme arrogance, which resulted in numerous conflicts with the villagers. However, how could the villagers possibly contend with the Uchiha's infamous Sharingan? Thus, they swallowed their grievances in silence. Over time, the villagers' resentment only grew, and unable to retaliate against the police force, they were left to express their animosity only when encountering Uchiha children. Yet, such occurrences had become increasingly rare. "Oh dear, Itachi-kun. Up so early." A voice called from nearby. Turning, Itachi saw the jovial woman from the bun shop. The plump, cheerful woman stood beside a steaming steamer. And upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, she opened the lid to reveal plump, freshly made buns, beckoning to him with a smile. "Thank you, but I have already eaten at home." Uchiha Itachi replied politely, bowing slightly in gratitude before continuing on his way to school. This marked a change. The clan members felt the goodwill from the fourth Hokage and had tempered their actions, resulting in fewer recent confrontations between the police force and the villagers. The villagers, now relieved, began to extend their goodwill towards the children of the Uchiha clan, fostering a positive cycle. The primary reason for this change, of course, was the downfall of Shimura Danzo. Occasionally, as Uchiha Itachi passed by his father Uchiha Fugaku's study, he would overhear conversations among his father and clan members, frequently catching mention of the name Shimura Danzo. He was a villain who had targeted the Uchiha clan, a high-ranking official in Konoha, under Danzo's deliberate exclusion and oppression. The Uchiha had become akin to a bloodthirsty beast confined within a cage. Yet, the innate nature of the beast could not be extinguished. The more it was imprisoned, the more feral it became. One day, the beast would break free, unleashing its primal fury. With Danzo's demise, Minato Namikaze had liberated the bloodthirsty beast known as Uchiha, allowing it to roam the forest. Unshackled, the beast's bloodlust was tempered by a newfound instinct for survival, leading to a willingness to cooperate. Indeed, the fourth Hokage was a man of great wisdom. Itachi reflected on the entire transformation of the Uchiha clan, marveling at Minato's sagacity. The previous Hokage had only known how to suppress the Uchiha, while Minato understood that mere oppression would not suffice, opting instead for a more astute approach. What was he pondering? The prodigious talent of the Uchiha. Just as Itachi sank into contemplation, a familiar voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. "Nothing much, let us go." Itachi recognized it as the voice of Yecheng. Each day on their way to school, Yecheng would wait at this intersection for him, and the two would walk together. A routine to which Itachi had grown accustomed. "Were you thinking of your adorable younger brother?" Yecheng teased. "Huh, I never expected Itachi to be such a devoted brother." He was unfazed by Itachi's somewhat aloof demeanor, knowing this was simply part of his nature. Itachi's tenderness and affection were reserved for one person, his younger brother, Sasuke. "Boring. Let us hurry up," Itachi replied, unaffected by Yecheng's banter, striding toward the school. "Huh, don't be so cold. Do you remember the weighted training gear I asked you to make last time?" Yecheng hurried to catch up, inquiring further. This gear was something Yecheng had sought Itachi's assistance with, hoping to enlist the help of skilled craftsmen from the Uchiha clan to create it. Akin to the weights that Rock Lee wore. I'll have it ready for you in a week, Itachi assured him. That's great. Thank you, Itachi. Yecheng smiled with relief. The reason for specifically asking Itachi to find someone was twofold. First, he wanted to conserve his own funds, knowing that having Itachi approach a clan member would undoubtedly be more economical than if he were to seek custom work himself. Secondly, compared to the ordinary blacksmiths in the village, the blacksmiths from the Uchiha clan were undeniably more skilled. Itachi shook his head dismissively, casting a glance at Yecheng. A flicker of complexity crossing his features. This companion had transformed remarkably over the past 6 months, exhibiting rapid growth and strength as if he were an entirely different person. Once an ordinary individual who languished at the bottom of the class. A recent sparring session left him utterly astounded when he was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch from Yecheng, leaving him in shock for an entire day. Despite Uchiha Itachi's increased caution and utmost effort in subsequent training sessions, he repeatedly found himself bested by Yecheng. He could not fathom how this individual had suddenly grown so formidable. Before long, the two arrived at the ninja academy. The teaching at the academy was rigid and systematic. Ueno Nobu diligently lectured the students on the foundational knowledge required of a ninja day after day. Yecheng found himself fighting off drowsiness. It was not that Ueno Nobu's teaching was inadequate, but rather that Yecheng had already mastered these concepts long ago, and continuing to listen yielded him no further gains. Before acquiring the system, he had earnestly studied to strengthen himself, applying the fervor he had during the final 100 days of his previous life as college entrance examination to the study of ninja fundamentals and theories. As a result, he consistently ranked first in theoretical classes, surpassing the second place by over 50 points, who, incidentally, was Uchiha Itachi, having already completed his theoretical studies. Yecheng attended school primarily to avoid being seen as an outlier. Resting his head on the desk, he found himself lost in a myriad of thoughts. Ueno Nobu noticed Yecheng's distraction but chose to overlook it. Why? Because the only time he had called on Yecheng to answer a question, Yecheng had stumbled and relied on Itachi to provide the answer. After that incident, whenever Ueno Nobu called upon the absent-minded Yecheng, he was always prepared and could respond correctly with just a glance. Eventually, Ueno Nobu decided to let it be. I say, Itachi. Yecheng whispered urgently into Uchiha Itachi's ear, unable to contain himself any longer. Shall we step outside for some sparring? Yecheng was eager to avoid wasting time in school. Recalling that the original text mentioned Itachi often used shadow clones to attend school while his true self engaged in relentless training, he wished to emulate that approach. Are you suggesting shadow clones? At this point, Uchiha Itachi was still quite earnest. Although he had mastered the shadow clone technique, he had yet to utilize clones in place of himself for attending classes. However, since he was the one who invented the technique, he felt a spark of interest upon hearing Yecheng's proposal. Hell, let's go. Yecheng chuckled, rising to his feet and raising his hand to signal Ueno Nobu. Teacher, I need to use the restroom. Ueno Nobu furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing mischief from Yecheng. Yet, he could not deny a student the use of the restroom. So he reluctantly nodded in agreement. With excitement, Yecheng exited the classroom, followed quietly by Uchiha Itachi. Itachi followed him out without uttering a word, leaving Ueno Nobu in a state of confusion. Upon reaching a secluded corner, they utilized the shadow clone technique, allowing Itachi's real self to stealthily depart from the school while the clone returned to class. Konoha boasted numerous training grounds, freely accessible for villagers to practice and hone their ninjutsu skills. In a secluded training ground, devoid of onlookers, two individuals prepared to engage in combat. Are you ready, Itachi? I hope I don't knock you out with a single punch again, Yecheng remarked, recalling their first sparring session, during which Uchiha Itachi had been unexpectedly felled by his blow. Unfazed, Itachi retrieved his kunai and beckoned to Yecheng, then let the duel commence. With a swift dash, Yecheng lunged toward Itachi, deftly pulling a stack of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and flinging them with force. The sound of slicing air resonated as the shuriken formed a metal net, enveloping Itachi. This technique resembles the Uchiha's throwing style. Itachi, with keen insight, recognized that Yecheng had emulated his family's secret throwing technique, astonished that he had learned it merely by observing his practice. Clang, clang, clang. Though surprised, Itachi remained composed. skillfully using his kunai to deflect the incoming shuriken, sparks flying in the process. Water release, water surge wave. Seizing the moment, Yecheng formed a hand seal and unleashed a powerful torrent of water from his mouth, surging toward Itachi. Caught off guard, Itachi appeared momentarily stunned, as if the sudden wave had taken him by surprise. Could it be this simple? Yecheng pondered, refraining from pursuing the attack and instead remaining vigilant against a potential counterstrike from Itachi. As anticipated, a figure materialized behind him. Clang! Yecheng felt a presence at his back, a glint of cold steel as a kunai aimed for the back of his head. He hastily raised his own kunai to block. The figure was, of course, Itachi, while the one struck by the water wave had merely been a wooden substitute, a substitution technique. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, Itachi bent low, aiming to penetrate Yecheng's defenses with a sweeping kick from an unseen angle. Master Itachi, attack his center. Yet Yecheng was not so easily deceived. He raised his leg to intercept Itachi's kick, simultaneously countering Itachi's kunai with a deft rotation that pinned Itachi's hand down. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his shuriken toward Itachi's neck. Humph! Itachi emitted a cold grunt, drawing Yecheng's attention. However, as Yecheng lifted his hand, he noticed Itachi's serious expression, the Sharingan activated, two kama-like tomos swirling within. Crap! It's an illusion. Yecheng's heart raced, realizing Itachi was attempting to ensnare him in Genjutsu. He hurriedly channeled chakra to break the control, but it was too late. As Yecheng struggled to dispel the illusion, his movements slowed. Itachi silently celebrated his strategy's success, ducking beneath Yecheng's kunai and propelling himself into Yecheng's embrace. His earlier grunt had been a deliberate ploy to divert Yecheng's focus, feigning the use of Genjutsu when, in reality, he had no intention of casting it. He crafted this ruse to create an opening. Uchiha flowing sword blaze. With a reverse grip on his kunai, Itachi executed an upward strike. The kunai was engulfed in fierce flames, a testament to the unique swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan, infused with the destructive power of fire release. As the searing blaze approached Yecheng's chin, a look of anxiety spread across his face. Uchiha Itachi, believing victory was within his grasp, prepared to hold back, reasoning that this was merely a spar and not a true battle where he would strike Yecheng's face. Alas, how misguided he was. With a sudden burst, Yecheng transformed into smoke, and from behind Uchiha Itachi, the sound of Yecheng's triumphant laughter echoed. In an instant, a powerful kick struck Uchiha Itachi, sending him crashing to the ground once more. When did this happen? Uchiha Itachi lifted his head from the dust, confusion evident on his face. He had followed Yecheng closely, completely oblivious to the fact that Yecheng had utilized a shadow clone. Hee, this is my secret technique. If you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I shall teach you, Yecheng teased. In response to Yecheng's words, Uchiha Itachi, maintaining a stoic expression, rose from the ground, deliberately feigning ignorance. Time flew by swiftly. It had been over a month since Yecheng had triumphed over Uchiha Itachi in their previous spar. The aloof and slightly proud Uchiha Itachi outwardly appeared unaffected by that defeat, yet privately he trained with even greater fervor. During this period, Yecheng and Uchiha Itachi attended school daily using their clones, while their real selves would head to the training ground to hone their skills, both making rapid progress. However, their advancements differed. Yecheng's growth lay in experience. Once an ordinary underachiever, he suddenly acquired immense power through a system, yet he struggled to wield it with ease, needing to absorb and adapt gradually. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, exhibited rapid improvement in strength. In the original narrative, by this point, Uchiha Itachi had nearly graduated early, shattering the record for the youngest genin set by Kakashi Hitaki. Yet now, with Yecheng's companionship, Uchiha Itachi lacked the same urgency to advance. During their sparring sessions, Yecheng deliberately held back. With the might of shadow-level chakra, would release, and the 8 gates, Yecheng's prowess was already comparable to that of a Kage, while Uchiha Itachi barely reached the upper echelons of a Chunin, posing no real threat to Yecheng. On this particular day, after finishing a match, Uchiha Itachi sat on the ground, panting heavily as he replenished his water supply. Yecheng leaned against a tree, admiring the scenery. It was nearly time. Obito Uchiha should be arriving soon. Yecheng gazed at the Hokage tower towering in the heart of Konoha village, contemplating silently. The original narrative did not specify the exact date of the Nine-Tails incident, but Yecheng surmised it would happen soon, eagerly awaiting its arrival. It is worth noting that due to the first test, Minato, Namikaze, and others had been forewarned by Yecheng about Obito Uchiha's impending assault on Konoha. With Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the amplified Orochimaru, what waves could Obito truly hope to stir against such a formidable assembly? Not to mention the renowned reputation of Namikaze Minato, who could summon members of the Uchiha clan at any moment for assistance. How could Uchiha Obito, surrounded by a throng of crimson-eyed foes, possibly escape? Obito, this is your personal hell. The thought amused Yecheng greatly. He envisioned the moment when Obito first entered Konoha, immediately encircled by 5 formidable Kage-level warriors. His face a portrait of panic, and Yecheng felt an exhilarating thrill. Ultimately, Yecheng harbored a profound disdain for Obito. He was utterly devoid of humanity. Driven mad by the death of his unrequited love, he sought to obliterate the world. He directly caused the demise of his master and mistress, orchestrating schemes from the shadows that led to the downfall of his own Uchiha clan. Such a wretch, and yet he managed to redeem himself in the end. Truly absurd. In his previous life, while watching the anime, every time Yecheng beheld Obito's insufferable face, crying out, "Lin, I shall create a world with Lin," he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Did he not consider that, in his quest to create a world with Lin, she would never even glance his way? Those familiar with the original work knew that Noara Rin had affections for Hitaki Kakashi. How could he be so self-deluded in his unrequited love? No wonder he was so intent on initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi. It was merely a desire for self-hypnosis. It is evident that Obito was acutely aware of Rin's disinterest in him. Even if she were alive, she would never choose to be with him. Why else would he not use the reanimation jutsu to revive Rin? Even without that technique, there were alternative means of resurrection, yet he insisted on employing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito Uchiha had articulated the nature of the infinite Tsukuyomi quite clearly. It was merely a grand illusion. Its aim was to ensnare everyone in the shinobi world within their own dreams, thereby eradicating war and achieving everlasting peace. It was akin to being a brain in a vat. Even if Obito succeeded in realizing his Moon Eye plan, he would merely be sinking into the depths of his own delusions. Rin, despite her fate, would still be lost to him. How could his actions possibly benefit her? They could not. Thus, at its core, Obito sought only to hypnotize himself, much like the godlike powers of his awakened Sharingan, to create a world of his own, hiding away in self-deception. A being like Obito Uchiha deserved nothing less than death. He was utterly useless. Yecheng scoffed inwardly. Even if he were not directly killed, ensnaring him in an illusion, letting him perish within his own dream, would be the greatest act of mercy. Yecheng contemplated this. Ding. Detecting the host's thoughts. Issuing task. Let Uchiha Obito die in his own dream. Task success reward. 500,000 plot points. High-level prize pool lottery chances. 5. Damn. The system has revived? Yecheng was taken aback, sitting upright, inwardly questioning. Has the system completed its upgrade? Ding. Not yet. The system's core is currently undergoing an upgrade. This is merely a test program, the mechanical voice of the system explained. After this clarification, Yecheng grasped the situation. The core system was in a dormant state, upgrading itself, and prior to this enhancement, it had created a small program. This program autonomously accumulated Yecheng's storyline points while simultaneously testing the new task system that would emerge post-upgrade. At this moment, the system had detected Yecheng's thoughts and assigned him a task. Realizing this, Yecheng gazed at the rewards in the notification bar, his heart racing. Goodness. 500,000 storyline points. 5 high-tier lottery draws. I'm about to become wealthy overnight. After 3 rounds of quiz tests, Yecheng had only accumulated around 200,000 storyline points and 4 high-tier lottery draws. Yet now, a single task's reward surpassed the total of his quiz tests. This system upgrade was exceedingly enticing. However, I lack the knowledge of illusion techniques. How am I to proceed? Yecheng noted the task's requirement, to cause Uchiha Obito to perish within his dreams. It was evident that he was to ensnare Uchiha Obito in an illusion and then eliminate him, or perhaps employ a lethal illusion directly. Yet, Yecheng was only acquainted with the shadow walking technique. What should I do? Under Uchiha Itachi's perplexed gaze, Yecheng rose and began to slowly pace around the tree trunk he had been leaning against, circling it repeatedly. What are you doing? Uchiha Itachi finally inquired as Yecheng completed his 20th lap. I'm contemplating. You may continue your training. Yecheng waved dismissively at Uchiha Itachi. After a while, when Uchiha Itachi had practiced and sat down to rest again, Yecheng clenched his right fist and struck it into his left palm, an earnest expression crossing his face. All right, this shall be my course of action. In the dense forest outside Konoha village, atop the branch of a towering ancient tree stood a man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured by a swirling mask. He stood silently, his gaze seemingly piercing through the woods, resting upon the distant Konoha village. Beside him, emerging from the trunk of the ancient tree, was a creature resembling a carnivorous plant. It was as if it had sprouted from the pages of a book, half its body protruding while the other half remained lodged within the tree. These two were none other than Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu. Their purpose for arriving at the outskirts of Konoha village was to execute the Moon Eye plan and seize the Nine Tails. This plan had been meticulously devised by Uchiha Obito long ago. According to the intelligence possessed by Kurizetsu, the seal of the Jinchuriki is weakest during childbirth. It is during this opportune moment that Uchiha Obito could effortlessly unravel the seal and release the Nine Tails. Under normal circumstances, the seal on a Jinchuriki is considerably robust, particularly when it concerns the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, known for their sealing techniques, Uzumaki Kushina. Were it any other time, even if Uzumaki Kushina stood before Uchiha Obito, he would be unable to break the seal of the Nine Tails. Have you gathered the information? The cold voice of Uchiha Obito emerged from beneath his mask. Indeed, the defense forces of Konoha have been reduced, with a significant number of troops amassed near a certain residential area. That is likely where the Jinchuriki is to be delivered. Black Zetsu replied. It is worth mentioning that Black Zetsu possesses unparalleled reconnaissance abilities in the shinobi world, capable of traversing through land and trees with ease. He effortlessly bypassed Konoha's defenses and barriers, boldly infiltrating the village to gather intelligence. Just moments ago, he had made another trip to Konoha to ascertain the specific location of Uzumaki Kushina's delivery, facilitating Obito's impending assault. Ordinary ninjas pose no threat whatsoever. Obito scoffed in response. He remained unfazed by Black Zetsu's report regarding the concentration of defense forces surrounding the delivery site of Kushina. In fact, it was rather peculiar that such an esteemed Jinchuriki would not have adequate protection during childbirth. In the original narrative, it is unclear if it was due to arrogance. But Konoha seemingly relied solely on the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside his wife, for both the delivery and security, a rather absurd situation. However, for Obito, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, even a multitude of ordinary ninjas would not pose a significant threat. His Mangekyo technique, Kimyui, could negate all damage. And coupled with Black Zetsu's stealth capabilities, no amount of defensive forces could impede his progress. Where are Jiraiya and Tsunade? Obito recalled something and frowned, posing the question. They left Konoha last month and are likely wandering somewhere in the shinobi world, Black Zetsu responded. He had been monitoring the area around Konoha for some time. The last time Jiraiya and Tsunade returned to the village, he had expressed some concern, as they were not mere ordinary ninjas. Their strength was comparable to that of a Kage, capable of posing a genuine threat to Obito and obstructing his mission. Fortunately, Black Zetsu had witnessed their departure from Konoha and dispatched White Zetsu to follow them. To this day, one was peering into a women's bathhouse while the other was gambling, completely unconcerned with the delivery of the village's Jinchuriki. The arrogant Konoha shall ultimately pay a price, Obito remarked with a hint of scorn. Having originated from Konoha himself, he was acutely aware of the mindset of its people, proud, conceited, and convinced that no one in the shinobi world could rival them. They believed Konoha to be the safest place in the entire realm, impervious to any invasion, thanks to the multitude of strong protectors surrounding it. This encapsulated the prevailing sentiment among the citizens of Konoha. Reflecting on past conflicts, from the First to the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha consistently emerged victorious, often facing multiple adversaries simultaneously. Moreover, the village had never been invaded by enemies. Any who dared to challenge Konoha were repelled at the borders. This was the source of Konoha's citizens' pride. Regrettably, these achievements were forged during the zenith of Konoha's glory. The present Konoha is a mere shadow of its former self. The White Fang has withered, the legendary three have departed, and the backbone of the village has suffered casualties, both dead and wounded. It is no longer the Konoha it once was. Come, it is time for Konoha to awaken to its grim reality. We must acknowledge that the world we inhabit is akin to hell. Uchiha Obito's voice dripped with a bloodthirsty madness as he spoke. His right eye, visible through his mask, emanated a formidable gravitational pull that distorted the very fabric of space, drawing him into its depths. TCH, you little brat, you had better execute the plan flawlessly. After Obito's departure, Kagaya's Black Zetsu let out a derisive laugh before vanishing into the treetops. In a secluded chamber within Konoha during the night, Uzumaki Kushina was in the throes of labor, attended by her husband, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and several medical ninjas. Outside the door, Minato stood vigilantly, his attention unwavering. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged, a man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured by a yellow-brown whirlpool mask. This ominous figure coldly regarded Minato, revealing a single eye that bore the iconic three-tomo of the Sharingan. This man was none other than Uchiha Obito, lurking in the shadows, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding within the room. Obito's feelings toward Minato and Kushina were profoundly complex. He harbored resentment toward Minato, who had been absent during two critical junctures, leading to a cascade of tragic events in Obito's life. The first incident occurred during the Battle of Canopy Bridge, where Minato was engaged in another mission. Obito, along with Kakashi and Rin, found themselves trapped beneath a collapsing cave. The second instance transpired when Obito, having been resurrected, rushed to save Rin upon hearing of her peril, only to arrive and witness Kakashi's hand piercing her chest. Once again, Minato was nowhere to be found. Though Minato's absence was justified and widely accepted, Obito could not absolve him of blame. If only Minato had arrived earlier, could he not have saved both Obito and Rin? If Minato had been present, could such tragedies have been averted? Yet he was absent. Thus, Obito found himself buried beneath a mass of rocks. Thus, Rin perished at Kakashi's hand. Powerless to alter the harsh realities, Obito's fury fell upon Minato, whom he perceived as culpable, revealing the fragility and cowardice within his own heart. Today, let us settle this score, Minato-sensei. At last, Sarutobi Bawako cradled the newborn, a boy with golden hair and 6 whisker-like marks on his face, who let out a wail. Minato burst into the room, his face alight with joy as he exchanged a beaming glance with Kushina. A maternal radiance enveloped Kushina, her smile turning to tears of happiness. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past. As Sarutobi Bawako's smile froze upon witnessing the scene, she collapsed limply to the ground. The child she held was seized by Uchiha Obito, who had suddenly appeared. "Who are you? Release my child!" exclaimed Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki in astonishment. Uchiha Obito, cradling the infant in one arm, brandished a kunai threateningly at Minato, declaring, "Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, I shall swiftly eliminate this child." Minato shouted urgently. "Wait." Unbeknownst to Obito, a flicker of amusement glimmered in Minato's eyes as he uttered those words. Reacting instinctively to Minato's call, Obito tightened his grip on the child, bracing himself for an anticipated attack. It is worth noting that Minato, renowned as the fastest ninja in the shinobi world, could turn the tide in an instant if not careful. In a flash, Minato moved, but his actions took Obito completely by surprise. Instead of rushing forward to snatch the baby, he vanished in a brilliant golden light. Flying Thunder God technique? Where? Obito exclaimed, instantly alert and scanning his surroundings. To his shock, the infant in his arms suddenly detonated with a resounding explosion. Boom! The sound reverberated as hundreds of explosive tags erupted simultaneously, obliterating the room where Kushina had given birth, sending flames soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Minato, who had previously appeared anxious, stood outside the house, brandishing the sword of fire, fully prepared for any eventuality. Everything within the house had been a trap designed to lure Obito into a snare. Except for his true self, everyone else, including Kushina, Sarutobi Bawako, the assisting medical ninjas, and the infant Naruto, were mere shadow clones. Among them, the clone impersonating Naruto was adorned with countless explosive tags, intended as a long-awaited welcoming gift for Obito upon their reunion. Over a month prior, following the third round of the examination, Orochimaru returned to Konoha, wary of potential enemies that might emerge on the night of Kushina's delivery. Those involved in this ambush convened a small meeting, which included the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Mitokaze, and Uchiha Kakashi. Among them, only Minato and the legendary three were the direct executors of the plan. as these four represented Konoha's few remaining elite shinobi still in their prime. Hiruzen, being aged and frail, opted to remain at the rear. The others were merely present to signify their support and to inform them of the significant event about to unfold, urging their cooperation with the village's endeavors. Notably, Nara Shikaku held a unique position as the chief strategist for this operation. Recognizing that Obito's aim was to attack the Jinchuriki during childbirth and unleash the Nine Tails. The plan was to exploit this point and set a trap for him. Nara Shikaku calmly stated as he stood before a vast whiteboard, wielding a black pen to inscribe his thoughts. With Uchiha Obito's intentions now evident, there was no alternative course of action. Thus, our initial step must be to inform Uchiha Obito of the location where the Hokage's wife will give birth. Shikaku inscribed Nine Tails on the board, encircled it, and then wrote Uchiha Obito's name, linking the two with a solid black line. Wait, how can we voluntarily disclose information to Uchiha Obito? Jiraiya interjected, clearly dissatisfied. Before he could finish, Tsunade struck him on the head with a heavy fist, admonishing, "Be quiet and listen to him." Unfazed, Nara Shikaku smiled and clarified, "Lord Jiraiya, that is not my intention. When I speak of informing Uchiha Obito, I mean to convey him misinformation. The true location of the Hokage's wife's delivery cannot be revealed." Rubbing the swelling on his head, Jiraiya winced but stubbornly pressed on. "Then how do we inform him? Should we post a notice that the Hokage's wife will give birth here?" Lord Jiraiya, if you were to guard the Hokage's wife during her delivery, what would your first course of action be? Shikaku retorted. "Naturally, I would fortify the area, establishing multiple layers of defense," Jiraiya instinctively responded, only to realize mid-sentence the implication of Shikaku's words. "You mean to say, we should concentrate a substantial force at that false location to lure Uchiha Obito into a trap?" Shikaku nodded in satisfaction, relieved that Jiraiya grasped his intent. "Therefore, we must create a facade, convincing Uchiha Obito that the Hokage's wife will deliver there, compelling him to reveal himself." He then turned back to the whiteboard, writing down 3 names, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. The whereabouts of the 3 legendary shinobi had not been concealed, except for the fact that Orochimaru had not yet returned to the village. Since Uchiha Obito dared to target Konoha, he would undoubtedly conduct reconnaissance beforehand. Once he learned that Jiraiya and Tsunade remained in the village, he would surely exercise greater caution, altering his strategy accordingly. Our foremost advantage lies in our prior knowledge of Uchiha Obito's operational plans. We must not relinquish this edge easily. Thus, I request both of you to remain hidden for the time being, while I arrange for Umbu ninjas to disguise themselves as you and leave the village, creating a diversion. Shikaku's explanation was straightforward, and Jiraiya quickly comprehended, nodding seriously in agreement. Tsunade, equally concerned about the village's affairs, also consented. "Then, when would be the most opportune moment for us to reveal ourselves?" Orochimaru inquired, intrigued by Shikaku's strategy, appreciating his high intellect. The more unexpected the location, the better." A cunning smile flickered in Nara Shikaku's eyes as he resumed writing on the whiteboard. In the Hidden Leaf Village, a violent explosion erupted, sending a cloud of dust and debris spiraling into the air. Namikaze Minato shielded his eyes with one hand, intently observing the wooden house that had been transformed into a blazing pyre. The explosion undoubtedly caught the attention of the surrounding leaf ninjas. Several uninformed ninjas, not summoned for the guarding duty, rushed over, only to be intercepted and driven away by the lurking Umbu operatives. This area was effectively encircled by the defensive forces of Konoha, perched atop a tree 100 meters away from the site of the explosion. An Umbu member lay concealed in the shadows, as still as a corpse. His stealth techniques were remarkably refined, rendering him undetectable to those lacking keen perception. Alas, fate was unkind. A sharp kunai sliced through the air, swiftly piercing the throat of the hidden Umbu. The Umbu's eyes widened in shock, but he uttered no sound before succumbing to death. It was only then that the assailant revealed himself. A swirling vortex materialized, and from its depths emerged Uchiha Obito, his face smeared with dirt and grime. Damn it, how could Konoha be so vigilant? He seethed, his expression twisted with malice, akin to a beast poised to strike. Just moments ago, he had believed he would swiftly capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What he did not anticipate was that the birthing room of the Jinchuriki was, in fact, a trap. Save for Namikaze Minato, all others were mere shadow clones. The vortex of Kushina, the birthing assistance of Sarutobi Buwako, the presence of Uzumaki Naruto, and several assisting medical ninjas from Konoha, all were illusions. Having just grasped Uzumaki Naruto, Obito had no time to negotiate terms with Minato. The infant transformed into a human bomb. Is this some kind of joke? How can one play such tricks? He thought, incredulous. Moreover, the shadow clone masquerading as Uzumaki Naruto nearly affixed the Flying Thunder God technique seal upon him. As Minato's disciple, he was well aware of the implications of that technique. Once marked, the seal was nearly impossible to erase, subjecting him to the perpetual threat of Minato's sudden assaults. Imagine, no matter where he might be. As long as Minato lived, the possibility of a lethal strike lingered at any moment. He let his guard down. Fortunately, Obito had used Kimui to retreat into another dimension just in time. However, the hasty explosion of the shadow clone laden with explosive tags detonated mere inches away, its shockwave leaving him disheveled and covered in grime. Most critically, the situation appeared to be spiraling into peril. What had gone awry? How could Konoha have foreseen his plans? Uchiha Obito found himself unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. He consumed the fallen members of Konoha's Umbu with his formidable might and transformed himself into their likeness. Adopting the demeanor of the Umbu, he lay in wait, quietly concealed. You appear rather disheveled. Obito, a black carnivorous plant, emerged from a nearby tree, its gaze unsettlingly fixed on Uchiha Obito. Zetsu, how dare you speak? Is this how you gather intelligence? Obito glared at Black Zetsu, his irritation palpable. Oh, what do you mean? Black Zetsu had not accompanied Obito to attack the Jinchuriki. Instead, he was monitoring the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ready to alert Obito should Hiruzen attempt to intervene. In their eyes, the true threats in Konoha were these two Hokages. Thus, he was unaware of the trap laid by Minato Namikaze that had ensnared Obito. The fourth Hokage anticipated our arrival and set a trap. That Jinchuriki was disguised with a shadow clone, and so was the child. That cursed one was covered in explosive tags, nearly killing me. As he recounted this, Obito's eyes blazed with anger, tinged with a hint of fear. Black Zetsu, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, paused before inquiring. What do you intend to do next? Retreat? His question bore an undertone of testing. As one whose ultimate goal was to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu was indifferent to Obito's fate. However, for the plan to succeed, someone must execute it. Obito's demise here would not align with his expectations. It's not that simple. Zetsu, go and scout the true location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's childbirth. I must attempt once more. Obito was reluctant to concede defeat so easily. The childbirth of the Nine-Tails and the loosening of the seal presented a rare opportunity. Failing to seize this chance would render future endeavors exceedingly difficult. After all, who knows if Minato intends to have another child? The Jinchuriki in her normal state, especially Uzumaki Kushina, a master of sealing techniques, would be nearly impossible for Obito to breach. Understood, Black Zetsu nodded, refraining from further comment as he vanished into the trees. Once Black Zetsu departed, Obito turned his gaze towards the distant flames, his expression twisted with rage. You won't bask in your triumph for long, Minato. The scene shifts back to the operational room of the Hokage's building. What if the trap fails to eliminate Obito? Jiraiya raised his hand to inquire. I've heard he possesses a mysterious space-time ninjutsu, making it unlikely for him to be easily dispatched. Moreover, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is quite difficult to hit. He added, expressing concern regarding Nara Shikaku's ambush strategy. You need not worry about that, Lord Jiraiya, Shikaku explained. The initial trap was largely designed to lower Uchiha Obito's guard. Given that he dares to assault Konoha, he must be exceedingly cautious. Therefore, during the first ambush, I did not intend to eliminate him outright. The crux lies in the subsequent arrangements. Nara Shikaku pointed to the diagram on the whiteboard and analyzed. Uchiha Obito has meticulously orchestrated his attack for so long that he would not retreat after a single failure. Upon discovering that the heavily guarded birthing location is a ruse, a trap, he will inevitably begin searching for the true location, aiming to capture the Jinchuriki. Once he locates the actual site, his vigilance will naturally wane, and that will present our genuine opportunity. Shikaku's words elicited nods of agreement from the assembly. Indeed, if the first location was a deception, then the second must surely be genuine. So, who shall we dispatch to safeguard Kushina's true birthing site? Tsunade inquired, surveying those present. Since I, Minato, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have all been assigned tasks, the only remaining individual capable of protecting Kushina is the old man Sarutobi. But at his advanced age, is he still up to the task? As soon as Tsunade's words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a stern expression, interjected, "Tsunade, are you questioning my abilities? Though I am indeed older, I remain spirited and my strength has not diminished in the slightest. If you doubt my prowess, I can demonstrate the power of my iron fist to show whether it retains the might of my youth." Jiraiya, chuckling, interrupted playfully, "Don't overexert yourself, old man. It has been years since you last fought. I dare say you might struggle against even Kakashi now. It would be wiser to remain stationed at the rear." Hiruzen, incensed by Jiraiya's jest, slammed his hand on the table and barked, "Nonsense. Come, let us head to the training ground. I shall turn you into a pig's head." Seeing Hiruzen genuinely enraged, Minato and the others hurried to intervene, managing to calm him after a prolonged effort. "Esteemed colleagues, there is no need for concern. While the Jinchuriki in labor certainly requires protection, does a Jinchuriki in a normal state truly need guardians?" Nara Shikaku awaited the room to quiet before speaking with a light chuckle. His words plunged everyone into confusion. "Shikaku, what do you mean by that? Are there other Jinchuriki in the village?" Minato queried, perplexed. "No, what I mean is, the precise timing of the Jinchuriki's labor is not something we can dictate." Shikaku gently tapped the whiteboard, sketching a small house labeled with Uzumaki Kushina's name, encircled by the words guarding forces. The timing of childbirth is inherently unpredictable. Uchiha Obito can only ascertain the day of the Jinchuriki's delivery through the village's defensive movements and the fourth Hokage's whereabouts. Had we not foreseen Uchiha Obito's assault, we would naturally have mobilized our defenses on the day of the delivery to protect the Jinchuriki. Thus, this will serve as our second trap. Outside the explosive hut, Minato Namikaze awaited the arrival of Obito Uchiha, fully aware that such an explosion was unlikely to directly claim his life. With that peculiar spatial ability, Obito had most likely evaded capture, all the while scouting for the true location of the Jinchuriki's childbirth. Yet, on the surface, he feigned ignorance, calling out, "Kakashi." In response, Kakashi Hitaki, donning his cat mask and clad in ANBU attire, materialized before Minato. "Disperse and search diligently. We must apprehend the enemy," commanded Minato. "Understood," Kakashi replied respectfully, then led the concealed ANBU operatives to fan out in search of the foe. Meanwhile, Minato, uncertain if Obito was watching from the shadows, discreetly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from sight. 100 meters away, Obito, disguised as a deceased ANBU member, pretended to search alongside the others, growing increasingly anxious as he awaited news from Black Zetsu. The ANBU possessed unique tactical commands and signals. Should they come up empty, an internal investigation would ensue. At that point, Obito's disguise would inevitably falter, revealing his true identity. He could only hope that Black Zetsu would soon pinpoint the correct location. On the other side of the village, within an ordinary residential dwelling, the lights shone brightly. Kushina Uzumaki lay on the bed, her voice strained with anguish. Sweat glistening on her face and body, her trembling brow betraying her suffering. Sarutobi Bawako and several female medical ninjas busily assisted her in childbirth. Outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, awaited with rapt attention, worry etched across his aged features. It seemed this was indeed the true location of the childbirth. The third Hokage stood at the door, hearing the unmistakable sounds of the Jinchuriki within. Indeed, he was correct. From the shadows of the underbrush, a head resembling a pitcher plant emerged, stealthily observing the small hut. This was Black Zetsu, who had just scoured most of Konoha and finally located the site. He needed to inform Obito without delay. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that within the hut, there existed a partition. Kushina Uzumaki, heavily pregnant, leaned against the headboard, expressing her impatience. "Bawako, how much longer must I endure? Hearing my own cries is quite unsettling." The true Kushina Uzumaki was in fact here, while the one outside, emitting cries of pain, was merely a shadow clone. This was fortuitous, as it served as a preparatory rehearsal for the sensations of childbirth. Beside her, Bawako smiled kindly. "Ah, who would have thought that Obito was such a person?" Kushina had only recently been informed of the details surrounding the impending attack. Due to her pregnancy, Minato Namikaze feared that revealing certain matters would cause her emotional turmoil, thus he chose to keep her in the dark. However, Secrecy had become untenable, and the plan required Kushina Uzumaki's cooperation, compelling him to disclose the truth. The revelation left Kushina in a state of shock for an entire day. I once regarded him as a commendable individual, though his temperament was somewhat reckless and impulsive, giving the impression of being an unfit ninja. I discovered, through our interactions, an unexpectedly gentle side to him. The memory of the ever-smiling Obito Uchiha surfaced, leaving her bewildered. How could this transformation occur? How could Obito, once a dear friend, now seek to attack the Hidden Leaf village with the intent of capturing her and unleashing the nine tails sealed within her? People inevitably change. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed softly. Reflecting on Danzo, I could never have anticipated his descent into villainy. Hiruzen had witnessed firsthand Danzo's capture and subsequent demise. Yet, as Kushina opened her mouth to speak, words eluded her. She gently caressed her burgeoning belly, lamenting, "I hope my child can grow up joyfully and become a remarkable person." The villainous Obito Uchiha finally received word from Black Zetsu. Accompanied by Black Zetsu, Obito arrived at the doorstep of Kushina's humble abode. Indeed, this was the true location. Observing Hiruzen's presence at the entrance, a sinister smile crept across Obito's face. "Make your move, Obito," urged Black Zetsu. After the recent explosion, Minato had vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito surmised that he had joined the search party for him and that reinforcements could arrive at any moment. "I understand. Keep watch for me. If Minato shows up, do your utmost to hinder him," Obito commanded before vanishing in a flash. Outside the cabin, Hiruzen suddenly exclaimed, "Who goes there?" With a cold snort, Obito evaded Hiruzen's attack and surged into the cabin. "Kushina, I have finally found you." As he beheld the perspiring and astonished Kushina lying on the bed, a complex emotion flickered in Obito's gaze, quickly overshadowed by elation. "Come with me." Extending his hand, he seized Kushina by the neck and activated the Sharingan in his right eye. The atmosphere rippled as a vortex of energy manifested before Kushina, a formidable force violently tugging at her, threatening to draw her into another realm. "Who are you? Let her go?" Hiruzen shouted furiously, grasping the scissors in his hand. Poised to charge. "Hiruzen, step aside, allow me." Hiruzen Sarutobi moved with surprising agility, defying his age, as he swiftly pursued Obito, gathering his strength to confront him. "Too slow. Too slow," Obito taunted. Uchiha Obito's face broke into a maniacal grin, reveling in the triumph of his accomplishment. A sharp clap echoed as he tightened his grip around Uzumaki Kushina's neck, who struggled fiercely against his hold. With a swift motion, she managed to strike his arm. However, Uchiha Obito remained unfazed. Such a feeble assault posed no threat to him. Unbeknownst to him, a complex pattern was quietly forming on his arm. Konohagakure boasted a uniquely efficient wartime command system, derived from the secret ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan, one of the Inoshikacho trio. The brilliant Nara Shikaku, renowned for his strategic acumen, assumed command. The system operated seamlessly, akin to the precision of modern warfare command structures. This particular operation also employed this system. Shikaku held fort in the Hokage building, while Yamanaka Shinichi relayed messages through his secret techniques. Shikaku, Uchiha Obito has appeared in the house guarded by the previous Hokage. The moment Obito breached the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently informed Yamanaka Shinichi. As anticipated, he would not relent easily. A confident expression graced Shikaku's face as he promptly commanded, "Shinichi, contact the Hokage and the 3 Sannin. We can prepare to activate the barrier now. This time, we must ensure he is completely ensnared." 2 months prior, in the operations room of the Hokage building, Shikaku meticulously elaborated on every detail of the battle plan, ensuring that all understood it thoroughly, except for Jiraiya. Shikaku's strategy hinged on exploiting the information gap, taking advantage of Obito's ignorance regarding Konohagakure's complete awareness of his plans and their preparedness. The first trap involved a decoy location for the Jinchuriki's childbirth, heavily fortified and guarded by the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, to create the illusion that this was where Uzumaki Kushina would give birth, luring Obito into an attack. The plan entailed using shadow clones adorned with explosive tags as human bombs and attempting to imprint the Flying Thunder God technique on him. Although this initial trap failed, it was of little consequence. The second trap was set at the genuine location of the Jinchuriki's childbirth. Upon witnessing the formidable defenses of Konohagakure, Obito would be led to believe even more fervently that Kushina would give birth that very night. a moment when the seal on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be most vulnerable. After plotting for so long, Obito could not afford to relent easily. Thus, the second trap was laid, using shadow clones as bait, with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, himself safeguarding it. Once Obito discovered the second trap, his desperation to seize the Jinchuriki would only intensify. Hesitation would spell defeat, while decisiveness could lead to victory. The moment he broke into the small room and captured Uzumaki Kushina, his guard would lower, presenting the perfect opportunity. Through Kushina's shadow clone, the pre-prepared seal would be inscribed upon Obito. Thus, Minato Namikaze could effortlessly transport Obito Uchiha into the prepared barrier. While the plan seemed sound, Jiraiya appeared somewhat perplexed. Why not simply have us ambush him around the second house? Once Obito shows himself, we could immediately activate the barrier to ensnare him. Wouldn't that be ideal? Jiraiya questioned. The chakra fluctuations from the three esteemed individuals are so formidable that Obito would sense them the moment he approaches, easily discerning the trap, Nara Shikaku elucidated. Moreover, Obito possesses an impressive reconnaissance ability, capable of detecting the movements of Konoha's defensive forces, which makes him a formidable adversary. Should he discover the positions of the three esteemed individuals, the second trap would be rendered ineffective. Tsunade, nearby, indignantly chimed in. Are you an idiot? Obito is an Uchiha. Are you unaware of the powerful perceptive capabilities of the Sharingan? With our vast chakra reserves, he would sense our presence the moment he draws near. What is the point of laying an ambush? The Uchiha Sharingan, while not as expansive in its field of vision as the Byakugan, is by no means inferior in terms of reconnaissance and perception. Oh, I didn't think of that, Jiraiya chuckled sheepishly. Huh, Jiraiya, your intellect is lacking. This was common knowledge, Tsunade retorted, rolling her eyes. Let us not blame him. Some things are simply beyond one's control. Orochimaru, seated across from Jiraiya, quipped with a sly smile. Hey, who are you calling an idiot, Orochimaru? Do you want to fight? Jiraiya exclaimed, rising in indignation and pointing an accusatory finger at Orochimaru. Curiously, since the return of the new Orochimaru, Jiraiya's demeanor had become increasingly youthful, as they engaged in daily banter reminiscent of their student days. Shikaku, please continue. After imprinting the Flying Thunder God, what should be our next course of action? Minato, as a disciple, refrained from addressing his teacher in front of so many others and instead directed his inquiry to Nara Shikaku. Based on the intelligence we possess, Obito Uchiha wields an enigmatic space-time ninjutsu, likely stemming from the unique ocular abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan. This technique allows him to phase through attacks, revealing his true form only when he chooses to engage. Furthermore, it appears he can utilize this space-time ninjutsu to shift his position. Shikaku wrote several keywords on the whiteboard, encircling them all within a large ring. In terms of direct combat capabilities, Obito would not stand a chance against the Hokage. In previous assessments, the Hokage, unaware of Obito's abilities, had easily defeated him. Now that we are aware of his strengths and weaknesses, our focus should not be on defeating him, but rather on preventing his escape. Shikaku scanned the room before fixing his gaze on the legendary Sannin. This task must be undertaken by the three Sannin. Obito, meanwhile, reveled in his triumph, having finally captured the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The immediate priority was to transfer Uzumaki Kushina into the Kamui space, while he himself sought refuge in a secure location, intending first to release the Nine-Tails. The gravitational pull of Kamui intensified, rendering Uzumaki Kushina's struggles increasingly futile. As the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to charge forward with his kunai, Uchiha Obito resolved to endure a blow, determined to draw Uzumaki Kushina inside. Release her, Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, thrusting his kunai towards Obito's chest, only for the latter to deflect it with his arm, the weapon embedding itself into his flesh. With a resounding thud, Obito, willing to take the hit, grasped Uzumaki Kushina, who suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke, dissipating into the air, leaving Obito bewildered. It was a shadow clone. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and a man with golden hair materialized behind Obito, one hand gripping him and the other seizing Sarutobi Hiruzen. In an instant, they vanished once more. The moment Minato Namikaze emerged, Obito sensed impending doom. Damn it, another trap. Within a brief span, he had fallen into two meticulously devised snares, leaving him with no words of protest. He realized he had been marked by the Flying Thunder God technique from Kushina's shadow clone. and Minato's sudden appearance heralded a looming crisis. Run. Without a hint of hesitation, Obito's mind was consumed by the singular thought of escape. Or rather, it was a strategic withdrawal. Unlike Obito's Kamui, the instantaneous movement of the flying thunder god left him momentarily disoriented. Kamui, striving to maintain his clarity. Obito aimed to activate Kamui the moment he landed. However, his movements could not outpace the leaf shinobi who had long since laid in wait for Crimson Rays formation. Minato, along with Obito and Sarutobi Hiruzen, instantaneously relocated to a predetermined location. Aside from Minato, the other four swiftly occupied their respective positions and collectively proclaimed the name of the technique. The Four Crimson Rays formation is known as the most formidable barrier ninjutsu within the leaf. It made its debut during the Fourth Great Ninja War, executed by the reanimated past Hokages, and when combined with the techniques of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, it was capable of momentarily restraining the Ten Tails. One can only imagine the sheer potency of this barrier ninjutsu. However, such power inevitably comes at a cost. The minimum requirement for executing the Four Crimson Rays formation is that four ninja possessing chakra at the level of a Kage must collaborate. The black rods used by Obito do not count, as he has transcended that realm. This barrier was something the Leaf Village could never have summoned before. Yet now, with the return of Jiraiya and Tsunade, alongside a reformed Orochimaru, the Leaf could finally resurrect this long-dormant barrier technique. Damn it, it's the Four Crimson Rays formation. Obito's heart raced at the sound of their voices. He had seen this technique in the scrolls left behind by Madara Uchiha and understood its formidable might all too well. For blazing crimson barriers ascended, obscuring the sky and ensnaring both Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato, imparting upon Obito a harrowing realization that escape was beyond his reach. He lacked the strength to breach the formidable barrier of the Four Crimson Sun formation. Furthermore, the unique sealing effects of the barrier rendered his Kamui ineffective against its walls. It appeared that his only recourse was to fight desperately. A growing agitation gripped Obito's heart, as the immense threat posed by the Leaf Village instilled in him a long-forgotten sense of powerlessness. Despite the smooth progression of his plans over the years, and the imminent reunion with Rin, why was he being thwarted? Why must he be stopped? Underneath the swirling mask, Obito's visage contorted into a fearsome grimace, his features twisted, and his exposed eye gleamed with unabashed ferocity and murderous intent. He pivoted, fixing an intense glare upon the nearby Namikaze Minato, his muscles quivering slightly, as if on the verge of unleashing a ferocious onslaught. It had been a long time, hasn't it, Obito? Minato's gaze was laden with complexity as he regarded Obito, his heart a maelstrom of emotions. What? Obito gasped in disbelief, his eyes betraying his incredulity. When had he been exposed? How did Minato discern his true identity? Humph. What are you babbling about, you little brat, fourth Hokage? In our first encounter, you may call me Uchiha Madara. Obito struggled to suppress his astonishment, feigning an aura of enigma, his voice low and resonant. After masquerading as Madara for so long, he had garnered some skill, at least in tone and demeanor. He bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Shura of the ninja world. Unless one possessed a profound understanding of Madara Uchiha, few could see through his facade. Enough pretense. Obito, I know it's you. Minato clenched his fists, his tone serious and resolute. I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender immediately, and I may spare your life. To speak candidly, Minato was unwilling to confront his former disciple in battle. Even in the original timeline, this pupil had brazenly attacked the very village he vowed to protect with his life. In the moment of his wife's labor, he had unleashed the Nine Tails sealed within her, leading to her tragic demise. Yet, as long as the events had not transpired, there remained a chance for redemption. Otherwise, what purpose would foresight serve? Over there, although Obito was unaware of how Minato had uncovered his identity, with Minato now firmly asserting it, he chose to abandon his charade. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Obito erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Grasping his swirling mask, he yanked it off with fervor, unveiling a visage that was both grotesque and repulsive. One half of his face retained a semblance of normalcy, while the other, ravaged by a boulder-esque crushing force, remained grotesquely marred, despite being saved. It was a visage that could only be restored through surgery. Spare my life. Your tone remains as arrogant and conceited as ever, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Obito wore a manic smile, the corners of his mouth stretching high. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes as he questioned, "Do you truly believe you can effortlessly defeat me? Or do you still see me as that Leaf Village genin, one you can easily manipulate? How disappointing. I had thought that after becoming Hokage, your insufferable personality might have softened a bit. Yet, I find you have only grown more haughty." Obito's words left Minato momentarily speechless. He could hardly fathom that his former disciple now viewed him in such a light. Pressing his lips together, Minato suddenly felt a reluctance to speak. Upon first encountering Obito, he had harbored intentions of saving his former student. However, witnessing the latter's deranged demeanor, he understood the truth. This individual had transformed entirely into someone unrecognizable. The boy he once knew had perished at the Canopy Bridge, leaving behind only a frenzied specter that occupied Obito's body. "Hey, Minato, stop wasting time and eliminate him," Jiraiya urged from the side, maintaining the four red suns formation, his heart ablaze with anger at Obito's words. "Let him depart to the Pure Land for a proper atonement. Someone like him has no reason to dwell among the living." Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed in agreement. "I understand," Minato replied with a slight nod. Drawing forth the crimson long sword from its sheath on his back, the legendary Kusanagi. "If that is the case, allow me, as your teacher, to escort you on your final journey, Obito. May your soul find peace in the Pure Land." Minato Namikaze stands as one of the most intricately woven characters in the original Naruto narrative. He is a born ninja, reaping countless lives on the battlefield like a grim reaper. Yet, he embodies the warmth of a gentle sun, radiating his unique light and warmth towards friends and family. He is also a passionate soul, unwilling to witness his wife's solitary demise, willing to sacrifice his own life to fulfill her wishes. Minato possesses a cold, icy demeanor alongside a fervent, fiery spirit. His character bears a striking resemblance to Tanjiro Kamado, the protagonist of the acclaimed anime Demon Slayer. He can empathize entirely with the demons, shedding tears for their tragic fates, while also wielding his sword without hesitation to end their miserable existence. Ultimately, he can offer sincere prayers for demons who have devoured countless lives, wishing them enlightenment. What is this called? It is the embodiment of a deity with a heart of compassion, yet a hand stained with blood. This tone resonates deeply. Within the four red suns formation, Minato, resolute in his determination, cast aside all futile emotions and entered a state of battle. Here he comes. Upon witnessing the shift in Minato's aura, Obito's heart tightened. In an instant, he felt disoriented, as if Minato had vanished before his eyes. Reappearing in his line of sight was the radiant blade of the fire god, its sharpness glimmering like a celestial strike. That beam of scorching sword energy, as if cleaved from the heavens, instantaneously filled his entire vision. Divine might. Uchiha Obito swiftly entered a state of intangibility, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Failing to land his blow, he promptly retreated. Upon witnessing Uchiha Obito dodge the deadly attack, Minato Namikaze displayed no surprise. Instead, he immediately employed the body flicker technique to widen the distance between them. "Futile. Before my eyes, all your techniques are rendered futile." Uchiha Obito, having narrowly escaped death, felt his heart racing, yet this did not hinder his bravado. Such is the power of the Uchiha. This, too, is a form of psychological warfare, a secret technique passed down within the Uchiha clan. In the original narrative, every Uchiha that makes an appearance almost invariably utters the phrase, "before my eyes." Uchiha Obito was no exception. He aimed to cultivate an aura of enigma around his Sharingan, intending to mislead Minato's judgment and seize the advantage. If Minato were unaware of his true capabilities, he might very well be deceived. Alas, Minato had consulted strategies online. Now fully engaged in battle, Minato Namikaze had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Uchiha Obito. He retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Uchiha Obito. These shuriken, crafted by Minato himself, bore the unique mark of his flying thunder god technique. Whoosh! 3 shuriken shot forth in a triangular formation towards Uchiha Obito. Attempting this trick again? I have witnessed it far too many times to be fooled. Uchiha Obito immediately utilized the body flicker technique to evade the area enveloped by the shuriken's trajectory. He was acutely aware that Minato could instantaneously close the distance to his adversary using the shuriken marked with the flying thunder god seal. Thus he opted to flee rather than defend. Simultaneously, he recognized that he too bore a flying thunder god mark on his arm, allowing Minato to appear unexpectedly beside him at any moment. Would release Hell's Frenzy. Uchiha Obito accurately predicted Minato's imminent teleportation beside him and clapped his hands together. Boom. The ground before him shattered, erupting with towering, thorn-laden trees that spiraled upward, enveloping all surrounding directions of his body. Indeed, Uchiha Obito's prediction proved correct. Minato's earlier shuriken were merely a diversion, while the true threat lay in the flying thunder god mark imprinted upon him. Minato teleported behind Uchiha Obito, and with a fierce swing of the fire god's sword, a dazzling blaze erupted. However, the thorny trees emerged with such swiftness that Uchiha Obito seized the initiative. Before the sword's brilliance could strike him, it was thwarted by the thorny trees. Though the trees appeared fragile, they possessed extraordinary resilience, rendering even the sharpness of the fire god sword incapable of severing them. The blade became ensnared within the heart of the massive wood, and Minato exerted force to withdraw the fire god's sword, but to no avail. An opportunity. Uchiha Obito, witnessing this, was filled with elation and reached for Minato's heart. With a furrowed brow, Minato Namikaze relinquished the sword of fire, gathering a dazzling blue sphere of chakra in his palm, and aimed it at Obito Uchiha's head. This was a gambit to exchange injury for life. While Obito's target was Minato's heart, Minato's aim was Obito's head, allowing his attack to precede Obito's. Indeed, he remains unaware of my true capabilities. Obito felt a surge of unexpected delight, his confidence bolstered. Just as Minato's Rasengan was about to connect with Obito's head, Obito activated his intangibility, causing the Rasengan to pass through him as though it struck nothingness. At that moment, Obito's hand was mere inches from Minato's heart. Be careful, Minato. Jiraiya, having not witnessed the initial test of answers, could not restrain himself from shouting a warning, despite having heard Naruto recount Minato's triumph over Obito. I have won. Obito, upon hearing Jiraiya's exclamation, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, believing victory was assured. Yet, in the next instant, he observed a triumphant expression on Minato's face. In a flash, Minato utilized the flying thunder god technique, teleporting above Obito's form, leaving Obito's grasp empty. With a burst of energy, Minato unleashed a massive Rasengan, striking Obito's back with tremendous force. The ground fractured as Obito was forcefully driven into it. But this was not the end. Minato swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, 8 trigram seal. His palm struck Obito's back, and the black trigrams suddenly manifested, covering Obito's entire back. This was a secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, recorded in the sealing scrolls after reaching Konohagakure. The seal's power was to restrict chakra. Damn it! Obito, distinguished by his lineage and infused with Hashirama's cells, possessed a vitality akin to that of the Senju clan. Even after receiving a direct hit from the Rasengan, he suffered no particularly grave injuries. At the moment of impact with the ground, Obito sought to use Kamui to retreat into the Kamui dimension. However, Minato preempted him, sealing his chakra instead. You have lost. Obito. It was deep in the night, and the lights of Konohagakure flickered dimly. The starry sky illuminated the earth, with the crescent moon hanging gracefully above. I have failed. The moment the 8 trigram seal was imprinted upon him, Obito understood. He had failed not only this ambush on Konohagakure, but also the entirety of the Moon's Eye plan. Most painfully, he realized that his most cherished desire, to remain with Rin forever, was now beyond reach. Rin, I am sorry. I may not be able to fulfill our promise. Obito collapsed helplessly to the ground, gazing wistfully at the star-studded sky, murmuring about a promise that had never existed. Although it was merely an unrequited sentiment from Uchiha Obito, deep within his heart, he indeed regarded it as a promise made with Rin no era. Obito, as your former teacher, I can offer you one final opportunity, spoke Minato Namikaze, standing before the despondent disciple with a complex expression. Reveal all the information you possess. I can take the liberty of stripping away your chakra, allowing you to live as an ordinary person in Konoha. At present, while Uchiha Obito exhibited dangerous intentions towards Konoha, he had yet to inflict any damage before being subdued by Minato. Thus, in this circumstance, Minato was still willing to extend a chance to Obito, provided he divulged everything regarding the Eye of the Moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito turned his head in a daze to face Minato, then erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! It seems I have encountered the most ludicrous spectacle in this world. He couldn't help but clutch his forehead with one hand while pointing at Minato with the other, laughing until he gasped for breath. Hypocrisy. Sanctimoniousness. It sickens me. Minato. What use is your feigned benevolence? What purpose does sparing my life serve? My hatred for you will only deepen. I yearn to obliterate this hypocritical Konoha. Uchiha Obito shouted vehemently, tears streaming down his cheeks as he continued. It is you. It is you who caused Rin's demise. With her death, this world has lost all value. I, who cannot resurrect Rin, have lost all purpose of existence. Kill me. Just kill me. Listening to Obito's anguished words, Minato furrowed his brow but, for reasons unknown, refrained from responding. What nonsense are you spouting? I remember that girl, Rin Noera. She perished due to the machinations of the Mist Village. What does that have to do with Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, unable to remain silent. At the time of that incident, Hiruzen had not yet retired and was still the third Hokage. Therefore, he was well aware of the details that had been reported to him afterward. You speak utter nonsense. Uchiha Obito, like a provoked beast, leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Hiruzen. If it weren't for your mission, Rin would not have died. If he had not been absent at that moment, Rin would have been safe. Rin was slain by Kakashi Hatake. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Here, he referred to Minato. At that time, Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki had orchestrated a scheme, leaving a curse mark on Rin's heart and manipulating the Mist Village to unleash the Three Tails, leading to her tragic fate at the hands of Kakashi, who arrived just in time to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Minato was ensnared in another battlefield, unable to arrive in time. Witnessing all this, Uchiha Obito harbored deep resentment towards Minato, using it as a significant justification for his hatred. Carrying out missions is the very essence of a ninja's existence. The demise of countless ninjas during missions, numbering at least 50,000 over the years, can hardly serve as justification for your assault on Konoha and the heinous acts you have committed. In the face of Uchiha Obito's frenzied accusations, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unmoved. To the old monkey, the death of a ninja in the line of duty was a commonplace occurrence, devoid of significance. He had no desire to engage in a debate with Obito and turned to Minato Namikaze, urging, eliminate him, Minato. Bringing back his corpse would suffice. Shin's abilities are reliable. Within Konoha's intelligence division, there exists a method to extract information from the brains of deceased ninjas. It is a hereditary secret technique of the Yamenka clan, specifically designed for such purposes. How could the exalted Hokage comprehend the suffering of the lower-tier ninjas? Ultimately, we are merely tools for maintaining your dominion. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's lofty demeanor, Uchiha Obito suddenly scoffed. To the esteemed Hokage, ordinary ninjas are but instruments, expendable pawns in the execution of missions, their deaths inconsequential. But I am different. Obito pointed fiercely to his chest, his tone fervent. To me, missions are worthless. Rin's life is infinitely more significant than any trivial task. Not just her life, but the lives of those dear to me, far surpassing the worth of all of you, all of Konoha, and everyone in the ninja world combined. For Rin, I would sacrifice everything, even if it meant obliterating this world. As Obito grew increasingly agitated, he realized that this time, survival was not an option. Even if it were, he would never surrender to Minato Namikaze. With a resolve to face his inevitable demise, he yearned to express everything within him, to unburden his soul. Rin. Obito suddenly broke down, cradling his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face as he sank to his knees. How foolish. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted the scene. It was Orochimaru. Maintaining the barrier of the Four Red Sun formation, Orochimaru regarded Obito with a profound scorn and derision, speaking disdainfully. Even in the presence of a great ninja like Minato, you have not learned even the slightest semblance of wisdom? A piece of worthless clay, no matter how forcefully pressed against a wall, will inevitably fall. The value of life lies in cherishing the memories of the deceased and striving to transform this world. If you despise the lofty rulers, then drag them down. If you pity the ordinary, precarious lives, then use your strength to protect them. This is the essence of life's worth. Goodness, how utterly absurd. Since witnessing the transformation of Orochimaru's persona and the alteration of his memories firsthand, coupled with over a month of interaction, the others found it difficult to accept that such noble words could emanate from Orochimaru himself. Gazing at Orochimaru's impassive visage, the group felt as though they were witnessing a radiant light. Even the inhabitants of Konoha, who had adapted for over a month, were taken aback, let alone Uchiha Obito. Once engulfed in sorrow and anguish, Obito gazed at Orochimaru in astonishment, his expression twisted in disbelief. Is this truly Orochimaru? Could it be that a Konoha ninja is masquerading as him? Despite his limited knowledge of Orochimaru, Obito was acutely aware that the man before him was not the true essence of Orochimaru. Moreover, the rumors he had heard in Konoha village, coupled with his long-term reconnaissance on the village after becoming Uchiha Madara's successor, had clearly informed him that Orochimaru was a vile wretch, rotten to the core. How could he now brazenly utter such words? Who are you? After glaring at Orochimaru for a prolonged moment, Obito managed to utter this line. He was at a loss for words. Please, I am in the midst of a tragic performance, and you suddenly present me with a tale of how steel is forged? Forget it, just eliminate him, Minato. Orochimaru let out a sudden sigh, his enthusiasm waning. His conclusion stemmed from Obito's reaction. It was evident he was merely a selfish individual. For the sake of his own feelings, he could harm anyone without a shred of remorse. Orochimaru deemed it unnecessary to continue this conversation. Yes, let us conclude this swiftly. Minato, my chakra is nearly depleted. Jiraiya, too, glanced at Obito with disdain, urging him onward. In reality, the chakra consumption necessary to maintain the four red yang formation was not so substantial. He was merely seeking an excuse. Wait, Teacher Minato. At that moment, a shadow leaped down from the treetops nearby. Wearing a dark mask that concealed his face, only a portion of his silver hair was visible. It was Hitachi Kakashi. Kakashi, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to stay away? Upon seeing Kakashi's arrival, Minato's brow furrowed with concern. During the planning phase, Minato had explicitly instructed Kakashi to safeguard the village's security, not to confront Obito directly. Moreover, given Kakashi's complex feelings toward Obito, Minato wished to avoid any unforeseen encounters between the two. Teacher Minato, Kakashi hesitated, unsure how to explain himself. As a trusted confidant of the Hokage and the future leader of the Anbu, he was well aware of the operational plan for the night. Thus, when he noticed that the village remained undisturbed, he realized that Obito had indeed fallen into Konoha's trap, as Naruto had predicted. He had come solely because the thought of Obito's appearance had compelled him to seek him out. Call me Hokage-sama. Minato's expression turned stern. At these words, Kakashi's face fell, for he recognized this as a sign of his teacher's anger. Typically, Minato never required Kakashi to address him as Hokage-sama. He was always referred to simply as teacher. Kakashi, please return. Here we are, just enough for us. Sarutobi Sasuke spoke to Hitachi Kakashi. Ha ha ha, what a profound bond between master and disciple. Uchiha Obito suddenly interjected with a cold laugh, his gaze fixed with hatred on Kakashi, particularly on the Sharingan that Kakashi revealed. Had I known, I would have killed you first and reclaimed my eyes. With a complete Sharingan, victory today would have been mine. The power of a single Sharingan, when compared to a pair, is not a mere matter of 21 equating to 1. From the original work, it is evident that when Obito reclaimed his eyes, the potency of his Mangekyo Sharingan escalated to an entirely new level. The venomous tone in Obito's voice struck Kakashi like a thunderbolt. He stared at Obito in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that these words had come from him. TCH, what are you looking at, you murderer? You were the one who killed Rin. I wish to slay you and use your head as an offering for Rin. Obito's complex gaze upon Kakashi stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. He could not articulate what he felt, leaving him to feign cruelty. Obito, Kakashi paused, raising his hand as if to say something. Enough talk, just get lost. Seeing you brings back memories of the moment you killed Rin. Leave. Obito shouted vehemently, his bravado faltering. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Killing Rin is the greatest pain of my life. Kakashi felt a deep sorrow, having taken the life of his own teammate, a scar he wished never to confront. However, this does not justify your actions. Attacking Konoha, assaulting the matriarch. If Rin knew, she would be heartbroken. She would never want you to act this way, Obito. Kakashi asserted resolutely. Even if you are my dear friend, wrong actions remain wrong. And I believe that even if Noira Rin were alive, witnessing this moment would cause her pain and sorrow. You're talking nonsense. You don't understand a thing. At the mention of Rin, Obito was provoked to rage, exclaiming, this is the only way. Only then can I see Rin again. Only this way can we establish a true, peaceful world. Once the Tsuki no Mi plan succeeds, everyone will be able to live happily together, forever. Whether it's Rin, you, or Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei. Even if they are dead, it matters not. For they will all come back to life in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. Only then will true happiness and freedom exist. The information Obito revealed left everyone astonished. The implications were immense, and while the crowd grasped a vague understanding, the truth of the matter required further intelligence to substantiate it. Hey kid, what is this infinite Tsukuyomi you speak of? Jiraiya could not help but inquire. Obito's mention of living in the infinite Tsukuyomi world piqued Jiraiya's interest. TCH, do you think I would tell you? Uchiha Obito, aware of his blunder, naturally refrained from continuing his discourse. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, a ninjutsu claiming to achieve ultimate peace, is, in essence, a deceit. This technique originated in ancient times, when the celestial beings Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki were dispatched to the shinobi world to cultivate the divine tree. During this period, Kagaya ambushed and eliminated Ishiki, subsequently falling in love with the sovereign of the land of ancestors, giving birth to a pair of brothers, the future sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and his sibling, Hamura Otsutsuki. However, Kagaya, ensnared by love, faced betrayal. In order to safeguard her unborn children, she consumed the fruit of the divine tree, acquiring the powers of the bloodline limit. Following this, driven by vengeance against humanity for their treachery, Kagaya utilized the realm of the dead as a conduit to the celestial bodies, initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi and transforming all of humanity into white Zetsu. This is the veritable truth behind the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara, whether due to senility or otherwise, pursued his own path to peace, believing the distorted information provided by Black Zetsu, and made the activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a peaceful world his conviction. Poor Madara, in his youth, was deceived by his dear friend Hashirama into becoming the laborer for unifying the shinobi world, ultimately reaping nothing but betrayal and alienation. Not only was he abandoned by the entire Uchiha clan when he furiously departed from Konoha, but he also found himself in a love-hate relationship with his closest friend, forced to feign his own death. In his twilight years, he was further deceived by Black Zetsu, left in a state of bewilderment. The information that Uchiha Obito had regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi was also the same distorted narrative crafted by Black Zetsu. Even in his dying moments, he remained oblivious that the infinite Tsukuyomi, for which he had tirelessly strived and considered his lifelong hope, was merely a trap set by the devoted Black Zetsu to resurrect his mother. At this moment, Uchiha Obito clearly did not wish to disclose this information to the villagers of Konoha, fearing that they would thwart the Moon Eye plan upon discovering the truth. Despite the villagers pressing him urgently, Obito held his silence defiantly, appearing entirely uncooperative. In light of this, it was suggested that he be executed, his head brought back for further investigation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling vexed, issued a final ultimatum. Wait, Lord Hokage, Kakashi Hatake interjected hastily. Isn't it better to bring Obito back alive? Extracting information would be far easier. Kakashi, I understand your thoughts, but I implore you to uphold the principles of a Konoha ninja. Uchiha Obito is a criminal, having attempted to assault the Jinchuriki of Konoha, and his crimes are unforgivable. Moreover, he possesses peculiar space-time ninjutsu. If he were to escape, who would take responsibility? More importantly, he is not alone. His accomplices are lurking in the shadows, Sarutobi Hiruzen sternly admonished Kakashi. Indeed, his words held validity. Not far from the location where Obito was ensnared by the 4 Red Yang formation, Black Zetsu was partially emerging from the ground, quietly observing the unfolding events. This situation has become troublesome. The people of Konoha were already prepared. If Obito is captured, the Moon Eye plan will inevitably falter. In a state of agitation, Kurizetsu could not fathom why their meticulously orchestrated assault plan had been anticipated by Konoha, who had laid a trap, waiting for Uchiha Obito to fall into it. Now that Obito has been apprehended, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is bound to face execution, with the best-case scenario being a life sentence. Moreover, it is certain that Konoha will employ every means to extract intelligence from Uchiha Obito. At that moment, both the Moon Eye plan and his very existence would be laid bare before Konoha. Such a development would be exceedingly troublesome. Although the people of Konoha, by themselves, would lack the power to eliminate Kurizetsu, they could certainly hinder the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, an outcome Kurizetsu cannot abide. Obito must be rescued, at the very least. He must be killed, and his head taken. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Kurizetsu's eyes as he silently vanished into the earth. Within the Shikyu formation, the others remained oblivious to the imminent danger. They were aware of Kurizetsu's existence from the intelligence gleaned during the examination, but the information indicated that Kurizetsu was concealed, while only White Zetsu made an appearance. Do not waste time. Act swiftly, Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged as he turned to Namikaze Minato. No, sensei, Kakashi Hitaki exclaimed. Enough with the noise. If you're going to act, do it quickly, Uchiha Obito impatiently shouted. Minato's expression was complex. With a sigh, he brandished the sword of the fire god, positioning its tip against Obito's throat. The scorching blade heated Obito's neck, yet he remained silent, closing his eyes in resignation. Rest in peace, Obito, Minato said before suddenly exerting force, thrusting the sword downwards. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A large hole appeared in the towering crimson barrier of the Shikyu formation, and a shadow surged through the breach. The sharp-eyed Jiraiya immediately noticed the shadow and shouted a warning. Huh. Minato was taken aback as his sword of the fire god was deflected by a long black iron rod, the tremendous force nearly causing him to lose grip on the weapon. Go. The newcomer was, of course, Kurizetsu, who had first breached the Shikyu formation with a rod made from the material of the truth-seeking balls. Once inside, he intercepted the sword, saving Uchiha Obito, and swiftly seized Obito, darting towards the opening with lightning speed. Not so easily. Minato could not simply allow the two to escape. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly arriving beside them, the sword of the fire god emanating intense heat as he swung it down fiercely. I've been waiting for you. A fierce glint flashed in Kurizetsu's eyes. He understood that the Flying Thunder God technique Minato had marked on Uchiha Obito would remain with him for life, unremovable. This meant that as long as Minato lived, he could pose a constant threat to Uchiha Obito. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to eliminate Minato Namikaze. Only with Minato's demise could his plan to resurrect his mother proceed unimpeded. Kagaya's pawn, Kagaya Otsutsuki, possessed formidable power. In the original narrative, he was capable of defeating Uchiha Obito in an instant, albeit through a surprise attack, which underscores his lethal prowess. It is noteworthy that even Might Guy, after unleashing the Eighth Gate, could only manage to fracture Obito's bones with a full-force kick. Taking advantage of the moment when Minato wielded his sword, Kagaya's pawn forcefully hurled Uchiha Obito through the gaping hole, then swiftly pivoted to thrust a black rod into Minato's chest, his speed surpassing that of Minato by 2 tiers. The black rod advanced with astonishing swiftness, closing in on Minato's heart in an instant. Although Kagaya's pawn had the advantage of superior speed, he gravely underestimated Minato. In the original work, Minato had an impressive record of dispatching 50 elite shinobi, thanks to his nearly instantaneous Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, Kagaya's pawn's astonishment transformed into disbelief as the figure of Minato suddenly vanished before him, his black rod stabbing only into empty air. In the following moment, Minato appeared beside the flung Uchiha Obito. At this juncture, the 4 prominent figures of the Leaf Village, who were maintaining the 4 Crimson Rays formation, finally reacted, decisively dispelling the formation and rushing towards Kagaya's pawn, intent on thwarting his assassination attempt on Minato. Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your end. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed in fury. You shall not succeed. Jiraiya, filled with dread, recalled how close Minato had come to being pierced by the black rod, fueling his boundless rage towards Kagaya's pawn. Tsunade and Orochimaru remained silent, yet their full strength was evident as they aimed to reduce Kagaya's pawn to mere dust. The 4 formidable warriors advanced from all directions, cornering Kagaya's pawn with no escape routes available. Yet, a peculiar smile adorned Kagaya's pawn's face. He disdainfully scoffed at their shouts, and, taking advantage of the moment, descended and melded into the earth. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya, witnessing this, immediately executed a jutsu to transform the ground beneath Kagaya's pawn into a vast swamp, intending to restrict his movements. However, it proved futile. Once Kagaya's pawn sank into the earth, he thrived as if in water, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Go assist Minato. The 4 seasoned warriors, experienced in battle, swiftly redirected their efforts towards Minato and Uchiha Obito. Do not struggle, Obito, Minato declared solemnly as he teleported beside Uchiha Obito. May your soul find peace. With his right hand wielding the blazing sword of the fire god, imbued with immense power. He swung it down in fury, while his left hand gathered a colossal sphere of chakra, forming his signature technique, the Rasengan. Infernal purgatory, wind and thunder dance, radiant flash. The lethal combination of the fire goddess sword and the Rasengan surged towards Uchiha Obito. Damn you! In the blink of an eye, the attack from Minato Namikaze struck Obito Uchiha. Astonishingly, Obito's body suddenly became ethereal, causing Minato's assault to futilely pass through him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. "Come and see my world, Minato," Obito declared, turning his head, his expression twisted with boundless hatred. Within his blood-red Sharingan, a triangular shuriken pattern spun wildly, seemingly channeling immense energy to create a vortex of turbulent air, ready to engulf Minato. It turned out that when Black Zetsu had saved Obito moments earlier, he had quietly unsealed the 8 trigram seal, enabling Obito to mobilize his chakra and utilize the powers of his Sharingan. He had been biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to ambush Minato. As Minato and Obito crossed paths, Minato's back was left exposed, with his left hand gripping the sword of fire and his right hand forming a Rasengan, rendering him unable to weave hand signs and evade the vortex of Kamui. The situation was dire. At that moment, discarding the sword of fire or releasing the Rasengan to free his hand for hand signs would be too late. Obito's Kamui enveloped Minato with an immense pulling force, akin to sinking to the ocean floor, overwhelming every inch of his body with pressure, making even the slightest movement increasingly arduous. In a flash, Minato conceived a method for his salvation. After passing through the ethereal Obito, he found himself mere inches off the ground. Struggling against the pull of Kamui, he planted his left foot firmly on the ground and kicked back with his right foot, mimicking the motion of a bucking horse. Though it appeared ungraceful, in this moment of desperation, Minato's maneuver proved effective. Obito, maintaining the Kamui, was unable to immediately revert to his ethereal state and was struck in the chest by Minato's kick, nearly fracturing his ribs. With a resounding thud, Obito was propelled into the air, disbelief etched on his face as he coughed up blood. Suddenly, it was as if 1,000 birds had taken flight, and a flash of lightning streaked across the scene. Minato's kick had halted Obito's descent, and from Obito's abdomen emerged a hand crackling with electric energy. "Obito, you shall perish." A voice, laced with unbridled fury, echoed in Obito's ears. It was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi had positioned himself outside the 4 Red Yon formation. And when the unexpected event transpired, with Black Zetsu rescuing Obito and casting him outside the formation, Kakashi was alarmingly close. However, Kakashi's strength at that moment was evidently inferior to the other combatants present, especially to Minato, who maneuvered with the unparalleled speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. It was only after Minato had engaged with Black Zetsu and Obito that Kakashi seized the opportunity to utilize the Chidori, striking Obito as he descended and delivering a devastating blow. Moreover, the recent battle unfolded before Kakashi Hatake's very eyes. Earlier, during the examination, he had witnessed Obito Uchiha's assault on Minato Namikaze, his esteemed mentor, in a bid to end his life. At that moment, Kakashi had been engulfed in fury, yet the barrier had kept him at bay. Now, witnessing Obito's direct attack on Minato ignited an inferno of rage within Kakashi, obliterating any remnants of past affection. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate jutsu, Chidori. "Obito, you wretched fiend. How dare you lay a hand on teacher Minato?" Kakashi withdrew his hand, extinguishing the Chidori, and sent Obito crashing to the ground. "Now, I can no longer show you mercy. This is all you're doing." Kakashi's eyes burned crimson. Mere moments ago, he had pleaded for Obito's sake to Minato. Even in the face of rejection and rebuke, he had no regrets. Yet now, he yearned to strike down his former comrade. For Obito had irrevocably crossed the line. Ever since the tragic demise of his father, Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi had drifted through life aimlessly. However, entering Minato's class rekindled warmth in his heart, elevating Minato to a fatherly status in his eyes. "Then come and kill me. I offer you this chance. Otherwise, return my eyes." Obito, with a gaping wound in his abdomen, bled profusely, his countenance smeared with crimson, resembling a malevolent specter. He bellowed in rage, his Sharingan spinning once more as he invoked Kamui, enveloping Kakashi in a tremendous gravitational pull. Unlike Minato, Kakashi's strength paled in comparison, and thus his resistance to Kamui was considerably weaker. In an instant, he was drawn in, Kakashi. Minato dashed over, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Kakashi, but found only empty air. Both Obito and Kakashi vanished from sight. Observing this, Minato's expression soured. He had barred Kakashi from participating in this plan, believing his strength was insufficient and wishing to shield him from recklessness. The Flying Thunder God mark failed to register. Minato closed his eyes, striving to sense the Flying Thunder God mark he had placed on Obito, yet he found nothing. It felt as though it had vanished from existence. Was that ocular technique capable of transporting the user and the target to another dimension? Or did it possess a formidable shielding barrier? Otherwise, my Flying Thunder God would not be unable to detect it. Furrowing his brow, Minato pondered. The mark of his Flying Thunder God technique could be sensed across the entire ninja continent. Its disappearance indicated that Obito and Kakashi had either exited the ninja realm or entered a domain with extraordinary shielding capabilities. Minato, what transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade arrived late, their expressions filled with concern. He escaped, taking Kakashi with him, Minato replied, a hint of regret lacing his words. Yet, as Hokage, he swiftly regained his composure. What about Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu is a name they gleaned from the examination screen. He has also managed to escape, Jiraiya said with reluctance, a hint of shame evident in his tone. After all, it seems rather unreasonable that the combined might of the four great leaders of Konoha could not apprehend a single individual who effortlessly eluded them. This reflects their ignorance of Black Zetsu. Had they known he was the younger son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who has lived for over 1,000 years and stirred turmoil in the shinobi world without facing demise, they would likely find solace in their predicament. Should both of these individuals escape, alongside the future head of Konoha Zumbu, the village would suffer significant losses, incurring both a considerable setback and sacrificing valuable resources. Contemplating this, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, inwardly calling out, Haidai, relay my message to Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama, your command, came the voice of Yamamoto Haidai. He swiftly ordered all active ninjas of Konoha to safeguard every entrance and exit, apprehending any unfamiliar individuals immediately, executing those who resist without hesitation. Understood. He commanded the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to initiate a thorough search along the village's barrier, reporting any suspicious targets without delay. Understood. A state of heightened alert was declared. All villagers were instructed to remain indoors, with ninjas on standby at all times. Understood. As Minato issued these three commands, Konoha sprang into action like a well-oiled machine. Predecessor, Sensei, Jiraiya, Tsunade, let us move as well. Each of you take one of my special kunai and head towards the four cardinal directions of the village to stand guard. Should any situation arise, call for me, and I shall arrive immediately. Minato retrieved four specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch, distributing one to each of the four. Be careful, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised, with the others nodding in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the four vanished using the body flicker technique, leaving Minato standing alone. He was unaware of the ocular powers wielded by Obito Uchiha, which could transport Kakashi Hatake to unknown realms, and thus he could only wait at their original location. Nevertheless, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he could swiftly reach any location within the village should any of Konoha's ninjas discover Obito and Black Zetsu. Kakashi, Obito. Minato sighed, a feeling of melancholy washing over him. With the issuance of his commands, countless ninjas from Konoha sprang into action. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, recognizing the authority of the Hokage, dispatched their members to the vicinity of the village's barrier to commence their search. Within the Kamui dimension, the air shimmered, revealing the figures of Obito Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake. Where's this place? What do you intend to do, Obito? Kakashi demanded, having freed himself from Obito's grasp and distancing himself to a safer position. I've told you, I intend to reclaim my eyes. Despite being covered in blood, Obito's bleeding had begun to slow. His body, infused with the cells of Hashirama Senju, had greatly enhanced his vitality and regenerative capabilities, allowing him to survive even a grievous wound to the abdomen, which was gradually healing. Even the gaping wound in his abdomen was visibly healing. Yet the symptom of excessive blood loss remained unavoidable. Uchiha Obito's face was an ashen hue, and his body had grown sluggish. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the ferocity with which he fixed his gaze upon Hatake Kakashi. This Sharingan was a gift from me to you, for I wished for you to protect Rin with it. Yet, you took her life with your own hands. You killed Rin. Uchiha Obito's expression contorted with rage, each word laced with boundless fury. If this eye serves no purpose for you, then return it to me. I will save Rin, and I will protect her. Hatake Kakashi, reminded of painful memories by Obito's words, felt his expression twist in anguish, yet he steeled himself to retort, your methods do not constitute salvation for Rin. She would never permit you to harm others, to harm Konoha, in an attempt to resurrect her. Repent, Obito. Rin, so gentle, would never accept your resurrection if she knew you were hurting your teacher and your sensei's wife for her sake. She would never condone such actions. Rin would absolutely reject this. At that moment, Kakashi believed that Obito's aim was to revive Noara Rin, unaware that the infinite Tsukuyomi was merely an illusion crafted to fulfill Obito's personal fantasies. Had he known that Obito's actions stemmed from a desire to live within a dream where Rin existed and loved him, he might have deemed Obito's mind unhinged. Enough of your prattle. You cannot comprehend my intentions. Uchiha Obito interjected, his voice a sharp command. I will say this for the last time. Return it to me. Kakashi paused, a flicker of confusion and complexity crossing his face, but it quickly hardened into resolve. This eye was gifted to me by my dear friend, Uchiha Obito. You lack the right to take it from me, because you are no longer the Obito I once knew. The being before me is merely a malevolent spirit trapped in hell. Within the Kamui dimension, former comrades and dear friends stood in confrontation. TCH. If you refuse to relinquish the eye, then I shall take it by force. A cold smile crept across Obito's face, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. In response to Obito's declaration, a wave of sorrow surged within Kakashi. Why? What had driven Obito down such a path, ultimately forcing them into this violent clash? Kakashi felt an overwhelming surge of anger, a deep-seated dissatisfaction and resistance against the current state of affairs. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the menacing presence of Uchiha Obito. All he could do was transform his frustration into resignation, the rising flames of fury lacking a target. Exhaling a heavy breath, Kakashi assumed a defensive stance, compelling himself into a state of combat readiness. If you remain obstinate, Obito, the final act I can offer you is to send you to the Pure Land. In that moment, a flicker of complex emotion flashed through Uchiha Obito's eyes. Yet he maintained a facade of disdainful laughter. Is it really you? How dare you utter such audacious words? Kakashi, allow me to measure your worth. With that, in the next instant, both figures leaped simultaneously, lunging towards one another. The resounding clash of kunai echoed as Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito engaged in fierce combat, sparks flying with every strike. If one were to evaluate pure strength, Uchiha Obito, endowed with the Mangekyo Sharingan and enhanced by the cells of Senju Hashirama, which granted him the power of wood release, would undoubtedly hold the advantage. However, due to the previous piercing of his abdomen by Kakashi's Chidori, a portion of Obito's chakra was expended on healing the wound. Weakened by his injuries, Obito was unable to unleash his full martial prowess, as any excessive movement would aggravate his wound. Thus, the battle remained intensely contested. Kakashi's techniques were bold and expansive, his movements swift and agile as he attacked from various angles, seeking an opening. In stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, Obito now adopted a cautious stance, his defenses more reserved. Yet, Kakashi, eager for a decisive victory, launched a relentless assault that not only failed to uncover a weakness but inadvertently exposed one for Obito to exploit. Seizing the opportunity, Obito delivered a powerful kick to Kakashi's chest, sending him flying. He quickly formed hand seals, his chest swelling as he shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" The signature fire technique of the Uchiha clan erupted, a colossal fireball spewing forth from Obito's mouth, soaring towards Kakashi with blistering intensity. The great fireball surged forth, uprooting the ground and generating a tumultuous shockwave. Realizing the danger, Kakashi swiftly stabilized his body and formed hand seals to counter. Earth release. Earth barrier. With a firm slam of his hands onto the ground, a massive earthen wall rose to intercept the fireball. However, the wall crumbled under the force of the great fireball, flames and smoke obscuring Kakashi's vision and preventing him from locating Obito's position. Alarmed, Kakashi heightened his awareness as a sharp sound sliced through the air. Swish! A kunai pierced through the smoke, hurtling towards Kakashi. He quickly sidestepped to evade, only to find the ground beneath him cracking open. A hand emerging suddenly. Earth release. Inner decapitation technique. It was Obito who grasped Kakashi's ankle, channeling chakra into it, and injecting would release spores into his leg. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Obito revealed a sinister grin to Kakashi, forming seals, and exclaiming, "Would release, cutting technique." Kakashi's ankle erupted with a barrage of sharp wooden spikes, poised to pierce through his body. Boom. As the body of Itachi Kakashi transformed into a wisp of white smoke and dissipated, it became evident that this was merely a shadow clone. Not only was Itachi Kakashi's vision obscured, but Uchiha Obito also lost sight of Kakashi's actions and failed to perceive the use of the shadow clone technique. Earth-style, Hosen Swamp. Meanwhile, the real Itachi Kakashi emerged from the thick smoke, placing his hands upon the ground. The surge of chakra caused the terrain beneath Uchiha Obito to morph into a sticky swamp. "You have lost, Obito," Kakashi declared, witnessing his Hosen Swamp ensnaring Obito. Too naive. Uchiha Obito suddenly revealed a contemptuous smile as he found himself trapped in the mire. However, from behind Kakashi, another voice of Obito echoed, accompanied by the sound of a projectile slicing through the air. "What? Another shadow clone?" Kakashi exclaimed in shock, swiftly turning to defend himself, only to see Obito hurling a kunai aimed directly at his forehead, while Obito himself followed closely behind, wielding another kunai directed toward his own heart. In an instant, Kakashi made a decisive move, evading the most lethal kunai. He extended his hands to grasp the kunai that was hurtling towards him. With a sickening sound, the kunai pierced through Kakashi's palm, drawing forth a torrent of blood. Elated, Obito attempted to withdraw the kunai for a continued assault, only to realize he was firmly held in place by Kakashi's grip. With one hand impaled, Kakashi seized Obito, and with his other fist, he delivered a powerful blow to Obito's face. The punch landed with tremendous force, leaving Obito dazed and momentarily disoriented. Kakashi, seizing the advantage, rained down blows upon Obito's head, causing blood to spatter. "Get lost," Obito roared, twisting the kunai violently to the right. The sudden jolt exacerbated the pain in Kakashi's already injured hand, causing him to break into a cold sweat and momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, Obito lifted his foot and kicked Kakashi squarely in the chin, launching him several feet into the air. "It's over." Obito gripped the kunai tightly, aiming it fiercely at Kakashi's chest. Despite the grievous assault, Kakashi's face bore a hint of struggle as he bit down on his tongue, rousing his foggy mind. His right hand lay incapacitated, a gaping hole rendering the nerves within it irreparable. Not only could he not form hand seals, but even the slightest movement of his fingers was beyond his capability. Ultimately, Kakashi could only muster the strength to lift his left hand, gathering a sphere of blue light in his palm. At this moment, in the outside world, Konoha village was on high alert. All exits leading out of the village were heavily guarded. The prominent clans of the Hyuga and Uchiha, both renowned for their ocular techniques, dispatched numerous clan members to form several teams, conducting thorough searches around the barriers of Konoha. In the strategic positioning of the four formidable figures, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, they each command their respective quarters, leaving no room for error. Among the architects of this meticulously orchestrated scenario lurks Kurizetsu, concealed in the shadows, observing with a cold gaze. Despite the vigilant defenses of Konohagakure and the thorough searches conducted, he remains unperturbed. To Kurizetsu, there exists no one in the current ninja world capable of detaining him should he choose to flee. Having stirred the winds of chaos across the ninja realm for millennia, he has encountered countless perils. Thus, the formidable presence of Konoha is hardly daunting. However, the matter of Uchiha Obito looms large. To speak candidly, Obito's significance in the Eye of the Moon plan is undeniably paramount. It is rare to find another who so fervently embraces the concept of infinite Tsukuyomi, willing to go to any lengths to see it realized, and who possesses considerable strength. Kurizetsu has labored for over 1,000 years to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, and now, with the reincarnation of Indra in this generation so easily deceived, he glimpses the dawn of victory. The goal of reviving his mother is tantalizingly close, and the thought of relinquishing it is utterly inconceivable. Thus, after eluding the 4 Kaga-level adversaries, Kurizetsu does not hastily depart from Konohagakure. Instead, he chooses to lie in wait, biding his time to leave alongside Uchiha Obito. After all, Obito's Kimui is not as conveniently mobile as Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique. The latter's ability to teleport is so extraordinary that it instills fear in the hearts of enemy ninjas, due to its minimal cooldown and disregard for distance. As long as a mark of the Flying Thunder God remains in the ninja world, Minato can instantly transport himself to its vicinity upon sensing its coordinates, with the number of uses and distance reliant solely on his chakra reserves. Conversely, Obito's Kamui requires him to first enter the Kamui dimension before using pre-established coordinates to relocate. The drawback of Kamui lies in this prerequisite. One must first access the Kamui space to shift to the desired location. Furthermore, while Minato's marks are virtually limitless, enabling him to scatter them across the entire ninja world, Obito's Kamui coordinates are restricted in number and consume significant ocular power and chakra with each use, preventing repeated deployment. Crucially, Obito's Kamui coordinates are susceptible to being obstructed by barriers. Such protective barriers, like those guarding Konohagakure, can sever the chakra signals necessary for spatial ninjutsu. The four Crimson Yang formation employed by the four Kage was specifically designed to ensnare Obito, eliminating any possibility of his escape. Therefore, each entry and exit from Konohagakure has seen Kurizetsu accompanying Obito. Now, with Obito having entered the Kamui dimension alongside Kakashi Hatake, the outcome remains uncertain without Kurizetsu's assistance. Escaping Konohagakure proves impossible. After all, the original work does not provide detailed settings regarding this matter. We can only deduce that Kamui possesses the ability to teleport based on the instance when Obito appeared beside Itachi immediately after his demise. However, it is evident that the use of Kamui's teleportation is not as convenient, which explains its limited application in the original narrative, certainly differing significantly from the Flying Thunder God technique employed by the fourth Hokage. If there are any discrepancies in this setting, please feel free to comment. Tonight, many await the outcome of the battle within the Kamui dimension. Kagaya Black loiters in the shadows, anticipating the arrival of Uchiha Obito to depart with him from Konoha. Standing at the very spot where the two vanished, Minato Namikaze hopes fervently that Kakashi Hatake remains unharmed. Our protagonist, Yecheng, finds himself in close proximity to Minato, yet he remains undetected, concealed within the answering space. As previously mentioned, this answering space is bound to Yecheng. Apart from the designated starting point of the Hokage building set by the system, it can only manifest in his immediate vicinity. This significantly enhances Yecheng's safety. After all, possessing a space to retreat into when encountering formidable foes allows him to evade danger effortlessly. Should anyone dare to intrude upon his space, regardless of their strength, they would ultimately find themselves kneeling before him. At this moment, Yecheng too is anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle within the Kamui realm. Yet his desires diverge from Minato's. While Minato wishes for Kakashi's safety, Yecheng hopes fervently that Obito remains unscathed. After all, if Obito were to perish, Yecheng's mission would be deemed a failure. The task assigned to him was to ensure that Uchiha Obito succumbs to a magnificent illusion. Should Obito meet his end at Kakashi's hands prematurely, how could Yecheng continue his mission? It would be absurd to cast an illusion upon a lifeless corpse, especially since Yecheng lacks the capability to perform such an illusion, one that ensnares the target in exquisite fantasies leading to their demise. Thus, upon receiving the mission that day, Yecheng shifted his focus towards the Uchiha clan. One day, after concluding their routine training, Itachi Uchiha bid farewell to Yecheng as he set off for home. Unbeknownst to him, the figure he had been communicating with was merely Yecheng's shadow clone. The true Yecheng had transformed into a kunai, hidden within Obito's ninja tool pouch. Oblivious to this reality, the heir of the Uchiha clan walked briskly, filled with joy, back to the Uchiha compound. Upon entering his home, he hurried to the nursery to check on the adorable little Udu, enjoying the soft touch of Udu's delicate fur. A rare smile graced the otherwise stoic face of the Uchiha heir. Not wishing to disturb Udu's slumber, he gently stroked the fur a few times before turning to leave. Responding to his mother, Mikoto Uchiha's greeting, the Uchiha heir merely nodded and proceeded into his father's study. "I have returned, father." Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, knelt at his desk, attending to various clan affairs. Acknowledging his son's voice with a nod, he signified his recognition. What began as an ordinary day was destined to be altered by Yecheng's presence. A thought crossed the mind as the answer space enveloped the study of Uchiha Fugaku, a blue barrier materializing to block the doors and windows, isolating the interior from the outside world. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Uchiha Fugaku." Let us engage in a transaction. The sudden appearance of Yecheng startled both individuals in the room, compounded by the blue light that shrouded the entire study. Though Uchiha Fugaku was unaware of the precise function of this barrier, he instinctively sensed that the visitor harbored ill intentions. In his view, Yecheng had stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory, deceiving the vigilant guards, and had now found his way into his home. The instant he revealed himself and conjured an unknown barrier, it was evident that he did not come with benevolent motives. As for the nature of the transaction, Uchiha Fugaku had no desire to comprehend its content, nor could he entertain any notion of conducting business with Yecheng. "My lord," he stated, "if you wish to discuss a transaction, might you kindly release my son? Otherwise, your actions do not appear to be those of one seeking a negotiation." Seeing Yecheng's hand resting on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, the immense pressure restricted Itachi's movements. Although his expression remained composed, the concern of his father compelled Uchiha Fugaku to speak. Of course, Yecheng replied nonchalantly, his appearance transformed into that of an elderly man through the system's capabilities. He waved his hand dismissively and withdrew his grip from Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, as he had no intention of using Itachi as leverage against Fugaku. With the pressure lifted, Uchiha Itachi quickly moved to stand beside his father, exhaling in relief. Turning to face Yecheng, a wave of confusion washed over Itachi. How had he allowed a mysterious adversary to take residence within him and lead him into the clan's territory, into his very home? Cursed be his oversight. Uchiha Itachi realized that his carelessness had thrust his father into a precarious situation, fueling his self-reproach. However, it was not entirely his fault. At his age, Uchiha Itachi possessed, at most, the strength of a Chunin. Moreover, his lack of caution towards Yecheng, coupled with unexpected circumstances, rendered his misstep somewhat excusable. Shielding his younger son behind him, Uchiha Fugaku sighed in relief. If his eldest son remained under Yecheng's control, Fugaku would be rendered impotent, unable to fully unleash his formidable abilities. He cast a deep gaze at Yecheng and inquired, "My lord, within the Uchiha clan's territory, our clansmen patrol ceaselessly. Should they detect any irregularities here, you will face the unrelenting wrath of the Uchiha. Particularly, in 30 minutes, I am scheduled to meet with the elders of the clan. If I am unable to attend, it will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus, if you were to withdraw at this moment, I would be inclined to overlook this incident. What say you?" Uchiha Fugaku was seething with anger, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Yecheng. After all, both the intrusion into the Uchiha clan's territory and the abduction of Uchiha Itachi had crossed Fugaku's ultimate threshold. In the entire village, how many would dare to intrude upon the Uchiha clan and seize the son of the clan leader? Yet, it is evident that Yecheng's presence is undeniable. My study has already been enveloped by an unknown barrier. To act recklessly could inadvertently harm Uchiha Itachi. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku would rather endure the humiliation than provoke severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Yecheng smiled and waved his hand, adopting a tone of weathered wisdom as he spoke. "Why must clan leader Fugaku threaten this old man? Since I have come to the Uchiha family, I shall not leave empty-handed. Moreover, the transaction I propose would be beneficial for you, clan leader Fugaku. After all, in trade, each party gains something. What could be more delightful?" Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, genuinely wishing to avoid further discourse with Yecheng, especially as Yecheng feigned concern for his well-being, which infuriated Uchiha Fugaku even more. Suppressing his anger, Uchiha Fugaku brusquely gestured, "I have no interest in your so-called transaction. I kindly ask you to leave." Yecheng, with a smile, replied, "Ah, clan leader Fugaku, at least allow me to finish. I believe my proposition will intrigue you. Is this ever going to end?" Uchiha Fugaku's anger flared as he recognized Yecheng's relentless determination. He understood that a confrontation was imminent. Adjusting his expression to feign interest, he inquired, "Oh, there are many things in the ninja world that could pique my interest, but most have already found their owners. Pray tell, what do you possess to offer in this exchange? And what precisely do you wish to negotiate?" Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Yecheng mistakenly believed he had captured his interest and looked up at Uchiha Fugaku's face, smiling as he said, "Of course, look into my eyes." Before Yecheng could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Uchiha Fugaku's thunderous shout, instinctively drawing his gaze to the elder's eyes. He beheld Uchiha Fugaku's eyes transformed into two blood-red Sharingan, each adorned with 3 swirling black tomo, spinning rapidly. It was an illusion technique. Uchiha Fugaku, incensed by Yechen's persistent entanglement, was extremely worried about the potential fallout of a conflict affecting Uchiha Itachi. Initially, he sought to defuse the situation by allowing Yecheng to depart in peace. However, Yechen's unyielding pursuit forced Uchiha Fugaku to take action. He feigned interest in Yechen's words to lure his attention, then unleashed a powerful shout that interrupted Yechen's thoughts, compelling him to confront the Sharingan's illusion directly. This tactic, a reliable maneuver among the Uchiha clan, however, faced an unfortunate opponent in Yecheng. Upon his arrival, Yecheng had already unleashed the system space. The blue lines forming the barrier on the study's walls were a manifestation of the quiz space. Within this realm, Yecheng was invincible. Not even Uchiha Fugaku's illusion, nor the techniques of Uchiha Shirsue's Kodo Emitsukami, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami, nor even the infinite Tsukuyami unleashed by Uchiha Madara himself, could affect Yecheng. Thus, upon hearing the call of Uchiha Fugaku, Yecheng merely paused for a moment. When he realized it was an illusion, he responded with a flicker of understanding. Oh, it is but an illusion. And then, blinking, Yecheng curled his lips into a slight smile, revealing a hint of amusement. Clan leader Fugaku, I extend my sincere intentions. Why the hostility? If it is true that clan leader Fugaku feels offended by my unexpected arrival, I shall first offer my apologies. As he spoke, Yecheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a mysterious grin gracing his lips, his voice intentionally lowered. However, clan leader Fugaku, if you disregard the terms of our transaction without even hearing my bargaining chips, does that not seem rather unwise? For you must understand, my bargaining chip is the Mangekyo Sharingan. The mention of the Mangekyo Sharingan caused Uchiha Fugaku's calm demeanor to shatter, revealing a visage of shock. It was not surprising that he faltered, for the Mangekyo Sharingan was a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan. Only the clan leader and the elders of each generation had the privilege of such knowledge. Even his son, Uchiha Itachi, was unaware. How could this unfamiliar and enigmatic individual possess such knowledge? Who are you exactly? How do you know the Uchiha clan's confidential information? I beseech you to clarify, or else the Uchiha clan will not let this matter rest. After a brief moment of astonishment, Uchiha Fugaku regained his composure, his expression darkening as he shouted. The leak of family secrets was a significant blow to him as the clan leader. This sensation was akin to the supreme commander of an empire suddenly being informed that someone knew the entire details of their nuclear facilities. Uchiha Fugaku's mind raced as he contemplated how the other party had learned of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that someone within the clan had disclosed the information? Or had the individual stolen confidential scrolls from their hidden archives? Damn it, regardless of who it is, I shall have them torn to shreds. Countless thoughts flashed through Uchiha Fugaku's mind, his face turning a shade of iron. Yecheng smiled slightly and spoke. There is no need for such agitation, clan leader Fugaku. I came upon this knowledge by chance from another source. Moreover, it is likely that your esteemed clan is not fully aware of this information. Are you suggesting that you possess a deeper understanding of the Uchiha Sharingan than we do? Uchiha Fugaku nearly burst into laughter, impatiently retorting, My lord, do not deceive yourself. Immediately disclose all your intelligence and reveal who imparted this information to you, or you shall find yourself with no chance of survival. Otherwise, the wrath of the Uchiha will be upon you. Just as Uchiha Fugaku continued his tirade, Yecheng suddenly waved his hand, and an intangible blade of wind swiftly severed Uchiha Fugaku's left arm at the root with an unparalleled sharpness. Father, the previously quiet Uchiha Itachi could not suppress a cry, his youthful face etched with fear. What was happening? One moment they were conversing, and the next, violence erupted, without a glimpse of how it transpired. It was as if a tempest had swept through, severing Uchiha Fugaku's arm. A copious amount of blood gushed forth, staining the ground extensively, with some splattering onto Itachi's form and visage, rendering him exceedingly disheveled. Can we have a civilized conversation, clan leader Fugaku? Yecheng sighed, taking a couple of steps closer, slightly bowing his frame to inquire softly. He could not fathom why these native leaders were so obstinate. The previous Kakashi Hatake, in his youth and driven by impulse, acted out of a desire to protect Hokage Minato Namikaze. That was somewhat understandable. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku, having aged and served as clan leader for so many years, should possess more discernment. Could he not allow Yecheng to finish his words? Did he lack even a modicum of patience? Get away from my father, Itachi exclaimed, positioning himself protectively before Fugaku, his youthful countenance brimming with animosity. Step back, Itachi. Fugaku, sweating profusely from the pain, shouted anxiously as he witnessed his eldest son recklessly placing himself in harm's way. It was astonishing that, in this dire moment, the elder father had no capacity to retaliate. Caught off guard when his arm was severed. What are you rushing into? Are you seeking death? Yecheng, upon seeing Itachi's bold advance, found himself in a quandary. He genuinely regarded Itachi as a friend, though their bond was not exceptionally deep. Yet, in the entirety of Konohagakure, Itachi was his sole companion. Severing Fugaku's arm in front of Itachi was a reluctant necessity. Concealing his identity allowed Yecheng to maintain a semblance of composure. However, if he were to turn his hand against Itachi, that would be decidedly inappropriate. Thus, he chose to disregard the seething resentment emanating from the young Uchiha, redirecting his focus to Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku, may we converse in earnest? As a gesture of goodwill, I can restore your arm to its original state. In the realm of the answering space, Yecheng possessed the means to accomplish this. Very well, please proceed. Under the eaves of fate, one must bow. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku, who had navigated the currents of life for so long, lowered his noble head and spoke in a hushed tone. Yet, humiliation and fury gnawed at his heart like ants. He was the leader of the Uchiha clan. Let us discuss the terms of the transaction. Yecheng, disregarding Fugaku's expression, continued, for this guise would soon be discarded, allowing Fugaku to seek vengeance against whomever he wished thereafter. The actions of the mysterious elder bore no relevance to Yecheng. I hope, clan leader Fugaku, that you can provide me with a genjutsu. This genjutsu should possess the capability to ensnare the target within a dreamlike illusion, gradually leading them to their demise. Given the Uchiha clan's millennia of legacy and the multitude of skilled practitioners within, such a genjutsu should undoubtedly exist. When Yecheng received the mission to ensure Uchiha Obito's death within a dreamlike realm, he had pondered for an extended period on how to fulfill it. After all, he had only mastered a single illusion at that time, which was the signature genjutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the art of dark flight. Relying on this illusion, it was impossible to ensure that Uchiha Obito would perish within a dream. Surely, it wouldn't be feasible to cast an illusion. Strike Uchiha Obito with a brick in the darkness, and then eliminate him while he dreamt. That would be absurd. Thus, when Yecheng noticed Uchiha Itachi nearby, he immediately turned his attention to the Uchiha clan. No, the Uchiha clan does not possess such an illusion, Uchiha Fugaku stated without hesitation. Even if they did, Uchiha Fugaku was unwilling to relinquish it to Yecheng. Do not be so hasty, clan leader Fugaku. Would you not wish to hear what I have as a bargaining chip? Yecheng, anticipating that Uchiha Fugaku would not willingly part with what he desired, continued to smile amiably. Regardless of what your bargaining chip may be, our Uchiha clan simply does not have such an illusion, Uchiha Fugaku insisted. Then, might the method of evolving the Mangekyo Sharingan be negotiable? Yecheng's light remark instantly caused Uchiha Fugaku to raise his head in astonishment, staring blankly at Yecheng. Looking back at the members of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, we first see Uchiha Madara, whose time of awakening remains unknown. But it generally stemmed from years of war, with his spirit and body continuously tempered and refined, ultimately leading to his awakening. Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother, experienced a similar journey. Following the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Kagami awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, the reasons for which are unclear, but it is presumed to have also arisen from warfare. Then came Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. The reasons behind their awakening were all rooted in dual pressures, both external and internal, which led their emotions to extremes. Facilitating the awakening, Uchiha Obito awakened his eyes upon witnessing his dear friend Kakashi Hatake kill the woman he loved, Rin Noera. Uchiha Sasuke awakened under the dual pressures of Itachi's death and the truths revealed by Obito. In summary, the prerequisite for the Uchiha clan to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan is sufficient emotional pressure, whether stemming from war, the death of a beloved, or harsh realities. These external pressures ignite the flames of the Uchiha spirit. The blazing fire ultimately gives birth to a pair of eyes embodying the extremes of both profound malice and profound love, two contradictory forces intertwined. Because of profound love, extreme malice is born. This encapsulates the inherent character of the Uchiha clan. Frankly speaking, such a method is excessively extreme. Whether it is the death of a beloved or the incessant warfare, these are experiences that ordinary individuals find difficult to endure. For the deeply loving Uchihas, if given a choice, most would not wish to exchange the loss of their loved ones for a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, just like Uchiha Fugaku. After completing the transaction, Yecheng departed without so much as a farewell, leaving Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi to gaze at one another in bewilderment. Father, that person. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Itachi broke the quiet, a complex expression adorning his youthful face. Originally oblivious to the nature of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi grew increasingly anxious upon hearing about this so-called Uchiha's most formidable bloodline. He feared that his father might be led astray by the revelations from Yecheng. For Uchiha Itachi himself, his current life was already profoundly fulfilling. The relationship between their clan and the village was steadily improving. His own strength was methodically advancing, and he had even gained an adorable younger brother. Thus, he dismissed Yecheng's assertion that one must sacrifice a cherished loved one to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, finding it utterly unworthy of interest, even feeling a strong aversion. Such a notion seemed nefarious and not at all a legitimate path. Itachi, do not speak of today's events to anyone, understand? Uchiha Fugaku urged his son with a serious demeanor. Yes, Uchiha Itachi nodded obediently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Good, Uchiha Fugaku affirmed, ruffling Itachi's hair with his rough hand, choosing not to elaborate further. The shocking news received tonight required thorough contemplation. Furthermore, Yecheng's claims might not necessarily be true. He needed to consult with others for clarity. Returning to the present. Within the Kamui dimension, the final blows exchanged had inflicted grievous wounds upon both combatants. Kakashi Hatake was pierced in the chest by a kunai wielded by Obito Uchiha, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to the heart by twisting his body. Nonetheless, he suffered extensive blood loss and now lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as blood oozed from his wound, pooling beneath him. On the other side, Obito Uchiha bore the brunt of Kakashi's Rasengan to his face, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Despite the remarkable regenerative abilities granted by the cells of Senju Hashirama, the damage inflicted by such a powerful technique left him sprawled face down on the ground, motionless, resembling a corpse. After all, ninjas are a profession characterized by high offense and low resilience. Even with Hashirama cells, one cannot endure excessive punishment. Time ticked away, and Kakashi, losing copious amounts of blood, appeared ghastly pale, his vision filled with stars as he lay on the ground. He understood that this was the consequence of severe blood loss. If he did not staunch the bleeding and receive treatment soon, he might not last much longer. With a determined thought, Kakashi managed to lift his left hand, pressing it to his wound. Channeling the scant remaining chakra he possessed, a flicker of electricity surged from his hand, crackling with energy. The intense heat cauterized the wound, managing to halt the bleeding, and the electrical shock dulled the pain significantly. Having accomplished this, Kakashi regained a modicum of strength, struggling to prop himself up as he turned his gaze toward Obito Uchiha. At that moment, Uchiha Obito, lying lifelessly as if dead, finally spoke. Kakashi, what do you think the world of ninjas truly is? His unexpected words startled Hatake Kakashi, who soon fell into deep contemplation. What does it mean to question the nature of the ninja world? Kakashi, gravely injured and disoriented from electric shock, struggled to grasp the essence of the inquiry. Eventually muttering vaguely, the ninja world is a place where everyone lives. Indeed, it is a realm inhabited by all. Strangely, Kakashi's response was met with Obito's affirming reply. Remaining in a prone position, his voice muffled, Obito queried, if that is the case, why then does war persist? If the ninja world belongs to everyone, why are there so many countries? Great nations, small nations. Large ninja villages, small ninja villages. Powerful countries exploit and plunder the weaker ones. The strong oppress the weak. Disease, suffering, hunger, death, an unending cycle. Since the Warring States period, for a millennium, humanity has been embroiled in conflict, perpetually at odds. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established the ninja villages and delineated the 5 great nations, achieving a fleeting peace. Yet, after Hashirama's demise, war returned as expected, the First, Second, and Third Shinobi World Wars. Predictably, there will be a 4th, 5th, and 6th, an endless cycle. The insatiable greed of mankind will never be quelled. War merely serves as a means to satiate their desires. The people of Awagakure buried me beneath a massive rock, while the mist villagers sealed the three tails within Rin's body, leading to her demise. I yearned for vengeance. I annihilated every mist ninja I encountered and came to Konoha seeking retribution. I wished to kill you and reclaim your eyes. Yet, no matter what I do, I cannot bring Rin back. Do you know, Kakashi? I loved Rin. Very, very, very deeply. With a sudden shift in tone, Obito confided in Kakashi. I know. Kakashi nodded silently, fully aware of Obito's affection for Rin after spending so much time together. However, I never dared to confess my feelings to her. In fact, I couldn't even show how much I cherished her. Obito's voice carried a tone of regret and helplessness, perhaps truly remorseful for his cowardice. Kakashi nodded outwardly, but internally thought that Obito's feelings were so apparent that anyone could perceive them. Perhaps he believed that others remained oblivious. From the moment I laid eyes on Rin, I was smitten. Later, the three of us formed a team and became Genin under Minato-sensei. I was overjoyed to be in the same class as Rin, to be her comrade. I trained diligently, striving to enhance my abilities solely to protect Rin. Uchiha Obito gradually recounted the journey of his heart, expressing, however, my talents are limited, and no matter how hard I strive, I find myself drifting further from you. I have often felt jealousy towards you, and those negative thoughts haunted me until Rin helped me regain my composure. This shows that Rin truly cares for me. Or so I believe. As Kakashi Hatake listened to Obito's narrative, his mind wandered back to that fateful day during the Third Shinobi World War. At the Battle of Canopy Bridge, where Obito lay buried beneath a massive rock by the forces of Awagakure. Kakashi turned to Rin Noira and said, Rin, Obito is fond of you, very much so. He entrusted you to me, and thus, I will protect you even at the cost of my own life. At that moment, Rin's expression was one of complexity. After a brief hesitation, she began, then, Kakashi, my feelings also. Yet she was interrupted by Obito's self-deprecating admission. I was once a scoundrel who wished to abandon you, implicitly stating that his affection was futile. It was evident that Rin harbored feelings for Kakashi, a realization he too understood. However, at the conclusion of the animated series, Rin's spirit appeared during the climactic battle, telling Obito, I have always been watching over you and waiting for you. This peculiar scene raises questions. Even a soul as powerful as Hashirama Senju remains in a pure land post-mortem, devoid of a concept of time, and upon resurrection. It feels as though only a moment has passed. What makes Rin's spirit so exceptional? Can she linger in the human realm like a guardian spirit, observing Obito? Thus, either Rin was feigning comfort towards Obito, or it was merely his self-deception. Setting aside Kakashi's thoughts, Obito continued, Kakashi, truthfully, I am a coward, a timid soul. That day, during the Battle of Canopy Bridge, I was trapped beneath the boulder. The pain was excruciating, a memory that lingers vividly. In that moment of despair, I realized my demise was inevitable. Yet, with Rin before me, I didn't wish for her to witness my weakness, so I feigned bravery. I entrusted my eye to you, imploring you to care for Rin, appearing composed and courageous, right? Ha. As Obito reached this point in his recollection, he suddenly chuckled, only for his voice to soften again. But after you left, I wept uncontrollably. I knew I was dying, and I did not want to die. I longed to remain by Rin's side, to walk with her into the sanctity of marriage. I envisioned having a multitude of children with her, watching them grow. As he spoke, tears streamed down Obito's face. Though he faced away from Kakashi, the tears fell to the ground, catching Kakashi's attention. I had thought I would perish right then and there. However, Uchiha Madara saved me. At the mention of Madara's name, Kakashi's expression hardened. Recalling the moment during the initial test when he witnessed Obito being rescued by Madara. Yet he did not make a sound, silently listening to the narrative of Uchiha Obito. It was in a profoundly dark cavern where Uchiha Madara appeared in a decrepit state, so unrecognizable that I failed to identify him at first glance. Upon regaining consciousness, my immediate instinct was to seek you all out, but my body forbade me from doing so. Uchiha Madara instructed White Zetsu to tend to my injuries and care for me, allowing my condition to gradually improve. I was also injected with the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, thus acquiring the ability to wield Wood Release. Wood Release? This remarkable skill derived from an infusion of Lord Hashirama's cells. This was information previously unknown to Hatake Kakashi, who promptly committed it to memory. Subsequently, I spent a significant period within that cavern, and as my health neared restoration, I felt an immense surge of power. This was indeed the wood release of the first Hokage. Since his demise, this technique had vanished from the shinobi world. My heart soared with joy as I envisioned returning to Konoha, reuniting with Rin, and showcasing my newfound strength, triumphantly overshadowing all of you who often flaunted your arrogance. With the power of wood release, I believed I could finally be worthy of Rin. That was my mindset at the time. No. The moment you returned to Konoha to demonstrate wood release, you would undoubtedly be seized and subjected to dissection. Kakashi recalled the gruesome records of human experiments he had discovered in Shimura Danzo's basement, sending a chill down his spine. A ninja possessing wood release, especially one of the Uchiha clan, would certainly attract various justifications for abduction from Danzo, who would not hesitate to employ force to capture such an individual. They would then be taken to the basement for inhumane experimentation. Then Uchiha Obito continued. White Zetsu suddenly relayed alarming news that you and Rin were being pursued by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist. At that moment, my heart raced, yearning to soar to your side without delay. Uchiha Obito was fully immersed in his memories. His voice tinged with urgency as he recounted this moment. I recklessly departed that cavern, hastening towards your location. Upon my arrival, the scene before me was utterly incomprehensible. You killed Rin. Your Chidori pierced through Rin's chest. In her final moments, a warm smile graced her face, and in that instant, I lost my sanity. As Obito reached this point, tears streamed down his face in torrents, yet his voice remained chillingly calm, exuding an icy demeanor. Kakashi, reminded of this painful memory by Obito, displayed a visage of remorse. He opened his mouth, intent on speaking, but was abruptly interrupted by Obito's urgent plea. Do not speak, Kakashi. Allow me to continue. Kakashi's expression betrayed a hint of bitterness. At that moment, it felt as though darkness enveloped my vision, the entire world shrouded in an obscuring veil. How could it be that, as a Uchiha ninja with the Sharingan, I suddenly found myself unable to see? Upon reflection, I concluded that this scene must be a mere illusion, as was this world. Within my eyes, something forcefully emerges, leaving me in a daze. It must be a nightmare. I ponder. Even a gentle and kind girl like Rin could perish in this world. It must indeed be a nightmare. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's voice took on an eerie tone, meandering as if he were in a dreamlike state. Thus, I must awaken from this nightmare. I must break free from this grotesque world of cannibalism and murder and return to Rin's side. As long as Rin is with me, nothing else matters. Everything else can be forsaken. However, before that, vengeance must be mine. Uchiha Obito's voice turned cold, revealing a profound intent to kill. I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and annihilated every hidden mist ninja in that place. Those loathsome, repugnant beings. Just a moment prior, they had been flaunting their power, harming Rin with their vile faces. Yet in the face of my strength, they became as humble as vermin. Trembling, they knelt before me, begging for my forgiveness, with snot and tears coating their faces, pleading for their lives. But how could that be possible? Those who dared to harm Rin must die. Not a single one shall be spared. And not just them. The entire Hidden Mist village must bear the consequences of harming Rin. I shall send them all to hell. The Hidden Mist village? Uchiha Obito sought revenge against the Hidden Mist village? Kakashi Hatake was astonished, yet a sense of exhilaration began to rise within him. He harbored no affection for those Hidden Mist ninjas who harmed Rin, and had even contemplated exterminating them all as retribution. However, due to the village's circumstances, he refrained from taking action. After all, as a leaf ninja, proactively slaughtering Hidden Mist ninjas would undoubtedly be seen as provocation, a signal of war. Yet, the current situation in the Leaf Village could not withstand the risks of war. The blood and flesh of those fallen lay before me, their corpses strewn about. Blood soaked the ground, staining the earth crimson. I suddenly felt as though this were an unending dream, the world growing increasingly surreal. Have you ever considered this, Kakashi? Is the world we inhabit truly real? Uchiha Obito suddenly inquired. However, he clearly did not seek Kakashi's answer. As he continued speaking before Kakashi could respond, it must not be real. Otherwise, why would Sensei Minato not be by our side? Why would Rin be captured by the Hidden Mist, sealed with the three tails within her? Do you not find it all too coincidental, Kakashi? As if it were all deliberately orchestrated. In light of this, indeed, there are many inconsistencies. Kakashi Hatake instinctively nodded, recalling the circumstances at that time. It was truly strange that Sensei Minato had gone on another mission, leaving only himself and Rin behind. Such occurrences are rare, but not unheard of, so it is somewhat understandable. However, the enigmatic figure from the hidden mist suddenly emerged and abducted Lin Yawahara, sealing the three tails within her body, which is indeed perplexing. It is essential to recognize that the selection of a Jinchuriki, one who hosts a tailed beast, within each village is a meticulous process. Typically, the next Jinchuriki is chosen while the previous one is still alive, allowing for a gradual nurturing until the elder Jinchuriki's twilight years, at which point the tailed beast is transferred into the successor's vessel. Moreover, the physical constitution required for a Jinchuriki is exceedingly rare, one in a myriad. Lin Yawahara, being a ninja of the Leaf Village, does not fit the criteria for the Hidden Mist's selection, raising questions about their rationale in designating her as their Jinchuriki. Moreover, not only did the Hidden Mist seal the three tails within Lin, but they also urged her towards the Leaf Village. This apparent strategy aims to unleash the tailed beast upon the leaf, wreaking havoc. At first glance, this tactic appears sound, employing a tailed beast to assault the leaf. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it is riddled with flaws. Firstly, given that Lin was abruptly sealed with the three tails, her survival until reaching the leaf is uncertain. Secondly, while the destructive power of a tailed beast is undeniable, it is illogical to send one's ultimate weapon into the stronghold of an adversary. Such an act is tantamount to a gift. In executing such a plan, one would expect a cadre of formidable ninjas to orchestrate the tailed beast's actions, ensuring its safe return post-operation. Otherwise, it amounts to offering the three tails to the Leaf Village unconditionally. Either way, whether the three tails is sealed by the leaf or perishes, the cost is unacceptable for the Hidden Mist Village. How could they possibly dispatch merely a handful of umbu to undertake such an immensely challenging mission? Are the leaders of the Hidden Mist Village devoid of reason? Kakashi Hatake found the situation increasingly troubling, sensing a shroud of mystery enveloping these events. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito recounted his experiences upon returning to the cave. Kakashi, from the moment Lin passed away, I too ceased to exist. What remains in this world is merely a shell. The purpose of this shell is to allow me to reunite with Lin. Uchiha Obito spoke softly thus. Upon returning to the cave, I accepted Madara Uchiha's mission. I am determined to fulfill the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, no matter the cost. For it is only through the infinite Tsukuyomi that I can return to Lin's side. It is also the only means to eradicate this wretched world, ushering in peace for all. This is not only Madara Uchiha's aspiration, but also my own, Uchiha Obito's. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Kakashi Hatake gasped in astonishment. Momentarily setting aside thoughts of Lin and the Hidden Mist, his eyes widening in surprise at Uchiha Obito.